Oh gods, please send me a gentle and lovely girl. Oh, and preferably a cute girl who is completely defenseless around me. Falling in a sweet love with such a beauty would be the best thing ever. Before the altar, Anfan, who had never been in a relationship, knelt with his hands together and prayed devoutly to the fox statue. As a pure-hearted youth in the prime of his adolescence, having a lovely girl by his side had always been his long-held fantasy. In recent years, driven by surging youthful hormones, Anfan's desire for a sweet romance grew stronger. So during this year's ritual, he silently revealed his true feelings to the gods. Xiao An, are you done? A timid voice came from behind, hesitant, soft, and light. The speaker was a thin boy wearing a thick, old-fashioned pair of black-rimmed glasses, his bangs so long they nearly covered half his face, exuding an air of carefulness from head to toe. Xiao An. He was Anfan's best buddy since childhood, having grown up together like brothers, and his little follower, who always tagged along. His parents died in a car accident when he was young, and no relatives were willing to take him in. It was Su's kind-hearted mother, their neighbor, who looked after him as he grew up. In a sense, he and Anfan were as close as real brothers. What's more, whether by fate or coincidence, they had been in the same class all through elementary, middle, and high school. In this year's college entrance exam, Xiao An, who usually had better grades, actually scored slightly higher than Anfan. He thought they would finally part ways, but Xiao An had been overconfident when filling out his college preferences. He ranked his top choices too high, and the ones he casually listed later happened to be the ones that accepted him. Consequently, he slid down directly to Anfan's school, and even the same major. Xiao An later explained that he had been too optimistic about his score estimates, thinking he would definitely get into one of his top choices, so he filled the rest carelessly as safety nets. Unexpectedly, he slid all the way down and ended up together with Anfan. Although Anfan felt sorry for him, deep down, he harbored a secret joy. After all, he would be able to loiter through college with his best brother again. And now, just before the semester started, the two had agreed to come once more to the shrine they had visited since childhood. All done, Anfan stood up, naturally wrapped his arm around Xiao's shoulder, and leaned in to ask, "Hey, what did you wish for?" "Wishing probably doesn't help anyway." Xiao An pushed up his glasses and said softly, "This place is so dilapidated, maybe the gods have long been gone." "True." Anfan glanced at the moss-covered fox stone statue and sighed. "If my mom hadn't brought us to clean and worship every year, this place would probably have collapsed long ago." Every August, Su's mother would bring the two children to this shrine deep in the mountains. Even though the incense was cold and few visitors came, she never missed a year. It was only after she passed away from illness a few years ago that only Anfan and Xiao An continued to come. All right, hurry up and pray." Seeing Xiao's expression darken, Anfan quickly patted him. "Pray quickly, so we can go back early and play a couple of games with me." Xiao An obediently knelt before the altar, put his hands together, closed his eyes, and whispered in his heart, "Gods, please grant Xiao An's wish. He'll do anything." Done praying. "Let's go. Let's go." The two youths bantered and laughed as they left, their footsteps fading away. The shrine returned to silence. Unnoticed by anyone, a strange dark gleam flashed in the eyes of the fox stone statue. The morning sun was not gentle, but shone brightly into the room, urging people to start a new day. "Strange, didn't I agree with Xiao An to go buy school supplies together this morning? He's never late." Anfan stood at the familiar stairwell entrance, waiting and waiting, but never saw Xiao's figure. The two lived close to each other from elementary to high school. They had gone to school together almost every day. It was always Xiao An who waited early and Anfan who dawdled until the last moment. A situation like today where Xiao An was late had almost never happened. Shouldn't be. That guy never sleeps in. Could it be he stayed up too late playing with me yesterday and overslept? No, I have to go check. After waiting another 5 minutes, Anfan couldn't hold out any longer and turned to walk toward Xiao's house. Xiao An, are you up? Are you okay?" He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Aye." A short, startled cry came from inside the door, sounding flustered, and the voice was somehow soft. Xiao An, I am fine. Don't come in." It was indeed Xiao's voice, but it felt off, lighter than usual and trembling slightly. "Xiao An, what's wrong with your voice? Are you sick?" Anfan knew his brother too well. He immediately sensed something was off and knocked harder. "Xiao An, I am really fine. You don't come in. Woo." At the end, Xiao's voice carried a tearful tone, sounding utterly wronged. "Something's wrong." Anfan's heart tightened instantly. Xiao An was the type to bottle things up. This state meant something was definitely wrong. He couldn't let him stay alone inside, he had to get in. Seeing that Xiao An absolutely wouldn't open the door, Anfan paced anxiously, then suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. That's right, the spare key. He immediately pulled out the spare key Xiao An had given him earlier, inserted it into the lock, and turned. Click. The lock opened. Without hesitation, Anfan threw his weight against the door. Thump. Xiao An, who was behind the door, probably didn't expect him to barge in and couldn't brace the door in time. Anfan couldn't stop his momentum and lunged forward, instantly pinning the person behind the door to the ground. Woo-ee. Xiao An, don't. A weak, panicked whimper came from under him with a wet nasal tone. Anfan propped himself up and looked down blankly. Nan was lying there with long jet-black hair spread out. His pajamas were disheveled, the collars slightly open, revealing a pale neck. On that small face, always hidden by bangs and glasses, there were now tear streaks, and his eyes were wet and blinking, filled with panic and helplessness. Anfan froze. What is this? He blinked slowly, his gaze moving from the other's wet eyes to flushed cheeks, then lower. Wait, judging by his 18 years of life experience. This slender figure, these soft curves, this shy expression. Why did it all look like a girl? But the person he was pinning down was Nan. The same Nan who had rolled in mud with him, climbed trees, and splashed water in the bathhouse since childhood. The brother he had known for over a decade, without a doubt male. Yet in his memory Nan was definitely a boy. But now the person lying beneath him, trembling slightly with flushed cheeks and disheveled black hair, was nothing short of a delicate maiden. Anfan felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy blow, buzzing and in complete chaos. Xiao An, are you okay? Seeing his stunned expression, Nan forgot their awkward position and gently touched his face, asking softly, his eyes full of worry. I am fine. The warm touch on his face snapped Anfan back to reality. He answered hurriedly, scrambling to push himself up. Well. Nan turned his face away, the tips of his ears blushing a light red, his voice weak. Are we going to stay like this? You mean you woke up and found yourself turned into a girl? Nan hugged her knees on the edge of the bed, while Anfan sat on a chair nearby, striving to keep his expression calm, but his eyes couldn't help drifting. The bed still bore the marks of Xinn's panicked awakening that morning. The quilt was crumpled into a ball, the pillow tilted to one side, and a faint, unfamiliar scent lingered in the air, a fragrance she had never carried before. Nan was still wearing her old men's pajamas, but the once-fitting clothes now hung unusually loose. The collar hung loosely open, revealing a sliver of fair skin and the delicate curve of her collarbone glowing softly in the morning light. The sleeves had slipped down to her elbows, exposing slender pale arms like fresh lotus roots. Beneath the baggy trousers, a pair of long straight legs were faintly visible, the skin snow-white and smooth, even the arch of her ankle appearing unusually dainty. Perhaps due to nervousness, her small feet unconsciously curled inward. Her toes held a faint pink hue, looking both pitiful and endearing. Ahem. Anfan abruptly averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Well, it's pretty much confirmed. You really have turned into a girl. Xiao An. Xinn's voice immediately carried a sob, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to fall again. Then, what should I do? Her nature was already soft, and faced with such a world-shattering change, she was completely dazed. Moreover, the body seemed to affect her emotions. Fear made her want to cry like a frightened little animal. Don't be scared, I'm here. Anfan instinctively reached out, gently rubbing Xinn's head like their mother used to comfort them when they were children, his voice softening. There, don't cry. Think carefully. Did you encounter anything strange yesterday? This trick seemed to work. Nan sniffled slowly, stopped sobbing, and began to think seriously. Strange things. That's right. She suddenly lifted her head, eyes widening slightly. Last night, I dreamed of a little girl with a foxtail. She said she wanted to help me fulfill a wish. Foxtail? Little girl. As Nan mentioned this, Anfan also recalled that he seemed to have had a similar dream last night. Fox. Wish. Could it be? Oh, great deity, please send me a gentle and lovely, beautiful girl. Oh, and preferably a cute girl who is completely defenseless around me. Falling in a sweet love with such a beauty would be the best. Anfan instantly froze, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. No way. Great deity. This is not the kind of development I wanted. Nan is my buddy who grew up with me. Even if I were a beast, I couldn't lay a hand on my brother. If only I hadn't run my mouth when making the wish. Now my brother has become my sister. How am I supposed to handle this? Anfan roared inside, but his face struggled to remain calm, though the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily, shedding tears of regret. Xiao An, what's wrong? Did you think of something? Nan asked cautiously, seeing his twisted expression. Brother. Anfan took a deep breath, placed both hands heavily on Xinn's shoulders, and wore a solemn expression as if facing death. Don't worry, this is all my fault. I will take full responsibility for you. Nan was completely stunned, her face instantly turning bright red. I didn't expect to come here again today. Anfan walked on the mountain path, one hand carrying a backpack, the other gently supporting Nan. Behind him, his mood complicated. The one who tied the bell must undo it. For Nan to change back, they would most likely need to return to this shrine for clues. Although today was originally planned for buying school supplies, Nan was obviously not in a state to go out. Anfan had no choice but to accompany her back to the scene of the incident first. Nan had changed out of her pajamas and put on her usual plaid shirt with Sue's father's oversized jacket over it, trying to wrap herself as tightly as possible. She was already thin and inconspicuous, and with this covering, she didn't look too abnormal from the outside. All the way she kept her head down following Xiao An step by step like a frightened fledgling afraid of being noticed. This timid demeanor was exactly the same as the old Shinshinan, who always hid behind him. The two walked along the overgrown path, stepping on moss-covered stone steps, and the dilapidated shrine appeared before them again. They didn't waste time and walked straight in. Everything inside was as before. The fox statue perched high on the altar, its eyes half-closed, looking like mere stone. Xiao An, what should we do? After becoming a girl, Shinshinan seemed to unconsciously rely more on Anfan. She looked at his back and asked softly, her voice tinged with unease. Well, Anfan looked around, found nothing unusual, thought for a moment, and said, let's try sincerely making a wish first like yesterday. Great deity, please forgive my offense yesterday. Anfan knelt before the shrine, hands clasped, and began to mutter with a sincere expression. I shouldn't have made such a casual wish. You know Shinshinan is my most important brother, my flesh and blood. I cannot let him bear such a heavy price because of my impulse. So please take back your power and change him back. I am willing to pay any price. Of course. If you want to turn me into a beautiful girl, that's not out of the question either. Shinshinan also knelt obediently beside him, eyes closed, praying devoutly. A quarter of an hour passed. The shrine was silent, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Anfan stood up silently, brushed the dust off his knees, and said, forget it, get up. It seems mere prayer won't work. Xiao An, maybe we should just let it go. Shinshinan stood up as well, bit her lower lip, and said softly, I am fine. Maybe you'll change back on my own tomorrow. That won't do. Anfan immediately shook his head, looking serious. I said I would take responsibility. But what should they do? If prayer didn't work, could it be? Anfan's gaze slowly shifted to the fox statue, a flash of inspiration in his mind. He remembered that when his mother came to worship, every time besides offering incense, she would also touch a certain spot on the statue and whisper something. He walked up to the statue and examined it carefully. There was an inconspicuous circular bulge at the base covered in dust and cracks. Anfan reached out, placed his palm on that spot according to his memory. Great deity. He leaned close to the statue, lowered his voice, and added a tone of negotiation. You probably don't want no one to come worship here anymore, right? Look, this shrine is already so dilapidated. If even the statue can't be preserved. He paused, his tone even more sincere. Oh, by the way, my dad knows a very skilled master who specializes in restoring Buddhist statues. If we turn this place into a Buddhist hall and invite a Buddhist statue, maybe the incense would be even stronger. As soon as the words fell, human, how dare you? A girl's angry voice exploded from within the statue. Immediately the statue shook violently, and blinding white light burst from the cracks on its surface. Amid the light, a petite figure slowly emerged from the fox's head, landing lightly on top of the statue. It was a little girl who looked no more than 12 or 13, dressed in an ancient redanned white priestess outfit. Between her black hair, a pair of fluffy fox ears stood straight up, and a bushy tail behind her swung angrily from side to side. She stood with hands on her hips, glaring down at Anfan, her little face puffed with anger. That appearance was exactly the fox god from the dream last night. The silver-haired maiden stood barefoot atop the statue, glaring at Anfan with gritted teeth, her massive fox tail quivering uncontrollably with fury. Clearly she was seething with anger. Xiao An, wake up. A flash of white light streaked across, and Shinshinan, who stood behind Anfan, suddenly went limp and collapsed silently onto the cushion. Rest assured, human, the maiden said, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth as if she had just vented a long-held grievance. She is far more devout than you, so I will not harm her. For now I've only put her to sleep for a while. It's nothing to worry about. Seeing the undisguised concern on Anfan's face, her smile grew even more triumphant. How should I address you, O Divine One? Anfan, after confirming that Shun Xinin's breathing was steady, looked up and tentatively asked. I am the Supreme Fox God. The maiden tilted her chin slightly. A mere human like you may continue to address me as Divine One. At your command, Divine One. Anfan immediately lowered his posture, speaking with reverence. I beg your pardon for any offense I may have caused in summoning you earlier. The maiden seemed quite pleased with his newfound respect, narrowing her elongated eyes, which glistened with a mixture of smugness and satisfaction. Her lips curled up involuntarily, and even her fluffy tail swayed gently. Never mind. I am magnanimous and forgive you. She waved a hand languidly. Speak then. What matter brings you here to disturb my peaceful slumber this time? I have already granted your wish, so we should be even. It's like this. Anfan steadied himself and recounted the troubles that had plagued him over the past few days. From his deep bond with Shinshinan, which made him reluctant to harm her, to the various inconveniences of his gender transformation. He spoke with genuine emotion, even with a hint of supplication. I understand. The fox god listened, then shook her head regretfully. But I am sorry I cannot change her back. Why? Anfan's heart tightened. Our divine power is at its peak only on the day a human makes a wish. On ordinary days, though I can use some minor spells, a major transformation, like changing one's gender, is beyond my current ability. She paused then added, besides I have already fulfilled your wish this year. According to the divine laws I cannot grant a second wish to the same person. So, I have to wait until next year. Anfan asked unwillingly. Is there no other way? I'm afraid not. The fox god sat atop the statue, gently swinging her bare feet, a hint of faint regret in her tone. Another year of living like this. Anfan looked down at Shun Shinan still asleep in his arms, his expression complicated. Here, take this. Suddenly a faint glimmer of light appeared, and a necklace with a fox pendant fell softly into Anfan's palm. Since you are my follower, if you ever encounter trouble you may use this to summon me, the maiden said. I will help whenever I can. Thank you, Divine One. Anfan grasped the necklace and quickly expressed his gratitude. If there is nothing else I shall return to rest. The fox god stretched her waist, lazily cast a glance at them, then transformed into a stream of golden light and dissipated into the air. Xiao An, what happened? Just as the golden light completely vanished, Shun Shinan slowly awoke. Realizing that she was leaning against Anfan, 2 blushes quickly spread across her cheeks. Brother, don't worry. Anfan clutched the necklace in his hand, met her clear gaze, and said solemnly, I will take good care of you this year. Huh? Shun Shinan blinked, utterly bewildered. That night in Anfan's room. Xiao An, do we really have to do this? It might be a bit uncomfortable at first. Bear with it, and you'll get used to it. Okay, they'll start now. It feels so strange. Xiao An, be gentle, you're pressing too hard. Sorry, you'll slow down. After a long while. Alright, now it shouldn't be noticeable from the outside. Anfan let out a long breath, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, it was over. This was nothing short of torture. At this moment Shin Zinen's chest was tightly bound with layers of cloth flattened, and after putting on loose clothing, she looked no different from an ordinary boy. Anfan had already told her the truth about the fox god's words. Though Shun Shinan found it hard to accept, she had to face the fact that she would live as a girl for a year. And since they had to keep it secret, the first step was to deal with the obvious curve of her chest. After all, there was no way to explain such a feature on a slender boy. The chest binder had been ordered online, but it would take a few days to arrive, so they had to make do with cloth strips for now. Shun Shinan couldn't handle it herself, so Anfan had to steel himself and help. The entire process was pure agony for him. It was his first time doing something like this, and he had to constantly control his movements and gaze. But Shun Shinan, as always, remained utterly defenseless and naive, which only made things more difficult. Anfan could only repeat in his mind, "This is my brother," while forcing himself to stay calm and guide her. Fortunately, he managed to get through it without letting Shun Shinan notice anything unusual. Xiao An, it feels kinda uncomfortable bound like this. After it was done, Shun Shinan turned around, and out of habit leaned close to Anfan, looking up at him with her small face, completely unaware of how revealing her posture was. Being this brother is truly no easy task. Looking at her utterly oblivious demeanor, Anfan silently averted his gaze, sighing inwardly. Having a brother who is completely unguarded around him is a test in itself. Yet he couldn't exactly tell her to be more mindful of boundaries. Anfan knew her too well. She was sensitive. Last time he casually said she was a bit clingy, and she secretly moped for a week, keeping her distance from him, clearly upset, but saying nothing. In the end, it was Anfan who couldn't stand the distance, and had to coax her for a long time to make things right. If he told her to keep her distance now with her even more delicate feelings, she might spiral into self-doubt again. But after all, wasn't all of this caused by his own absurd wish? There was no choice but to accept his fate. Xiao An, what's wrong? Shun Shinan was still leaning in clothes, exuding a faint creamy sweetness. Nothing. Anfan steadied himself, hiding the slight warmth on his face. I was just thinking that this is still inconvenient for you. Tomorrow let's go to the mall and buy some things you need. Shun Shinan nodded, her eyes slightly brightening. And, Xiao An, you can put on your clothes now. Oh, okay. Shun Shinan finally blushed with belated realization, hurriedly taking the shirt Anfan handed her and fumbling to put it on. With her like this, can she really keep it hidden once school starts? Watching Shun Shinan, who looked like a startled squirrel, shrinking her neck, and with ears flushed red, a deep sense of worry welled up in Anfan's heart. Still haven't changed back. The first thing Shun Shinan did upon waking was to instinctively touch her chest. But regrettably, the subtle, uncharacteristically soft sensation remained. A flicker of disappointment dimmed her eyes as she let out a soft sigh. The transformation of her body had been too sudden, as she still hadn't fully adapted. All she recalled was waking up groggily yesterday morning, feeling an unfamiliar weight on her chest, as if something were pressing down. Puzzled, she glanced down, only to find that the neckline of her pajamas was stretched into a distinct curve. Shun Shinan, after all, had been a normal boy, as she knew exactly what that meant. She jolted awake, sat up abruptly, and frantically lifted her clothes to confirm. Then her entire body froze. She had truly become a girl. Though her face and voice hadn't changed drastically, her body had indeed taken on a feminine shape, slender yet softly curved, with skin so delicate it seemed unreal. Perhaps influenced by her new form combined with her naturally timid and introverted personality, Shun Shinan felt not excitement or curiosity, but a vast, overwhelming sense of bewilderment and helplessness. She sat on the bed in a daze, her eyes gradually reddening on the verge of tears. Just then Anfan's familiar voice called out from outside the door. Her first instinct was that she couldn't let Xiao An see her like this. So she hurriedly jumped off the bed, stumbled to the door to block it, but ended up being knocked straight to the floor by that reckless fellow. After that, Anfan didn't mock her or panic. He just froze for a few seconds, then quickly calmed down, stayed by her side, helped her figure things out, and bustled about. Recalling the earnest expression on Anfan's face yesterday when he said, "He'll take responsibility," Shun Zinen's lips curled into an involuntary smile, and the turbulent clouds of anxiety in her heart seemed to part just a little. Meeting Anfan and his family was probably the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her. It was because of them that her once bleak and hopeless life had been gradually illuminated, gaining warmth and meaning. Anfan was her most important, most cherished brother. So, she couldn't keep crying and being weak anymore. She couldn't cause Xiao An any more trouble. Nan took a deep breath, reached up to adjust the slightly loosened chest binder, steadied her breathing, and got up to wash up and change clothes as usual. "Good morning, Xiao An." At the stairwell, Nan was waiting early, just as she had for over a decade. When she saw Anfan approaching, her eyes curved into a smile, and she greeted him softly. "Morning, Xiao An." Anfan walked over quickly, his gaze sweeping over her as he lowered his voice to ask, "Still haven't changed back?" Nan nodded, gently, a trace of gloom flickering in her eyes. Anfan noticed it and sighed inwardly, but still managed a smile on his face. "It's okay, don't worry. The way you look now, it's not much different from before. No one should notice." That was the truth. Nan had always been slender. With the chest binder and a loose shirt and jacket, she appeared outwardly no different from the quiet, delicate boy she used to be. "Let's go." "Okay." The two walked side by side down the stairs, then headed along the familiar street as usual. But for some reason, Anfan felt that today was off. Even though Nan was still beside him, even closer than usual, he felt strangely uneasy, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the side. Come to think of it, had Xiao An always been this good-looking? Anfan's mind uncontrollably replayed the scene from yesterday morning. Nan, whom he had knocked to the ground, had her long hair tousled, her eyes slightly red, and her glistening gaze fixed on him like a startled fawn. Those eyes, usually hidden behind thick lenses and bangs, were so bright, as if they held fragments of starlight. And those slightly parted lips, a pale red, looked very soft. Anfan shook his head violently, dispelling those chaotic thoughts, but couldn't help sneaking a glance at the person beside him. A slender neck, fair skin, delicate and refined profile. In truth, Nan had never been unattractive. She just used to keep her head down, hiding behind her hair and glasses. Now, looking closely, she had a kind of pure, captivating beauty that was hard to look away from. Anfan suddenly remembered that Nan didn't actually need glasses much, as she often went without them at home. Back then, he had thought Nan looked quite nice without them, if he dressed up properly. The thought had barely emerged when Anfan felt a strange tightness in his chest. If Nan really appeared as a girl in front of others, wouldn't a lot of people like her? In the future, would she smile at someone else, play games with someone else, let others comfort her when she was sad? "Xiao An." Zinen's voice pulled him back from his tangled thoughts. "What are you thinking about? Your brows are furrowed." Nothing." Anfan snapped back to attention, quickly changing the subject. "Oh, Xiao An, since the college entrance exam is over, how about we download that new game? Playing alone is boring. You can join me, okay?" He habitually reached out to put his arm around Zinen's shoulder, but his hand paused midair for some reason, finally just tapping her back lightly. Nan didn't notice his slight hesitation, as she just blinked, looking a bit hesitant. "But I'm really bad. I tried a few times before, and I always lost. I'd just drag you down." "Oh, it's fine." Anfan waved his hand immediately, his face beaming. "Brother's got your back. Games are more fun with challenges, and with a buddy, right?" Looking into his sparkling, expectant eyes, Nan couldn't help but nod gently, a soft curve forming at the corner of her lips. "All right then. Awesome." In the August afternoon, the lingering summer heat clung to the air, stifling and humid like a wet blanket wrapped around the body. Passers-by were all drenched in sweat, walking hurriedly, desperate to dive into an air-conditioned place. Anfan and Nan were no exception. Sweat kept trickling down their foreheads, soaking their temples and collars, the sticky feeling making them thoroughly uncomfortable. Xiao An, Nan wiped the sweat from her cheeks, breathing slightly labored. "How about we buy some popsicles? My treat." Her chest was tightly bound by the binder, making her feel stifled, and her front and back were already soaked with sweat, extremely uncomfortable. Right now, she just wanted something cold to ease the feeling. "Sure." Anfan wiped his own sweat and answered without thinking. "But I'm paying, so don't argue with me." Nan lived on a subsidy and was always tight on money. Anfan had a generous monthly allowance, so naturally, he wouldn't let her pay in such situations. Nan had expected him to say that as she smiled helplessly and didn't reply. In the end, when it came time to settle the bill, she would insist on splitting it, and Anfan could never win that argument. The two walked to the small shop by the street, rummaging through the freezer for a while, and finally, without a word, each grabbed a frozen treat. At Shinzinen's insistence, they paid together, then eagerly tore open the wrappers. With a crisp crack, Anfan neatly snapped the popsicle and half-handed one piece to Shinzinen and bit into the other, mumbling nostalgically. Brings back memories. Remember back in elementary school, we'd buy one of these every day after school and share it. Shinzinen took small sips of the cool sweet juice, her eyes narrowing in contentment as she nodded softly. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since they had gone out alone like this, wandering aimlessly, eating a popsicle and chatting about trivial things. She quietly turned her head to look at Anfan, who was tilting his head back to bite the popsicle, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he swallowed. Her gaze softened unconsciously, a reminiscent smile spreading across her face. Although they were almost inseparable as children ever since starting middle school and making new friends, Anfan rarely spent entire days clinging to her side like before. More often than not, he was out playing ball with friends, frolicking. Meanwhile, Shinzinen, introverted and socially awkward, stayed quietly at home, cleaning both rooms thoroughly and preparing meals, waiting for Anfan to return. The plan to go shopping for school supplies together yesterday was also Anfan's idea. He wanted to help ease her financial burden, which was why he specifically called her out. As for today, although the main purpose was still shopping, being able to stroll around alone with Anfan like this was enough to secretly make Shinzinen happy for a long time. Hey Xiao An, this cola flavor of mine is pretty good. Try it. Anfan's voice interrupted Shinzinen's thoughts. He handed over his half-eaten ice pop, his gesture as natural as countless times they had shared snacks before. Okay. Shinzinen responded, habitually took it and put it into her mouth. The cool sweet cola flavor melted on her tongue, carrying a subtle stimulating sensation of carbonated drink. Wait. Anfan's movements suddenly froze as he belatedly realized something. This half. He had already bitten it himself. Did that count as an indirect kiss? This thought erupted without warning, making Anfan's ears burn. In the past, sharing drinks or food with Shinzinen had been so ordinary that neither thought anything of it. But now, watching Shinzinen's slightly parted lips sucking on the ice pop in small bites, a strange feeling stirred in Anfan's heart. Those lips were moistened by the ice pop, glistening with a light red sheen. It's good. Shinzinen squinted in satisfaction, naturally handing over her own half-eaten ice pop. Xiao An, try mine. It's orange flavor. Anfan's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Staring at the ice pop offered to him, he suddenly felt hesitant to take it. Don't worry, I haven't eaten this half. See, this side is clean. Seeing Anfan's hesitation, Shinzinen thought he was bothered by her having eaten it, so she quickly pointed to the other end of the ice pop to explain. Between brothers, do I care about that? Anfan immediately suppressed his awkwardness, forcing a relaxed tone as he took it and stuffed it into his mouth. Since you're offering, I won't be polite. The sweet orange flavor spread in his mouth with a hint of just right sourness. Biting on the ice pop, Anfan caught a glimpse of Shinzinen's focused, satisfied side profile as she ate in small bites. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Zionen's was sweeter. Eggplants on special today? Only 2.5 yuan per gene. Meat is still 15 yuan per gene, but it doesn't look very fresh. But we have no stock at home, so let's get a little. Let's buy some carrots too. I can make carrot meatballs for dinner. Anfan carried the shopping basket, following behind Shinzinen. Watching her eyes light up as she weaved through the market stalls, skillfully picking, comparing prices, and chatting with vendors, he felt a moment of daze. This wasn't how he had imagined going shopping together. He usually came home to hot meals and had almost never participated in the grocery shopping process. This was the first time he saw Shinzinen like this. She seemed to shed her usual timidity and silence, becoming agile and focused, as if returning to her own territory. Come to think of it, from a very early age, tasks like laundry, cooking, and cleaning had gradually been taken over by Xiao An. When did it start? Anfan tried to recall. It seemed to be after their mother passed away that Shinzinen began taking over these household chores bit by bit. At first she just helped occasionally, but later it became part of her daily routine. And like a fish in your lotus pond. Just as he was lost and thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Anfan pulled it out and saw it was Xiao, his childhood buddy who often invited him to play basketball after school and frequently called him out during summer break. Hey fans, want to play ball this afternoon? We're one short. You're the only one missing. Xiao's loud voice came through the phone with the sound of basketballs bouncing in the background. Oh, not today. I have something to do. Anfan glanced back at Shinzinen, who was crouched in front of a carrot stall, carefully selecting vegetables, and instinctively lowered his voice. Oh. Xiao immediately drawled, his tone full of teasing. Fanj, is there something going on? Could it be you're meeting a girlfriend? Get lost. Anfan laughed and cursed. Girlfriends are too much trouble. Spend so much effort chasing them, and in the end she might not even be yours. It's much more comfortable being with brothers. Better to be with brothers than with a girlfriend. True. Alright, well play first. Catch you later. Talk later. Hanging up the phone, Anfan held the phone, but was lost in thought. Girlfriend. Date. He subconsciously looked at Shun Shinan not far away. The way she looked right now, if someone else saw it, they might really mistake it for a date. Going on a date with a brother. That feeling was to say the least subtle. Whatever a date is a date. Anfan shook his head, pushing aside the jumbled thoughts. As long as he was with Xiao An, it didn't matter what they did. Xiao An, did I buy too much? Shun Shinan walked over carrying a large bag of loot, speaking in a slightly embarrassed whisper. She had gotten a bit too excited as soon as she entered the market and had unconsciously bought a whole bunch. It's fine as long as you're happy. Anfan naturally took the heaviest bag from her, his tone softer than he realized. Then, let's go check out. Shun Zinen's eyes curved into crescents. Xiao An said yesterday you wanted to buy some other things. Where to next? Well, Anfan rubbed his chin, suddenly revealing a sly, mischievous grin. Xiao An. WWHY are we here? The moment Shun Shinan saw the shop sign, her face flushed bright red, and the shopping bag nearly slipped from her hands. Shoo, keep your voice down. Anfan quickly pulled her aside, looking around nervously, and lowered his voice. Didn't we agree to wear masks? If someone we know sees us, we're doomed. Shun Shinan stared blankly in the direction he pointed. It was a bright, cozy lingerie store with a window display showcasing various soft-colored, beautiful women's undergarments. She froze completely, her breath catching. Gulp. She swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. Xiao An, do I really have to buy this? Not only buy it, but you must wear it. Anfan took a deep breath, trying to keep his expression serious and earnest. Since Shun Zinen's body had turned into a girl's, even if she didn't wear skirts, her undergarments had to be changed to one suitable for a girl. Yesterday, Anfan had secretly searched online. If a girl long-term wears ill-fitting or inappropriate undergarments, it could be very uncomfortable and even affect her health. So after a fierce internal struggle, Anfan gritted his teeth and brought Shun Shinan to this forbidden land that he usually averted his eyes from when passing by. Don't worry, good brother, we share joy and hardship together. He patted Shun Zinen's shoulder firmly, his tone that of a martyr. He'll go in with you. Okay. Under Anfan's encouraging gaze, Shun Shinan, still blushing, finally nodded gently. Let's go. To the lingerie store. Charge. The two exchanged a glance simultaneously, took a deep breath, pulled their masks higher, and then walked toward the lingerie store with steps, as if heading to the battlefield. Nanny, are the styles of girls' underwear nowadays really this diverse? Anfan and Shun Shinan stood before the wall covered in various bras, both struck by the same shock and stupor. Black, pink, light blue, lace, cotton, satin. Bras of every color, style, and material were laid out like a visual bombardment, leaving the two inexperienced youths dizzy and their hearts racing. Compared to the simple distinction between briefs and boxers for men, women's underwear seemed like a refined art filled with complexities and aesthetics they could barely comprehend. Soon a particular bra seized their attention. It was pure black, exquisitely designed with smooth lines and a mysterious allure. The most striking feature was its back design, a crisscross of thin straps. As a seasoned anime enthusiast, Anfan was no stranger to this design, having seen it countless times in manga and games. But seeing it in the flesh, with the possibility that it might soon be connected to the person closest to him, the impact was like a nuclear bomb detonating in his mind. This thing actually exists. The fleeting glimpse from yesterday morning uncontrollably surfaced. The pale skin and faint curve beneath Shun Zinen's disheveled pajama collar. Under the dual assault of intense visual stimulation and chaotic memories, Anfan's imagination began to run wild. And so, he felt his brain's CPU overload, temperature soaring, about to crash. As for Shun Shinan beside him, she was practically burning up red from the tips of her ears to the base of her neck. No way. Am I really going to wear something like that? Me? Xiao An is looking so intently. He seems to really like this style. But, am I supposed to wear this? I am a boy. Oh no, now I seem to be a girl. If Xiao An really likes it, I suppose it wouldn't be impossible. But underwear like this isn't something you casually show a boy, right? Yet Xiao An and I are the best of brothers, so showing him it should be fine, right? But, ugh, my head is going to explode, I can't think at all. Another brain declared defunct. Excuse me, guest, do you like this one? Would you like to take it down and try it on? Just as the two stood frozen, their souls nearly leaving their bodies, a warm, smiling female voice sounded beside them. A young shop assistant had quietly approached, her gaze politely sweeping over Shun Shinan. Though Shun Shinan wore a loose jacket, the obvious curve at her chest made it easy to see she was there to pick out underwear. Glancing at the equally masked Anfan with his wandering eyes, the shop assistant understood. This was probably a shy young couple visiting a lingerie store for the first time. Oh well, Anfan snapped back to reality, his tongue tied as he tried to explain. As long as Xiao An likes it, that's fine. Shun Shinan blurted out as if she had held it in too long, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, her face even redder. Anfan, bro, that's not how you say that. This makes me look like a complete pervert. Seeing the shop assistant smile and reach for that nuclear-level bra, Anfan quickly waved his hands, his voice rising an octave. No, sorry, not this one. Please recommend a few for her. Something ordinary comfortable. It's her first time buying. Yes, please. Shun Shinan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice, wishing she could bury her face in the ground. Seeing this, the shop assistant's smile deepened. Truly a shy and adorable young couple. She hung the overly stimulating bra back in its place and spoke in a gentler tone. All right, understood. Sir, what style do you prefer? We have a few seamless bras that are very comfortable to wear and made of skin-friendly material. There are also some shaping bras that can help this young lady achieve a better bust line. Seamless. Shaping. What were those? Anfan was completely lost. This was way beyond his knowledge. He sneaked a glance at Shin Shinan, who was about to steam, and decided to hand over the choice. No, to toss it away. Comfortable. Comfort is the most important. He forced calm and gave what he thought was the safest, most correct answer. All right, please follow me. The shop assistant understood and led them to another area where the styles were noticeably simpler and more elegant, far less heart-pounding. A moment later, Shin Shinan, clutching a few basic panties recommended by the assistant, walked stiffly, arms and legs moving in unison like a little robot as she was gently guided into the fitting room. Anfan was left outside, feeling like he was standing in a strange ocean of lace ribbons and soft fabric, at a complete loss. He didn't even know where to look, finally fixing his gaze on the closed curtain of the fitting room, as if trying to see through it. Sir, would you like to go in and take a look? Offer some opinions. The shop assistant asked considerately. No need. Anfan's face instantly flushed crimson, his head shaking like a rattle drum. After a while, the fitting room curtain cracked open, and Shun Shinan poked out a flushed face, holding the selected panties, her voice a mosquito's whisper. Done. Are the sizes right? The shop assistant asked. Yes. They fit. Shun Zinan's voice was barely audible. Then well, take these. Anfan, as if granted amnesty, made the decision on the spot, desperate to end this suffocating shopping trip. Xiao An, can we go now? Shun Shinan shuffled over to Anfan and gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes pleading to escape Earth. Anfan looked at the still dazzling underwear section in the distance, then at the meager loot in his hand. Perhaps feeling that since they were already there, he whispered out of the blue, Xiao An, since we're here, how about we buy that, too? His gaze subtly drifted toward the other bra section. Shin Shinan, huh? In the end, under Anfan's persuasion of, since we're here, honest, stop shopping, and you'll need it eventually, Shun Shinan, still blushing, was led by the shop assistant to pick out a few matching bras. During the process, because Shin Shinan was all thumbs and couldn't fasten the back clasp, the kind assistant went in to help. When she came out, the shop assistant wore a knowing, subtle smile and glanced at Anfan. That'll be 218 yuan. She efficiently packed the items into a paper bag. Though Shin Shinan had chosen the most basic styles and cheapest prices, the total still made the two inexperienced students inwardly wince. Anfan quickly scanned the QR code to pay, took the bag and stuffed it into the deepest layer of his backpack with lightning speed, both to avoid being seen by acquaintances and to stop himself from imagining its contents. Of course, in that instant, he inevitably caught a glimpse of a pale lavender. Quite charming. But it was just an accident, an unavoidable glance. Anfan am a gentleman. How could I deliberately look? He frantically justified himself in his mind. Hey, erase the receipt, please keep it. The shop assistant handed over a printed slip. Receipt. Might as well check the details. Anfan took it absently, his eyes scanning the product names and prices, and then his gaze froze on a certain size information. 34C. Those three characters seemed to have a magnetic pull, locking his attention. Is it really that big? He couldn't help but sneak another glance at Shun Zinan's chest hidden under the loose jacket. Though he had prepared himself, the number still startled him. No wonder the shop assistant had that look when she came out. Recalling what he had seen before and the weighty evidence in his hand, Anfan had to reluctantly accept the fact. He silently looked at Shun Shinan, still dazed and oblivious to her own bodily changes, and sighed inwardly. Sigh, this is just the beginning. If it develops further, it'll be hard to hide, even if she wants to. Xiao An, do we really have to do this? It's a necessary step for us to further confirm our relationship. Alright then, I press here, right? The next second, Anfan's phone let out a ding notification sound. He immediately tapped the screen, clicking accept without hesitation. Phew. Anfan let out a long breath, a radiant smile blooming on his face as he pointed at a glowing wrench icon on the screen. See, from today onward, we're good brothers in the game. The max intimacy level kind. Shun Shinan wasn't actually all that interested in competitive games, as she had only downloaded it a few days ago, because she couldn't resist Anfan's persistent coaxing. To her surprise, after playing a dozen matches together and exchanging a few gifts, their intimacy level skyrocketed, and soon they met the conditions for establishing a close bond. Xiao An, do you want to keep playing? Seeing Anfan laughing like a child, Shin Shinan couldn't help but smile, along her eyes curving into crescent moons. Now I've had enough of this game for today. Let's switch to something lighter to unwind. Anfan exited the game and swiped his fingers over the computer. Let's play Fireboy and Watergirl. The level I got stuck on last time. I'm determined to beat it today. With that, he clicked open the familiar green minigame website. Sure, Shen Xinin's eyes lit up, and she immediately scooted her chair closer, sitting obediently beside Su Anfan. Fireboy and Water Girl was a classic two-player puzzle game they had played together since childhood, controlling Fireboy and Water Girl to cooperate using their unique abilities to solve puzzles, collect diamonds, and clear the levels. Even now that they were older, they still occasionally pulled it out for a nostalgic playthrough. Soon the familiar pixelated screen appeared with two little figures, one blue and one red, standing at the starting point. At the small computer desk, they sat shoulder to shoulder, so close they could feel the warmth of each other's arms, and even hear the faint sound of each other's breathing. But Xiao Anfan's gaze kept drifting uncontrollably to the side. When they had first come home, both were covered in sweat, so they had taken turns showering. Shen Xinin's chest binder, which she had been wearing, had gotten a bit smelly from the sweat, so she had taken it off. Xiao Anfan's house always had spare clothes for Shen Xinan, so after her shower, she changed into the pajamas kept there. Probably used to relaxing at home, Shen Xinan had left 2 buttons of her pajama top undone, revealing a hint of delicate collarbone and a patch of fair skin that glowed with a warm luster under the light. To Su Anfan, that patch of skin seemed blindingly white. He abruptly averted his gaze, his ears burning. "Bro, you smell so nice." "Uft. Stop. Now is not the time for this." Su Anfan mentally scolded himself, forcing his focus back to the screen. Shen Xinan, however, seemed completely oblivious, her entire attention absorbed by the game, as she deftly maneuvered the blue water girl forward, not even noticing Xiao Anfan's frequent sidelong glances. "Forget it if she doesn't care. Why am I so tense?" Su Anfan shook his head, casting aside his distractions, and plunged into the game. "Xiao An, go grab that diamond on the right. They'll scout the left path." "Oh, okay. Watch this. Leap of faith." On the screen, the red Fireboy executed a perfect jump, tracing a flawless parabolic arc, then landed with pinpoint accuracy right into the blue pool of water. Accompanied by a signature wail, the words, "Game over," flashed on the screen. "Xiao An, you're so bad." Shen Xinan couldn't help but mutter a teasing remark, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. "An accident. Pure accident." Xiao Anfan's face flushed as he stubbornly insisted again. "He'll get it this time." Under the soft glow of the desk lamp, they leaned and closed heads together, eyes fixed on the screen. The clatter of keyboard keys mingled with occasional exclamations and laughter, creating a warm and natural atmosphere. Of course, if one ignored the alto frequent cries and game over notifications. "Xiao An, you take over." After falling into the same trap an untold number of times, Su Anfan finally slumped back in defeat, raising his hands in surrender, his expression utterly lifeless. "All right, let me give it a try." Shen Xinan suppressed a smile and nodded. "Wait, what is she about to do?" Su Anfan watched as Shen Xinan stood up, then turned around, naturally a sense of dread rising in his heart. "No." In Su Anfan's horrified gaze, Shen Xinan, as she had done countless times before, reflexively and naturally sidestepped and sat directly down on his lap. Su Anfan. His back went rigid, and he froze completely, turning to stone. "Bro, you smell so nice." No. Is this really the time to be thinking about that?" Through the thin fabric of their pajamas, he could clearly feel the warmth and softness of Shen Xinin's body, and the faint fresh scent of her after her shower lingered around his nose. Su Anfan's mind buzzed, feeling the blood rush to his head. The game screen before him blurred. "Oh, I almost made it." Shen Xinan, however, was completely oblivious to the stiffness of the person behind her, wholly focused on maneuvering the red Fireboy. Seeing another failure, she pouted in frustration. "One more try." She restarted, continuing to wrestle with the tricky level. Su Anfan sat on pins and needles, afraid to move a muscle, feeling as though time had stretched into an eternity. Every second was a bittersweet torment. Warm and soft in his arms, a subtle fragrance in the air, while his sanity screamed in alarm. After what felt like minutes or an eternity, the Fireboy on the screen finally executed a slick maneuver and landed steadily on the target platform. "Yes, I did it." Shen Xinan cheered joyfully, her body swaying slightly. "MHM. Xiao An is the best." Su Anfan's voice came out dry and weak, as if he had just survived a disaster. Finally, the warmth that had made his heart race departed. Shen Xinan stood up satisfied and returned to her own chair. Only then did Su Anfan dare to discreetly move his now numb legs, letting out a long, silent sigh, and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. "Phew. This must be what they call painful yet blissful, right? Never mind, don't think about it. Back to the game." Xiao An, maybe I should." "No, definitely not. Xiao An, trust me. They'll get it this time. Watch this." "Xiao An, it's getting late. I should head back to sleep." Good night." "Good night." At a little past 10 in the evening, carrying a paper bag with new underwear, Shen Xinan said goodbye to Su Anfan and returned to her own home next door. Click. The door was gently closed and locked. Shen Xinan leaned against the door, standing still for a few seconds, the heat rising to her face belatedly. She raised a hand to touch her burning cheeks, took a few deep breaths, then walked to the bedside and switched on the small desk lamp. A warm, dim light filled the modest room. She stood before the full-length mirror, gazing at her reflection, biting her lower lip as if she had made a decision. With trembling fingers one by one she unbuttoned her pajama top. The outer garment slipped off, revealing the slender, yet budding curves of a young woman. In the mirror her skin was fair, seeming to glow softly under the light, with a lingering blush on her cheeks, adding a touch of shyness. Removing her glasses and pushing back her bangs, the often hidden face was fully revealed, delicate features carrying an unconscious charm. She looked at herself in the mirror timidly with a hint of unfamiliarity and curiosity. Her fingertip lightly traced over her shoulder and arm, feeling a softer, more delicate sensation than before. After a long moment, as if finally summoning her courage, she picked up the new underwear she had bought today. A simple, solid-colored cotton style, without any flashy decorations. Clumsily, she put it on, adjusting the straps and the back clasp. When the underwear fit snugly around her body, a strange feeling washed over her. A bit unfamiliar, a bit tight, but not unpleasant. This realization made her cheeks grow even hotter. She hastily threw on her sleep pants, then like a startled rabbit dived into the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. There's no going back. She curled up under the covers, burying her face in the pillow, letting out a muffled, embarrassed, and confused whimper. It seemed that for someone tonight would be another long, restless, and sleepless night. In the early morning, the eastern horizon had just begun to glow with a faint milky white, yet the night's darkness was not fully dispelled, leaving the vast sky still cloaked in a grayish hue. Xiao An, no more. Really, I'm too tired to play. My hands are sore. Can we play again tomorrow? On the tidy white bed a girl lay curled on her side, clutching a half-worn teddy bear tightly in her arms. She was deeply asleep, her delicate nostrils, slightly flaring long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids. A sweet, unconscious curve rested on her lips, as if she were immersed in some beautiful dream, occasionally letting out vague murmurs. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just waiting for you to guard that bright moonlight. The familiar ringtone suddenly broke the morning stillness. The person on the bed fluttered her lashes a few times, reluctantly opening bleary eyes still veiled with a mist of sleep. She groped for the alarm clock on the nightstand, patting it randomly before finally turning it off. It's dawn already. Shinshinan rubbed her eyes, propped herself up on her arms, and stared blankly out the window for a few seconds before her consciousness gradually returned. All right. I still need to make breakfast for Xiao An. I'd better hurry. She threw off the thin blanket, stepped onto the slightly cool floor, and quickly walked to the wardrobe. Without bothering to coordinate carefully, she hastily grabbed the clothes she needed to change into. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Fumbling, she put on her chest binder, then slipped into a loose t-shirt and trousers, even her hair only getting a quick run-through with her fingers. Like a busy little spinning top, Shinshinan hurriedly turned into the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and began bustling about making breakfast. Outside the window, the sky remained a hazy gray on the verge of brightness, but not yet there. Xiao An, good morning. Holding a warm breakfast bag, Shinshinan stood at Anfan's door, offering a soft smile to the boy who opened it. Morning, Xiao An. Anfan, clearly not fully awake, yawned widely as he reached out to take the bag. He eagerly pulled out a custard bun, not minding the heat, and took a big bite. So hot, but so delicious. During the summer break, whenever Shinshinan had time, she would personally prepare breakfast for Anfan like this, instead of buying something on the go like they did during school days. In her words, what was sold outside was never as clean and reassuring as home-cooked food, and it also saved quite a bit of money. Although Anfan had reservations about the hygiene theory, he was all for it. Free and tasty breakfast was a no-brainer. Full of milk flavor and just the right sweetness. He polished off one in a few bites, smacked his lips with satisfaction, and gave a generous thumbs up. Shun Xinin's cooking skills had been learned bit by bit from Anfan's mother when she was young, and the pastries she made were pure and delicious, rivaling those from any bakery. Hearing the praise, her eyes immediately curved into little crescent moons, and the corners of her lips lifted a bit more silently, noting in her heart. Xiao An's compliment of the day, 1. After breakfast following their summer break routine, they entered the cheerful game time. Anfan's theory was just after eating, moving your fingers around a bit aids digestion. Xiao An, over here. Follow me, it's safe here. Oh, okay. Xiao An, heal me. Quick. I'm dying. Heal. Xiao An, you want some milk? Oh no, not that kind of heal. It's the healing skill of the hero you're playing. Healing is called heal. Oh, I see. Soon the morning slipped away happily in their gaming time. Around noon, Anfan's group of rogue friends gradually woke up and started calling out in the group chat. At that point, Anfan would usually change into his jersey, grab a basketball, and head out to join the afternoon court brawl. Meanwhile, Shinshinan would stay in his room, as she had on many past summer afternoons, reading a book or doing something else. Xiao An, I'm off. Bye. Bye. Be careful playing ball. Watching Anfan rush out the door with his basketball full of energy, Shinshinan turned and walked back into his room at a leisurely pace. Her gaze swept over the bookshelf, which had become a bit messy again, and she smiled, helplessly shaking her head. Xiao An is still the same as always. Both of them loved reading, ranging from classic literature to popular novels, from serious literature to light comics. They had broad interests. Since Su Anfan's room had a huge bookshelf, the books they bought were mostly placed there easy to grab whenever they wanted to read. Of course, the arduous task of messing up the bookshelf to add a sense of life and fun was usually handled by Su Anfan. And the simple task of restoring the messy bookshelf to order was tacitly taken over by Shen Shinan. Let's organize the bookshelf first and tidy the room in the afternoon. Shen Shinan sat down on the edge of Su Anfan's bed with practiced ease, reaching out to pull scattered books from under the covers, pillows, and corners of the desk. When she got to the bedside, she picked up a book that was lying open and face down. A romance novel with a very girly cover. This is, I really want to meet a super fragile little bunny-like beauty. Then deliberately tease her a bit, see her eyes redden on the verge of tears, and then gently comfort her. Would she then with teary eyes rush over for a hug? Hee hee. In the margins of the page, someone's fantasy theater was densely written in a flamboyant hand brimming with imagination delusion. Beside it, a crooked little girl's head was drawn with clumsy strokes with a huge love arrow pointing to the line of text. Shen Shinan pressed her lips together and smiled, her eyes soft. Xiao An must have gotten carried away while reading, projecting himself into the story again and scribbling wildly. This habit had never changed since childhood. Suddenly a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. Picking up the pen Su Anfan often used from the desk, she began to draw on another blank space below that fantasy theater. Soon a chibi figure appeared on the page. The little character had a puffed-up face, tightly knit brows, hands on hips, glaring angrily at the line above. Next to its head, she drew a comic-style symbol for angry, accompanied by a small line, "Why are you bullying me? You big meanie." Imagining the embarrassed look Su Anfan might have when he flipped to this page, Shen Shinan couldn't help but let out a snicker, her mood inexplicably lightening. She gently closed the book and placed it squarely on the most prominent spot on the nightstand. After completing this little prank, Shen Shinan continued with the grand task of organizing the bookshelf. Categorizing, sorting, arranging. Her movements were smooth and patient. Before long, the once messy bookshelf became orderly with every book back in its proper place. Looking at the refreshed bookshelf, Shen Shinan brushed off the non-existent dust from her hands and nodded with satisfaction. Then she picked up the book Su Anfan had been reading before bed last night, settled comfortably against the headboard, and began flipping through it casually. So this is the kind of girl Xiao An likes. When reading certain passages with delicate descriptions and intense emotions, Shen Zinan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured softly, her feet unconsciously swaying gently. Today's understanding of Xiao An 1. In the afternoon, after returning from the market with groceries, Shen Shinan didn't go straight home, but instead, carrying heavy bags, came to Su Anfan's door again. Sure enough, Su Anfan was still out playing ball, not back yet. Shen Shinan fished the key out of her pocket with practiced ease and unlocked the door. Phew. So heavy. Setting the bags of ingredients down by the kitchen counter, she took a light breath, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The back of her cotton t-shirt was also dampened with a small patch of sweat. But she didn't take a break. Instead, she opened the refrigerator first, surveyed the contents, and pondered the evening's menu. There's pork belly, tomatoes, and eggs. They'll make braised pork belly and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, plus a stir-fried green vegetable. Perfect. She quickly made up her mind, took out the ingredients she needed, and put the rest back in the fridge. Then she tied on an apron, washed the rice, and started cooking it, then skillfully began washing vegetables, cutting meat, beating eggs. The kitchen gradually filled with the rhythmic sound of chopping, followed by the sizzle of oil heating up. Soon the rich aroma of cooking spread, filling the small home. Alright, next. Tidy up Xiao An's room. She covered the cooked dishes with plates to keep them warm, untied her apron, and without a moment's rest picked up a broom and a cloth, and walked into Su Anfan's room. As expected, the room was in Su Anfan's usual style. The blanket was bunched up on the bed, a few pieces of discarded clothes hung casually over the chair back, there were snack crumbs on the desk, and the floor needed sweeping. Shen Shinan rolled up her sleeves and began a meticulous cleaning and tidying. Wiping the desk, mopping the floor, making the bed, gathering the dirty clothes. Time slipped away in the quiet bustle. When Shen Shinan put the last folded piece of clothing into the wardrobe and straightened up to wipe the sweat from her forehead, the setting sun outside the window had dyed the sky a warm orange. The room was spotless, tidy, and cozy, completely transformed. Xiao An back. The sound of the door opening and Su Anfan's energetic shout came from the entrance. Then came the thud of a basketball being tossed into a corner. You're back. Shen Shinan poked her head out of the room, a soft smile on her face. The hot water is ready, and I've put your change of clothes in the bathroom. Go take a quick shower. You're all sweaty. Oh, you're the best, Xiao An. Su Anfan sheared, peeled off his sweat-soaked jersey in a few moves, and dashed into the bathroom bare-chested. Soon the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Shen Shinan walked to the living room and picked up the wet jersey he had carelessly thrown over a chair. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but bring the fabric to her nose and sniff it gently. A mix of sunlight, sweat, and Su Anfan's unique, clean, yet slightly masculine post-workout scent filled her senses. It's Xiao An's scent. She murmured softly, her cheeks warming, but she didn't immediately pull the clothes away. After a moment, as if startled awake, she quickly carried the jersey along with the other dirty clothes she had collected from Anfan's room to the balcony, stuffed them into the washing machine, and pressed the start button. Phew. I've been busy all afternoon, so tired. Shinan walked back to Anfan's room, sat down on the edge of the bed she had just made neatly, and couldn't help but stretch her arms wide, her joints letting out a comfortable crack. Just rest a little. She lay on her side, her cheek unconsciously rubbing against the soft pillow and blanket. They were filled with the fresh scent of Anfan's usual shampoo and body wash, with a lingering trace of his own natural smell. Like a little animal finally finding a cozy den, Shinan squinted in contentment, burying half her face in the blanket. She took a deep breath, then closed her eyes peacefully, letting fatigue and the familiar sense of security envelop her. Today's Xiao An energy recharge 1. Time seemed to have grown wings, slipping through the fingers in a flash. The easy yet chaotic summer vacation ended in the blink of an eye, and the sweltering September, brimming with newness, quietly arrived. After 2 months of silence, the university campus bustled with renewed energy, ready to welcome the influx of fresh blood. Anfan and Shinan were admitted to Jiangxing University, which was located in their own city. Back then, Anfan chose this school partly because it was a good institution and partly because it was close to home, making it convenient to return on weekends. He was somewhat homebound by nature and didn't want to go too far. However, the accident that happened to Shinan completely disrupted what would have been their original college life plans. Considering that university male dormitories typically had communal bathrooms, letting Shinan, who was now in a girl's body, live there would be like sending a lamb into a wolf's den. The mere thought of it made Anfan's scalp tingle. Therefore, using a series of reasons such as dormitory fees are expensive, it's more convenient to live close to home, and Shinan is introverted and needs a quiet environment, he persistently persuaded his father and successfully applied for commuting for Shinan. As for himself, since the incident was triggered by him, he couldn't just leave Shinan alone outside. Although he was inwardly curious and yearning for the lively dormitory life and the guys' night talk, Anfan gritted his teeth and also applied for commuting. Fortunately, their homes were indeed not far from the school, so commuting wasn't too much trouble. They had been through this during their 3 years of high school, so it wasn't hard to adapt. Xiao An. Us two coming to register with just our backpacks and empty hands. Isn't that a bit too strange? Standing at the imposing gate of Jiangxing University, watching the new students who were almost buried under mountains of luggage, Shinan instinctively shrank behind Anfan and asked softly. The scorching sun hung high, and everyone was dragging heavy suitcases, hurrying about drenched in sweat. Only the two of them were lightly equipped, as if they were just tourists visiting, which indeed made the scene a bit incongruous. Hi, what's so strange about that? Anfan waved his hand dismissively, taking out his phone to check the notifications in the freshman group. We call this precision registration light travel. Anyway, we have all daily necessities at home, we can buy whatever we need later. Let's go first to the registration point. I heard that once we're done registering in the morning, we'll be free. Oh, okay. The two followed the crowd and signs, quickly finding the college's freshman registration point. The registration area was bustling with people, crowded with new students and parents handling procedures. Several teachers and a few senior students were busy with their hands full maintaining order while checking information and distributing materials. Classmate, please show your admission letter and ID card. Name, admission number, and ID number fill in on this form. The person in charge of registration was a sophomore senior sister wearing a simple white short-sleeved t-shirt with jet black hair smoothly draped over her shoulders, fair skin, and delicate features. The most striking thing was the warm and friendly smile that always hung on her face, which made people feel favorable at first sight. Oh, okay. Shinan, who was at the front of the line, quickly fished out the relevant documents from her backpack, lowered her head, and began filling out the form stroke by stroke, her movements somewhat restrained. Shinan. The senior sister took the form, her gaze falling on the name column, and she read it softly. Yes, it's me. Shinan, not understanding why, replied subconsciously, her voice thin. Oh, it's you. The senior sister's eyes lit up, her smile deepening. She searched through a stack of name lists nearby, and quickly pointed to one name. Yaki, your freshman advisor. What a coincidence, no need to find the person in charge of you separately. Come, let's add WeChat first for easy contact. Saying that, she took out her phone, displayed her WeChat QR code, and held it in front of Shinan. Oh, okay. Shinan nervously took out her phone, fumblingly scanned the code, sent a friend request, and went through the verification. A few seconds later, an account with a somewhat playful nickname and a cute bear avatar appeared in Zinen's friend list. Alright, that's it for now. They'll send you the specific arrangements later. As per usual tonight, it'll take you and the other freshmen in the group to familiarize ourselves with the campus environment. Remember to check the messages and come on time. Yaki put away her phone and said in a brisk tone. Got it, thank you, senior sister. Shinan quickly nodded, slightly bowed, and then slowly backed out of the crowd. Next, classmate, admission letter, ID card. Behind her, Yaki's gentle yet efficient voice was already directed at the next freshman. Shen Shinan walked to a slightly emptier spot nearby and let out a soft sigh. Indeed, at university, it was still unavoidable to deal with all kinds of people to socialize. She looked up and saw Anfan, who was already chatting and laughing with several unfamiliar freshmen not far away, and her eyes dimmed slightly. Anfan was cheerful, outgoing, easygoing, loyal, and warm-hearted. From childhood to adulthood, he was always the center of attention in the crowd with an impeccable popularity. From elementary to high school, every time they were assigned to a new class, he could always quickly become familiar with the boys in the class, never lacking brothers to play ball and fool around with. And her, severe social phobia, introverted to the point of near autism. She always subconsciously hid herself in corners, building high walls with thick books, long bangs, and silence, keeping aloof from all interpersonal interactions except with Anfan. In her past classes, her presence was pitifully thin. Many people never even said a few words to her until graduation and couldn't even remember her name. But university was different. She could no longer, as before, just shrink behind Anfan and completely hide herself. Like just now, actively or passively contacting, communicating, and establishing connections with strangers. These were all part of university life, even a compulsory course. For Shen Shinan, this was undoubtedly a high mountain that needed to be arduously climbed, to speak and get along with people other than Xiao An. Shen Shinan unconsciously frowned, her heart heavy. Xiao An, what are you spacing out for? Your face doesn't look so good. Unbeknownst to her, Anfan had finished his chit-chat over there and walked over. Seeing her forehead furrowed, he raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. No, nothing. Shen Shinan snapped back to reality, quickly shook her head, and forced a smile. Xiao An, are you done registering? Done long ago. Anfan waved the freshman material bag in his hand. Let's go, since we have nothing to do in the morning. Let's wander around the school and get familiar with the environment. By the way, let's eat at the cafeteria at noon. I heard that several cafeterias in our school have good food. I need to investigate. Okay. Hey, where's Xiao An? Didn't she say she was going to the restroom? Why isn't she back after so long? On a bench beside the campus tree-lined avenue, Anfan sat alone with both their backpacks beside him. He checked the time, then looked at the stream of people coming and going toward the restroom, and an inexplicable sense of unease rose in his heart. They had been wandering for a while, and Shen Shinan had just said she had a bit of a stomachache and went to the restroom. But nearly 20 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of her. Something was wrong. After waiting anxiously for another 5 minutes, Anfan stood up with a swish, placed his backpack on the bench, and decided to go look for her. Xiao An. Shen Shinan. He retraced his steps along the path they had just taken, ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, and shouted at the top of his lungs. When he encountered a restroom, he braved the embarrassment, steeled himself, and rushed in to quickly scan the area. Hey, is that Xiao An inside? Damn it, I'm your father. Sorry, wrong person. Yeah, the tone of this irritable guy definitely wasn't his gentle, mild-mannered Xiao An. After searching several nearby restrooms, there was still no sign of Shen Shinan. The unease in Anfan's heart grew like a snowball rolling downhill. Could it be that she suddenly felt unwell and fainted somewhere? Or, worse, had her secret been discovered by someone and she was threatened, taken away? Some terrible scenes from comics and novels uncontrollably entered his mind. This junior. You don't want your secret of disguising as a male to be known by others, do you? If not, then obediently come with us. No, don't. Xiao An, help. Damn, what am I thinking? Anfan shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off those terrible thoughts, but his pace unconsciously quickened, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Uncle security guard, may I ask, have you seen a boy wearing a black t-shirt, brown shorts, black-rimmed glasses, not tall, and looking quite delicate? He ran into a security guard uncle riding an electric scooter on patrol, and Anfan rushed over like grasping at a lifeline. A bespectacled, delicate boy. The uncle thought for a moment, pointed in a direction. Oh, I think I saw someone like that just now at the entrance of that experimental building over there. By the way, he seemed to look unwell, holding his stomach. I even asked if he needed help. Thank you, uncle. Before the uncle finished, Anfan had already rushed toward the experimental building like an arrow from the bowstring. Xiao An, please don't be in trouble. At a relatively secluded entrance on the side of the experimental building, Anfan finally saw that familiar figure. Shen Shinan was curled up, squatting in the corner, her back against the cold wall, her small body huddled into a ball. She was tightly clutching her lower abdomen, her head buried deep, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her small face tightly wrinkled. Xiao An. Anfan rushed over in one swift stride, half kneeling in front of her, his hands supporting her slightly trembling shoulders, his voice filled with undisguised anxiety and concern. What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Stomachache. Is it serious? Hearing his voice, Shen Shinan struggled to lift her head. Her eyes were red, and the moment she saw Anfan, as if she had finally found a support, she weakly murmured. Xiao An. I can't hold it anymore. I need to use the restroom. Shen Zinan's brows were tightly furrowed, her body trembling slightly, her voice laced with suppressed discomfort. Anfan was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. She had been holding it in for a long time. Damn it, how could he have completely overlooked this issue? He silently cursed himself for his carelessness. Though Shinshinan had outwardly transformed into a girl, she still had to maintain the guise of a boy. The women's restroom was absolutely off limits, and in the men's restroom the urinals were certainly unusable. As for the stalls, given her easily embarrassed nature, she might not even dare to pull down her pants in that ventilated space. Come on, let's find an accessible restroom. Anfan suddenly recalled that while searching for Shinshinan earlier, he had caught a glimpse of an accessible restroom sign near one of the buildings. Though using it improperly might not be ideal, the situation was urgent, and they had no other choice. But Shinshinan bit her lip, lightly hesitating. Isn't that for people with disabilities? Right now you're the most disabled one. Anfan interrupted. As long as we don't affect others' normal use, it's fine. Stop overthinking. If we delay any longer, it'll be a disaster. With that, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward the direction he remembered. If his memory served him right, there should be one on the ground floor of the teaching building behind that statue. He quickly retraced the route in his mind, leading Shinshinan through the crowd and hurrying toward the new teaching building. Xiao An, slow down. Shinshinan pressed her other hand tightly against her lower abdomen, her face flushed, her breathing rapid. I can't hold it much longer. Anfan immediately slowed his pace, but still held her hand firmly, continuing at a speed that allowed them to move forward without worsening her discomfort. Their footsteps clattered urgently along the campus path, surrounded by the noisy bustle of freshmen and parents. No one paid attention to the two hurried youths. There, just ahead, rounding a corner, a door marked with a prominent, accessible sign finally came into view, and Anfan nearly shouted out loud. Quick, get in. He rushed to the door, twisted the handle swiftly, gently pushed Shinshinan inside, followed her in, and closed the door behind him. The interior of the accessible restroom was spacious, with grab bars on both sides of the toilet, a sink, and a mirror nearby. Though not frequently used, it was kept clean, with a faint scent of cleaning agent lingering in the air. Xiao An, hurry up, what are you waiting for? Seeing Shinshinan still frozen in place, Anfan thought she was feeling guilty, so he quickly reassured her. It's fine, special circumstances call for special measures. Shinshinan pressed her legs tightly together, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Anfan. Seeing his anxious expression, she seemed to make up her mind. Her fingers tremblingly moved to her waistband, slowly pulling it down. Wait. Anfan suddenly realized the problem, turned around as if electrocuted, and squeezed his eyes shut. Sorry. I forgot you can't. He'll get out now. But it was already too late. The fleeting glimpse had already seared itself into his mind. Those long, fair legs dazzled him under the light, making his head spin. His heart thundered wildly in his chest, blood rushed to his head, and the tips of his ears burned fiercely. He stood frozen, his back to Shinshinan, holding his breath. Every second that followed felt like an eternity of torment. Anfan desperately recited mathematical formulas in his mind, trying to banish the images that should not have surfaced. Finally, the sound of flushing came. Xiao An, I'm done. Shinshinan's voice came softly, tinged with shyness. Oh, okay. Anfan, as if granted a reprieve, fumbled to open the door. Let's go back quickly. The two slipped out of the accessible restroom, one after the other. Fortunately, no one was around to notice, or else anyone seeing two red-faced youths rushing out might have misconstrued the situation. I've caused Xiao An trouble again. Shinshinan followed behind Anfan, watching his slightly reddened ears, a wave of remorse and guilt washing over her, and she unconsciously lowered her head. Hurry up, Xiao An. Anfan, walking ahead, suddenly turned around, his tone already restored to its usual cheerfulness. Our backpacks are still lying on the bench. If we don't go now, they might get stolen. He winked, a familiar smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Same old rule. First one there wins, a loser does the dishes tonight. With that, he didn't wait for Shinshinan's response, turned and ran off. Xiao An, wait for me. Shinshinan paused for a moment, then broke into a smile and chased after his silhouette. A gentle breeze swept across the campus, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. That evening, near the first teaching building, Shinshinan, carrying 2 cups of homemade iced lemon tea, stood at the agreed meeting spot, nervously looking around. Since she and Anfan had been assigned different student mentors, they had to split up for tonight's freshman orientation activities. These 2 cups of lemon tea were something she had learned to make during the summer break when she was bored. Anfan had tasted them and said they were good, so she thought she'd bring some for her mentor and the other student to try. Hey, are you Shinshinan? You're here early. A crisp female voice came from behind. Shinshinan turned around and saw Suyaki smiling and waving as she walked toward her. Hello, senior. Shinshinan quickly straightened up and greeted her shyly. Here. She handed over a cup of lemon tea with both hands, her cheeks slightly flushed. I haven't even prepared a welcome gift for you yet. You've brought me one first. Suyaki was a bit surprised, but quickly broke into a smile and took it. Then I won't be polite. She inserted the straw, took a sip, and her eyes lit up. Delicious. The sweetness and sourness are just right, and it's so refreshing. Where did you buy it? I made it myself. Shinshinan replied softly. Made it yourself? Suyaki suddenly leaned and clasped her shoulders, and her eyes practically sparkled. Really made it yourself? I learned from a video. You're a genius. Suyaki excitedly patted her shoulder, then her expression turned serious and she lowered her voice. Young one, I see you have an extraordinary talent, a rare gift. Truly a prodigy in the culinary world. She winked, her smile radiant. Want to join our cooking club? You'll never have to worry about food and you can unlock all sorts of hidden skills. Shin Shinon was taken aback, the lemon tea cup suspended in her hand, unsure how to respond. I, Su Anfan, have become a beautiful girl. My name is Su Anfan, and I am an ordinary college student. I was always so diligent, praying to the heavens day and night without cease for my great wish. Even if it cost me precious class time, I would spare no effort. What? You asked me what my great wish is. Of course it's to meet a cute and gentle beautiful girl. Soft adorable mo girls are the best. What? You think I'm shallow? Then you're simply. That's absolutely right. How reasonable, I have no desire to refute. In short, I prayed day and night to the heavens, longing for a miracle to descend. Finally one day my sincere devotion moved a foxtail deity, and she decided to fulfill my wish. Thus, well, a delicate and frail body, a refined and exquisite little face, a fragrant and soft figure, and a head of legendary quality silver hair. This is definitely the customized beautiful girl I ordered. However, it seems like this is the me in the mirror. Su Anfan stared at the dazed and silly beautiful girl in the mirror, lost in thought. So I'm the one who's supposed to be pinned down. Su Anfan never expected that as a steel-straight man forged from pure titanium alloy, she would degenerate into a white-haired lowly who even gets out of breath when speaking. However, since we are here, let's be at peace. Su Anfan understood this principle. Looking at the fair-skinned, delicate little lowly in the mirror, wearing loose men's clothes, Su Anfan couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. No, how can you laugh so lecherously? The beautiful girl in the mirror gradually wore a perverted smile, completely devoid of the fragile and broken aura from before. Touched by aesthetics, Su Anfan issued a serious protest for a refund. However, protest aside, satisfaction still had to be met, and Su Anfan didn't stop admiring the beauty. How can I be so beautiful? I'm dying. Just as Su Anfan was immersed in his own stunning appearance and unable to extricate himself, suddenly a loud door-slamming sound came, followed by hurried footsteps. Xiao An. Before Su Anfan could react, he saw Shun Xinin's stunned and bewildered expression, as if the entire sky had collapsed in that moment. Xiao An, has he committed a crime? After a long daze, Shin Shinon looked at Su Anfan with a complicated expression and forced out these dangerous words. No, it's impossible. No matter how perverted Xiao An is, he wouldn't go that far. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As if drained of all strength, Shin Shinon collapsed weakly to his knees, staring at Su Anfan's face, with vacant eyes, murmuring these words lifelessly. Xiao An, what are you thinking? Finally, Su Anfan spoke to Shin Shinon, but his voice had already turned into a soft, delicate girl's voice. Xiao An, why are you calling me like Xiao An? Could it be? Xiao An has already. In disbelief, staring at Su Anfan's pretty face, Shin Xinin's expression showed a painful and heartbroken look. Xiao An, it's not what you think. Is that not the case? Is that so? Little girl, Xiao An didn't commit a crime. He just picked you up like in a novel and didn't do anything to you, right? That's not. Just as hope flickered in Shun Xinin's eyes, and he looked at Su Anfan, he noticed that Su Anfan was wearing Su Anfan's clothes, and they were a bit disheveled. Soon Shin Xinin's gaze sank into deeper despair and pain. Damn it, you silly Xiao An, I am f***ing Su Anfan. Seeing that the more he explained, the more confused it became, Su Anfan finally couldn't hold back. He stepped forward and pinned Shin Shinon to the ground. Don't talk, listen to me. Looking at Shin Xinin's flustered eyes, Su Anfan spoke with great momentum. Finally, after a friendly exchange lasting more than 10 minutes, Shin Shinon finally accepted the reality that the white-haired lowly in front of him was his good buddy Su Anfan. Xiao An, I'm so glad you didn't commit a crime. I thought. Excitedly hugging Su Anfan, Shin Shinon said with great relief. Just now thinking that Su Anfan had really done it, Shin Shinon was almost in agony. He nearly thought his entire world was collapsing, and he was so sad, he almost cried. Xiao An, you're overthinking. His entire petite body held by Shin Shinon, Su Anfan didn't mind. After all, letting his brother take advantage wasn't a big deal. Xiao An, this transformation, according to that trashy deity, seems to last only a week. What should we do next? After calming his brother's emotions, Su Anfan asked. As long as Xiao An is still Xiao An, that's fine. This time I will protect Xiao An. Blinking his extremely clear eyes, Shin Shinon vowed. It felt a bit strange. But with only his brother Shin Shinon to rely on, Su Anfan still nodded, shaking his small head. And so the 7-day daily life of the feminized Su Anfan and Shun Shinon began. It turned out that Suyaki was the president of the college's culinary club, a club that taught cooking snacks and treats. As culinary arts weren't as appealing as basketball or movies, the club had always remained lukewarm. Every year they only managed to recruit a handful of members, most of whom were complete novices with no prior experience. After a few meetings they found it too difficult and gradually stopped coming. So when Shun Shinan appeared to have a natural talent, Suyaki felt a desire to nurture her talent and wanted to recruit her. What do you think, Shinan? Will you join the culinary club? Suyaki asked, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at Shun Shinan. Well, alright. Unable to resist Suyaki's persistent persuasion and also wanting to learn cooking skills, Shun Shinan finally agreed. Great. Suyaki's eyes sparkled like stars as she swiped her phone excitedly. They'll send you the club application steps now. Remember to apply later. Oh, by the way, our club is called Love Cooking Club, so don't apply to the wrong one. Love Cooking Club. That sounds a bit strange. Hearing the name Shun Shinan sensed something off, but since she had already agreed to the senior, she obediently joined. Alright, that's settled. Oh, by the way, why hasn't the other girl arrived yet? I can't wait to see her reaction when she tastes Xinin's cooking. While contentedly gulping down the lemon tea, Shun Shinan had given her Suyaki, chatted familiarly, naturally shortening Shun Xinin's name to Shinan. The senior was indeed a very open and straightforward girl. Being called Shinan so familiarly didn't annoy Shun Shinan, and on the contrary, she felt a warm closeness. Though a bit shy, she was still happy to have someone address her so intimately. Sorry I'm late. Just as the two were chatting back and forth, the other girl Suyaki was responsible for hurriedly appeared. She was a beautiful girl in a dress, her white hem fluttering in the breeze like a blooming white lotus. Though she stood right there, she seemed utterly detached from the surrounding world. Her snow-like skin was so fair it was almost translucent, exuding a cool, aloof aura. Her delicate face had well-defined features with a slightly raised chin that hinted at a hint of stubbornness and defiance. Her lips were thin and rosy, the corners tilted up in a faint smile that nonetheless conveyed no warmth. So beautiful. Even Shun Shinan, who rarely paid attention to appearances, couldn't help but admire sincerely. Are you fanhuaning? Oh, I'm Suyaki, your freshman advisor. This is Shun Shinan, another freshman under my charge, and also your classmate. Seeing the girl finally arrive, Suyaki quickly introduced her. Shun Shinan. Fanhuaning frowned, noticing Shun Shinan, who was slightly bowing her head. It's I. The moment she saw Shun Shinan, the girl's pupils violently dilated and her gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. Excuse me, were you from XX middle school? Before Shun Shinan could introduce herself, Fanhuaning immediately asked, her face urgent, as if trying to confirm something. Yes, I am. Were you from there too? Shun Shinan replied softly. So it was him. Yes, I was too. No wonder you look familiar. It seems we're alumni. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, the stone in Fanhuang's heart finally settled. After composing her turbulent thoughts, she resumed her previous cool tone. Then you two are really destined to be connected. They'll exchange your WeChat later. Since you're alumni, you should stay in touch. Suyaki, with an expression that said I get it, smiled, and reminded, Shinan, why don't you give this little sister the lemon tea you prepared? Alright. Shun Shinan, belatedly realizing, handed the prepared lemon tea to Fanhuang. This tea was specially made by Shun Shinan. How is it? Good. Suyaki asked eagerly, like a vendor promoting her own product. Yes, it's very good. Better than any store-bought one. Taking a small sip, Fanhuang nodded slightly in appreciation. See, I told you so. Suyaki nodded contentedly, seeing that Fanhuang also liked it. Thank you. Hearing such high praise from both of them, Shun Xinin's face blushed with shyness. Well, since everyone's here, let's go. They'll give you a proper introduction to the school. With that, the three set off, embarking on their tour of the school. That evening, having finished earlier, Shun Shinan stood at the school gate waiting for Anfan, as usual. Xiao An, sorry. I chatted a bit longer with the seniors and classmates in my department. I'm late. Soon Anfan hurried over from the school. No worries. Xiao An, how did it go? Shun Shinan handed him a tissue to wipe his sweat and asked softly. It went pretty well. Thanks to the lemon tea you prepared, I managed to get along with the seniors. I've made a few friends now. Touching his face, Anfan smiled. Not at all, it's all because of your great social skills. You also had a part in it, Xiao An. Don't be modest. By the way, people from the Northeast sure are tall. One of our classmates is over 1.9 meters. If he played basketball, he'd dominate. Wow, that's a whole head taller than me. It's 2 heads taller, you short one, Xiao An. I'm from over 1.6 meters, almost 1.7, you know. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed as they returned to their shared home. Xiao An, what's wrong? In Anfan's room, Shun Shinan sat on the bed, swinging her white feet up and down, staring intently at her phone screen, her lips tightly pursed, her face full of hesitation. Xiao An, how should I write a friend request to a female classmate I barely know? It turned out that after returning home, Suyaki had sent Shun Shinan Fanhuang's WeChat. But Shun Shinan, whose contact list only contained Anfan and Suyaki, was at a loss, unsure how to phrase the request. A girl? Is she pretty? Anfan asked reflexively. She's very pretty. If you saw her, you'd be completely smitten. Seeing Anfan so interested in another girl, Shun Shinan pouted and said with a hint of displeasure. Alright, Xiao An. What's there to hesitate about? Just say you're Shun Shinan from the same department. Seeing his best friend like this, Anfan couldn't help but chuckle softly and said with a smile. But before Shun Shinan could finish her sentence, a red suddenly appeared on the WeChat contacts section. I am Fanhuang. Opening the message, it showed a sky blue image with the name directly as Fanhuang. Oh, and the friend request only had these few words. This woman really has personality. Seeing such a straightforward WeChat friend request for the first time, Su Anfan couldn't help but exclaim, Seeing that Fan Huining had already proactively sent a friend request, Shen Xinan immediately accepted it. Shen Zinen's WeChat name was Shinran Xiangnan, and her avatar was a cute anime cat photo. It was set up by Su Anfan, perfectly matching Su Anfan's account, Anran Xiangfan, and his anime dog avatar. Xiao An, what should we do next? After the request was accepted, seeing that no new messages appeared in the chat box, Shen Xinan became unsure how to proceed and hesitated, asking Su Anfan, "Just wait, let me show you a trick." He couldn't wait to grab the phone. As a social butterfly, Su Anfan immediately became eager to try. "First, don't send hello yet. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Let's first scout for information." While explaining attentively, Su Anfan tapped on Fan Huing's avatar. To get to know a person, looking at their moments is a good way. Generally, for a pretty girl like this, her moments must have many selfies. Seeing Shen Xinan listening attentively, Su Anfan guided her step by step. Just as Su Anfan was about to show off his skills, he suddenly discovered that Fan Huining had no moments at all, not even a single post. Impossible. How can there be someone in this world who never posts on moments? As someone who posts about even the most trivial things, Su Anfan was extremely shocked. Xiao and I am also. Hearing this, Shen Xinan, who had never posted either, responded weakly. Well then. Since the initial information scouting failed, now we need to take the initiative. Saying that, Su Anfan immediately opened the chat box, quickly typed, "hello," in the sticker search, and then browsed through the stickers that appeared. To reflect Shen Zinen's inner cuteness, Su Anfan deliberately avoided his usual panda head sticker and chose a cute waving penguin. Soon the other side instantly replied with a hello sticker, but it was a bouquet of roses with a mature vibe. Xiao An, see, the conversation has started. Next I'll show you the real skills. Watch and learn. Shen Xinan obediently nodded. After a moment of thought, Su Anfan typed another message. "Classmate, where are you from? Where do you study?" And sent it. Xiao An, wait. Only after Su Anfan pressed the send button did Shen Xinan, who had been listening blankly, finally react and urgently stop him. What's wrong? Su Anfan asked, puzzled. I forgot to mention she is an alumna from the same high school as us. Seeing that the message had already been sent, Shen Xinan said with a helpless expression. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the girls' dormitory, Fan Huining, who had just taken a shower, lay lazily on the bed, staring blankly at her phone screen and blinking in confusion. "Where? Aren't I from here? And didn't we already say we're from the same school?" After returning, Fan Huining first went to the public bath to shower. When she opened her phone and saw that Su Yaki had recommended Shen Zinen's WeChat, she immediately added her. Originally, she had planned to follow others' advice and check Shen Zinen's moments before sending a message, but unexpectedly Shen Xinan had never posted anything. Just then, Shen Xinan proactively sent a greeting message, so Fan Huining replied with her usual sticker. Fan Huining had been thinking about what to say next, but unexpectedly Shen Xinan suddenly asked these questions. Did she forget? Fan Huining frowned and murmured softly to herself, "Am I really not worth remembering?" They had clearly met before, yet Shen Xinan seemed to have no recollection, even though she had always kept it in her heart. Feeling ignored again, Fan Huining felt a subtle sense of defeat in her heart. "Xiao An, what should we do? Should we recall it?" Looking at the message already sent, Shen Xinan asked helplessly. "Don't recall it. She might have already seen it since we just replied. Recalling it now will only highlight our mistake." After a moment of panic, Su Anfan quickly calmed down. "Then what do we do?" Seeing Su Anfan looking confident, Shen Xinan asked curiously. "Alumna, right? Wait." After a moment of thought, Su Anfan's fingers flew across the keyboard. "Shinran Xiangnan, oh, don't get me wrong. I just feel that your Mandarin is too standard, not like a local covering face emoji. Also, I feel like I saw you somewhere in my first or second year of high school, but after that I never saw you again, so I wanted to ask which class you were in. Sorry I didn't explain clearly, covering face emoji." Xiao An, how did you know her Mandarin is standard? And I felt like I had seen her somewhere, but how did you know? Seeing the message, Shen Xinan asked in surprise. Xiao An, and you don't know this? Didn't you say she's very pretty? And from the information, she seems a bit aloof. The stereotype of a cool beauty is that she speaks very clearly, right? Besides, since we're from the same school, we must have run into each other once or twice. Who can tell if we have an impression? Just say it vaguely. Moreover, even though it's a bit far-fetched, at least we explained a lot in time. It proves that we eventually remembered what she said, and also shows that we care about her. Even if she is skeptical, it won't make us too embarrassed." Shaking his head like a scheming advisor, Su Anfan meticulously taught Shen Xinan. Sure enough, soon a message came from the other side. "Fan Huining, I'm indeed not from here. I only came here in high school. I'm in class. I think I've seen you before. I told you so." Seeing the crisis resolved, Su Anfan raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Xiao An is amazing." Shen Xinan cooperated, looking at him with full admiration. "That was close, almost messed up. I need to quickly return this hot potato." Under Shen Zinen's gaze, Su Anfan silently wiped sweat from his brow. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on yourself. So from now on you have to practice on your own. Remember to use what I taught you. He quickly handed the phone back, patting Shinzinen's shoulder with an air of profundity. Edge. On the other side. Indeed, he does remember me. Looking at the white text on the screen, the girl smiled and bit her red lips, her mood inexplicably lightening. Moreover, he seems to care about me. The girl's face flushed slightly, and she shifted her body a little as if to hide something important. Let's think about what to continue chatting about. Seeing that Shin Shinan had sent an sticker, Fan Huaning also stared at the phone screen, lost in thought. Finally, after repeated editing of messages between Shin Shinan and Fan Huaning, this chat ended perfectly with the glorious achievement of over a dozen messages. The summer in Jiangxing was exceptionally hot. To prevent heatstroke and the like, university military training usually lasted only about 10 days. Moreover, because Jiangxing University had previously experienced a large number of students suffering from heatstroke, subsequent training sessions were conducted with caution, limited to morning and evening drills. The military training was not strenuous, so even Shin Shinan, who had become a girl, did not find it particularly uncomfortable. Additionally, with the arrival of the rainy season, several days were cancelled due to heavy rain, and thus the training quickly passed, ushering in the start of classes. During this period, even though living off campus cost him many social opportunities, Xiao Anfan still managed to quickly integrate into the male social circle after the university icebreaker activities, thanks to his exceptional social skills. He made many friends and established his own network. During the military training breaks, when performances were held, Xiao Anfan boldly sang a song titled Girls Across the Street. His playful yet earnest tone elicited laughter from the entire audience, earning him a bit of fame on campus. In short, Xiao Anfan had no trouble with socializing at university. In contrast, Shin Shinan remained as socially anxious as ever, barely speaking to anyone except Xiao Anfan and engaging in almost no communication with others. This led to Shin Shinan knowing practically only Xiao Anfan and Fan Huaning and being unfamiliar with most people in the department. On the other hand, Suyaki, ever since Shin Shinan joined the club, frequently sent messages to Shin Shinan, sharing cooking videos, offering advice on university life, and gradually became closer to her. Today we start university classes and meet new teachers and classmates. Xiao An, are you nervous? Walking side by side with Shin Shinan on the way to school, Xiao Anfan said to her. A little, but it should be fine. Her eyes wandering, Shin Shinan replied absent-mindedly. University classes followed a personalized schedule, and although Xiao Anfan and Shin Shinan were in the same department, with generally similar timetables, a few courses were in different sections, such as this morning's English class. This meant that for the first time they had to attend separate classes after having been in the same class from kindergarten through high school. Although this was inevitable as they grew older, Shin Shinan had gradually grown accustomed to being apart. Yet the thought of spending even less time with Xiao An each day still left a bitter taste in her heart. So now her mind was consumed solely by the impending separation from Xiao Anfan. The new teachers and classmates mattered little to her. After all, aside from Xiao An, no one else would like someone like her. At university, she expected it would be just like before. Others would only speak to her when necessary, and nothing more. However, she did feel a bit concerned about Xiao Anfan's social life. There were many beautiful, gentle, and adorable girls at university. Though it was unlikely that a universally adored goddess from novels existed, there were certainly plenty of beauties like Fan Huaning, with her cool and elegant demeanor, whom Xiao Anfan often mentioned. Would Xiao An be able to find the sweet, soft, beautiful girl he dreamed of at university? And Xiao An, being so gentle to everyone, would surely attract many girls, wouldn't he? Perhaps he would soon meet his true love here. Then they would fall in love at first sight, and after some time together, unable to suppress their feelings, they would sweetly get together. And then she would no longer need to accompany Xiao An as his good brother. She could happily watch him find happiness and bless him. But why did her heart feel so heavy? As long as Xiao An was happy, that should be enough. But why couldn't Xiao An always be with her? Would Xiao An also be happy if he stayed with her forever? What? Why couldn't her world only have Xiao An? Shin Shinan frowned deeply, her eyes behind glasses empty and hollow, her rosy lips tightly bitten, looking deeply troubled. Xiao An, are you okay? Did you not sleep well last night? Noticing Shinzinen's unease, Xiao Anfan asked with concern. I'm fine. Seeing his worry, Shin Shinan quickly adjusted herself and forced a smile. No, she couldn't let Xiao An worry anymore. Shin Shinan patted her slightly distressed face, hiding all the dark thoughts deep inside, and resumed her usual composed demeanor. Was it possible that Xiao An was afraid of being bullied by new classmates? Seeing that Shin Shinan had been constantly troubled since arriving at university, Xiao Anfan couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Xiao An, are you okay? Who bullied you? How did you get so many scars on your face? Is it Triple X? Damn it. I'm going to beat him to death today. Xiao An, it's okay. I don't feel pain, it's nothing. Xiao An, don't go and find him used to it. Xiao Anfan's mind flashed back to scenes from their childhood. Back then, Xiao Anfan was always getting into fights. Since those who couldn't defeat Xiao Anfan, protected by his parents, would instead bully Shin Shinan, who always followed him. And that silly Shin Shinan, every time he was bullied, wouldn't let Xiao Anfan, his brother, take revenge, pretending nothing was wrong. If it weren't for him and his mother always noticing in time, he didn't know how badly he would have been secretly bullied. Now Shinshinan was the same, always keeping things bottled up. Since his mother passed away, he refused to tell Xiao An anything troubling. Although things like campus bullying were unlikely to happen among their department classmates, and with Xiao An around no one would dare, but there might still be hurtful words that crept into Shun Xinin's heart. Xiao An couldn't guess what was going on with Shinshinan keeping silent. It was too frustrating. But after all, he was his brother. If there was a chance later, he would try to probe. Looking at Shinshinan, who was hanging his head, Xiao An silently made up his mind. Thus the two walked on the road, each lost in their own thoughts, and soon arrived at the teaching building. Xiao An bye. Shinshinan forced a faint smile and said goodbye to Xiao An. Yes, Xiao An bye. After bidding farewell, they parted ways and went to their respective classrooms. English classes were small with only about 30 students per class, so the department was divided into many classes. The classroom was small, and for ease of management, unlike other courses where seating was free, each student was assigned a fixed seat. She wondered how Xiao An was doing on the other side, whether he would have some wonderful encounter. Just after finding her seat in the new classroom, according to the seating chart, Shinshinan couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. With Xiao An's straightforward temperament, wouldn't he be entangled by some spoiled rich girl? Or with Xiao An's gentle personality toward everyone, might he accidentally save some autistic girl trapped in darkness? By the way, Xiao An seemed to have good luck with men too, like he never guarded against guys like me. Could it be? No, I can't think anymore. Just as she was about to fall into her own strange thoughts again, Shinshinan quickly shook her head, casting away her distracting thoughts. Then Shinshinan, suppressing the urge to daydream about Xiao An, took out the textbook for this class from her bag and buried herself in previewing. Studying had always been Shun Xinin's strength, and also the field she was persistently devoted to. After all, besides giving Xiao An a little care in daily life, the only time Shinshinan could teach him and offer some academic help was during study. Moreover, Xiao An's birthday was in 2 months, and according to Suyaki, if she performed excellently in the midterm, she could apply for a scholarship. In that case, Shinshinan could have more money to prepare a better gift for Xiao An. Therefore, she could no longer waste excessive energy on self-doubt. Instead, she must study hard, make herself better, so that she could get closer to Xiao An and be worthy of standing behind him. Thinking this way, Shinshinan earnestly began memorizing words, and such her eyes behind her glasses shining with seriousness as she immersed herself in study. Excuse me, could you please move aside? Just as Shinshinan was deeply focused, a timid voice came from behind. The speaker was a cute girl with a ponytail, round chubby cheeks, a small nose, and sparkling big eyes. She looked a bit like a pink little bunny, giving others an urge to squish her. Xiao Kellen. Shinshinan didn't know many people, but Xiao Kellen was one of them. It wasn't because of her appearance, but because of her careless and impulsive nature, which made her quite famous in the class. Actually, she had just made a few minor mistakes during military training. For example, being late for morning and evening drills, occasionally forgetting to wear the military cap, putting on clothes backwards in the morning, and marching with the wrong arm and leg. Although these were all minor mistakes that anyone could make, they happened so frequently during military training that she soon became famous in the class. Of course, she had other strange, absent-minded moments, such as accidentally sending messages meant for others in the class group chat, which had become a regular occurrence. As a result, she was always described as cute and lovely but brainless, and earned the nickname No Brain. Her mind had been full of Xiao An earlier, so Shinshinan hadn't noticed that her new deskmate was actually her. She's a bit like Xiao An when he was young. Thinking this, Shinshinan stood up and moved aside. Hey Ju. Seeing Shinshinan give way, Xiao Kellen didn't choose to step over with her short legs. Instead, she jumped in with her backpack on. This kid, isn't she afraid of falling and hurting herself? It would be dangerous if she hit the corner of the table. While silently returning to her seat, Shinshinan looked at Xiao Kellen's small figure with worry. Obviously, Xiao Kellen didn't seem to care. As soon as she got back to her seat, she gently rocked her chair, humming an unknown tune happily while tidying her backpack. Excuse me, what's your name? While rocking, she suddenly seemed to remember something important and turned around, asking seriously. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean not to recognize you, I just. Soon she seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly waved her hands, explaining clumsily. But she couldn't explain anything. Her small face flushed red like a child being scolded by her mother. Shinshinan smiled helplessly. It's okay. My name is Shinshinan. Shun from Shinyang Xin from Thriving, and Nan from Nanmu Wood. Shinshinan was used to such situations, but it was the first time someone apologized like that, so a hint of smile appeared on her face, and she spoke more than usual. Oh, so you're the Shinshinan they always say follows Xiao An around. No, that I didn't mean it. That. Upon hearing Shinzinin's reply, Xiao Kellen unconsciously blurted out her thoughts. Soon she realized her mistake again, anxious to say something to make up for it, but couldn't explain clearly, so she could only cover her mouth in panic, visibly flustered. It's okay. I don't mind. Shinshinan smiled, softening her tone, and said soothingly to Xiao Kellen. Shinshinan had known about this for a long time. Anfan had always been popular in the class, and many people paid attention to him. Moreover, as the only day students in the class, they often came to military training together, so inevitably some gossip would arise. Shinshinan didn't really mind. It was true that she always clung to Xiao, and so it was inevitable that others would gossip. Seeing that Shinshinan seemed genuinely unconcerned, Xiao Kellen also breathed a sigh of relief, slowly lowered her hand, and smiled sweetly. You're so nice. If it were someone else, they would have told me to shut up before I could explain. Hearing this, Shinshinan returned a polite smile. Actually, it was nothing, as she didn't like to get into conflicts with others anyway. They were all new classmates, so they would have to get along for a while. Although Shinshinan didn't expect to get along well with her given her personality, she didn't want things to get too tense. Moreover, she could see that Xiao Kellen meant no harm. On the contrary, she found it cute how she would apologize like a hamster whenever she said something wrong. Seeing that Xiao Kellen had also gotten over her embarrassment, Shinshinan turned back and continued to focus on studying. Shinshinan is a good person. Watching Shinzinen's serious profile, Xiao Kellen blinked her sparkling big eyes and silently gave Shinshinan a good person card. Xiao An, how did it go with the new classmate? Smoothly. At noon, the two met up again. On the way to the cafeteria, Anfan asked Shinshinan with some concern. Pretty good. After thinking about the morning's experience, Shinshinan answered with a smile. This morning, Shinshinan truly experienced the recklessness of no brain. As soon as class started, she forgot to bring her textbook and had to use Shinzinen's. She would daydream in class, and when called on to answer questions, she didn't know what was being asked. Sometimes she didn't even know the page number and needed Shinshinan to remind her. All morning, Xiao Kellen was so absent-minded that Shinshinan had to carefully remind her what to do like a babysitter. Although it took extra effort, it also eased the sadness of being separated from Anfan, and their relationship improved a bit. It seemed Xiao An had successfully made some new friends. Seeing that Shinzinen's expression had noticeably improved, Anfan felt relieved. Xiao An, what about you? Remembering the wild thoughts she had in the morning, Shinshinan couldn't help but ask. How did it go? Pretty well, I suppose. The boys in our class are easy to get along with. I've made some good friends. After a moment's thought, Anfan said slowly. Oh, I see. So it seemed he hadn't come across any girl who caught his heart. Well, it's still early. For a dense, straightforward guy like Xiao, and meeting a girl he's interested in would take time. Hearing this, Shinshinan inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Oh right, Xiao, and do you have any plans for the National Day holiday? My dad said he'd be back and wanted to take us both on a trip. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Anfan said to Shinshinan. Huh, me? I don't have anything planned. But wouldn't it be a bit awkward for me to tag along? Hearing that, Anfan threw an arm around Shinzinen's shoulder. What's awkward about it? We're brothers. My dad already sees you as family. Well, if you say so. Shinshinan muttered in agreement, but the corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily. Another chance to go out with Xiao An. Behind her black-rimmed glasses, a rare glimmer of delight flickered in the girl's clear eyes. The classroom for self-study at noon. Is it here? At noon, Anfan, as usual, went to play basketball with his new classmates. Shinshinan, carrying her backpack, headed to the school's all-day study hall. Seeing groups of students chatting in twos and threes in the spacious classroom, she found a quiet spot by the window and sat down. Shinshinan. Just as she was organizing her things, a clear, pleasant voice came from beside her. Fan Huaning, holding a stack of books, appeared at her seat. The moment she saw Shinshinan, surprise flickered in her eyes, then turned to delight. Fan Huaning. Hello. Seeing a familiar face, Shinshinan greeted her politely. Can I sit here? Seeing the empty seat beside Shinshinan, Fan Huaning asked tentatively. Of course. Shinshinan quickly replied. With permission, Fan Huaning placed her books on the desk and slowly sat down beside her. Are you and Anfan very close? Fan Huaning suddenly turned and asked softly. Shinshinan looked at her beautiful features, blinked in confusion, and murmured a soft, I thought so. A trace of envy flickered in Fan Huang's clear eyes, then she turned back, opened her book, and began studying. So diligent, no wonder she's a top student. Recalling their previous conversations that always revolved around studies, Shinshinan glanced at Fan Huang's focused profile and sighed inwardly. Though I'll have to study hard later, let me sleep for now. Because she had been thinking about being separated from Anfan all night, Shinshinan hadn't slept well. By noon, a drowsiness overwhelmed her, and her eyelids kept drooping. After tidying up, Shinshinan took off her glasses, folded her fair arms, buried her head in them, revealing half her face, and gradually drifted into sleep. In the midday classroom, the ceiling fan whirred, gently stirring the hairs on her forehead. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her serene sleeping face, creating a harmonious picture. She's so beautiful without her glasses. Someone murmured softly nearby, and then silence fell again. Something's definitely off with Xiao An. In Anfan's room, after wolfing down a bowl of rice, he muttered worriedly to himself. This noon, when he saw Shinzinen's complexion improve, he thought she was fine and didn't pay it any mind. But when he returned from playing basketball, he didn't see Shinshinan, only a small note on the desk. It read, Xiao An, going back to the room to study. The food's on the table. Eat it while it's hot. Study. They had just started college, and Shinshinan actually left him alone to go study. His good buddy Shinshinan had the heart to leave him alone in the room, ignoring him, and instead go to that accursed studying. What charm did studying have that was better than his brotherly company? Anfan was utterly baffled and even felt a bit abandoned by his best friend, deeply hurt. Before Shinan had always been with him, playing games, chatting, even studying together. For Shinan to secretly start studying right after class today, there was only one possibility: she had lost her mind. As for the reason, Anfan had already figured it out. Shinan was on her period. Yes, mood swings and occasional depression. That was the characteristic of period Anfan had learned from talking to girls. Since Shinan was a boy, having a period would be embarrassing, and she wouldn't want to tell anyone. This must be the secret she'd been hiding. Yes, that's it. The simple-minded Anfan quickly settled on this conclusion. So what should he do? Since Shinan was on her period, he had to take care of her. After all, a boy wouldn't know what to do. But he recalled a post had seen somewhere about how a boyfriend should take care of a girl on her period. The most emphasized point was make sure she drinks plenty of hot water. No problem. Anfan had a thermos at home already filled to the brim. He'd bring it to her later. It also mentioned bringing something called 7-day space. Safi. Something like a diaper with great absorbency. Could even soak up a whole glass of water. He didn't understand why he needed that. Anyway, the store downstairs should have some. Had asked then. As for Zinnin's mood, Anfan had prepared a powerful trump card. When they were kids, whenever he used this trick, Shinan would always cheer up. Yeah, that should be fine. With everything ready, Anfan eagerly launched his mission. Anfan quickly rushed to the supermarket downstairs after setting the plans, searching for the legendary Kiri Kongjian and Soafe. Deciding that asking a girl would be the most reliable way to find girls' items. After searching for a while, without success, Anfan approached a nearby shop assistant who was tidying things up. To be more polite, he deliberately addressed her as Big Sister. Sure enough, Anfan, carrying a kettle of hot water and a bulging backpack, quickly caught her attention. Kiri Kongjian. Soafe. What game or comic book is that? The female clerk frowned in confusion. It seems like some kind of diaper, something girls use when they have their period. Seeing that the clerk didn't know either, Anfan had to sheepishly explain his purpose. Chidu space and Souffle right. Are they for menstrual use? The clerk's brows relaxed, and she suppressed a smile as she confirmed with him. Yes, that's the brand of diaper that can absorb a lot of water. Finally, the clerk couldn't hold it in and laughed joyfully. Anfan stood there bewildered, not knowing what he had said wrong. Oh, sorry. Handsome, I understand now you're looking for sanitary pads. Follow me. After a while, the clerk managed to suppress her laughter and led Anfan to a colorful aisle, expertly handing him 2 pink packages. So this is what girls use during their periods. Holding the item that looked like a wet wipe, he confirmed again. Yes, little handsome. Buying it for your girlfriend. Seeing Anfan's innocent look, the clerk couldn't resist teasing him with a smile. Anfan's face immediately flushed. It's for my brother and my female brother. The clerk nodded slightly, her smile widening. In the end, she led him to the checkout counter and even recommended a pack of brown sugar for him to make a drink for Shinan. Everything is ready. With a bag full of supplies and a kettle of hot water, Anfan confidently arrived at Zinnin's doorstep. He must not ask directly, or Shinan would be too embarrassed to let him take care of her. And the truth is, being too direct with a girl would lead to utter defeat. Going straight would make him a fool. So he had to use love to move her, let Xiao An speak up herself. Recalling the 100 tips for empathy to soothe the girl he had watched before, Anfan silently formulated his strategy. Xiao An, I'm here to play. Open the door. Instead of using the spare key, as usual, Anfan gently knocked. Xiao An. Wait a moment. Okay. After a while, with hurried footsteps, the door slowly opened. Xiao An, what's up? Shinan, with wet black hair and wearing her usual loose pajamas, softly asked him. She had clearly just taken a shower, with slight steam rising from her head and drops of water still hanging on her flushed face. Occasionally some dripped down, disappearing into the deep neckline of her clothes. The snow-white peaks, no longer bound by a chest wrap, had broken free from restraint, forming a small sky in front, and seemed to have grown even larger than before. Perhaps because she had just bathed, her voice carried an involuntary softness like a child's coaxing. It's been a while since I visited you, so I came to play. Struggling to tear his eyes away from her snow-white thighs and delicate feet revealed by her slippers, Anfan forced a natural tone. Shinan said nothing more and let the nervous Anfan in. Her room was not like his. It was very tidy, with no decorations, but a kind of clean comfort that was immediately soothing. The most eye-catching were the densely packed stuffed animals by the bed, neatly arranged. A huge teddy bear sat on the bed, its fur compressed from use, showing how much its owner loved it. Oh, of course, the pile of open advanced mathematics books on the desk were also eye-catching. Damn, I can't let Xiao An continue to indulge like this. Looking at the notebook filled with dense notes, and the phone screen paused on a video by Teacher Song, how Anfan thought with pain. Xiao An here. Shinan took out a large bottle of cola and 2 cups from the fridge and said to him, No, Xiao An, you need to drink this. It's nutritious. Cold drinks. You must never drink them during your period. Seeing Shinan take out cold drinks, alarm bells rang in Anfan's heart, and he quickly pulled out his kettle containing the big treasure. What is this? Did Xiao An make a homemade drink? Watching Su Anfan hastily push aside the cola and pour a dark red liquid from the kettle, Shen Shinan blinked in confusion. Xiao An drink. He blew on the steaming brown sugar water, took a small sip to confirm it wasn't too hot, then eagerly handed it to her like a treasure. You have to finish it, I made it specially. Seeing Shen Shinan hesitate with the cup, he added. Since Xiao An made it himself, she should finish it. She tentatively licked a sip, confirmed the taste wasn't strange, then gulped it down while it was hot. Xiao An, how is it? Sweet and warm. I feel a warm current rising in my abdomen. It's delicious. Licking her lips, having down the last drop, Shen Shinan praised the expectant Su Anfan. Oh yeah, it worked. Brown sugar and hot water, indeed the nemesis of periods. This way Xiao An should feel better. Hearing this, Su Anfan's heart rejoiced. Xiao An, come another cup. Xiao An, no need. Hey, if you're a brother, drink another cup. Seeing the first step had taken effect, Su Anfan pressed on, urging again. Xiao An, burp. I really can't drink anymore. Soon Shen Shinan had been coaxed into drinking several cups, feeling a bit dizzy with a trace of brown sugar water at the corner of her mouth slowly trickling down her long slender neck. Alright. Seeing Shun Xinin's dazed state, Su Anfan knew the first step of his plan was complete, so he stopped urging. Now it was time for step 2. Looking at the obedient Shun Shinan holding her paper cup, he revealed a mischievous smile. Xiao An. In Shun Xinin's room, her cheeks flushed as she lay beneath Su Anfan, gazing at his slightly dazed face and murmuring softly. Her intermittent breaths brushed against his cheek with a faint tickle, drawing his thoughts back to this somewhat intimate moment. Huh, did I just knock my good buddy over again? The story rewinds to about 10 minutes earlier when Su Anfan had successfully completed the first step of his plan and was about to proceed with the next. I had time to unveil my secret weapon. Reaching into his bulging backpack, Su Anfan flashed a confident smile. Soon he pulled out the artifact that could cheer Shen Shinan up, a pillow. No wait, a soft, fragrant big pillow. Xiao An, let's have a pillow fight. Tossing the pillow to Shen Shinan, Su Anfan exclaimed with excitement. Huh, right, a pillow fight. That was the secret weapon Su Anfan had devised to make Shen Shinan happy. When they were kids, whenever Shen Shinan felt down and he couldn't console her, Su Anfan would always chuck a pillow at her. And every time after a moment of hesitation, she would play along and join him in a pillow fight. They'd play until they were exhausted, and by then Shen Shinan would have forgotten her worries and be cheerful again. As for why he chose a pillow fight over other methods, it was definitely because Shen Shinan loved it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately joined in after getting a pillow to the face. Yes, it was absolutely not because Su Anfan himself wanted to play. So to cheer up Shen Shinan during her period, Su Anfan had no choice but to reluctantly play with her. Of course, that wasn't all. He had another trick up his sleeve to make sure she smiled. Hey, take this. Seeing Shen Shinan still holding the pillow without moving, Su Anfan didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a pillow from her bed and threw it. Xiao An, you sneak attack. Shen Shinan reacted instantly, catching the pillow with lightning-fast reflexes, successfully deflecting the assault. Since you're playing dirty, I won't hold back either. Watching Su Anfan scurry around after losing his weapon, Shen Shinan broke into a radiant smile, stood up, and hurled her pillow. It traced a graceful arc, landing squarely on Su Anfan's body. Damn hit. Then I must unleash the power I've sealed for ages. Be consumed by the dark flames. After a moment of charging, Su Anfan hurled his pillow with ferocious intensity. Shen Shinan, who was also aiming, couldn't dodge in time and got a pillow to the face. Instead of getting angry, she immediately entered battle mode. Soon 2 pillows flew back and forth across the room, turning the entire space into a battlefield. The bed became a trench with blankets used as cover. Su Anfan even used Shun Xinin's teddy bear as a shield, taking several hits. As time passed, the fight grew more intense. They were no longer satisfied with just throwing pillows and began swinging them at each other. The room filled with joyful laughter. Haha, now I have all the pillows. Thanks to years of pillow fighting experience, Shen Shinan knew that chasing relentlessly like Su Anfan wouldn't work. Using clever tactics, she secretly snatched both pillows. Without a pillow, Su Anfan quickly fell on the defensive. Take this, eagle-catching chick. Suddenly, seizing a moment of distraction, he lunged at Shen Shinan, trying to reclaim the pillows. Clatter. In her haste to protect the pillows, Shen Shinan lost her balance and was knocked over by Su Anfan, landing on the soft bed. And thus the scene at the beginning unfolded. This déjà vu feeling. Staring at Shen Shinan, who lay beneath him looking dazed, Su Anfan's mind went blank for a moment. But soon he remembered the purpose of his visit. It was time to use that second method. He steadied his breathing and quickly made up his mind. Hee Xiao An, you can't escape now. Seeing Shen Shinan still unaware of what was coming, Su Anfan let out a mischievous laugh, slowly raising his hands and wiggling his fingers like a demon. What was Xiao An up to? Could he be about to do what he used to do when they were kids? Noticing Su Anfan's increasingly sly expression, Shen Shinan grew uneasy, squirming slightly beneath him. Perfect. Clearly Shun Xinin's feeble resistance didn't stop Su Anfan, it only excited him more. He placed his hands on her waist and began tickling her gently. It tickles, it's awful. Stop Xiao An. Hee Xiao An, you can't run away, you know. Hand over the pillows or it'll turn up the intensity. MH. No. The girl writhed on the bed, her face flushed, red tears of suppressed laughter at the corners of her eyes, looking thoroughly tormented. Xiao An was as stubborn as ever. No matter how much he tickled her, she refused to let out a laugh. Retrieving the pillows from her, Anfan stopped tickling and sighed. Though he had successfully taken the pillows, he felt a pang of failure for not making her laugh out loud. Maybe try the soles of her feet. Seeing that he still hadn't succeeded, Anfan cast a dangerous glance at the girl's delicate feet. Not too risky. Gazing at her fair, exquisite little feet, Anfan, being a gentleman, abandoned this very risky idea. Xiao An, you big meanie. As the sensation faded, Shi-nan slowly recovered from the torment. Her eyes still held a hint of reproach, and she pouted as she spoke to Anfan. Xiao An, you big bad guy. Xinnzinen's fair little face was still flushed, and her slightly parted pink lips were breathing in short, intermittent breaths. Her soft, slurred words held no threat at all, instead they only made Anfan even more excited. Oh no, she's so cute, I want to bully her into crying even more. What should I do? Anfan pressed his hands firmly over his face, forcing himself to use reason to control his restless heart. No, Shi-nan is my buddy, oh I can't lay a hand on my good buddy. Finally reason subdued the roaring beast within, and Anfan slowly moved away from Shi-nan. Ha ha, looks like I win. To hide the strange expression on his face, Anfan found a spot next to Shi-nan, and lay down, pressing a pillow over his face, as he burst into wild laughter. I lost to Xiao An again. Shi-nan smiled, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes, as she softly echoed Anfan's words. Of course, I'm the undefeated war god. Anfan also laughed, speaking with a proud expression. It's been so long since we've played like this. I remember when we were kids living in the same room, we played every day. Yeah, back then we even slept in the same bed. When night fell, we'd start our battles. Once Xiao An couldn't beat me and went crying to my mom. It's all because Xiao An didn't play fair, sneaking an attack when I was changing clothes. That's called catching you off guard, it's a tactic. On the bed, the two chatted and laughed, reminiscing about childhood fun and teasing each other, just like when they used to talk before sleep as kids, talking for a long time. So Xiao An, is there something on your mind? Suddenly Shi-nan turned sideways, her eyes fixed tightly on Anfan's face as she spoke softly. Not at all, I just came to hang out with you. Seeing his secret exposed by Shi-nan, Anfan quickly gave an awkward laugh, trying to cover it up. I know the carefree Xiao An, but he's not very good at lying. Reaching out, she gently turned Anfan's face toward her, looking tenderly at his obviously flustered expression and speaking softly. In that case, I won't hide it from Xiao An anymore. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Anfan took a deep breath, ready to ask Shi-nan. Xiao An, let me ask you something, don't blame me, okay? Under Xinnzinen's gentle gaze, Anfan slowly opened his mouth. Do you know that thing where a girl bleeds a lot the first time? Finally, Anfan hesitantly and tactfully voiced his thoughts. Shi-nan was clearly taken aback. She froze for a moment, then her little face instantly flushed bright red, her earlobes turning as red as tempting cherries. No way. Xiao An, you big idiot. Shi-nan buried her head into the nearby blanket, her flushed cheeks full of embarrassment and annoyance. When Anfan tried to get closer, she pushed him away with both hands and feet, refusing to let him near. So that thing you mentioned about a girl bleeding a lot the first time. You mean period? All that brown sugar water you gave me before you thought I had my period. And you played pillow fight with me to cheer me up. On the bed, Anfan, who had only managed to explain himself after receiving several punches and kicks from Shi-nan, knelt with his head down, looking like a child being scolded, accepting Xinnzinen's interrogation. Phew, you scared me. I thought Xiao An had really degenerated into an outright pervert. Having clarified the matter, Shi-nan finally breathed a sigh of relief, her heart still pounding with traces of the earlier blush lingering on her face. Xiao An, was there something wrong with what I said? Looking up at the pouting Shi-nan, Anfan still didn't realize his mistake and asked persistently. Anyway, Xiao An is a big idiot. You should have just said period earlier. At the thought of what she had imagined, Xinnzinen's face flushed red again. After holding it in for a long time, she scolded him with embarrassment and irritation. Oh, Xiao An, I'm sorry. Though he didn't know why Shi-nan was angry, Anfan obediently apologized, following the 100 ways to soothe a girl through empathy approach. Forget it, it's fine. Xiao An was just trying to be good to me. Seeing Anfan's pitiful apology, Xinnzinen's anger half subsided and her expression softened. Hey, I probably don't have my period right. Xiao An, don't worry. Shyly fidgeting with her fingers, Shi-nan whispered softly. Oh, that's good. Hearing this, Anfan also felt relieved. Alas, it seems I guessed wrong. Anfan covered his head, let out a sigh that was almost tearful. Wait, what about the 7 degrees space and Sophie I bought? Suddenly, Anfan remembered that there were still 2 packs of pink items in his bag, quietly waiting to be put to use. Guess I have no choice. With the mindset of, since I'm already here, Anfan quickly made a decision. Xiao An, in that case, there's one more thing. Anfan leaned over and whispered a few words in Xinnzinen's ear. Okay then. With a slightly flushed face, Shi-nan nodded gently. After a while, Shun Shinan walked out of the bathroom, shyly, her legs pressed together. Xiao An, how is it? Seeing her come out, Su Anfan immediately asked expectantly. It feels a bit strange, but comfortable. Biting her lower lip shyly, Shun Shinan murmured. That's good. If you ever get your period in the future, remember to use this. Seeing that the sanitary pad had worked, Su Anfan nodded with satisfaction. Since Xiao An is fine, I'll be going now. The night outside the window had deepened, and Su Anfan was ready to leave. Alright Xiao An, good night. Seeing this, Shin Shinan reluctantly bid farewell to Su Anfan. Xiao An, good night. Holding the hot water bottle that was now mostly empty, and a pillow, Su Anfan left Shin Zinen's home. Tonight was so much fun. It's been ages since I felt this way. Xiao An is fine too. That's great. Looking at the bright moon, Su Anfan felt elated. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Suddenly Su Anfan recalled the origin of this visit to Shin Shinan. Alright, it seems it was because Xiao An left me alone and secretly studied hard. Ah, that damn Xiao An, don't be so competitive. Su Anfan let out a miserable howl. On the left bank of the Seine, a cup of coffee in hand, I savor your beauty, the lip print left on the rim. The rose at the flower shop, whose name is written wrong. The confession balloon drifts across the street, a smile flying in the sky. You said you're a bit hard to catch, trying to make me back down. Gifts don't need to be the most expensive, just the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, creating a romantic date, not afraid to mess anything up. Having you is having the whole world. Young man, do you want to know where your destined partner is? Want to know how long until you two become a couple? Come join our divination club and find out. Hey, my tarot cards. Explode reality. Shatter spirit. Banishment this world. Ah, the power hidden in my two-dimensional bloodline erupt. Young man, would you like to join our anime club? At the anime club booth, a young lady handing out flyers smiled and invited Su Anfan. Oh no. His eyes instinctively avoided the muscular men dressed as Klee and Nida at the booth, and Su Anfan silently walked away. How blinding. And the atmosphere of normies here was too strong. Although he was an old-school anime fan himself, as a social phobic, he could only feel the innate suppression there. The annual club festival, still so lively. Feeling the joyful atmosphere spreading across the campus, Su Anfan sighed from the heart. Perhaps because there were few large-scale events where students could gather and go wild, most of them were having a blast. There were challenge booths, game booths with prizes, singing and dancing, and a bunch of muscular men like before who seemed to break limits, but actually took off their masks and put on women's clothing. It was a pity there were no cute femboys, which made Su Anfan feel a slight regret. He decided to go find Shin Shinan at the culinary club. Glancing at the poster map in his hand, he located the culinary club's position and headed toward the back playground. Over the past few days, Su Anfan and Shin Shinan had gradually grown accustomed to university life after the gender swap. In the morning, Shin Shinan would put on the chest binder that had arrived and flatten his pectoral muscles. When he needed to use the restroom, he would sneak into the accessible toilet at noon when no one was around. Due to Shun Zinen's low profile and minimal interactions with others, no one had noticed anything unusual. However, today, being the club festival, as a promising new recruit of the culinary club, Shin Shinan was reluctantly called over by the club president right after advanced math class, and he had no idea what new tricks were in store. While so many people, swept along by the surging crowd, Su Anfan soon arrived at the playground. The playground was spacious with many club booths set up there. Excited students came and went, accompanied by the recruitment slogans of various clubs, making it as lively as a market. Is that the culinary club? Soon Su Anfan spotted the culinary club sign in a corner of the playground, but it was already packed with a dense crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss it. Come take a look. The culinary club's new drink, Little Qingxin Lemon Tea, is now on sale. Not 998, not 98, not even 8. Just fill in the registration hotline and take it home. Also, we have carefully prepared cold noodles and cakes to soothe your empty stomach. Sign up now. Beside the booth, a loudspeaker was broadcasting loudly, quickly attracting another wave of people. Ladies, gentlemen, what the hell? Su Anfan soon caught his good buddy Chao Hang, who was squeezing out with fruit tea and cake, and asked curiously, Chao Hang, what's going on? Why is this place so popular? Fangul. Oh, the culinary club is running a promotion. Just sign up and get free food. It's pretty good. Fangul, want a bite? Chao Hang replied naively. No, we'll get mine later. By the way, what's with the ladies and gentlemen? Oh, that. The club members are all dressed as maids and butlers serving guests. Oh, right, your friend Shin Shinan is there too. He seems pretty popular. Hearing the news about Shin Shinan, Su Anfan didn't ask further. After a brief farewell to Chao Hang, he plunged into the crowd. That, ladies and gentlemen, please line up this way. Don't push. Shinan, how many times have I told you? From now on, just call them master. Okay, a master, this is your Little Qingxin Lemon Tea. Welcome back anytime. No, Shinan, it should be thank you for signing up. Okay, thank you for signing up. At the booth's podium, Shin Shinan was wearing an elegant black tuxedo. His thick black-rimmed glasses had been removed, revealing his clear eyes. His usual long bangs were combed back into a neat, handsome undercut. With his delicate features, Su Anfan almost didn't recognize him at first. Standing beside him was Su Yaki, dressed in a maid outfit. In stark contrast to Shun Zinen's nervousness, she was clearly much more relaxed. She would wave to the excited crowd one moment, then loudly remind Shun Shinon the next, as if this were their stage. Of course, the most eye-catching were the fluffy pink cat ears on their heads, soft and cute, creating a wonderful chemical reaction with their black outfits. The strange combination together with the ambiguous address of Master quickly attracted many onlookers. Master? Huh? Xiao An, why are you here? Just as Shin Shinon was serving guests with a look of utter despair, Su Anfan appeared before him. Xiao An, you. Ha ha. Seeing Shun Xinin's adorable contrast, Su Anfan couldn't suppress his laughter and burst out. Xiao An, don't laugh. Seeing Su Anfan like this, Shin Shinon bit his lip in embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Shinon, didn't I tell you to call them Master? Hey, do you know each other? Suyaki quickly noticed the commotion and came over. Oh, Xiao An, this is our club president, Suyaki Sr. And this is my good brother I mentioned, Su Anfan. Shin Shinon quickly introduced. Oh, so this is the Xiao An you mentioned. Well, alright, Shinon is yours now. Go ahead. Before Su Anfan could speak, Suyaki opened the booth gate and pushed Shin Shinon out. President. Oh, you said you wanted to wander around with him earlier, didn't you? Now that he's here, why don't you go out? He'll take care of things here. Besides, it's thanks to your little Qingxin lemon tea that things are so booming. Consider it a day off. As she spoke, Suyaki handed Su Anfan 2 cups of fruit tea and a bag of cake, then turned back to her busy work. Xiao An, let's go. Hiding the smile at the corner of his mouth, Su Anfan nudged Shin Xinin's arm and whispered, "Mm." Under the gaze of the crowd, Shin Xinin's face flushed bright red as he replied softly, This flavor. It's the lemon tea Xiao An gave me before, isn't it?" Taking a sip of the fruit tea in his hand, Su Anfan said to Shun Shinon beside him, "Yes, after the club president tasted it last time, she insisted I make this to recruit new members. And she even named it Xiao Qing Xian fruit tea, though it's nothing special." Shun Shinon murmured in complaint. "But it's really delicious, so sweet and sour. One sip and you're hooked. I suppose it's worthy of Xiao Nan's craftsmanship." Su Anfan praised without restraint. Thank you. He'll make some for Xiao An when we get back." Shun Shinon, shyly fidgeting her fingers, said with a blush. "By the way, our club president is just like that, carefree and a bit scatterbrained. Xiao An, please don't mind her." "Oh, that. It's fine, it's fine. Your president is quite interesting, and she seems to take good care of you. Why would I mind? That's good to hear." Upon hearing this, Shin Shinon let out a long sigh of relief. "By the way, Xiao An, aren't you going to take off that cute cat ear headband?" Struggling to suppress his laughter, Su Anfan pointed at the cat ears bobbing on Shun Xinin's head. Only then did Shun Shinon notice that many people on the street were staring at her cat ears. Her face instantly flushed, and she quickly removed the headband. "You have to call me Master Cat Shin, not one to miss a chance for mischief." Su Anfan mimicked Suyaki's tone to tease her. "You're so mean. I'm not talking to Xiao An anymore." Already embarrassed to the point of bursting, Shin Shinon instantly became like a spitting kitten. She flailed her arms and lightly patted Su Anfan a few times, then pouted and turned her head away. Ha ha, it was so amusing. It was also the first time had seen Shin Shinon like this, and Su Anfan couldn't stop laughing. If only she weren't so shy, he would have loved to take a picture of his adorable sulking friend. All right, Xiao, and don't be mad. There seems to be a ring toss booth ahead. Let's go check it out." Though Shin Shinon still puffed her cheeks in anger, she obediently followed Su Anfan. "Come one, come all. Play the ring toss game. 1 try per person, 10 rings per try, and whatever you ring is yours. Hey, young man, even if you ring the staff, you can't take them away." "What? You're volunteering. You don't want to work hard anymore. Damn gay, get out. Oh, and by the way, buddy, you have to return it when we close." Well, this seems quite interesting. Looking at the dazzling array of items laid out on the ground and the eager contestants, Su Anfan felt a stirring of excitement himself. Wait, what is that in the distance? A Hatsune Miku Fufu plush? Staring at that wisps of leek green hair, with its wise gaze, Su Anfan's eyes lit up instantly. He had wanted one of these Fufu plushies for a long time, but had never been able to afford it. He never expected to see one here. This must be fate. No way. He had to bring this beauty home today. And he had to hurry, or else Hatsune would be taken away by someone else. Without delay, Su Anfan immediately pulled Shin Shinon over to the registration counter. "Here are your 10 rings, classmate." After a short, while Su Anfan walked onto the field holding 10 green rings. The rules were simple, just like ring toss. Stand behind the line, toss the rings without leaning too far forward. The difference was that multiple people participated in each round, each with a different colored ring. Whoever's ring landed first would claim the prize. The Hatsune plushie as the grand prize quickly became the target of a barrage of colorful rings. "Damn it, the Hatsune plushie is mine. No one else can take it." Ignoring all other prizes, Su Anfan, with his mind set solely on the Hatsune plushie, launched his own attack. White crane spreads its wings. Black tiger steals the heart. Golden rooster stands on one leg. 2 dragons play with a pearl. Scorpion swings its tail. Flying elephant tramples the mouse. Su Anfan unleashed his martial arts mastery, one after another, launching a fierce assault on the Hatsune plushie. Unfortunately, each ring brushed past it perfectly, only grazing her head once and falling to the ground. Damn it, why is Hatsune's head so big? Seeing that he had only one ring left, Xiao An grew anxious. Fortunately, the Hatsune plushie's position remained unshaken, still sitting there cheerfully looking down upon the crowd. It seems he had to use that one move. Suddenly Xiao Anfan's expression turned serious. He furrowed his brow and a killing intent seeped from between his eyes. Like a wolf stalking its prey, he stared fiercely at the Hatsune plushie's leek green head. His hand gripped the ring tightly, veins bulging on his shoulders as he gathered power. His face twisted into a ferocious grimace, teeth clenched as he stared ahead. Tornado wrecks the parking lot. Finally, with a roar that exuded sheer dominance, the ring was hurled with tremendous force. The ring sliced through the air with a whistling sound, heading straight for the Hatsune plushie at lightning speed. It was about to hit. It was about to hit. As expected, under Xiao Anfan's eager gaze, the ring quickly struck Hatsune, or rather the screaming chicken behind Hatsune. Wah! The chicken let out a heart-wrenching screech and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a red ring seemed to materialize from another dimension, landing perfectly on the Hatsune plushie's head. Compared to the green ring lying on the ground, it was a starkly ironic sight. No, my fufu. Bowing his head and clutching his chest, Xiao An felt a pain, as if his heart were being torn apart. It was like watching his beloved wife being taken away by a blonde-haired guy right before his eyes. The pain, it was too much. For a long time, Xiao An couldn't shake off this agony. Xiao An here. Just as he was immersed in his suffering, a gentle voice rang out, and the familiar leek green hue filled his vision again. Xiao An. Shun Shinan held a red ring in one hand, and the fufu he had been longing for in the other, offering it to Xiao An. At that moment, she seemed like an all-powerful angel. Xiao An, what about you? Instead of taking it immediately, Xiao An looked up and asked. Here, mine's over there. Continuing to push the Hatsune plushie into Xiao Anfan's hands, Shun Shinan pointed to a large bag beside her stuffed full of plushies. She was a goddess. At that moment, Xiao An finally understood where all the plushies in Shun Zinen's room came from. In the end, Shun Shinan only took the fufu and a small teddy bear, leaving the rest for the disheartened shop assistant. The sun shines bright, flowers smile at me, birds say, early, why are you carrying a little school bag? I go to school, I want to be late, every day, love chatting and lazing, afraid of parents pointing and nagging. You don't know, Kellen is troubled, no emotional intelligence, no brain, others don't like this little silly hair. Besides Shun Shinan, Xiao Kellen swayed her head while humming this self-amusing ditty, and before class started, she was bitterly working on the advanced mathematics homework due in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Shun Shinan beside her was holding her breath, concentrating on her own advanced math problems. The advanced math exercise book she had bought just a few days ago was already nearly a dozen pages filled. Although Xiao An had sternly protested to Shun Shinan after that incident, and Shun Shinan had promised Xiao An that she would no longer leave him alone to study at night, it was easy to stop open learning, but hard to prevent secret cramming. Shun Shinan still found time to study secretly. Moreover, after those events, Shun Zinen's desire to win a scholarship to buy a gift for Xiao An seemed even stronger. So in places unknown to Xiao An, Shun Shinan actually studied even harder. Of course, Xiao An was still happily unaware. Shinan, how do you solve this problem? Suddenly, Xiao Kellen seemed to encounter a difficult question. She blinked her sparkling big eyes and leaned in to ask Shun Shinan. After the last English class, Xiao Kellen had taken the initiative to add Shun Shinan on WeChat. After a few exchanges, Xiao Kellen couldn't hold back and poured out her grievances to Shun Shinan. She talked about all sorts of trouble she had caused, how others disliked her, and so on with a pitiful tone. Shun Shinan, however, was a very good listener and knew how to comfort others. Every time she complained to Shun Shinan, Xiao Kellen felt much better. So now the trouble-prone Xiao Kellen had been completely won over by Shun Zinen's patience and kindness, well, more precisely her vast maternal love, and had gradually begun to rely on her. Asking questions about assignments and class activities had become routine, and now she unceremoniously treated Shun Shinan as her personal butler. Let me have a look. This problem. They'll first explain my approach, but I can't guarantee it's correct. Shun Shinan put down her own advanced math problems and carefully examined the homework question Xiao Kellen pointed to. Since she had done it herself, Shun Shinan quickly recalled the solution. Well, for this problem, the advanced math teacher actually covered it in class. First do this. Then gradually simplify the expression using this advanced math theorem. And finally you get the answer. Shun Zinen's earnest and pleasant voice came through, accompanied by the detailed and clear notes on the draft paper, and the problem was soon laid out clearly. Shinan is so amazing. Understanding quickly, Xiao Kellen excitedly wrote down the answer. Hearing this, Shun Shinan smiled politely. "All finally done. So tired, let me have some coffee." Why is it still so hot? He'll add some cold water." Cheerfully closing her notebook, Xiao Kellen habitually reached out to touch the mug beside her. As a lazybones, to stay awake, coffee was a necessary life-saving tool. Since the teaching building was equipped with hot water dispensers, Xiao Kellen always brought a mug and coffee in her backpack and brewed a cup before class. Suddenly Xiao Kellen, who had left her seat, was bumped by someone passing behind her and quickly wobbled. Bang! Xiao Kellen quickly pressed one hand against the desk edge and the coffee in her hand landed heavily in front of Shinshinan. The nearly full cup of coffee spilled out, splashing some brownish-yellow liquid onto Shun Xinin's clothes. Fortunately, only a little coffee spilled, and protected by her clothes, Shun Xinan wasn't scalded. Shinan, I'm sorry. Seeing Shun Xinin's pristine white clothes stained brownish-yellow, Xiao Kellen was as flustered as a panicked rabbit. She hastily grabbed a few tissues and wiped at Shun Xinin's clothes. Kellen, I'm fine. Let me do it myself. Shun Xinan hadn't yet recovered from the sudden accident when Xiao Kellen had already wiped her clothes a few times. Xian Xinan. Why is your clothes a bit puffed up here? Xiao Kellen froze in place, staring at her hand in disbelief, puzzled and dumbfounded as she asked. Oh no, Xiao Kellen was about to find out. Could it be? Hearing this, Shun Xinin's heart leaped to her throat, and her small hands tightly gripped her clothes. Shin Shinan, have you been working on your chest muscles? Soon Xiao Kellen found a reasonable explanation and said excitedly. Huh. Oh yes. Seeing Xiao Kellen's dazed expression, Shin Shinan realized that Xiao Kellen hadn't caught on, so she quickly confirmed. Shinan, don't worry. I know that a modest guy like you wouldn't want others to know. I swear I won't tell anyone. Seeing how nervous Shin Shinan was, Xiao Kellen began to reassure her. Kellen, thank you. Shin Shinan expressed her heartfelt gratitude while silently raising her guard. She couldn't continue like this. Exposure would cause Xiao An a lot of trouble. Shin Shinan thought to herself. At noon, Shin Shinan went to the study room as usual and sat down beside Fan Huining, who had arrived early. In recent days, whenever Shin Shinan came here, Fan Huining would always sit next to her, and if Shin Shinan arrived late, she would actively invite her over. Although they didn't talk much, they had formed a tacit understanding. What happened to your clothes? Seeing the stain on Shun Xinin's chest, Fan Huining frowned. Nothing, just got a little coffee spilled on it. Then why don't you go back to the dorm to change? Oh, I forgot you're a day student. Just as she was about to remind Shin Shinan, Fan Huining suddenly remembered Shin Xinin's day student status. Didn't you used to keep a spare set of clothes at school? What forgot now that you're in college? Suddenly Fan Huining seemed to recall something and smiled lightly. How do you know that? Hearing this, Shin Shinan asked in confusion. In high school, she had indeed often kept spare supplies like clothes in the classroom. If there were extras, Anfan could use them when he didn't have any, and besides, there was no one else to bring her things. I remember everything. Looking at Shin Xinin's puzzled expression, the girl inexplicably became coquettish. She blinked her limpid eyes and childishly pouted. A few years ago on a summer morning. Tap, tap, tap. The rain fell in sheets. The sky was overcast. Raindrops as large as soybeans like cannonballs scoured the dust from the earth in dense volleys. The old-fashioned hard plastic awning creaked and swayed as the rainwater gathered into streams and crashed against the ground like small waterfalls, forming murky puddles in the low-lying areas lacking the beauty described by poets. As the rain actually started to get heavier. Under the awning, a girl half-soaked stood on the only dry patch of ground, watching the rain with indifferent eyes, muttering to herself. I thought I could dash out when the rain let up, but it seems impossible. He'll definitely be late for self-study. I can't even take care of myself, yet I'm still worried about being late for self-study. But then again, she doesn't care whether I catch a cold from getting wet, but being late for self-study will give her enough to talk about for days. Smiling bitterly, Fan Huining slowly crouched down, as if giving up, her wet black hair sticking to her cheeks, slowly gathering droplets. She had originally come to school during the holiday for the self-study class her mother had signed her up for, but as she walked, the sky suddenly unleashed a downpour. At first the rain was light, so she without an umbrella braved it and hurried through the streets. But then the rain gradually grew heavier, and she ended up trapped under the awning of this old convenience store. In fact, the school was not far from here. She could have dashed through the rain and made it, but her clothes would have been completely soaked, revealing her undergarments and such. She didn't want to be laughed at by her classmates again. Getting an umbrella delivered was also impossible since after her parents divorced, and she was assigned to her mother, her mother's eyes saw only her career and the grades of her obedient daughter. Compared to the trivial matter of sending an umbrella to keep her dry, she cared more about the big issue of why she wasn't at self-study yet. Passers-by with umbrellas hurried past, too busy to pay attention to a common little girl. She really was incorrigible. This had happened before. Knowing it would turn out this way, she still hadn't learned to bring an umbrella when going out. She had only herself to blame. Slowly lowering her head into her arms, the girl curled up and drew her body together, trying to find a trace of warmth on her soaked frame. This isn't so bad. Tears uncontrollably welled in her eyes, and Fan Huining quickly closed her eyes, thinking, well. Classmate, are you from XX middle school too? Suddenly a voice came from above her head, carrying a hint of tentative hesitation, yet in the heavy rain, it was gentle enough. Fan Huining opened her eyes and saw a bespectacled boy standing before her, holding an umbrella, bending down and speaking softly. After a moment of hesitation, Fan Huining answered softly. I thought so. Shin Shinan smiled with relief. Both Anfan and he did not attend self-study today. He had originally planned to come to school to bring Xiao An the homework she needed for the holiday. Unexpectedly, he found a drenched Fan Huaning under the awning of the convenience store he used to frequent. He rarely spoke to strangers, but in Fan Huaning he saw that boy from his childhood who was trapped just like her. Small and helpless. So Shinshinan decided to try to help. Well, I'm from XX middle school too. You don't have an umbrella, right? Would you like to go to school together? Oh no, you don't have to share my umbrella. I have a spare umbrella in my backpack. You can take it and use it. Seeing Fan Huaning silent, Shinshinan thought she was afraid he had ulterior motives, so he quickly took out the spare umbrella he had prepared for Xiao An from his backpack and said, thank you. Seeing the spare umbrella Shinshinan offered and his harmless appearance, Fan Huaning stood up, took the umbrella, and softly said thank you. Let's go, Shinshinan said gently to Fan Huaning. In the heavy rain, two strangers who did not know each other's names walked side by side under umbrellas slowly in silence, without further words. After a moment, they arrived at the bottom of the teaching building. Thank you for the umbrella. Handing back the wet umbrella, Fan Huaning said with a complicated expression. Oh, it's fine, keep it, no need to return. I have many more at home. If it rains later, you can continue using it. Oh, by the way, you still have time, right? Wait for me just a moment. Before Fan Huaning could say anything, Shinshinan suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly ran toward the teaching building. What did he want to do? Frowning in confusion, Fan Huaning clutched the umbrella in her hand, staring blankly at Shun Xinin's retreating back. Self-study class was about to start soon, but it seemed it no longer mattered. Looking at the still heavy rain outside, Fan Huaning fiddled with the folded umbrella and waited quietly. Soon that still unfamiliar figure appeared in the girl's sight. Few here, this is the spare clothes I keep in my classroom. Your clothes are wet and uncomfortable, right? Change into these. Jogging up to Fan Huaning, Shinshinan handed her a set of dry clothes. Although her clothes were wet and uncomfortable, looking at the clothes in her hands, Fan Huaning still hesitated. Boys and girls' uniforms aren't that different, right? Your undergarments are showing a bit. It's not good to keep wearing wet clothes. Oh, by the way, you can keep these clothes. I have my own. I can't take back clothes that a girl has worn. Shinshinan embarrassedly turned his head away, a slight blush appearing on his face, but to make Fan Huaning accept the usually quiet man, tried his best to explain. Even though she hadn't changed yet, for some reason Fan Huaning's heart felt warm. Alright. Receiving such kindness for the first time, not knowing how to respond, Fan Huaning could only hold the clothes to her chest and answer softly. Seeing that Fan Huaning accepted, Shinshinan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll be going now. I still have to get something for my buddy. What's your name? Seeing Shinshinan about to leave, Fan Huaning felt inexplicably flustered, and for the first time, she took the initiative to ask. Shinshinan. The boy smiled and answered softly, then left the girl holding the clothes and walked away. Shinshinan. The girl stood frozen in place, murmuring this unfamiliar name, and for the first time a complex emotion emerged in her empty heart. That rainy day, no, that entire summer, she couldn't remember anything she studied, only that name, and this memory forever etched in her heart. Shinshinan became the angel in her heart. Though it was a cliché plot, Fan Huaning was indeed saved. To put it in a slightly Chinibu way, her world had no light until Shinshinan appeared, letting a sliver of brightness seep into her shattered sky. So she too could be loved, even if it was just the kindness of a stranger. Upon realizing this, Fan Huaning learned to love herself, to cherish the body that still had someone who cared for her. She no longer studied solely for her mother's wishes, no longer excessively fretted over others' gazes, and no longer isolated herself from the world. She began to tidy herself up, to take care of herself, to do things she truly enjoyed. For the first time, she had her own will. Thus the current Fan Huaning came to be. After that incident, she had secretly searched for Shinshinan on campus for a long time. But unfortunately, in the vast sea of humanity, even within the small confines of high school, finding a trace, with only a vague name and fleeting memories, was nearly impossible. Just as Fan Huaning thought this encounter was merely a pity bestowed by fate's randomness, and that they would never meet again, the two reunited at the same university, and were even placed in the same class. Although Shinshinan seemed not to remember her, that was fine. She remembered. She could secretly observe him, slowly learn everything about him. She watched him patiently help Su Anfan pack up, watched him obediently follow Su Anfan, watched him sit behind and stare at Su Anfan with a silly grin. Wait, something felt off. After a long period of observation, Fan Huaning gradually realized that Shinshinan, who had been her angel, also had his own son. And now his world seemed to have room for only that one person. Fan Huaning had tried to get close directly, for instance, deliberately choosing to sit next to Shinshinan during class. Shinshinan was still as gentle as she remembered, and being his desk mate was comfortable and joyful. But the result was that all her attention was captured by Shinshinan's every move, and each time she saw the look in his eyes, when he gazed at Su Anfan, she felt a pang of discomfort. Especially when she noticed that Shinshinan always foolishly did things for Su Anfan, while treating her with polite distance, her heart grew uneasy. With no other choice, she opted for different seats occasionally, continuing to observe Shinshinan and plan her next move. How could she get close to him? As a complete novice with no experience, Fan Huaning had no idea. But she knew this Shinshinan was a man and Su Anfan was also a man. No matter what, Shinshinan couldn't turn into a woman, could he? Shinshinan's fondness for Su Anfan was just brotherly affection. It posed no threat to her. On the contrary, she might need to build a good relationship with her future big brother Su Anfan. As for Xiao Kellen, her recent interactions with Shinshinan seemed a bit too close, so she needed to be wary. However, from her observations, they seemed more like a parent-child relationship, probably nothing to worry about. She could take it slow. In short, the advantage was hers. Returning to reality, Fan Huaning slowly pulled back her thoughts. Seeing Shinshinan's puzzled expression, she pursed her lips and said with a light smile, "Forget it, it's nothing. You'd better go wash your clothes. They must feel awful." Thank you." Seeing that Fan Huaning was unwilling to say more, Shinshinan didn't press further. He politely replied and continued packing his bag. What a pity. If only she had brought the shirt Shinshinan had left on her dorm bed, she could have swapped it with his current one. Tilting her head, Fan Huaning looked at the faint beads of sweat on Shinshinan's face, blinked, and thought with a hint of regret. Out of a little selfishness, she had always kept the clothes and umbrella Shinshinan had given her. They were on her bed, and whenever something troubled her, she would rely on them to lift her spirits. During her time with Shinshinan, she had also collected some of his belongings as keepsakes. Of course, the methods were legal, ethical, and morally sound, and she never used them for anything strange. Now she wanted his current shirt only because she thought the coffee stain had a modern artistic flair and wanted to collect it. That. Classmate Fan, what do you think of Xiao An? Su Anfan. Just as Fan Huaning was staring blankly at Shinshinan's profile, he suddenly turned around and asked tentatively. Su Anfan. He's very lively and cheerful, easygoing, gets along well with others, and treats his friends nicely. He's a good person. Fan Huaning organized her impressions of Su Anfan and gave a fair assessment. So Xiao An had so many virtues, and Fan Huaning thought highly of him too. Shinshinan's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly masked it. Classmate Fan, do you think I'm too close to Su Anfan? Even though the question felt a bit odd, thinking of the doubts that had been lingering in her heart these days, Shinshinan mustered her courage and asked while she had the chance. Did Shinshinan finally realize it? Fan Huaning blinked in confusion at his earnest expression. No, those who are aware of a problem and have made up their minds usually don't pose the question to others for answers. Fan Huaning quickly sensed something was off. She knew that Shinshinan, though a gentle angel, seemed to shine his light on others while leaving no warmth for himself. Shinshinan was a bit like her former self, always thinking of others with a locked heart that rarely held a place for himself. And he seemed even more severe. His world had light, but only the beam from Su Anfan. If that beam were extinguished, only shattered darkness would remain. That was also why Fan Huaning didn't resent the bond between Su Anfan and Shinshinan. Although it irked her a little, she knew that without Su Anfan now Shinshinan would fall apart. Helping Shinshinan recognize himself and rebuild his own world would take time, but not now. If she separated Shinshinan from Su Anfan, now Shinshinan might break. Thinking this, Fan Huaning smiled and said, "Of course not. Aren't you two good brothers? It's perfectly normal to have such a close relationship." Thank you. At those words, a glimmer of light appeared in Shinshinan's eyes. Fan Huaning was a good person. As long as she could stay by Xiao An's side, even if it was just an invisible presence behind him, that was enough. Yes, that was enough. Biting her rosy lips tightly, Shinshinan thought to herself. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed, and soon the long-awaited National Day holiday arrived. Yahoo! Finally, the National Day holiday. Walking out of the stuffy school, Su Anfan immediately shouted excitedly. Watching Su Anfan's excited demeanor, Shinshinan was also infected, smiling faintly. Xiao An, don't get too excited. After the holiday, there's still the weekly math exam. If you fail again, you'll be forced to attend exercise classes. Walking side by side with Su Anfan, Shinshinan smiled and reminded him. I know, Xiao An. You're really becoming more and more like my mom. By the way, Xiao An, and tell me honestly, are you secretly studying behind my back again? How did you get so good at math, ranking third in the whole class? Su Anfan threw his arm around Shinzinen's shoulder and leaned in to interrogate. Shinshinan just stood there with a silly smile, pretending not to know anything. Of course, her good grades were the result of her secretly studying hard. It was just a pity that she still hadn't managed to get first place, so she would have to take it slowly. Thinking of the happy scene when she and Su Anfan received gifts, Shinshinan made up her mind again. Xiao An, you're secretly studying behind my back again. Seeing Shinshinan smiling and silent, Su Anfan immediately realized something was wrong with his good buddy. What was Xiao An? Frustrated, Su Anfan immediately reached out his punishing hand, pinching Shinzinen's fair and tender face and rubbing it vigorously. So comfortable. Shinzinen's face was very soft, fair, and smooth and elastic like cotton candy. Pinching it felt very pleasant, and before he knew it, Su Anfan was enjoying it. Xiao An, are you done yet? With his face being kneaded like a white dumpling, Shinshinan blinked and asked weakly. If you secretly studied behind my back and think you can just walk away, take this claw grab. With that, Su Anfan's mischievous hand moved from above to below, gently tickling Shinzinen's armpits and waist. Xiao An, stop. Waves of ticklishness came over Shinshinan, making her twist and squirm, trying to break free from Xiao Anfan's hold. But restrained by Xiao Anfan's strong arms, Shinshinan could only blush and gasp for breath while struggling in his embrace. Ahem, it seems your relationship is as good as ever. But Anfan, in a public place like this, don't mess with Shinan like that. Play at home instead. Just as Xiao Anfan and Shinshinan were fooling around, a mature and steady male voice suddenly came from ahead. Dad, why are you back? Hearing this, Xiao Anfan stopped his actions, looked up at the broad figure in front, and called out in disbelief. Nothing much recently, and since it's the National Day holiday, I came back early. Seeing the children he hadn't seen for a long time, Su Jun smiled and said, Hello, uncle. Seeing Su's dad, Shinshinan immediately stood up straight, tidied her slightly messy clothes, shot a reproachful glare at Xiao Anfan, and greeted politely. Shinan, you've become even more beautiful. Extending a calloused hand to rub Shinzinen's head, Su Jun said with emotion. This child, Shinshinan, after her parents unfortunately passed away when she was young, Su Jun and his wife, Zhu Lin, took her in to be raised together with Xiao Anfan. When Shinshinan grew older and wanted to move back to her original home, the Su family always took care of her, and the two families stayed in touch. Moreover, Shinshinan had been so sensible since childhood that it was heart-wrenching. Even when wronged, she wouldn't trouble the Su family and always behaved obediently. After Su's mother unfortunately passed away from illness and Su Jun went out to work, Shinshinan managed both households in perfect order and took excellent care of Xiao Anfan. In Su Jun's eyes, Shinshinan had long been a child of the Su family. Dad, I want one too. After seeing Su Jun, Xiao Anfan also rarely stepped forward and said softly with a hint of coquettishness. His body, now taller than Su Jun's, seemed somewhat small at this moment. Okay. Su Jun smiled and gently patted Xiao Anfan's head. After enduring the immense pain of losing his wife in middle age, these two children were his only spiritual support. Su Jun also wanted to stay home and accompany the children, but to give them a better life, he had to go out to work and could only return after long intervals. Fortunately, the two children were strong enough and supported each other growing up like this over the years, which made Su Jun feel very gratified. Alright, we're all reunited. No need to be so sentimental. Let's first have a good meal together as a family, then go home and pack up. We'll take you out to have some fun. Seeing that both Xiao Anfan and the other child had slightly reddened eyes, Su Jun wrapped one broad arm around each of them and said loudly with a laugh, I want to eat crawfish. Xiao Anfan also snapped out of the sentimental mood and said unceremoniously, Then I want to eat grilled tofu. Shinshinan also smiled and echoed, Okay, whatever you want. Su Jun laughed heartily and slowly walked with the two children under the dusk. The grievances he had suffered outside these days seemed to turn into the silhouette of this happy moment. In the evening, Xiao Anfan's family sat in the small restaurant they had always frequented, eating and chatting. Shinan, you've worked hard taking care of Anfan these days. Patting Shinzinen's shoulder, Su Jun said to her with a smile. Hearing this, Shinan quickly waved her hands. No, it's Xiao, and who has been taking care of me meticulously. I'm the one who has been a burden to him. Oh, uncle knows. With Anfan's character, without you his life would be a mess. Thanks to you, I can rest assured. After a few glasses of beer, Su Jun gradually became a bit tipsy. If only Shinan were a girl, I would definitely have Anfan marry you. Then I wouldn't worry about his future. Dad, what are you saying? Hearing Su Jun say this, Xiao Anfan, who was munching on crawfish on the side, became anxious. He hurriedly said, not even bothering to wipe the oil from his mouth. What's wrong? You should find a girl as virtuous as Shinan to be your wife, not be obsessed with some pretty girls outside. Shinan is such a good person. When he finds someone else to live with before you and doesn't take care of you anymore, you'll know. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Su Jun spoke his mind. Dad, Xiao An's wife. Me. Listening quietly to their conversation, Shinzinen's little face flushed red, as if drunk, and something seemed to be quietly sprouting in her heart. Early morning, too excited to sleep, because they were going out with Xiao Anfan and the others today, Shinshinan got up early to pack her things. Xiao An might get hurt. I should bring band-aids, alcohol, and the like. I also need to prepare a sun hat for Xiao An. He's so careless that he'll definitely forget to bring one. Shinshinan kept searching the room for things to bring, and soon the travel bag was stuffed full. This. Suddenly, the feminine underwear lying neatly in the wardrobe caught Shinzinen's attention. Xiao Anfan and the others were going out for 3 days, staying 2 nights. If they needed to change clothes, this definitely had to be brought. Just after hesitating for a moment, Shinshinan still took the 2 most inconspicuous ones and stuffed them into the deepest part of the travel bag. Alright, that's settled. Seeing that she had almost finished packing, Shinshinan finally felt relieved and prepared to close the travel bag. Mr. Bear. Out of the corner of her eye, Shinshinan caught sight of the little bear doll that Xiao Anfan had given her on the bed. Every night, Shinshinan would fall into a deep sleep clutching it. Only by holding it could she feel a sense of security in the pitch-black night. Without it, she could hardly fall asleep. But if she had enough of Xiao An's presence, Mr. Bear could take a rest. A faint smile appeared on her face as Shinshinan gently patted the bear doll's bottom and placed it among the neatly arranged dolls by the bedside. Xiao and Uncle good morning. At the staircase where they used to wait for Su Anfan to go to school, Shinshinan greeted the father and son, who were yawning. Xiao and morning. Su Anfan rubbed his sleepy face looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Beside him Su Jun, though a bit more awake than Su Anfan, also had a wide yawning mouth that showed he hadn't slept well last night. The night before, the father and son who hadn't seen each other for a long time slept in the same room, talking from Su Anfan's embarrassing childhood incidents to his standards for love. Then they talked about life ideals, national affairs, the origin of the universe, and finally returned to Shun Xinin's cute childhood appearance, chatting until the late hours. So when they got up this morning, both father and son felt exhausted. Let's go, the high-speed train is about to leave. With heavy luggage, the family of three began their National Day holiday trip. City, it's been a long time since I was here. Just after getting off the high-speed train, looking at the familiar platform in his memory, Su Anfan couldn't help but sigh. When Mother Su was still alive, every long holiday the family would come here to play, and they never got tired of it. According to Father Su, this was also the place where he met Mother Su, and took the opportunity to propose to her, a place full of many sweet memories. Unfortunately, since Mother Su passed away, they had never been here again. Father Su suggested coming here to play, partly to relive the memories of the past, and partly to bid a complete farewell to the shadows of the past. Remember, last time we came here you two were wearing women's clothes. Looking at the familiar signpost, Su Jun joked with Su Anfan and the other. You say that, but you were the same, weren't you? Su Anfan retorted without hesitation. The last time they came here to cheer up Mother Su, who had been diagnosed with an illness the three men discussed, and all wore women's clothes to play with her, fulfilling Mother Su's wish to have a daughter. Su Anfan and Shun Xinan, with their outstanding appearance and Mother Su's excellent makeup skills, successfully transformed into two little beauties that no one could recognize. Only Father Su in women's clothes was too garish and would scare children in public, so he was refused entry to the high-speed rail station. In the end, he had to awkwardly change clothes in the restroom before boarding the train. As for Su Anfan and Shun Xinan, though they were embarrassed and shy under Mother Su's unceasing smile, they still had a great time. You little rascal, I should have made you a girl back then. A hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes, Su Jun patted Su Anfan's shoulder and said with a smile, That would be fine, then I could marry Xiao An and let him kiss, hug, and lift me up and have him take care of me for the rest of my life. Su Anfan said cheerfully. Xiao An. Shun Xinan blushed, gently tugged at Su Anfan's clothes, her big watery eyes blinking, looking like a shy little bride about to get married. Ha ha ha. The three of them frolicked and walked cheerfully on the platform, appearing so harmonious. Soon Su Anfan and the others arrived at the pre-booked hotel, ready to put away their luggage first and then go out together. Xiao An and I share a room. Holding the key card to a double room, Shun Xinan asked in surprise. Xian, and what's wrong? Didn't you often sleep with Anfan when you were kids? To save money, Su Jun had only booked one double room and one single room. If Su Jun and Shun Xinan shared a room, there would be some distance between them, and it wouldn't feel very convenient. If Su Jun and Su Anfan, the father and son, shared the double room, then Shun Xinan would be alone in the single room. Although it was nothing, it still felt a bit like isolating him. After careful consideration, Su Jun let Shun Xinan and Su Anfan share a room. For one, they were both young and had things to talk about. For another, they had lived together and slept in the same bed when they were kids, so they should be used to it. It's fine, it's fine. Shun Xinan clutched the key card tightly, feeling inexplicably nervous inside. It had been too long since she had shared a room with Su Anfan, and with her current girl's body, it felt a bit strange. But since things had come to this, Shun Xinan had no choice but to follow Su Anfan into the room. The room was certainly clean and tidy, with white soft mattresses that made one want to bounce on them. As a double room, it was also spacious, with a TV in front of the bed for watching before sleeping. However, it seemed there was only one large bed. And what was up with this frosted glass bathroom? As soon as Su Anfan entered the room, he noticed something odd about the bathroom next to the door. It was a very spacious bathroom, separate from the toilet, with new shower heads and toiletries apparently of good quality. But what was outrageous was that it was enclosed by frosted glass, and from the outside one could vaguely see the outlines inside. Even more absurd was that the glass below the knee was transparent, allowing a clear view of everything inside. The bathroom door was also sliding and had no lock. It could be easily opened from the outside. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't labeled a couple's room, Su Anfan would have suspected that there might be something in the bedside cabinet that only adults know about. However, for same-sex guests, this arrangement was quite normal, so Su Anfan couldn't very well use this as a reason to change rooms. He and Shun Xinan would have to make do and stay together for 2 nights. Xiao An, what's wrong? Still immersed in the shock of sharing a room with Su Anfan, Shun Xinan hadn't noticed the anomaly here. It's nothing. Looking at the confused Shun Xinan, Su Anfan decided it was better not to remind her. It seemed tonight would be a tough battle. Su Anfan heaved a sigh. After tidying up, Su Anfan and Shun Xinan left the room and joined Su Jun. Su Anfan did not give Shun Xinan any hint. After all, what would happen at night would be dealt with later. At worst, he could act as a self-sacrificing gentleman and sleep on the floor alone. Yes, the floor. That was the true refuge for a virtuous man like himself, embodying the spirit of a gentleman. No matter how cold the ground, it could not conceal the warmth and fervor of his heart. His body might rest on the lowly floor, but his spirit stood atop the pinnacle of morality. Indeed, let him commend himself in such a manner. Soon Anfan had mapped out the evening's unfolding events and broke into a silly happy grin. Xiao An, what are you thinking? Seeing Anfan's dazed expression, Nan tilted her head in confusion. Nothing, I just thought of something amusing. Anfan quickly covered up. Xiao An was acting strange. Could it be that he wanted to have a pillow fight again tonight? Recollections of being pinned down by Anfan surfaced in her mind, and a foreboding feeling crept into Shun Xinin's heart. But then again, she would get to sleep with Xiao An again, yay. Though still a bit nervous inside, deep down Nan was actually quite looking forward to it. She had been worried about not getting enough of Xiao An's essence to fall asleep, but if they slept together, she could secretly drain him dry. With that thought, Shun Xinin's face also bloomed into a dazed, foolish smile. The two walked on, each lost in their own thoughts, grinning like simpletons. They met up with Su Jun, and soon the group hailed a taxi to a large nearby amusement park. Xinan Anfan, stay close, and don't get lost, Su Jun warned the two behind him, eyeing the surging crowd ahead. Because it was the National Day holiday, the amusement park was packed with visitors. At the entrance, streams of people flowed back and forth, heads bobbing, and a momentary lapse could easily lead to separation. Oh, Xiao An, hurry up, Su Anfan called out anxiously, seeing Xinan being pushed behind by the crowd. Although they all had phones and could still contact each other if lost, reuniting in the dense throng would still be troublesome. Oh right, Xinan replied, and without caring about the crowd, she quickly squeezed forward. Seeing the crowd thickening, Su Anfan grabbed Xinin's wrist to prevent her from getting lost. Xiao An, follow me. Held firmly by Su Anfan, Xinan followed closely at his pace, weaving through the sea of people. Finally, Su Jun and Xinan managed to push through the congested area at the entrance and arrived at a relatively less crowded spot inside. I didn't expect so many people. Xinan Anfan, are you two okay? Wiping sweat from his face, Su Jun asked with concern. Uncle, we're fine. Xinan, who had been a bit uncomfortable with the crowd, looked slightly pale, but overall she was fine. That's good. Since we're here, let's go have some fun. Hearing the cheers around, Su Jun said with a smile. Hee Xiao An, you can't escape this time. If you don't play with me until the world turns dark, it'll keep you awake tonight. Having not visited the amusement park for a long time, Su Anfan was also excited. Pointing at the various colorful rides in the distance, he said enthusiastically. Okay. Hearing this, Xinan replied softly with a doting smile. First, let's take on the jungle flying dragon. With Shun Xinin's consent, Su Anfan immediately set the first destination with excitement. Xiao An, you're pretty tough. Unlike my dad, he's too weak. Marking off another spot on the map provided by the staff, Su Anfan praised Xinan, who remained calm and unruffled. They had just enjoyed thrill rides like the jungle flying dragon, the giant pendulum, and the sky sweeping moon together. Both Su Anfan and Xinan had a great time and came out looking as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Su Jun, who appeared tall and strong, had boasted that he was fine, but ended up with wobbly legs after the rides, as if he had barely escaped with his life. That's why Su Jun made an excuse to buy them ice cream, telling them to go ahead and play while he went to the restroom to recover. Hey, this looks good. Seeing that none of the previous rides had phased Xinan, Su Anfan searched the map for even more thrilling attractions. Soon his eyes fell on the haunted house not far away. How about it, Xiao An? Scared? No, not scared. Meeting Su Anfan's teasing gaze, Xinan immediately feigned fearlessness and replied. Alright, let's go. Hearing this, Su Anfan pulled Xinan and dashed excitedly toward the haunted house. They soon arrived at the entrance. The haunted house was designed like an old dilapidated castle, exuding an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Outside the haunted house stood a worn sign reading, Haunted House Adventure. Its letters faded, making it particularly eye-catching. Scattered on the ground in front of the door were props like fake blood and fake skeletons, sending chills down one's spine. The paint on the walls had peeled off, revealing mottled bricks and stones, as if telling the terrifying stories that had happened here. Gulp. Xiao An, do we really have to go in? Staring at the staff in terrifying zombie costumes at the entrance and the ground smeared with sticky fake blood, Xinan swallowed nervously, her face tightening. Since we're here, Xiao, then let's go quickly. Su Anfan wore a gleeful smile of a successful scheme and eagerly stepped inside. Xiao An, wait for me. Seeing Su Anfan enter, Xinan had no choice but to hurry after him. Drip drip. Entering the haunted house, the air grew noticeably heavier. The crowd that had been laughing and joking outside gradually lowered their voices. Even the sound of fake blood dripping on the steel floor became distinct. Could this blood be real? What if there was a psychotic murderer in here? Immersed in darkness, Xinan couldn't help letting her imagination run wild, and soon dangerous thoughts surfaced in her mind. Unconsciously pressing her hands to her chest, she shrunk her head like a frightened squirrel, cautiously following behind Su Anfan. This haunted house wasn't thrilling enough. Compared to Xinan, Su Anfan was much calmer. As a tough guy who watched The Ring late at night and ate while viewing Zombie Crisis This level of horror was just a small case for him. Baby, I'm scared. It's okay, baby, I'm here. A hug will make it all better. You're the best, baby. Just as Anfan was searching for something exciting, a couple beside him had already started flirting, holding hands, and cuddling intimately. Damn, public displays of affection break up soon. Shamelessly forced to witness this, Anfan felt as if he had taken a tenth of sand and hit. Just as he was silently condemning the young couple, a soft, smooth little hand groped through the darkness and tightly grasped Anfan's large hand. Xiao An, hold hands. Anfan looked beside him and saw Nan shrinking her head like an ostrich, pressing close to him and speaking softly. Okay. Feeling the warm, soft touch from her hand, an involuntary smug smile crept onto Anfan's face. What's so great about couples? My buddy's hand is just as soft. With her hand tightly held by Anfan, Nan felt a sense of security settle in her heart. She cautiously glanced around, stepping closely in his wake, as if afraid of encountering something terrifying. The thoroughly frightened Xiao An was indeed adorable. As Nan clung to his arm like a koala, her hand firmly clasped in his without the slightest slack, Anfan felt a swell of satisfaction. It reminded him of the times in childhood when he had been relied upon by her in the same way. Nan had always been timid, often crying as a child, and without the protection of family, she was frequently bullied at school. Whenever Anfan witnessed it, he would act like a little hero, stepping forward to defend her, enlisting the help of his parents to stand up for Xiao An. Back then, Nan would just like now stand tearfully behind Anfan, clutching his hand, seeking solace, and also fearing he might get into a fight and be hurt. But as they grew older, such scenes became rarer, almost vanishing entirely. Though it was a good thing, indicating that Nan was no longer being bullied, Anfan couldn't help feeling a sense of emptiness, as if he was no longer needed or depended upon. Little did he expect that today in the haunted house, Xiao An would voluntarily reach out to him, filling the void in his heart. They entered a dark chamber, and suddenly, as if triggered by a mechanism, blood-stained fake skulls and skeletal hands creaked out from the surroundings, swaying incessantly. A costumed staff member screeched as they emerged from a hidden passage, gesticulating wildly to frighten the visitors. A female performer, heavily made up beyond recognition, was suspended in the air, emitting hoarse-piercing screams while twitching eerily, sending chills down the spine. Nan was startled, her face pale, as she immediately crouched on the ground, curling up as if to isolate herself from the horrifying world. Yet the small hand holding Anfan's remained tightly clenched, as if it were the only lifeline in the darkness. He couldn't help but think how tempting it would be to tease Xiao An until she cried. Smiling lightly as he looked down at the terrified Nan, a dark thought crossed his mind. Having weathered many trials, Anfan was naturally unshaken by such cheap tricks. In fact, compared to the thrill of the haunted house, the trembling Nan beside him, like a little ball, was far more amusing to toy with. Xiao An, it's all right now. Those scary things are gone. Let's move on. With a mischievous grin, Anfan leaned close to her ear and whispered gently. Really? Nan kept her head buried, tugging at his hand, as she asked in a soft, hesitant voice. Really? Reassured by his words, Nan relaxed a little. Like a mouse wary of predators in a crevice, she cautiously poked her head out, slowly revealing her frightened eyes. As she lifted her head, Anfan immediately struck, making a funny face to scare her. Startled, Nan buried her head again, like an ostrich, curling up even tighter. But the hand holding Anfan's remained tightly clenched. Xiao An, you big meanie. She shook his hand, weakly protesting with a trembling voice. Seeing his brother in such a pitiful yet adorable state, Anfan felt a great sense of satisfaction and chuckled heartily. In the haunted house, the stream of visitors moved slowly, their steps laden with fear, occasionally casting glances at the two young men, holding hands, as if envying the closeness of their bond. Xiao An, don't leave me behind. As Anfan waited quietly, Nan suddenly gripped his hand tighter, unconsciously murmuring softly. Silly Xiao An, aren't our hands still linked? And I'll always be with you. I won't abandon you. Sensing the helplessness and fear in her words, Anfan gently stroked her head with his other hand, soothing her. His words acted like a calming balm. She no longer shrank her head, but slowly raised it. Not scared anymore. No. It's just that I can't make Xiao An wait for me anymore. Still trembling with fear, Nan stood up, a hint of determination in her eyes. Then let's go. With a smile hidden in his eyes, Anfan said softly. With Xiao An by her side, everything would be fine. Clinging tightly to his steps, watching his broad back, Nan thought to herself. In the darkness, they continued forward slowly, but without stopping. Soon they emerged. Xiao An, you're such a wimp. Back in the sunlight, seeing Nan gradually recover, Anfan teased her mercilessly. Humph. Nan didn't retort, only puffed out her cheeks and glared at him angrily. Alright, what's wrong with teasing a good buddy? Xiao An, don't be mad. Didn't my dad say he'd go buy ice cream? Let's go check it out. Gently shaking her arm, Anfan unconsciously let go of her hand and ran ahead, beckoning to her. Had I really been holding Xiao An's hand all this time and of my own accord? Emerging from the fear, Shin Shinon realized what she had done. As she replied, her face flushed. The warmth of Su Anfan's hand still lingered in hers, leaving her feeling a strange emptiness. Xiao An didn't seem to mind. They'll try again next time. Thinking this, she hurriedly caught up. Phew, I'm so tired. After a day of fun at night, Su Anfan and his group dragged their weary bodies back to the hotel. This soft, fluffy bed is the best. Entering the room, Su Anfan threw himself onto the plush mattress, squinting in contentment. Xiao An, you have to shower before bed. Seeing him about to fall asleep instantly, Shin Shinon reminded him gently. Shower. At the reminder, Su Anfan quickly recalled something and glanced toward the bathroom. Sure enough, Shin Shinon had already prepared their change of clothes and placed them on the shelf above the bathroom. Xiao An, since you're tired, go ahead and wash up first. She took out a disposable towel provided by the hotel and handed it to him. While showering in here, wasn't that practically being naked? Su Anfan faced his first dilemma of the night. In the end, Su Anfan still entered with the bath towel wrapped around him. Having known Shin Shinon for so long, Xiao An must be a person of integrity like himself, right? Slowly removing his shirt, Su Anfan glanced through the frosted glass at Shin Shinon lying on the bed pondering. Fortunately, Xiao An wasn't looking this way. Seeing Shin Shinon with her head down tidying things up, Su Anfan finally let out a sigh of relief. Once at ease, he followed his usual routine and placed his removed clothes on the upper shelf. What's this? On the shelf, Shin Zinen's change of clothes lay lazily on the top tier, as if looking down on everything. Don't think that just because you're close to Xiao An you can be superior. Remember, I'm the one closest to her. As long as I want, you could lose Xiao An's favor at any time. Glancing up at the shelf, Su Anfan's eyes revealed a hint of cool indifference, a trace of mockery, a touch of nonchalance, and a rare dash of foolishness. Thinking this, he directly covered them with his own shirt. First, to avoid seeing what shouldn't be seen. By covering it, a gentleman like himself would be spared the sight. Second, his clothes would thus be elevated, achieving a complete spiritual victory. Having done this, Su Anfan cheerfully bent down to remove the rest of his clothes and hang them on the second tier below. Hush, Xiao An, is she looking at me? Out of the corner of his eye, Su Anfan suddenly noticed that at some point Shin Shinon sitting on the bed seemed to have turned around. Her silhouette appeared to be staring straight at him. For a moment, Su Anfan's movements froze. Silly Xiao An, what exactly are you looking at? At this moment, Su Anfan truly experienced the feeling of being watched while bathing, as if it were a live broadcast. Somehow he felt countless gazes peering at him from all directions, as if he had been forcibly stripped bare by those stares. Moreover, there was indeed Shin Shinon sitting in the room as an audience to his bath. What is Xiao An doing? Why is he staying still? Outside the bathroom, Shin Shinon looked at Su Anfan's frozen posture with confusion, wondering. Shin Shinon had no other thoughts. She was simply used to observing Su Anfan. With nothing else to do, she habitually fixed her gaze on his silhouette. Forget it, go for it. Stalling like this wouldn't solve anything. He had to face what was coming. Finally, Su Anfan gritted his teeth and pulled off his pants in one swift motion, then with lightning speed wrapped his body tightly with the long towel and tied a knot. Thus the long towel turned into a makeshift bathrobe. Ingenious. Feeling completely covered, Su Anfan thought proudly. With no more worries about Shun, he happily turned on the showerhead and began his blissful bathing journey. Xiao An, doesn't he know that towels are highly absorbent? Inside the room, Shin Shinon had witnessed everything clearly and blinked in puzzlement. Soon the bathing journey came to an abrupt end when the towel's knot couldn't bear the weight of absorbed water and crashed down. In a panic, Su Anfan hastily dressed and fled the bathroom. Bad, Xiao An, you were outside observing me all along, making me leave just after washing my hair. Now it's your turn. Just wait, I'll watch you. Forever and ever. Without time to fully dry himself, his fresh clothes were stained by the water on his body. Su Anfan was drenched in moisture. But seeing Shin Shinon go in with the bath towel, Su Anfan, with his wet bird's nest of hair, chose not to blow dry it. Instead, he sat indignantly by the bed. Then, like Shin Shinon, he stared straight at the bathroom, ready to launch a mental interference and teach her a lesson. Hee Xiao An, you must be sweating too afraid to shower now, right? Just as Su Anfan was smugly watching Shin Zinen's silhouette, expecting her to be as flustered as he was, Shin Shinon directly turned on the showerhead. Phew, damn it. Xiao An must not have noticed me watching outside. Yes, that must be it. Seeing that his mental interference had no effect, Su Anfan grew frustrated and lightly kicked the bathroom glass to remind Shin Shinon. Xiao An, is something wrong? Hearing the noise, Shin Shinon turned to look at Su Anfan through the glass, her gentle voice drifting from the bathroom. Nothing, Xiao An. Go ahead and wash. Seeing that Shin Shinon still didn't react, Su Anfan, who was forcing himself to look at her silhouette, blushed and replied guiltily. Come on, Su Anfan. If Xiao An notices him watching, she definitely won't dare to move. Just as he thought, Shin Shinon began to undress, looking completely indifferent. Fine, I give up. Watching Shin Zinen's calm demeanor in the bathroom, Su Anfan dared not gamble any longer. Blushing, he turned his head away. Xiao An's composure is that of a saint. Listening to the sound of the shower, a sweating Su Anfan no longer dared to look back. He buried his head in the blanket to cool down. What's wrong with Xiao An? Seeing Su Anfan stop watching her, Shin Shinan, now in the shower, tilted her head in confusion. Phew, a hot shower feels so good. After a long while, Shin Shinan, now in her pajamas, wiped her hair with a towel and said blissfully, indeed. Seeing Shin Shinan come out, Su Anfan finally relaxed and slipped out from under the blanket. Xiao An, what should we do next? Xiao An, what are you doing? Suddenly a mischievous smile spread across Su Anfan's face, which had been holding back anger. He grabbed a pillow and advanced toward Shin Shinan with exaggerated gestures. Xiao An, and the night is still young. You know what I mean, Eek? Afterwards, Shin Shinan was forced to play with Su Anfan to her heart's content. After a thrilling pillow fight that ended with Shin Shinan knocked out once again, Su Anfan finally calmed down and let her go. Was it my imagination? Why did Xiao An seem to be playing especially fiercely tonight? Shin Shinan lay weakly on the bed, still catching her breath after several heavy blows from Su Anfan, wondering in confusion. Tonight's Su Anfan was as if on steroids, incredibly aggressive, beating Shin Shinan, who had originally been able to fight back, into a state of utter helplessness. Phew, I've had enough fun, feels great. Holding in his hands two large, fragrant, soft pillows as trophies of victory, Su Anfan stood on the bed with a triumphant smile, looking down at Shin Shinan with pride. The trace of resentment from his earlier awkward shower under Shin Zinen's bold gaze had dissipated when she admitted defeat. Xiao An, and now you know my power, right? Covering half of his face with his right hand and raising his left hand high toward the sky, Su Anfan struck a victorious Chinibyu pose and said proudly to Shin Shinan, Yes, Xiao An, you are the strongest. Shin Shinan didn't argue, but smiled and responded cooperatively. But Xiao An, you seem to have sweated a lot. It won't be comfortable to sleep like this. Do you want to go in and take a shower? Shower? No way. I'm just going to sleep like this. Frightened by his previous experience, now Su Anfan was terrified at the mere mention of the word and hastily refused. To show his determination not to shower, he even burrowed into the blanket, rolled himself into a big dumpling, and pretended to snore. Is Xiao An so tired that he even forgot to brush his teeth? Watching Su Anfan's appearance of being solely focused on sleeping, Shin Shinan tilted her head in confusion. Well, Xiao An is probably exhausted from playing. He'll skip reminding him about brushing his teeth. After a while, seeing that Su Anfan was still covering his head, his breathing gradually softening, appearing to be fast asleep, Shin Shinan decided not to disturb him. Reaching out to turn off the room light, she quietly slipped out of bed in the dark, carefully entered the bathroom, turned on the light, and began to wash up. To avoid disturbing Su Anfan, Shin Shinan thoughtfully closed the bathroom door halfway to muffle the sounds. Oh no, I think I forgot that I should be sleeping on the floor. On the bed, Su Anfan, who was pretending to sleep, felt a bit panicked. This is a classic problem. A man and a woman who are not in a relationship, due to some reason, accidentally end up in a room with only one large bed. If the man and woman sleep together, it could easily cause awkwardness between them. In the best case, it might lead to a change in their relationship, but in the worst case, the man might be seen as trying to take advantage, seriously damaging his impression in the woman's eyes. So under normal circumstances, the man would choose to sacrifice himself and find another place to sleep, such as a floor bed. This way he can display his gentlemanly demeanor and leave a good impression of a righteous man on the woman. Secondly, if the woman feels sorry for him, she might invite him to share the bed. This is naturally the best outcome. Not only does he get to sleep on the bed, but he also earns a good impression. Of course, is there a way for a man to be sure of sleeping on the bed? Of course there is. Be a sigma, males simply go to bed early and sleep there regardless of what the woman thinks. In this way, the difficult choice is pushed onto the woman. Whether to sleep on the bed or not is her own decision, while he sleeps soundly on the bed. Now Su Anfan had become that sigma male who had gone to bed early. However, it seemed he was forced into it. I originally wanted to be a gentleman. Unable to continue pretending to sleep or to get up, Su Anfan deeply regretted his childish behavior. Xiao An must think I'm already asleep. If I get up now, she'll definitely think I was lying, that I'm not really tired, and will call me to shower. But if I sleep on the bed while Xiao An sleeps on the floor, my conscience will ache forever. What to do? I've got it. He'll pretend I fell off the bed while sleeping and woke up, then go back to sleep on the floor. This way I can pretend to be still very sleepy and continue sleeping while also achieving my goal. Suddenly Su Anfan thought of a great idea. Just as he was about to implement this perfect plan, Shin Shinan happened to walk out of the bathroom. Oh no. No matter what, Su Anfan couldn't possibly roll from the center of such a large bed all the way to the floor right under Shin Zinen's watchful eyes, could he? That would be too obvious. The observant Xiao An would immediately see through the act. Seeing his plan thus foiled, Su Anfan thought in despair. Now all he could do was pray that Shin Shinan would choose to sleep on the bed. Though it would tarnish his reputation as a gentleman, at least Xiao An wouldn't be wronged. Seeing that things had come to this, Su Anfan had no choice but to continue pretending to sleep. While praying, he shifted sideways to make more room for Shin Shinan. Click! Shin Shinan turned off the bathroom light. Soon a faint rustling sound came from the wardrobe, likely Shin Shinan fetching a blanket. After a while the sound stopped. Though Shin Shinan tried to tread lightly in the darkness, Su Anfan, who was concentrating on observing, could still sense her approaching. Please, Xiao An, sleep beside me. It's safe here. Su Anfan prayed nervously under the covers. Thump. As the bed gave a dull shake, Su Anfan could feel a reassuring weight settling beside him. Oh yeah, awesome. Seeing Shun Shinan lie down beside him, Su Anfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao An didn't mind and was comfortable, that was fine. Though a strange feeling arose in his heart, Su Anfan was relieved and settled down. Sniff sniff. Just as Su Anfan was celebrating inwardly, an untimely sound came from beside him. Though the sound was very faint because the room was quiet, they were closed, and Su Anfan's attention was highly focused due to the earlier events. He still heard it. Xiao An, what is she? On the bed, seeing that Su Anfan seemed to be fast asleep, Shin Shinan quietly leaned her head over behind Su Anfan, who was lying on his side. Her white nostrils flared slightly, like a little hamster searching for food, earnestly sniffing something. Warm, subtle breaths gently brushed against Su Anfan's neck, tickling a little. But Su Anfan was so nervous, he dared not move at all. After a long moment, the girl seemed satisfied and stopped returning to her original position. Good night, Xiao An. Gazing tenderly at Su Anfan's sleeping back, the girl softly said good night, then closed her eyes with a contented expression. How does my body odor smell that strong? Xiao An sniffed for so long. Aya. It must be because I sweated and didn't shower, so my body has a strong sweat smell. That bothered Xiao An. If I had known, I would have braved the embarrassment and showered. Kill me now. In the peaceful night, someone could no longer fall asleep. Is it dawn? In the morning, a mysterious force awakened Su Anfan from his slumber, causing him to groggily open his eyes. Where was this? He looked around through bleary eyes, not recognizing his own cluttered room, and for a moment he felt utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to turn, his hand brushed against a soft warm spot. Xiao An. He turned over to find Shun Shinan sleeping soundly, pressed tightly against his body. She was still clutching the blanket she had stolen from him, while the original blanket lay scattered to the side. Huh. No wonder his stomach had felt cold last night. It was all Xiao An's doing. Staring at Shun Zinen's tranquil sleeping face, Su Anfan's memories slowly began to resurface. Right yesterday, the mischievous Xiao An had deliberately sniffed him to see if he had any odor, keeping him awake for half the night. Soon the embarrassing memories of the previous night came flooding back. Though Su Anfan was careless about the tidiness of his seat and room, he was extremely particular about his personal hygiene and the impression of cleanliness he gave others. Especially with someone like Shin Shinan, a close buddy, who spent so much time with him, Su Anfan valued that impression immensely. So when he learned that Shin Shinan had sniffed him from behind, the usually carefree Su Anfan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind fixated on the incident. Perhaps influenced by this, Su Anfan woke up especially early this morning. The mere thought of it made his face burn with embarrassment, wishing he could strangle his past self. He had to take advantage of Xiao An still sleeping and rushed to the bathroom to wash away the scent. Driven by shame, Su Anfan immediately prepared to head for a shower. Just as he was about to get up, he noticed that the corner of his clothes was pinned under Shin Zinen's arm. Xiao An really was such a restless sleeper. Gently and quietly, he slowly moved Shin Zinen's arm aside, an unconscious faint smile spreading across his face. Gur. Sensing the departure of the one beside her, Shin Shinan murmured indistinctly in her sleep, her brow slightly furrowing as she hugged the blanket tighter. Since you sniffed me last night, I'll sniff you back this morning. Looking at Shin Zinen's peaceful sleeping face like a squirrel clutching a pine cone, Su Anfan suddenly felt no rush to bathe and conceived a new idea. Gently leaning down, the boy slowly brought his head close to the sleeping girl beside him, cautiously sniffing. There was a faint violet fragrance, very subtle but pleasant and reassuring. The boy pressed close, inhaling deeply, momentarily lost in the scent. Gur. Suddenly the sleeping girl slightly parted her pink lips and mumbled vaguely. The boy instantly snapped back to reality and slowly pulled away. Good morning, Xiao An. Gazing tenderly at Shin Zinen's serene sleeping face, Su Anfan's lips curled up involuntarily. After whispering a soft good morning, he tiptoed into the bathroom. Meanwhile, the girl on the bed also wore a blissful curve on her lips, as if lost in a sweet dream. Dad, where are we going today? After showering, Shin Shinan slowly woke up. The two washed up and went downstairs to reunite with Su Jun. Don't ask yet, just follow me. Eat breakfast first. With a mouthful of buns, Su Jun handed the freshly bought buns and fried dough sticks to the two, answering vaguely. Oh. Hearing this, Su Anfan didn't ask further. He took the breakfast, gave half to Shin Shinan, and began eating while it was still hot. Let's go. After swallowing the bun in one gulp, Su Jun gestured to them and said. Seeing Su Jun leave, the two quickly followed. Soon they arrived at a clothing section in a large shopping mall. Dad, what do you mean? Buying us clothes. But this is the women's section. Looking around at the stores full of colorful dresses, Su Anfan felt puzzled. Since we're here, I won't hide it from you. Su Jun sighed deeply, somewhat embarrassed. Shinan Anfan, to be honest. Did you find me a stepmother? Does she work here? Or does she have a daughter, and you're buying clothes for her? Seeing Su Jun and Su Anfan couldn't wait and interrupted. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Su Jun gave Su Anfan a hard rap on the head. Then what is it? Hurry up and tell me. Holding his head in pain, Su Anfan urged anxiously. Well, ahem, it's like this. A few nights ago your mother appeared in my dream. She said she wanted to see you and Shinon dressed as girls one more time, so ahem. Huh. Xiao An and I cross-dressing again. After a while Su Jun finally explained everything. It turned out that a few days ago Su dad, feeling heartache from missing his wife, drank some wine at night and fell asleep on the bed in a daze. That night he miraculously dreamed of Su mom Zhu Lin. The dream was set in the place where the family had left happy memories before. Su mom looked the same as when she came here. Not so thin, her face still rosy, always wearing a gentle smile. In the dream the couple talked for a long time, from the bits and pieces of their acquaintance to the current appearance of their two children, as if they had never been apart. At the end of the dream, Su mom specifically asked Su dad to see their two children dressed as girls again here, then transformed into a white-furred fox, and suddenly disappeared. When Su Jun woke up groggily, the dream was as clear as if it had really happened, etched in his mind the words, even clearer than memories. Initially Su Jun was half believing, half doubting, thinking it was just his longing for his wife. But when he got up he found a photo under his pillow, the one taken when Su Anfan and the others were cross-dressing. This photo was something Su Jun always kept treasured in a box and rarely took out. It appeared there after the dream. Even Su Jun, who always believed in materialism, had to believe. So to fulfill his deceased wife's wish, Su Jun planned this trip during the National Day holiday. Anfan, Shinon, please. With a look of longing for Su mom, Su Jun said earnestly. Oh, uncle, it's fine. Since Annie wants to see, I'm definitely okay with it, Shinon quickly replied. I'm definitely fine with it too since mom wants to see, Su Anfan immediately responded. However, regarding the white-furred fox in the dream, a speculation quietly emerged in Su Anfan's heart. Shinon, Anfan, come over here. This one is nice, and this one too. Shinon, he would look great in this. Come try it on. Su Jun was unusually excited, scanning the dazzling array of skirts and dresses, picking out items for them to try. This women's clothing store was huge. It not only sold everyday women's wear, but also provided cosplay costumes and makeup services, so it had a wide variety of outfits. Moreover, the store had served many cross-dressing boys who came to cosplay, making it quite professional in the business of malito female dressing, which was why Su Jun chose this place. Boss Su Jun had already notified them in advance. After learning about their intentions, the owner was very understanding and supportive. He even specially asked the staff to attend to them, offering to help with makeup after they picked their outfits. Wow, this dress is absolutely amazing. It's a work of art. Su Jun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he picked out another dress. Dad, it's not like you're the one wearing it. Why are you so excited? Su Anfan, now dressed as a little devil, shook his head helplessly as he looked at the pink fluffy skirt in his father's hand. Under the strong recommendation of the salesgirl, Su Anfan reluctantly changed into this black little devil cosplay outfit. According to the salesgirl, since he was already cross-dressing, if he didn't go bold, how could he showcase his unique talent? In the mirror, jet black hair curled wildly, lazily draped over Su Anfan's shoulders. A black leather top tightly wrapped his not so robust torso, with a silver skull brooch pinned at the collar, emitting a chilly aura from the slightly raised chest padded with silicone. Below was a dark Lolita short skirt, its hem adorned with lace trim, gently swaying as Su Anfan moved. And to conceal his abundant leg hair, the salesgirl thoughtfully arranged a pair of seductive black thigh-high stockings for him. With his already slender long legs paired with black leather boots, no one could tell he was a burly man. To be fair, it looked quite good. Wearing a pair of small, delicate devil horns, Su Anfan gave a high appraisal to his own reflection. Even without makeup, his current appearance was enough to captivate anyone. Dad, since you like that skirt so much, why don't you wear it yourself? Seeing Su Jun still reluctant to let go of the cute pink fluffy skirt, Su Anfan timely suggested. What do you know? What man doesn't want a soft pink adorable little daughter? A flash of the embarrassing memory of being rejected came to mind, but Su Jun reluctantly put down the fluffy skirt. Besides, pink as a man's romance is not something just anyone can pull off. He touched his burly muscles and sighed helplessly. Dad. By the way, where's Shinon? His mood quickly recovered. Seeing only Su Anfan, Su Jun realized he hadn't seen Shinon for a while. Oh, Xiao An. She's busy. Su Anfan pointed toward the fitting room. This one, and this one. Oh, they're all so beautiful. I'm dying. Hee little sister. Oh no, little brother, try this one on too, make the sisters happy. Don't worry, little brother, the sisters won't let you wear for free. If you put it on, it'll give you 20 off, 50 off. Outside the fitting room, the store manager and several salesgirls holding a variety of clothes surrounded Shinon, showing friendly smiles. From the moment Shinon put on the first outfit, they keenly noticed his cross-dressing, his male girl talent. Fair and tender skin, a soft and delicate face, a perfectly proportioned figure. He could wear anything and naturally exude a certain charm. Since opening the shop, they had never seen such a perfect male girl saint body. Even without any makeup, he looked natural and beautiful in everything. Magical girl, JK, cat girl, maid, shrine maiden, and even the most challenging bunny girl, Shinon, could easily pull off each style. Moreover, he always carried a submissive vibe that made people want to bully him to tears. This excited the staff, who had a strange obsession with such things. They treated Shinshinan like a dress-up doll constantly, making him try on all kinds of clothes. Shinshinan had a soft personality, and the staff meant no harm. He thought it would be over after a few tries, so he didn't refuse. He kept changing outfits, even posing for photos, and his obedient behavior only made the staff more excited. Gulp. Facing the big sisters whose eyes were burning as if they wanted to eat him, Shinshinan, wearing a nurse uniform like a frightened deer, shrank into a corner. His long eyelashes fluttered anxiously, and his face flushed with shyness. He bit his pink lips tightly, his big watery eyes gazing longingly into the distance. Xiao An, save me. Achu. Feels like someone is thinking of me. It must be because I look too good. Anfan rubbed his nose and continued to admire himself in the mirror. After a while, a white-haired fox girl gracefully walked out of the fitting room. Her snow-white hair fell softly to her waist, and a pair of fluffy white fox ears stood on top, trembling with her unsteady steps. A redanned white ancient-style robe embroidered with peach blossoms looked harmonious and natural against her fair skin. Her slender waist was bound by a light pink ribbon from which hung a small, delicate bell, ringing crisply with each step. As for her long, slender legs, they needed no further adornment. Only a red ankle bracelet tied around her fair ankle, paired with white high heels, quite alluring. Xiao An, is this right? It feels weird. Standing in front of the mirror, Shinshinan looked at himself uneasily, occasionally twisting his body and shaking his fluffy white tail. Perfect. Watching Shinshinan successfully put on the white-haired fox girl outfit he had chosen, Anfan, now a black little devil, looked like he had achieved his plan, a wicked smile, curling his red lips. As expected of Xiao An, it's so cute. Seeing Shinshinan still looking uneasy, Anfan, wearing black lace gloves, comfortingly patted his head and even ruffled the fluffy fox ears on his silver hair. Feeling the warmth on his head, Shinshinan wagged his tail. His long, narrow phoenix eyes slightly lifted, the corners tinged with a faint pink, and the corners of his mouth lifted with a subtle smile. By the way, where's Uncle? Oh, he's getting dressed. He should be back soon. Still rubbing Shinzinen's head, Anfan said with a smile. Anfan, is it like this? Speak of the devil, and soon Jun's voice came from behind. Great. Seeing Jun's makeup and costume, Anfan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew his father was perfect for the role of the boss. Jun exercised regularly, so he was tall and robust with a lean face that perfectly matched the art style of JoJo. With the signature dark red lipstick and the wild pink hair, he was the spitting image of Diavolo. If not for Jun insisting on wearing the pink long coat, claiming going shirtless was indecent, Anfan would have dressed him in a fishnet shirt. Uncle. Shinshinan, puzzled by Anfan's excitement, greeted Jun. Not bad, Xian and Anfan both look wonderful. Jun nodded approvingly, seeing the two before him transformed into a little devil and a fox girl. As for his own outfit, Anfan had specially asked the shop assistant to contact another menswear store to fulfill his wish. Though it felt a bit odd being able to dress up with the kids, made up for the regret of the previous time. Lin, if only you were here too. The image of their last outing together surfaced in his mind when Lin was still by their side, laughing uncontrollably as she patted the children's heads. Both kids have grown up. Can you see them from the heavens? Let's settle the bill and go. Your mom can't wait to see how you look. Fearing the children might notice his melancholy, Jun shook his head, dispelling the sadness, and patted Anfan's head with a smile. The two obediently nodded. In the end, thanks to Shinzinen's earlier heroic sacrifice and the excellent promotional photos they left behind, the shop owner gave them a great discount, and Jun ended up buying all the clothes. Oh, and Jun's coveted pink fluffy skirt was also purchased by Anfan to be worn by Shinshinan later. Wow. Mom, those two sisters are so beautiful. And that uncle's so cool. Such amazing cosplay, everyone looks great. Sure enough, as soon as the three of them stepped out of the shop, their unique costumes drew a lot of attention. Last time when they wore women's clothing, it was just modified everyday clothes from Sue's mom, which occasionally drew glances, but never the level of attention that cosplay now attracted. Xiao An. Shinshinan clung nervously to Anfan, her face flushed crimson under the public gaze, wishing she could turn invisible. Xiao An, relax. With the experience of cross-dressing the first time, Anfan was much more composed this time, not caring about the stairs, strutting like a queen. Jun was equally unbothered, holding his head high with pride, as if showing off how beautiful his two children were. Shinshinan hugged Anfan's arm, her tail swaying, eyes darting around nervously. Whenever she met someone's gaze, she pressed her face closer to Anfan, and their intimate posture only drew more excited looks. Dad, how much farther to our destination? At this rate, Xiao An is going to die of embarrassment. Anfan patted Shinzinen's head comfortingly and asked curiously, Look, it's that place ahead. Jun pointed to the rolling mountains in front. Looking at the leather boots on his feet and the high heel, Shinshinan was still unsteady, and Anfan gave a wry smile. Dad, if you want our feet to fall off, just say it. No need to torture us like this. Nonsense, don't worry, we're just at the foot of the mountain. It's not far. Just follow me. Jun patted Anfan's shoulder. And so the two followed Su Jun into a rundown alley at a crossroads, then walked along a quiet path for a while until they arrived at a moss-covered shrine. So quiet. With no one watching them, Shinan gradually relaxed, stroking the weathered stones and looking around curiously. Dad, what place is this? Noticing the familiar surroundings, Anfan asked softly. Didn't your mom often take you to worship at a shrine? This is another such place. Looking at the familiar scene, a trace of nostalgia appeared in Su Jun's eyes. It's also where I first met your mom. First met? The two looked at him with curiosity. Back then, I was just a clueless country boy who had come to study in the city. I always felt out of place in this unfamiliar city. Only this mountain gave me a sense of belonging. Seeing their interest, Su Jun slowly recounted his memories. That day I was in a bad mood as usual and planned to take a walk in the mountains. Unexpectedly, a white fox suddenly darted out onto the path. Being a country boy, I got excited at the sight of such an animal, and having nothing better to do, followed it. I chased it all the way, and slowly it led me to the door of this shrine. Once the white fox entered, it disappeared. I was puzzled, so I went in too. Your mom was inside reading a book. You have no idea how beautiful your mom was back then, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Anyone would be dazzled. Recalling the scene, Su Jun smiled. At best it was love at first sight, at worst it was infatuation with her looks. I was instantly captivated, thinking, oh my god, such a beautiful girl. If I miss her, I'll regret it for life. Bewitched, I don't know where I found the courage, but I went up and started talking to her. As it turned out, we were not only from the same school, but also from the same hometown. Perhaps because it was rare to meet a fellow townsman, she talked with me for a long time that day, and we even exchanged contact information. After that, we chatted back and forth, went out together, and gradually became familiar, eventually starting to date. Then I proposed to your mom, and you know the rest. We got married, bought a house back in our hometown, and had this rascal Anfan. Even now I think it was a blessing from the fox god that allowed me to meet your mom. In the end, Su Jun looked at the fox statue inside the shrine, his eyes filled with nostalgia, gratitude, and a hint of hidden sorrow. The evening breeze ruffled his pink hair, making him seem oddly lonely. Dad, Uncle. Seeing this, the two didn't know how to comfort Su Jun, so they pressed close to him like little chicks. Alright. Your mom wants to see how you look now, don't make her worry. Seeing them both growing sad, Su Jun quickly used his broad hands to pat their heads and forced a smile. Anfan Shinan, come over. If you have anything to say to her, say it now. Perhaps she is here and can hear you. After they had briefly cleaned the shrine, Su Jun sat on the steps before the statue and beckoned the two of them over. The two obediently walked over and knelt before the shrine. Mom, rest assured. Dad, Xiao An, and I are all doing well. We can take care of ourselves. You don't have to worry so much anymore like before. Auntie, please don't worry. I will take good care of Xiao An. Uncle Xiao An misses you very much. If you can sense it, please visit them often. I beg you. With their hands clasped together, they prayed silently, earnestly, hoping that Su's mother Zhu Lin could hear their words. After a long while, the two slowly stood up. Dad, you should come and pay your respects too. Looking at Su Jun, who was silently smoking on the side, Su Anfan said softly. Forget it. I've already said everything I wanted to say in my dreams. This time, I mainly came to fulfill your mother's wish, to let her see you both. Cough, cough. It's been years since I last smoked. This cigarette is harsh. Seeing the two children rise, Su Jun quickly extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He had quit smoking long ago because it was bad for Su's mother's health, but today for some reason, he inexplicably wanted to light one up. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's head back. After sitting in silence for a while, Su Jun stood up and spoke to them. But let me make this clear. Since you two are dressed up like this, for once I have to take you out for a good stroll and take some photos. Let me fulfill this old man's wish of having daughters. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy again, Su Jun put his broad arms around their shoulders and spoke loudly, trying to lighten the mood. I don't mind either way. But Xiao An, I'm afraid, shall be so embarrassed she'll explode and then cry about it afterward. Su Anfan followed Su Jun's lead and teased with a laugh. Xiao An, Shinan protested with a mix of shame and annoyance, her fox ears trembling with agitation. Ha ha ha. Seeing them banter like this, Su Jun laughed from the heart. See, Lin. Both children are fine. Just fine. Soon the three of them left amid laughter and chatter, and the dilapidated shrine returned to its former tranquility. But in a place no one could see, a faint glimmer of light silently flickered across the eyes of the fox statue. Xiao An, do you believe that after death a soul remains in this world? That night, Su Anfan lay in bed holding the fox pendant given by the fox spirit, examining it closely. Perhaps. Putting down the things he was packing for tomorrow's return, Shinan turned to look at Su Anfan. Xiao An, what's wrong? Nothing. I was just thinking. Since even deities exist, perhaps souls do too. Swinging the pendant left and right, Su Anfan spoke absently. Xiao An. Shinan turned around and looked at him with concern. Ever since the visit to the shrine, Su Anfan had seemed a bit off. Although he appeared normal on the surface, Shinan, who knew him well, could sense that he was preoccupied. Xiao An, if people could be resurrected, would you bring your parents back? Gazing at the pendant absent-mindedly, Su Anfan continued. I don't know. They left me suddenly. I hardly remember them now. Shin Shinon leaned closer, biting her lip hesitantly. Maybe I would want them back, but I don't know what they would become. Would you also leave me suddenly, Xiao An? Su Anfan turned his head and pressed on. Don't worry, Xiao An. As long as you want, I will always be with you. Holding Su Anfan's hand firmly, Shin Shinon spoke with unwavering resolve. It's okay, Xiao An. I'm here. Don't worry. Seeing Su Anfan still in a daze, Shin Shinon gently stroked his forehead. Don't overthink it. He'll worry too. I'm okay. Xiao An, I'm fine. Go take a shower first. We need to sleep soon. Noticing the concern in Shun Zinen's eyes, Su Anfan snapped out of his trance and gave a reassuring smile. All right. Seeing that Su Anfan seemed to have recovered a bit, Shin Shinon breathed a sigh of relief. He'll go take a shower now. Watching Shin Shinon walk into the bathroom with a towel, Su Anfan got up and went to the balcony of the room. Fox God, are you there? He held the fox pendant to his lips and whispered. After a moment, the pendant showed no response. No use. Su Anfan tapped the pendant. Strange. The deity shouldn't lie to me, right? He shook it and held it high above his head. Suddenly, as if sensing some keyword, the fox pendant burst into a white light. Human, why do you summon me? A delicate, girlish voice emanated from the pendant. It really works. Amazing. Of course. How would I deceive you? The voice carried a hint of pride. What is your business? Having successfully contacted the fox god, Su Anfan voiced his conjecture. Deity was the remnant soul that appeared in my father's dream, your incarnation. At this, the fox god hesitated for a moment before replying. It was indeed my doing. Why? Su Anfan asked, puzzled. To fulfill a wish that came too late. Since Su Anfan had guessed at the youthful deity's side and explained the whole story. It turned out that years ago, when Su Anfan and Shun Shinon accompanied Su's mother dressed in women's clothing on an outing, they had promised Julin that whenever she wanted to see them, they would wear whatever she chose. Thus, before her illness took her, she made a wish at the shrine, her final wish. How I wish that a few years from now I could see Anfan and Shinon wearing beautiful clothes, laughing together again. Unfortunately, the fox god was in deep slumber at that time and did not hear Su's mother's wish. Soon after, Su's mother passed away suddenly due to illness. It was only recently, when Su Anfan and Shin Shinon made their wishes, that the fox god awakened. She sensed their desires and later learned of Su's mother's dying wish. She decided to fulfill it. Thus, she transformed into Su's mother based on her memories, appeared in Su Jun's dream, and urged him to take the two of them to dress up. Your mother was truly a wonderful human. Back then, she stumbled upon my shrine, and for reasons unknown would come to clean it whenever she had time. Later, I saw that your father and mother were fated, so on a whim, I helped bring them together. Thinking of Su's mother's demeanor, the fox god's voice grew somber. That silly girl came to worship every year, treating me as a friend and chatting with me to pass the time. Even though I, as a deity, had never paid her any attention. Oh, what a pity. Such a good person, why did the demon of death claim her so soon? In the end, the fox god let out a long sigh. Though her voice was that of a young maiden, it carried a profound sense of weariness. Anfan, why are you crying? What happened? Sweetheart, mommy is here. Don't be afraid. Tell mommy everything. Mommy is here, sweetheart. Don't be afraid, Anfan. Mommy is here, don't worry. Was it because you were protecting Shinon and got bullied? Then our Anfan is really a little hero. Truly mommy's good child, so brave. Why can't a little hero cry? Anfan has always been mommy's little treasure. You can cry in mommy's arms anytime. Let's go, little hero. We won't let the bully who picked on Shinon get away, right? My Anfan is so good. Who would have thought our Anfan is such a little beauty? I know. Mommy won't tease Anfan anymore. Anfan has really grown up, getting shy now. Anfan and Shinon are both mommy's good children. Come again next time. It's a deal. Next time I won't go easy. I'll dress you both up as mommy's beautiful daughters. Anfan, sweetheart, don't be afraid. Mommy is still here, don't worry. Don't cry, our Anfan is a little man now. A little man doesn't cry easily. Mommy will always be with you. Anfan, protect Shinon and take care of yourself. Mother. Listening to the fox god's narration, Su Anfan's memories came flooding back like a tidal wave, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. Can mother be resurrected? Even though he knew the hope was slim, Su Anfan choked out the question, clinging to a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, no. Seeing Su Anfan like this, the fox god sighed. Life, aging, illness, and death. Even we cannot control them. Then is my mother's soul still in this world? Wiping the tears from his face, Su Anfan persisted in asking. Souls. Who can say they truly exist? When a person dies, all that remains in this world are memories and such. The white light on the pendant dimmed. If it truly existed, I would love to have a chat with your mother. Seeing his last hope shattered, Su Anfan's eyes completely dimmed. My condolences. Seeing Su Anfan remain silent, the voice from the pendant said no more, leaving only those words. With that, the glimmer of white light gradually faded away, leaving Su Anfan sitting on the bed staring blankly out the window. Xiao An. Shin Shinon, who had just come out of the bathroom, quickly noticed something was wrong. Without even changing her shoes, she ran barefoot to Su Anfan's side. Xiao An, why are you crying? What happened? I'm here. You can tell me anything. Xiao An, don't hold it in. I'm scared. Tell me everything, okay? Shun Shinan knelt before Su Anfan, looking up at his tear-streaked face, gently wiping his tears. Xiao An, I miss my mother. Finally, Su Anfan could no longer hold back. His emotions burst forth like a flood and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Mom Xiao An, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm here. Holding Su Anfan tightly in her arms, Shun Shinan gently patted his back, murmuring softly, as if coaxing a child. Shun Shinan didn't speak much, just patiently comforted him like this. After a long time, the sobbing gradually subsided. How to turn off the light. In the silent room, Su Anfan curled up in Shin Zinen's arms like a sleeping baby, tightly, holding her waist, his face still covered with tear stains. Seeing Su Anfan holding her tightly, Shin Shinan carefully brushed the messy hair from his forehead, a helpless smile appearing on her face. Fortunately, the bedside switch was close by, so she quietly turned off the lamp. It seems Xiao An was really shocked today. He cried like this when Annie passed away too. Recalling Su Anfan's heartbreaking sobs, Shin Zinen's face showed a look of distress. She bit her lip tightly and held him even closer. Xiao An, be good, I'm here. In the darkness, the girl whispered softly, but soon it was replaced by the boy's heavy breathing. Good night, Xiao An. After silently saying good night in her heart, Shin Shinan slowly closed her eyes. In the dark and lonely night, another pair of people fell asleep in each other's arms. Body feels warm. Is it morning? In the early morning, Su Anfan felt the warmth emanating from his body and slowly opened his eyes. Soon a dazzling whiteness appeared before his eyes. This is. Soon Su Anfan realized what that place was. Xiao An. He saw Shin Shinan pressing his head tightly against her chest. Because she had changed into her pajamas after bathing, the collar was a bit messy, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of spring. And her warm thigh was restlessly draped over Su Anfan's body, locking him firmly in place. Of course, Su Anfan's hands were also disobediently wrapped around Shun Zinen's delicate waist. From a distance, Su Anfan looked like a life-sized teddy bear tightly held in Shun Zinen's arms. Phew. The girl's warm breath fell on Su Anfan's face, and the events of last night slowly came back to his mind. So damn embarrassing. Thinking about how he had clung to his best buddy last night, crying, and saying he missed his mother, Su Anfan wished he could beat his past self to death. Wu Xiao An, don't be afraid. Suddenly the girl murmured softly. Perhaps sensing the movement in her arms, she held Su Anfan even tighter, as if protecting a precious treasure. Xiao An. The image of Shun Shinan gently comforting him last night surfaced in his mind, and a sweet warmth rose in Su Anfan's heart. Forget it, if Xiao An likes it, hell, just let her hold him obediently. Seeing Shun Shinan sleeping peacefully, a sweet smile on her lips, Su Anfan gave up struggling and enjoyed the warmth of her embrace. Xiao An. After a while, Shin Shinan finally woke from her sweet dream. Xiao An, and good morning. Xiao An, good morning. Still not fully awake, the girl mumbled a good morning. Well, Xiao An, could you let go? My leg seems to be numb. Seeing that Shin Shinan was still half asleep, Su Anfan could only say helplessly. Later, under the threat of a pillow fight, Shin Shinan dazedly agreed to forget what happened yesterday. After a morning of wild fun, Su Anfan and Shin Shinan returned home, triumphantly laden with their costumes and that pink tutu. After the family trip for National Day, Su Jun had to return to work early, leaving Su Anfan and Shin Shinan to stay at home and enjoy the remaining holiday. Xiao Hang invited me and a few buddies to stay over at his place, so I might be out for a few days. In Su Anfan's room, he suddenly put down his phone and spoke to Shin Shinan, who was quietly reading beside him. Going out to stay, she asked, putting down the book with a slight pause, but then smiled warmly. Okay, Xiao An, have fun. Want to come along, Xiao An? Still reluctant to leave Shin Shinan alone at home, Su Anfan suggested. No, I don't really know them well. She gently shook her head. Besides, if I go, you'll be restrained and won't enjoy yourself fully. But don't worry, Xiao An, I promise you'll be fine at home alone. Seeing his lingering concern, Shin Shinan assured him earnestly. All right. He finally relented. Leaving tomorrow. Then let me pack for you. When a bunch of guys get together, you'll definitely need poker cards, board games. With that, she hopped off the bed and began to fuss over packing like a caring mother. Oh, and some snacks. It's not good to always eat other stuff. And a sun hat and sunscreen. The sun's been so strong lately, you'll get sunburn, Xiao An. Also band-aids and cold medicine, just in case you get hurt or sick from playing too hard. Is Xiao An really okay? Watching her mutter endlessly as if she wanted to empty the whole house for him, a flicker of worry crossed Su Anfan's eyes. Xiao An, leaving. Early in the morning, Su Anfan dragged his bulging luggage to the bus stop to catch the first bus. Not wanting to disturb her if she was still asleep, he simply sent a farewell message. Silly Xiao An, and Xiao An, safe journey. Within seconds, Shin Shinan replied. Take care of yourself at home. Silly Xiao An, you too stay safe while having fun. Okay. Silly Xiao An, remember to video call me when you rest to let me know you're safe. Mom, why does this feel like an old married couple? He chuckled wryly at the messages on his phone. I hope Xiao An can take good care of herself at home. Seeing the bus approach, he replied briefly and boarded with his Yo fan go. Fan guest finally here. Now all the brothers are together. As Anfan got off the bus and headed to the location shared in the group chat, he found Xiao Hang and a few buddies waiting for him. Hey, I thought I woke up early, but you guys are even earlier. Patting Xiao Hang on the shoulder, Anfan looked at the other two friends. Ho Gudonglin. Where's that rascal Mo? Ah, don't mention him. That traitor prioritized his girlfriend over his bros and went to sweet-talk his long-distance love. The chubby guy called Ho said with a pained expression. Well, they rarely get together, so let him off this time. We'll give him a proper lesson when he's back. Anfan shook his fist with a grin. That's right. We'll have to interrogate him thoroughly later, see what he's been up to, and if he's betrayed our revolutionary brotherhood. They all knew Mo had a high school girlfriend in a long-distance relationship for 3 years. Though they teased him like this, they actually supported him deep down. Gotta give it to Donglin. He's loyal, abandoning his new girlfriend to hang with us. A true bro. Ho threw an arm around Gu Donglin. Our revolutionary bond is unbreakable. Actually, we already hung out a few days ago, held hands, and Chu Ning even kissed. Gu Donglin rubbed his nose, a blissful smile on his face. Damn, you've only been together for less than a month, Xiao Linzi, you sly dog. Why talk? He's asking for a beating. Yeah, brothers, get him. Teach this traitor a lesson. Gu Donglin was soon mobbed. Laohang, you didn't tell us your place was this big. Staring at the 3-story exquisite villa and the luxurious outdoor pool, Anfan and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Oh, this is a party venue run by my sisters. It's usually rented out for gatherings. Xiao Hang waved dismissively. Since you guys were coming, I didn't want to face my parents' sour faces at home, so I asked my sister to borrow this place for a few days and they agreed. Lucky you having sisters to spoil you. Knowing Xiao Hang had 3 older sisters and was the only younger brother, the others looked at him with envy. What'd it cost me? I have to be their slave for half a year. Well, not that bad. Just losing TV privileges, snack privileges, bathroom priority. Oh, they call me Little Hongzi, and I call them princesses. And taking the blame when mom scolds, taking the punishment when dad hits doing the chores. Stop, well, remember your sacrifice. Hearing the tear-jerking, unequal treaties, their eyes turned sympathetic. Good bro, you've worked hard. All right, let's go in. Xiao Hang grinned, naively unaware that he had become a hero in their eyes. As expected, the interior was as exquisite as the exterior. A free game room, a dedicated billiard room, and a karaoke room. Drinks, snacks, and large board games were all available. There were also attendants to clean up and provide meals. Since the venue usually hosted large groups like classes, there were many rooms with various themed decorations. In the end, Anfan and the others chose a Japanese-style room on the 2nd floor with a continuous tatami mat, as Suho said, for better brotherly bonding at night. After settling their luggage, they let loose and began to play wildly. They fought fiercely in the arcade game. King of Fighters screamed their lungs out in the karaoke room and showcased their terrible skills on the pool table. Time flew by, and soon it was night. What a great day, Anfan said, savoring the barbecue grilled by the attendant aunt. Hey Fangu, there's even more excitement waiting. Suho patted his shoulder with a mysterious smile. The room is big, we should head back. Let's go. There's more fun ahead. Xiao Hang urged from the side. Should I send Xiao An a message? In the early morning, Shinan lay on her side in bed, curled up, staring blankly at the chat window on her phone. She had unavoidably suffered from insomnia last night. After all, in a sense, this was the first time they would be apart for so long. Ever since Shinan and Anfan became close brothers, they had been inseparable, meeting at least several times a day and spending time together. Even when they had conflicts, they would find a chance to meet and quickly reconcile. But this time was different. Anfan said he would go out for a few days, and it would probably be 2 or 3 days before he returned. This meant that in the coming days, she would face a severe shortage of Xiao An's presence. If she couldn't even see Anfan's face with her current tolerance, Shinan might really go mad. So now she was pondering how to subtly hint that Anfan should check in with her later. Since they met every day and were almost inseparable, the last time they exchanged messages was a long time ago. And as for checking in, they had never been apart much, so there was no such habit. Bringing it up on her own felt a bit strange. Xiao An, remember to video call me every day to report your safety. No, that's too direct. It feels like I'm ordering Xiao An around. Shinan immediately deleted it. Well, Xiao An, if you're away for so long, I'll be really worried. Could you video call me every day so I can see you? No, that's too coy, like him acting cute with Xiao An. A blush crept across the girl's face, and she hastily deleted the words on the screen. What should she write? Staring blankly at her phone screen, Shinan fell into thought again. If she just expressed her feelings properly, Xiao An would probably understand. It feels like we'll be apart for such a long time. Xiao An, why are you leaving me for so long? Are you abandoning Xiao An? Why can't Xiao An always be with me? What am I writing? Realizing her thoughts were getting darker, Shinan frantically patted her cheeks and stopped her gloomy train of thought. After a while staring at the chat window she had deleted, rewritten, and revised countless times, the girl's delicate face was filled with anguish. Forget it, as long as Xiao An has fun, whether he checks in or not doesn't matter. She would just treat it as a brief break from Xiao An. Shun Zinan's eyes dimmed, and she slowly put down her phone. Suddenly a message from Anfan popped up on the screen. Xiao An am leaving. Okay Xiao An, have a safe journey. Almost instinctively Shun Shinan immediately typed and sent a reply. Xiao An, remember to take care of yourself at home. You too, be careful while you're out. Okay. Remember to video call me to check in when you rest. After hesitating for a moment, Shun Shinan finally sent what she had in mind. Anfan replied, okay, that should be fine. Seeing Anfan's reply of, Shun Shinan felt relieved. She placed the phone over her heart, and some light returned to her eyes. But had Xiao An already left? She thought Anfan would leave around noon, and she hadn't even prepared breakfast for him. Shun Shinan pouted her lips in disappointment. So a long day without Xiao An was about to begin. Hugging the teddy bear beside her, the girl buried her head deep into the sheets to escape reality. Xiao An still hasn't messaged. Staring at her phone screen with longing, Shun Shinan muttered again, not knowing how many times she had done so. Only a few hours had passed, but it felt like forever. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to find peace. Usually being apart from Anfan for half a day didn't affect Shun Shinan much. But now knowing that Anfan would be away for several days, she felt like an abandoned kitten overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Every second without a message from Anfan, the emptiness in her heart grew. Xiao An should have arrived by now, right? What if he gets hit by a car on the way? Xiao An is so cute, what if some bad woman on the bus targets him? Men seem dangerous too. Could his friends be after him, tricking him into going? Once lured away, Xiao An would be garbled and then garbled. Slap, slap. Realizing her thoughts were becoming increasingly disturbing, Shun Shinan quickly patted her flushed cheeks, driving away the nonsense. No, she needed to replenish her dose of Xiao An. Startled by her own dark thoughts, Shun Shinan momentarily snapped back to her senses. Without even changing her clothes, she tightly hugged the teddy bear, grabbed her phone, and hurried out of her room. A short while later, Shun Shinan, still in her thin pajamas, appeared in front of Anfan's door. Xiao An, sorry to bother you. She murmured sheepishly, then quietly opened the door like a sneaky thief. The room looked much as it had been when Shun Shinan tidied it up last night. The floor was clean, books and shoes were neatly arranged, only the bed was in disarray, still bearing the traces of its owner's recent departure. Woo! Gazing at the messy bed, the girl's face flushed with a rosy hue, and she clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After hesitating, Shun Shinan cautiously crawled into the bed, still holding the teddy bear. There's so much of Xiao An's scent. Wrapping herself tightly in Anfan's blanket, feeling his presence, Shun Shinan inexplicably gained a sense of calm. But this feels so perverted. Like a child, she buried her head in the bedding, her earlobes turning a cherry red blush. Although she had imagined doing this more than once during her wild thoughts, she had only dared to secretly nap with the blanket for a short while. This was the first time she had been so bold. But since she had already done it, she might as well enjoy it. Shun Shinan quickly convinced herself. He'll wait here for Xiao An to send a message. Poking half her head out, she stared blankly at her phone and began another long wait. Over at Anfan's side. Posey, is this the more thrilling thing you mentioned? Anfan asked doubtfully, staring at the Truth or Dare cards laid out on the bunk bed. Of course, Lao Chao and I carefully picked these out. They're guaranteed to be exciting. Hearing this, Suho patted his chest with a sly grin. Heh, of course, ITLL, also let us brothers be more open with each other. Posey, I'm warning you, Xia Lindsay is already taken and I have no interest in that sort of thing. Seeing Suho's lecherous smile, Anfan inexplicably felt a chill. You and Lao Chao have been single and thirsty for too long. If you need to relieve yourselves, do it internally, don't drag us into it. Oh come on, brother Fan, we're all straight men here. Don't judge a gentleman's gut by a pervert's mind. Suho flashed Anfan an international friendly gesture and shot him a contemptuous look. Exactly. You'll get it once you play. Chao Hang chimed in. Deal's a deal, brothers, no backing out. Right, anyone who cheats will be ganged up on. Suho quickly echoed. Seeing the two of them playing off each other like a comedy duo, Anfan and Gu Donglin grew curious. Alright, let's just start. Seeing their interest piqued, Chao Hang and Suho patted the bedding on the floor and urged excitedly. How do we play? Do we settle it with cards? Gu Donglin asked, curiously noticing Chao Hang holding a deck of poker cards. No. This is just a prop. Suho waved his hand and mysteriously pulled out 4 cards from the middle. Kukuku, actually we're merging this with another great party game, the King game. Stop rambling, get to the point. Seeing Suho's Chinivyu side about to awaken, Anfan impatiently tapped his arm. Alright, simply put, at the start of each round, we randomly draw 1 truth and 1 dare. Whoever draws the joker becomes the king and can assign 2 people with matching card numbers to tell the truth or do a dare. The remaining person who isn't chosen will be interrogated by the brothers and will collectively decide on a task for them. What? Everyone except the king gets punished. That's intense. Hearing the rules, Gu Donglin grew nervous. Kukuku, of course. This is a prime chance to deepen our revolutionary brotherhood. If we don't go bold, how can we be truly open with each other? Suho puffed out his belly with an air of righteous solemnity. Xia Lindsay isn't scared, is he? Well, he does have a girlfriend now. It's only natural to value love over friendship. Xiao Hang fanned the flames from the side. No way, I'm super brave. Prodded by this, Gu Donglin immediately agreed. Alright, let's get started, Su Anfan said, also eager to join. After drawing one truth and one dare card from the deck, each person randomly received their own number card. Everyone got their cards. Who's the king? Su Anfan, holding the ace of spades, looked around. All eyes on me. I am your supreme sovereign, you lowly subjects. Tremble. Ha ha ha. Soon Xiao Hang strutted to the center, brandishing the Joker card in front of everyone's faces with smug arrogance. Damn, Lao Chao, you rigged it. Exactly. Divine right of kings, understand. It's destiny. Xiao Hang immediately sat on a pile of bedding, posing like a monarch. First, I command my Knight of Hearts to speak the truth. No deceiving the king. The Ace of Hearts is for truth. Who has it? Me. Gu Donglin reluctantly raised his hand, covering his face. Haha, Zai Lindsay can't escape now, huh? Suho, loving the drama, showed an excited grin. Let me see what the truth is. Please name the most intimate thing you've done with the opposite sex you hold in the highest regard, excluding family. Who is the one Zai Lindsay holds in highest regard? So hard to guess. Could it be our counselor? Or the dorm matron? No way. Should we ask his girlfriend? Hey, don't mess around. My Ningning is too busy to deal with you lot. Seeing the three pretending to actually call, Gu Donglin blushed and stopped them. Ooh. The other three let out a knowing howl. Who Zai Lindsay is blushing? Who knew he was so innocent? Spill it, what did you two do? Did you do anything shady? Yeah, give us the details. The three surrounded Gu Donglin, pressing him eagerly. Well, last week Ningning took the initiative to ask me out, and I agreed. So a few days ago we went to XX for a trip. His ears reddening, Gu Donglin stammered. At night, to save money, we booked a twin room, and then... Damn, a man and a woman alone sleeping together at night. Xiao Hang exclaimed. And they're a young couple. Like kindling and fire. Su Anfan added. No way. Then you went all the way. Suho gripped Gu Donglin's shoulders tightly, his expression somewhat fierce. What are you thinking? I'm a gentleman. Gu Donglin declared righteously. So what happened? Spill, the three urged impatiently. Well, we just slept holding each other, Gu Donglin said, touching his nose. You know, we're childhood sweethearts. It's normal to hold each other while sleeping. I swear I didn't do anything more. Seeing their murderous intent undiminished, Gu Donglin quickly added. Sleeping while holding each other. That did seem pretty normal. Recalling his own recent night of sleeping in each other's arms with Shun Shinan, Su Anfan's anger inexplicably dissipated, and he began to reflect on his earlier strange feelings. Right? What's wrong with me and my good brother sleeping while holding each other? Isn't that normal? Damn, holding each other while sleeping is normal. Next step is going all the way. You're asking for a beating. Brother Fan, what are you spacing out for? Come hit him. Seeing Su Anfan lost in thought, Su Ho and Xiao Hang urged him. Oh, coming. Su Anfan responded immediately. The logic was sound, but how could he miss a chance to teach his brother a lesson? So Su Anfan rolled up his sleeves and joined the assault on Gu Donglin. Ahem. The punishment for Zai Lindsay is over. Now I will appoint another person for a dare. After thoroughly teaching Gu Donglin a lesson, the game continued. Club night, I choose you. Xiao Hang announced solemnly. Yay, it's me. Unlike Su Anfan's disappointment, Su Ho jumped up excitedly. Since he was the one doing the dare, it meant the remaining Su Anfan would face both truth and dare, a double judgment. Alright, let me see. The dare is... Opening the dare card, Su Ho immediately read it out cheerfully. Take off your pants, put them on your head, dance to You Are So Beautiful, and film it. Su Ho quickly wiped the grin off his face. Whoa, the three cast excited and dangerous looks. In the end, Su Ho completed the dare. As for the final footage, it was so beautiful it could explode anyone's eyes, so Su Anfan and the others deleted that hazardous item. The Wheel of Fortune turns Fangu, now it's your turn. We brothers will take good care of you. Accept our judgment. Hee. The three of them, wearing lecherous smiles, encircled Su Anfan, who had just been watching the show. Gu Donglin and Su Ho, who had just endured their own judgments, laughed with extreme perversity. Damn it, I should not have laughed so loudly earlier. Stared at by the three with predatory eyes, Su Anfan nervously swallowed his saliva. Let's get this straight. According to the rules, each of you can only ask one truth question, and then you can only assign me one dare. Alright, rest assured we won't make things difficult for you, brother. Su Ho rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation, speaking with a sly tone. Then ask away. Knowing he couldn't escape their clutches, Su Anfan put on a look of resigned acceptance, abandoning all resistance. Let me go first. Before the words faded, Gu Donglin eagerly jumped out. I want to ask the same question I was asked before. Damn, Xiao Lindsay, is that all you got? You're resorting to petty revenge without even asking a tough one. Su Ho threw an arm around Gu Donglin's shoulder, slapping his back with a look of disappointment. Xiao Lindsay is just paving the way for our later grand performance. Exactly. Hearing Xiao Hang's words, Gu Donglin quickly chimed in. Enough stalling, Fan Gu, spit it out. Tell me the most intimate thing I've done with a girl. I have the highest favorability towards excluding relatives. The highest favorability. No need to say more, it's definitely Xiao Nan. But this girl? In a sense she still is now. But in their eyes, Xiao Nan and I are both male. And Xiao An will change back eventually, right? But aside from Xiao An, Anfan didn't have any close female friends. Although Anfan was well connected in school, his social circle was mostly among guys. As for girls, he knew many, but there was no significant interaction. If we're talking about girls with high favorability, do anime waifus count? But I can't do anything intimate with them. Anfan racked his brains for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable answer. Finally, under the three's relentless pressure, he had to mention a female classmate he chatted with a bit more often. Ma Xiaotong. That girl in class who dresses up nicely and talks a lot. I never noticed Fan Ge having much contact with her. Fan Ge wouldn't be secretly in love, would he? No way, no way. It looks like we've hit a gold mine. Hearing this, the three immediately got excited. Damn, don't spread rumors. I only mention her because I'm a straight guy who doesn't know many girls. We're not even friends. Seeing his reputation being tarnished, Anfan quickly defended himself. I get it. We want blab. Suho put on a knowing expression, winking slyly. So what's the most intimate thing you've done? We haven't done anything. We just chat online occasionally. Anfan answered truthfully. Just chat. Fan Ge can fool others, but not us brothers. Suho was skeptical. Hey, I believe Fan Ge wouldn't lie. Xiao Linzi. Seeing Gu Donglin immediately defend him, Anfan cast a grateful look. It's a secret crush, so just chatting is normal. Before Anfan could finish his good brother, Gu Donglin's follow-up turned it into a colorful curse. Alright, let's just check their chat history. Chao Hang said, trying to mediate as the group got heated. My truth question is for Fan Ge to tell us their chat content. Damn, Lao Hang, you're a genius. Hearing this, Su Ho and Gu Donglin immediately gave him admiring looks. Of course I'm your supreme king, Chao Hang said proudly, lifting his chin. Fan Ge, is that okay? There's nothing shameful. Go ahead and look. I'm upright and unafraid. To protect his spotless image, Anfan generously displayed his chat history with a female classmate. Well, let's see. The three eagerly crowded around. But after seeing the chat history, their excited expressions gradually turned into the old lady with a phone meme. Fan Ge, I knew you were a straight guy, but I didn't expect you to be made of titanium alloy and a titanium alloy dog brain. Alas, Fan Ge is too hard as a corpse. Just bury him directly. Fan Ge, you might as well turn yourself in. Are you a closet case? After reading the chat, the three turned around with complex expressions, casting looks reserved for mentally challenged children. What's wrong with me? Anfan leaned in to look at the chat history, asking with a puzzled expression. Look at how you chat. The three pointed helplessly at the screen. Xiao is Tongbao WeChat name. Tongxuan, can I ask you something? What's the homework for calculus? Voice message. After a long while. Amren Xiangfan. Didn't you join the group chat? The homework is in the group. Check the messages. Xiao is Tongbao. Oh, thanks. Also, there's a problem I can't solve. Can you teach me? Voice message. Amren Xiangfan. Go ask the homework app. I'm going to play games. Xiao is Tongbao. Okay. Voice message. Xiao is Tongbao. I'm calling you Su Tongxue feels too distant, and calling you Anfan directly feels weird. Can I call you Anfan? Voice message. A few hours later. Amren Xiangfan. No, that feels too weird. Xiao is Tongbao. Then what should I call you? Voice message. Amren Xiangfan. Just call me Tongxue, or call me Fan Ge like my bros. Xiao is Tongbao. Okay, Fan Ge. Amren Xiangfan. Is your throat stuck with phlegm? Speak clearly. It gives me goosebumps. Also, stop sending voice messages. It's bad for your throat. Xiao is Tongbao. Xiao is Tongbao. Fan Ge, I heard you're really good at games. Can you play with me? Puppy eyes. But I might be a bit bad. Fidgeting. Don't blame me, okay? Puppy eyes. Half a day later. Amren Xiangfan. Black question mark emoji. When did I agree to that? Xiao is Tongbao. Can't you? Puppy eyes. Amren Xiangfan. No, I'm busy ranking up with my bro. Xiao is Tongbao. Okay, then when you're free, take me. Amren Xiangfan. Even when I'm free, I'll hang out with my bros. Xiao is Tongbao. Look. How do you even chat? It's a miracle she hasn't blocked you. The three pointed at the chat history, speaking with pain and regret. Huh, what's wrong? Isn't it normal? Facing the chat history and their accusing expressions, Anfan shrugged, innocently spreading his hands. Is this what you call normal? Suho pointed at the phone screen, displaying the cringe-worthy, socially awkward messages that could kill any conversation, his face full of pain and frustration. If it weren't for her having a crush on you and being exceptionally polite, anyone else would have ripped you a new one with those words. He jabbed Anfan's shoulder with a sense of disappointment. Bro, you really need to learn from Xiao Linzi, see how he talks to girls. Gu Donglin suddenly called out, spoke up weakly. Bro, you usually have pretty good social skills with us, but when it comes to girls, it's like you've turned into a different person. He was genuinely curious. Anfan's behavior was just too perplexing. Oh, what do you know? Seeing that his three buddies really didn't get his good intentions, Anfan decided to stop beating around the bush and laid it out straight. I've told you a million times I'm not interested in her that way. Why waste each other's time with all that ambiguous nonsense? I'm straightforward, not blind or stupid. Do you think I can't see her feelings? But she hasn't said it outright, so I can't just go up and say sorry we're not a match, can I? That would be too hurtful. What else can I do? I just have to joke around, play dumb, and kill the conversation. Besides, if I weren't so direct, she'd be chatting me up every day, right? That would just give her false hope and waste her time. This is what I call cutting the Gordian knot. And I mostly tell the truth. I didn't lie to her, just the way I expressed it was a bit blunt. Holy crap. Gu Donglin slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Bro, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He, being good-looking, had encountered similar situations before and instantly understood the subtlety of Anfan's socially awkward rejection tactic. Suho still wasn't convinced, squinting to press further. So you really have no feelings for her? Is this really not because you're a bit slow in the head just trying to make her back off? Damn. Anfan instantly bristled, lunging to put Suho in a headlock. I've said it 1,000 times. Imperfectly innocent with no ulterior motives. Hey. Bro, have mercy. I believe you, I really do. Suho quickly begged for mercy, forcing a smile. We just thought you said she was your best impression before, so we thought something was up. How is that the same? Anfan released him and rolled his eyes. I barely know any girls, and she's the one I talk to a bit more. Among the options, she's the best of a bad lot, okay? As he said this, Shinzinen's face flashed through his mind, and he felt a twinge of guilt, quickly emphasizing, anyway, innocence speaks for itself. Good. Xiao Hang slapped Anfan's shoulder hard, his face moved. I knew you wouldn't betray the organization. Our single noble alliance revolutionary friendship is unbreakable. Yes, unbreakable. Suho and Anfan immediately fist-bumped, their expressions solemn, as if performing a sacred ritual. What about me? Gu Donglin, always excluded from the single nobility, raised his hand weakly. You. The three turned in unison, speaking in chorus unequivocally. Go sit with Mo. Revolutionary friendship aside, the trial process couldn't be skipped. Soon Suho, Xiao Hang, and Gu Donglin, hiding from Anfan, quickly formed a provisional anti-Anfan operations headquarters, huddling together to conspire. Bro, Hang Xiaolinzi, since bro has no interest in that Ma Xiaodong, what should we grill him about next? Suho lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with mischief. Gu Donglin thought for a moment and whispered, since bro doesn't even like someone that pretty, I'm really curious what kind of girl he actually likes. Xiao Hang immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, seriously, he's so stubborn, I'm starting to wonder if he's... He winked, not finishing the sentence, but the implication was clear. Ask about his type. That could work. Suho stroked his chin, his eyes twinkling. But it feels a bit weak. Oh, we need to spice it up. Got it. He snapped his fingers and whispered his plan to the two. Well, ask about his type, and then who among the people he knows best fits that description. Huh. Isn't that pretty ordinary? Gu Donglin didn't get it. You idiot. Suho looked at him like he was an idiot. We still have the dare's punishment, remember? Once he tells us, we'll push him. No, demand him to confess to the one who fits best. He grew more smug. If it works, we'll be matchmakers, gaining merit. If it doesn't, well, say it was just a dare, helping him test the waters, no hard feelings. What do you think? Brilliant. Broho, absolutely brilliant. Xiao Hang immediately gave a thumbs up. Seems pretty good. Gu Donglin nodded too, thinking it was a mischievous but fun idea. Oh, we're such good brothers, worrying ourselves sick about his lifelong happiness. Suho sighed theatrically. Hosey, have you three schemed enough? What are you going to ask? Seeing the three sneaking around, occasionally letting out creepy chuckles, Anfan's alarm bells went off, a bad feeling creeping in. Coming. The three immediately turned around, grins identical and sinister. Suho cleared his throat and spoke on behalf of the group. Bro, our question is, please describe your ideal type in detail and honestly tell us who among the people you know best fits that description. Ideal type. That's easy. Anfan barely thought before counting on his fingers. First, she has to have a good personality, gentle and understanding. I need to feel comfortable and natural with her, like hanging out with you guys, no need to pretend or guess. Second, she has to be cute, preferably a bit soft and sweet, you know the type, that's easy to push over. Oh, and absolutely no so-called male best friends or being too close to other guys. And pretty possessive, that would bother me. Then, and most importantly, she has to be really into me, like head over heels. Bonus points. Being domestic, like willingly tidying up and cooking. Oh, and she should be somewhat dependent on me, making me feel needed from time to time. He finished his list, rubbing his chin in summary. Yeah, that's about it. But honestly, each condition alone is fine, but all together, it's probably hard to find. So, Suho drew out the word, exchanging a knowing look with Xiao Hang and Gu Donglin, eager to pop the crucial question. Is there anyone you know who fits this description? Someone who fits these criteria. Anfan stroked his chin, seriously searching his memory. Gentle, cute and soft. Not too close to other guys. Really into me. Domestic, good at housework. Dependent on me, needing me. Wait. This description. It's starting to sound more and more like Shinshinon. Anfan suddenly froze, belatedly realizing that every single condition had listed perfectly matched Shinshinon. And she exceeded them all. If it were with Xiaonan. Once this thought popped up, it couldn't be suppressed. Shun Zinen's face, always with a slightly timid expression, but full of trusting smiles for him, vividly appeared before him. Then some uncontrollable tender scenes began to play like a mini-drama in his mind. morning sunlight filtering through the curtain gap. Shinshinan rubbing her sleepy eyes gently nuzzled against him, her voice thick with sleep. Xiao An, good morning, want a hug. Evening, coming home. Shinshinan, in an apron, trotted over, a warm smile on her face. Welcome back, Xiao, and you must be tired. Do you want a shower first, or dinner? Or... Hiss. Anfan gasped sharply, shaking his head violently to banish these rebellious, unnatural fantasies from his mind. Calm down. Anfan, calm the hell down. That's Xiao Nan, your brother you've known since you were in diapers. No matter how desperate you can't, at least shouldn't. He struggled to suppress the strange heat churning in his chest, and the racing heartbeat, trying to appear composed. But his face cycling through shades of green and red, his wandering eyes, his slightly ragged breath, were all caught by the three buddies waiting for his slip-up. Oob. Suho was the first to yell, exchanging an excited gotcha look with Chao Hang and Gu Donglin. The three simultaneously displayed sinister grins like wolves in sheep's clothing, rubbing their hands as they advanced on Anfan. It seems our bro does have a chosen one hidden in his heart, huh? So Fangu, among the people you know, there's someone who roughly fits these criteria, right? Looking at Anfan's pensive expression, Gu Donglin probed tentatively. Fangu, don't try to hide it. We brothers can all see it. Suho quickly added, don't worry, we won't breathe a word. Maybe, perhaps, it seems probably there is. After a long silence, Anfan said hesitantly, But what? The three immediately pressed. But I only just realized it myself. Anfan shrugged helplessly. Well, hearing this, the three sniffed a hint of gossip, growing even more excited, their strategist's spirit blazing fiercely. It is well known that both men and women adore playing the role of a dog-headed military advisor in matters of love, helping their brothers or close friends scheme, sometimes even more passionately than if they were in love themselves. Now Suho, Gu Donglin, and Chao Hang regarded themselves as enlightenment mentors, guiding Anfan onto the path of romance. So how is it? Do you have any feelings for her? Suho struck first, probing actively. Feelings for Xiao Nan. I should still see Xiao Nan as a close brother. As for the fluttering moments earlier and before, they must be because Xiao Nan has turned into a girl. Suddenly having a cute girl like Xiao Nan around, who wouldn't be tempted? It's just a perfectly normal reaction for a healthy young man. Yes, that must be it. After a moment's thought, Anfan said hesitantly, probably not. We're just close friends, a perfectly normal relationship. No, doesn't look like it from your reaction just now. The three exchanged glances. Fangu, could it be that your head is too dense, too straightforward, and you haven't noticed the stirring in your heart toward her? Seeing that Anfan didn't seem to be lying, Chao Hang quickly recalled the melodramatic male lead from a previous show and voiced his thoughts. Right? Very likely. Xiao Linzi, come here. Suho nodded in agreement and pulled Gu Donglin over. Xiao Linzi, you have experience in this. Tell us how you realized you fell for Ningning. How did I know? For me. Though somewhat embarrassed for the sake of Anfan's lifelong happiness, Gu Donglin gritted his teeth and confessed. At the time I saw Ningning chatting with another guy, and I felt really uncomfortable. It took me half a day to figure it out. Right. Fangu, imagine her being with someone else. House eyes sparkled. Xiao Nan with someone else. Classmate, this problem is solved like this. Let me teach. Yeah, first do this. Then that. Anfan replaced the scene of Shinshinan teaching him with her teaching someone else. Maybe it feels. Okay. Anfan frowned slightly. Imagine her smiling at another man in front of you, tightly holding hands with him. Gu Donglin added details. Xiao Nan smiling at another man. And holding hands. Holding Xiao Nan's soft hand. Anfan's frown deepened. Now imagine her being held in a blonde guy's arms, acting coquettish. Seeing Anfan's expression waver, Chao Hang quickly added. Blonde guy. No way. I won't allow it. Even before the image formed, Anfan felt a strong resistance. How could Xiao Nan be taken away by some blonde? She promised to stay with me forever, always. She's mine. The thought of parting with Shinshinan later made Anfan's heart unusually heavy. Could it be that I really? No, Xiao Nan is a guy. How could he be taken by a blonde? Right? That fantasy doesn't even exist. Xiao Nan will always be with me. As long as she stays with me, there's no need to think about it further. Yes, that's the truth. Anfan quickly found a reason, stopped imagining, and forcefully pulled himself back from the brink of wavering. Strange, why did he suddenly calm down? Could it really be nothing? Seeing Anfan's brow gradually relax, confusion flickered across the three faces. What's wrong? Having found the truth, Anfan seemed to enter a sage mode, his eyes and expression filled with a serene release. I'll forget it. They'll just ask directly. Fangu, who is this person you mentioned? Do we know them? Finally, Suho lost patience and blurted out the most pressing question. Of course you know him. It's Shinshinan. Anfan answered truthfully. Isn't Shinshinan a guy? I said the person who best fits the criteria. I never specified the opposite gender. Anfan blinked innocently. Damn, we got played. And we stupidly believed him. Fangu, that's so unfair. Since they had never considered Shinshinan, the three instinctively thought Anfan's earlier demeanor was an act, a trick to fool them, and they immediately erupted in protest. No way, Fangu, you have to give us an explanation. What exactly are your standards? Is there anyone who meets them? The three surrounded Su Anfan, questioning in unison. So it looks like I won't get through this without giving them something. Seeing their fierce expressions, Su Anfan sighed. There's really no one who meets my requirements. At the very least, they'd have to be better looking than this. He pulled out his phone and displayed a picture. In the photo, a little black demon sat on a table seductively stretching out a leg clad in black stockings over a stool, with a contemptuous expression that taunted the plebeians. Quite alluring. Wow. Fangirl, where did you find this picture online? She's so beautiful. I can never find ones like this. Share it with your brothers. Suho quickly forgot his purpose, eyes shining. Online girls may look good, but many are photoshopped. Fangirl, if you use this as your standard, you'll never find anyone. Xiao Hang, though momentarily stunned, still remembered his aim and earnestly advised. Exactly. Gu Donglin, who already had a family, was immune to such things and nodded in agreement. Photoshopped. That's my own selfie, pure and natural. Su Anfan was very pleased with their reactions. So if none of them are as pretty as me in female clothes, how can they be my partner? That's Fangirl. The three exclaimed in unison. That's... Su Anfan smirked smugly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Wait, what's with that look in your eyes? Seeing their gazes gradually turn dangerous, Su Anfan finally sensed something amiss. Good brother. Fangirl, you smell so nice. Let us have a look. They wore lecherous smiles. Damn, I knew it. Don't come near me. Soon the room echoed with screams. A soft and sweet cute girl, he. In a slightly messy room, a petite and adorable white-haired loli was sleeping soundly, the tuft of hair on her head trembling slightly with her breathing. The warm sunlight gently shone on the girl's delicate and serene little face, forming a stark contrast with her sprawled-out sleeping posture. Her snow-white hair was scattered messily on the pillow, with a few strands playfully covering her tender cheeks. Her small mouth was slightly open, with a silly smile curving at the corners, occasionally smacking her lips, as if savoring some delicious candy in her dream. One small hand was casually resting on her stomach, while the other hung down by the bedside, fingers unconsciously curling. Her legs were carelessly spread apart, and one foot had even kicked the blanket aside. The already loose men's pajamas were rumpled, revealing the girl's soft little belly. In the gentle morning light, it oddly presented a warm harmony. After a while, Xiao An, get up and eat. Accompanied by a knock, a gentle male voice came from outside the door. The white-haired girl's cowlick trembled slightly. She mumbled a few unintelligible words and soon fell back into intermittent breathing. Is Xiao An still lazing in bed? After a while, seeing no response, Shen Xinan smiled helplessly outside the door. Xiao An, are you still asleep? Then him coming in. Helplessly, Shen Xinan slowly opened the door. Xiao An, eep. Stepping into the room, Shen Xinan was about to wake Su Anfan when he was startled by the sight and cried out. Xiao An. Hearing the familiar voice, the slumbering silver-haired girl slowly awoke. Good morning, Xiao An. Before her consciousness fully awakened, Su Anfan softly greeted the flustered Shen Xinan. As the girl sat up, the already loose pajamas slipped off her delicate shoulders. Not yet realizing what had happened, Su Anfan rubbed her eyes drowsily. Xiao An, no. I don't want to wear girls' clothes. In the room, Su Anfan, wrapped in a jacket, clung to Shen Zinen's arm, like a pendant, looking up with a pitiful, pleading expression. No, I told you yesterday, since Xiao An has become a girl, she should have some girl's manner, otherwise it's too improper. Shen Zinen's face still bore the remnants of a blush, his eyes darting away from Su Anfan, but filled with determination. Xiao An, must it really be like this? Seeing Shen Xinan unmoved, Su Anfan pressed against his chest, launching a further offensive. Do you really have the heart to let me be trapped in those flashy clothes? This is also for Xiao An's good. Although a bit soft-hearted, Shen Zinen's tone remained firm. Besides, Xiao An is a girl now, you can't get so close to me. Xiao An, you actually don't want me. Hearing this, Su Anfan seemed to have suffered a huge blow, stepping back incredulously, and with a face full of grief crawled into the bed. Sobbing, Xiao An doesn't want me. From inside the blanket soon came the girl's intermittent sobs, her petite body trembling with each cry. Like an abandoned kitten shivering so pitiful it broke one's heart. Xiao An, no, it's not, I didn't. Seeing Su Anfan's sudden strong reaction, Shen Xinan also panicked, looking at the trembling blanket, his hands flailing, helplessly unsure what to explain. All right, Xiao An, I won't force you to wear girls' clothes, okay? Shen Xinan approached, Su Anfan softening his voice, coaxing gently. Really? The girl slowly opened the blanket, revealing her face on the verge of tears, though without tear stains, still pitifully adorable. Really? Shen Xinan nodded. And Xiao An won't stay far away from me. Su Anfan continued pitifully. No. Shen Xinan shook his head. Under Shen Zinen's gentle words, Su Anfan seemed finally calmed, gradually stopping her trembling. If Xiao An hugs me, I'll listen to Xiao An and go buy girls' clothes. Looking at Shen Xinan, the girl seemed to be about to make a major decision, frowning and struggling for a long time before finally making up her mind, hesitantly saying, Okay. Xiao An is the best. Seeing Su Anfan's obedient and sensible demeanor, even Shen Zinen's hardest heart softened, and he gently took Su Anfan into his arms. Xiao An must not keep distance from me in the future. Being held gently, Anfan cooed softly. Okay, you have to play games with me every day. Okay, you have to cook my favorite dishes every day. Okay, and no lecturing me. It's all my fault for speaking too harshly. How could someone as sensible as Xiao An throw a tantrum? Feeling the warmth in his arms, Shun Xinin's mind replayed Anfan's pitiful expression on the verge of tears, falling into deep self-blame. He agreed to all of Anfan's requests without any question. The anger from seeing Anfan's indecent appearance in the morning had completely dissipated. Xiao An must have become like this because she suddenly turned into a girl. So I need to be more accommodating and coaxing, like treating a girl, and take good care of Xiao An these days. Seeing that Anfan still seemed sad, Xinan secretly made up his mind. Xiao An is too easy to fool. Held tightly in Shun Xinin's arms, Anfan's little face on his shoulder revealed a mischievous, triumphant smile, like a little demon. In fact, Anfan was not at all resistant to wearing girls' clothes. On the contrary, she was quite curious to see how her current body would look in them. It was just that she had been scolded by Xinan for being too indecent in the morning, so Anfan wanted to make a small protest and also get some cuddles from her good buddy. Unexpectedly, Xinan was so upright, so Anfan had to let her acting talent explode, pretending to cry and act spoiled, which was also a small revenge on Xinan. Sure enough, Xinan was fooled by Anfan's superb acting, didn't see through it, and quickly came to comfort her. Anfan also wanted to see more of her brother's comforting side, so she continued acting. Thus it developed into the current situation. Indeed, no one can resist the temptation of a white-haired loli. Enjoying her good buddy's warm embrace, the corners of Anfan's mouth kept rising uncontrollably. Little brother still easy to handle. Eventually, under the combined coercion and cajoling of the three, Anfan was forced to accept the punishment of wearing women's clothing as a dare in the game. He changed into several spare cosplay costumes provided by the Hongpa Hall, much to the delight of his brothers. Playing and fooling around, time quickly slipped into the late night. Oh, it's already so late. I was hoping to play a few more rounds of King's Truth or Dare. Seeing that the time was nearly 11 o'clock, Chao Hang, who had been too excited to notice the passage of time, sighed regretfully. It's all because you three kept messing with me for so long. With his face still smeared with the heavy makeup they had applied, Anfan complained indignantly. Oh no. Seeing that the sky outside had turned dark, Gu Donglin, as if suddenly remembering something, stood up in panic. What's wrong? Suho asked curiously. Oh no, I completely forgot to contact Ning Ning actively today. Gu Donglin wailed, looking as if he wanted to cry. Although he had reported the gathering with Anfan and the others, and Chu Ning knew Anfan and his friends, knowing they were harmless, she had agreed. But Gu Donglin had promised to keep in touch with her at all times. Since he usually had classes, his phone was habitually set to silent. Normally he would glance at it now and then, but because he was having too much fun with Anfan and the others, he hadn't checked his messages much. Sure enough, when he opened his phone now, it was full of missed calls and unread messages. Phase 1, Lin, what are you doing? Why aren't you replying? Alright, go ahead and busy yourself, I won't disturb you. Have fun then. Phase 2, Jiu. Dong. Lin, have you grown bold? I tolerated not hearing from you in the morning, I tolerated it in the afternoon, but now you still haven't contacted me in the evening. Hey, you don't even answer my calls or video. Are you asking for trouble? Phase 3. Still not answering. Are you lying to me? Actually sneaking off somewhere to fool around. You didn't drink, did you? Are you going behind my back to find other women? Looking at the screen full of messages and voice calls, Gu Donglin had already imagined 100 ways he might die. Xiaolinzi, it's all our fault, brothers. The three patted Gu Donglin, whose face was ashen with mournful expressions. Hurry up and call, maybe you can still survive. Take care. Watching Gu Donglin leave as if resigned to his fate, they paid him the highest respects. He was a respectable man in life, at least he treated us brothers well. Suho mourned with grief on his face. Yes, he proved with his actions that he was worthy of our revolutionary friendship. He is not a traitor. Chao Hang also murmured in agreement. Do you think Xiaolinzi can still survive? Anfan asked, heavily patting their shoulders. Have you forgotten where Xiaolinzi and Chu Ning are from? Sichuan. Well, with Xiaolinzi you died so tragically. After a moment of silence, the three continued their mourning. Oh no, it seems I also forgot to report my safety to Xiao Nan. Seeing Gu Donglin's tragic experience, Anfan belatedly realized that he hadn't checked his phone messages for a long time either. There was someone at home waiting for his news. Xiao Nan wouldn't be like that, would she? Anfan opened his phone with some trepidation. Fortunately, no. Seeing that the messages in the chat still remained from the morning, he felt relieved. But for some reason, there was a faint hint of disappointment in his heart. Better send Xiao Nan a message to check in. Lao Hang Ho Zi, you two go ahead and play. They'll go out and make a phone call to my family, report that I'm safe. Oh, okay. After telling them, Anfan took his phone and went to the rooftop balcony. Xiao Nan wouldn't have gone to sleep already, would she? Seeing the pitch-black night outside, Anfan suddenly thought that Xinan should be in bed by now. Better send Xiao Nan a message. Xiao Nan, are you asleep? Silly Xiao Nan, no. Within seconds of Anfan sending the message, Xinan replied immediately. Silly Xiao Nan, can you make a video call? I want to see you. Xiao An does miss me. Looking at the chat history, the corners of Anfan's mouth lifted slightly, and he immediately dialed a video call. Soon the video was connected. On the screen, Nan was wearing a thin nightgown, her petite body curled up inside Anfan's quilt. It seemed she was lying on his bed sideways while taking the call. Xiao An. The moment she saw Anfan's image, the girl's big, watery eyes instantly lit up, and her slightly tired face was filled with joy. Xiao An, why are you on my bed? Are you going to sleep at my place tonight? Seeing the furnishings of his own room, Anfan asked curiously. No, it's not. The girl instantly panicked upon hearing this, and stammered an explanation. Well, I was cleaning the room, and got too tired, so I thought I'd lie down for a bit and rest. Yes, that's it. Oh well, then you can sleep at my place tonight. It's too late, so don't go back. Without any suspicion, Anfan said gently. Okay. Nan, her face flushed with shyness, hid most of her face behind the blanket. Xiao An, it's too dark here. Can you go to a place with more light? I want to see you more clearly. Seeing that Anfan didn't say anything more, the girl poked her head out slightly, and whispered. Oh, okay. Anfan quickly went back to the corridor with lights. Is this okay, Gazing intently at Anfan's image, Nan nodded softly. How come Xiao An seems a bit strange? Seeing Nan carefully hiding her body behind the blanket like a sensitive stray cat, Anfan, who spent every day with her, quickly noticed something was off. Xiao An seemed very insecure. Well, Xiao An is a girl now, being alone at home must make her feel unsafe. This is why Xiao An is at my place. Anfan quickly figured out the reason. I'm sorry, Xiao An, for leaving you alone at home and not sending you messages or calling for so long. Realizing this, Anfan said apologetically. Hearing this, Nan seemed to be touched by something. She was startled at first, then her eyes quickly reddened and welled up with tears. Xiao An, what's wrong? Don't cry. Seeing the girl about to cry, Anfan immediately panicked. At Anfan's words, Nan completely lost control. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and crystal tears streamed down uncontrollably. Woo! Soon the girl's intermittent sobs came through the screen. Zinen's shoulders trembled slightly, and intermittent sobs escaped her throat as tears rolled down like broken pearls soaking the bedding. Though the girl bit her lip, struggling to suppress her cries, the sobs still seeped through her teeth, each one laden with deep grievance. Xiao An, it's okay, I just thought you wouldn't call. The girl's eyes were red and swollen, tears blurred her vision, and sobs made her breathing rapid and disordered her fragile appearance pitiful. Xiao An, let me calm down just a moment. Perhaps afraid of worrying Anfan, Nan covered her face and buried her head deep into the blanket. The sobs echoed in the silent space. Her trembling body seemed to tell the grievance in her heart. Woo! The faint and suppressed cry was like a wounded beast licking its wounds alone in the dark. The loneliness, disappointment, worry, and grievance of waiting for news again and again throughout the day erupted like a gushing volcano ceaselessly. She had waited too long. She knew it was foolish to wait for a message without sending one, but she just didn't want to disturb Anfan. She was afraid of repeating the same as in childhood. She also knew it was silly to keep thinking about Anfan, but she couldn't help it, and she was so scared. Afraid he might run into trouble, afraid he would take a long time to come back, afraid he actually didn't care about her at all. So Nan just kept holding her phone, blankly waiting all the time. Even her lunch was hastily neglected because Anfan wasn't around. And so Nan waited until late at night. Several times she thought Anfan had forgotten to report his safety today, or that he simply didn't care and never intended to do it. But after all, he had promised her. So she continued waiting. Fortunately, she got it. Xiao An still remembered her, and she was very happy. Actually, Nan didn't want to cry in front of Anfan, as she knew it would make him worry and cause trouble. But somehow, hearing his words, her emotions surged, and before she could control them, tears burst out like a breached dam. Nan knew she was emotional, sensitive, and fragile, always crying like a delicate girl, which was annoying. But she couldn't help it. She couldn't express the complex emotions and thoughts inside her, so she could only cry. So hard to console. Since they grew up and Nan was no longer bullied, Anfan hadn't seen her cry so hard for a long time. And he was not by her side, only able to talk through a screen, unable to hold her and comfort her. Listening to Zinen's intermittent sobs, Anfan felt his heart cut by a knife filled with anguish. It was all his fault. Knowing that Xiao An was so afraid of loneliness and insecurity, yet he left her alone at home and ignored her for so long. Anfan fell into deep self-blame. But the urgent task was to properly console Xiao An. Recalling the scenes of Mother Su comforting him when he was a child, Anfan gradually made up his mind. Xiao An, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone at home and not contacted you for so long. I know Xiao An is so gentle, you must have been worried sick, right? I'm sorry, I'm so useless, willful, and can't take care of myself, and I've always been taken care of by Xiao An, causing you so much worry. Maybe I don't deserve Xiao An's care at all. Speaking softly into the phone, Anfan's every word came from the heart. No, it's not. Like that Xiao An is really good. I'm the burden. From under the blanket, Shin Shinon defended him between sobs and whimpers. How could Xiao An be a burden? Xiao An has always been my best brother. It's also my fault I've spent too much time with Xiao An and got used to having you around, so I forgot my promise to keep in touch. But I absolutely never disregarded you. Although I'm stupid, you are definitely special in my heart. Under Anfan's gentle soothing, the sobbing under the blanket gradually quieted a bit, and the trembling subsided slightly. Xiao An, can you show your face? I want to see you more. Seeing his words work, Anfan continued to comfort. Hearing this, Shin Shinon obediently lowered the blanket little by little, revealing her sobbing face. The girl's eyes were red and swollen from crying, her face covered with streaks of tears. Her pink lips trembled slightly, occasionally sobbing the broken cries like the helpless wail of a wounded beast in the dark. Her black hair was disheveled on her shoulders, a few strands wet with tears clinging to her cheeks. Her originally bright eyes had lost their luster, leaving only endless sorrow and grievance. Shin Shinon sobbed, holding the phone with one small hand, while the other tightly clutched the blanket, her knuckles white from exertion. Each sob made her body tremble. Xiao An. Seeing Shin Zinen's pitifully fragile state, Anfan's heart felt as if gripped by a demon's claw. Xiao An, you can scold me. At that moment, Anfan wished he could rush home and hold the crying Shin Shinon tightly in his arms. No, I don't blame Xiao An. Shin Shinon still sobbed while defending him. Anfan sighed. The more she acted like this, the more self-blame and heartache he felt. Xiao An, do you remember the promise we made when we pinky swore as kids? Anfan suddenly said softly. Huh. Between us, if one makes the other cry, the crier gets to ask 3 conditions, and once they're all fulfilled, the crier must stop crying. Anfan spoke earnestly, word by word. Is that promise still valid? Valid. Shin Shinon sniffled in response. Then go ahead, Xiao An. If you keep crying, you'll become ugly. He looked at her tenderly and gave a comforting smile. But Xiao An cried because of me, right? Of course, if you want to continue crying, that's fine too, and I will definitely fulfill whatever I promise. Anfan added. I won't cry. Perhaps seeing the determination in Anfan's eyes, Shin Shinon wiped her face and gradually stopped crying. After a long pause, she softly spoke her request in broken sentences. During the days you're playing, these days you have to video call me every day. Okay. Morning, noon, and evening. Okay. And you have to chat with me for a little longer. Okay. That's it. Seeing that Shin Shinon stopped speaking, Anfan asked softly. Shin Shinon nodded weakly. Silly Xiao An, always so cautious when making requests. Anfan sighed helplessly again. Xiao An, you could actually ask for something more excessive from me, like giving me a good beating when I get back or something. Seeing Shin Shinon like this, Anfan could only channel his inner masochist and propose to her. Huh. Tears still lingering on her face, Shin Shinon blinked, her moist eyes, her bewildered gaze tinged with a hint of innocence. Xiao An, this is at least a punishment for me. If you're so cautious with your demands, my conscience will be uneasy. Seeing Shin Zinen's confusion, Anfan said helplessly. But I don't want to hit Xiao An. Biting her pale lips, slightly stained from crying, Shin Shinon said with some hesitation. How about you scold me instead? I happen to want to hear your voice and see your angry expression. Anfan promptly suggested again. Huh. Really, I haven't seen you scold anyone in a long time. How should I put it? I kinda miss it. Seeing Shin Shinon wavering, Anfan pressed on. Since Xiao An wants to hear it, I suppose I could. Shin Shinon gently brushed her hair, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. But I don't know how to scold. Like when you called me Xiao An, you big idiot, before. After a moment's thought, Anfan recalled the time Shin Shinon had misunderstood him and lashed out. Xiao An, you big idiot. Shin Shinon tested the words softly, louder with more force. Seeing her voice too weak, Anfan encouraged. Xiao An, you big idiot. The girl raised her voice. Even louder. Not enough punch. Xiao An, you big idiot. Holding her phone in both hands, Shin Shinon parted her rosy lips and finally shouted it out loud. Her crisp voice carried a hint of coquettish reproach, the ending slightly rising, as if deliberately emphasizing her discontent. At this moment, the pent-up dissatisfaction and grievances within the girl's heart seemed to finally pour out. Her fair nostrils fluttered gently, her breathing quickening with agitation. A few strands of hair swayed lightly with her movements, losing some of her fragility and gaining a touch of liveliness. After shouting, the girl puffed out her cheeks in a huff, her face bulging like a cute little squirrel, making one want to reach out and poke her. How that felt good. Seeing Shin Shinon finally let it out, Anfan felt a sense of relief, as if he had raised a daughter well. But why did he feel strangely excited? It seemed a bit twisted. Never mind, he wouldn't dwell on it. Xiao An had finally vented her emotions, he needed to keep pushing. Continue. With that thought, Anfan gently encouraged Shin Shinon with his eyes. Xiao An. Scold me harder. Xiao An, you're a blockhead. You don't understand anything. Great. That's got spirit. Bastard. And so under Anfan's guidance, Shin Shinon finally released all the pent-up emotions within her, thoroughly berating Anfan. Of course for Su Anfan it felt more like being richly rewarded by Xiao An. Xiao An, thank you. After letting it all out, Zinen's worries and grievances from the day finally dissipated. It's nothing as long as Xiao An isn't sad anymore. Seeing Xiao An calm down, Su Anfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, go back and have fun. I've kept you for so long, Xiao An and your friends will be worried. Wiping away the tear stains on her face, Xiao An spoke softly. But, it's okay, Xiao An. I'm fine now, no need to worry anymore. Alright. Seeing that Xiao An seemed truly composed, Su Anfan had no choice but to agree. Xiao An, can I ask one more favor? Biting her lip gently, Xiao An asked cautiously. Of course, anything you want, Xiao An. Can you take some photos and videos of yourself while you're playing and send them to me? I want to see what you look like when you're having fun with others. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao An spoke slowly. Okay. Su Anfan nodded. Seeing his agreement, a relieved smile appeared on Zinen's face. Then bye-bye, Xiao An. Good night. Good night, Xiao An. After exchanging goodbyes, Xiao An ended the video call. Silly Xiao An, and don't forget this time, or he'll cry for you again. Voice message. As soon as the video ended, Zinen's voice message came through. Listening to the girl's soft voice, Su Anfan chuckled and pressed the voice button. Okay, if I forget you can scold me again. Fangirl, you're finally back. Took longer than Xiao Lin's comforting session. Seeing Su Anfan return after so long, Su Ho asked curiously. Actually, I had someone to comfort too. Of course Su Anfan wouldn't say that. Got carried away chatting with family, went a bit long. Seeing Gu Donglin being comforted by Chao Hang, Su Anfan asked, how's Xiao Lin's situation? Critical. Entered top-level emergency mode. Chu Ning didn't buy it, as she even blocked him. Glancing sympathetically at Gu Donglin, Su Ho sighed heavily. Xiao Linzi plans to take all night to make up. Chao Hang already called a car but should be here soon. I'll just have to wait for good news from Xiao Linzi. Hope he's okay. Su Anfan also sighed with empathy. Fortunately, Chu Ning and Xiao Linzi have been together for a long time. Their bond is deep. It won't escalate too much, but Xiao Linzi is in for some trouble. The relationship between Chu Ning and Gu Donglin was something they had all witnessed. Even when he forgot her birthday before she eventually forgave him, so this time should be fine too. Xiao Linzi, sorry about this. It's our fault for delaying you. Hurry back and make it up to Ning Ning. Seeing the car arrive, Su Anfan immediately stepped up to see Gu Donglin off. Fangirl, it's okay. You guys didn't do anything wrong. Ning Ning won't blame you either. It's my own fault for being careless and not paying attention. Gu Donglin smiled bitterly and patted each of their shoulders. I'm off now. Sorry. You guys have fun here. Wait for my good news. You hang in there. If you need anything from us, just say the word. The three of them patted his shoulder and saw Gu Donglin into the car. So I hope Xiao Linzi can make things right. Watching Gu Donglin leave, Su Ho sighed. How about calling Su Mo and asking how he manages to appease his girlfriend? Chao Hang suggested. Good idea. He's been together for so long, he must have plenty of experience. Quick, call him and get some tips for Xiao Linzi. Su Ho immediately agreed. It's so late, Su Mo is probably already asleep. Su Anfan said. Who cares? A brother's in trouble, it's urgent. Does he think he can sleep? Without further ado, Su Ho dialed the number. After a while the call connected. Why did it take so long to answer? It's late, Meng Meng's already asleep. I snuck out. What's up? Su Mo's voice came through lowered. Hey Xiao Linzis, in hot water. What's the best way to make up? Spill it. Su Ho cut straight to the point. The best way to make up. Su Mo paused for effect, then said slowly, the best way is not to make her mad in the first place. Damn. Screw you. The call quickly devolved into a warm exchange of friendly banter among the brothers. Inside Su Anfan's room. Alright, when I forget you can scold me again. I've caused Xiao in trouble again. After hanging up, Xiao An held her phone replaying Su Anfan's voice message over and over, murmuring absent-mindedly. But Xiao An doesn't seem to dislike it much. Maybe I can be a little more willful. As the memory of Su Anfan's gentle comfort replayed in her mind, the girl hid her face behind the blanket, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. But I can't be too willful. Xiao An is so gentle. I can't cause him more trouble. Xiao An muttered to herself again. I hope we'll hear from Xiao An soon. She whispered as a wave of drowsiness overwhelmed her. Xiao An had barely slept the previous night, and today she had been waiting for Su Anfan's messages without rest. After crying for so long, she had exhausted herself. Once she received Su Anfan's reply, her emotions settled, and the accumulated fatigue surged uncontrollably. Good night, Xiao An. After turning off the light, the girl whispered softly to the little bear plushie Su Anfan had given her, nestled in her arms, then slowly closed her eyes. Soon Xiao An fell into a deep sleep. In the silent room, only her gentle breathing remained. Few finally back. A day later, Su Anfan dragged his suitcase to the entrance of his apartment building. After Gu Donglin rushed back overnight, Chu Ning was finally appeased. As for how he calmed her down and what price he paid, the other brothers never found out. But Gu Donglin had to stay and keep Chu Ning company, so he couldn't join their gathering anymore. With Gu Donglin gone, only Su Anfan, Xiao Hang, and Su Ho were left. They felt the fun dwindling, so they ended the trip early and headed home. Of course, throughout the day yesterday, Anfan strictly followed Shinzinen's request, sending messages and video calling every little while to keep her from feeling lonely. He didn't forget to send selfies and videos, even including embarrassing moments where his friends had doodled a turtle on his face as a prank. From the videos, it seemed Shinzinen's eyes were curved in a smile, her mood quite good, no longer as crushed and panicked as 2 nights ago. This put Anfan at ease. As for his return this morning, Anfan hadn't told Shinzinen he wanted to surprise her. After being apart for so long, Xiao An would surely be thrilled to see him again. That saying about absence makes the heart grow fonder applied here right. Imagining the delighted expression on Shinzinen's face when she saw him, Anfan couldn't wait to appear before her. So Anfan eagerly dragged his suitcase to Shinzinen's door. To make the surprise more dramatic, he didn't knock, but used the spare key to open the door. Unable to contain his excitement, a rather goofy grin spread across Anfan's face. Xiao An. He quietly opened the door to her room and leaped in with a shout. But the room was empty. In the silent room, only several plushies sat by the bed, their heads drooping, as if they had lost their vitality due to their owner's absence. I almost forgot, because it wasn't safe. I told Xiao An to sleep at my place these past few days. Seeing that the room seemed uninhabited for a while, Anfan finally remembered. Speaking of which, Xiao An didn't even make her bed. Being alone at home must have been hard on her. Thinking of Shinzinen's usual tidiness, he recalled the pitiful look of her sobbing earlier. They'll spend more time with Xiao An later. Anfan slowly closed the door. Now I need to be careful. Reaching his own apartment, he repeated the trick, carefully opening the door. He quietly left his suitcase at the entrance, slipped off his shoes, and crept toward his room like a thief. Xiao An was indeed there. Soon Anfan spotted the girl sleeping soundly on his bed. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, gently falling on her peaceful sleeping face. She lay on her side, one arm tightly hugging the little bear plushie, the other resting lightly beside her cheek like a docile kitten. Her thick long lashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyes, trembling slightly with each breath, as if weaving a sweet dream. Her pink lips were slightly pursed, and with every soft exhale, she occasionally murmured something indistinct in her sleep. Her slender, graceful feet peeked out restlessly from under the blanket, her rounded toes playfully wiggling, as if exploring something unknown. Bathed in the gentle sunlight, her sleeping face appeared so serene and beautiful. Better not disturb Xiao An for now. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Anfan couldn't bear to wake her. He sat quietly by the bed, a smile tugging at his lips as he watched her peaceful face. After a while, perhaps sensing the familiar presence nearby, the girl's small hand in her sleep gently tugged at the corner of his shirt. Oh, my brother is just too adorable. Seeing Shinzinen unconsciously nuzzle closer, like a kitten, Anfan's heart melted completely. But to avoid disturbing her sleep, he held back the urge to ruffle her hair. After a long while, Shinzinen finally opened her eyes in a daze. Good morning, Xiao An. Seeing her awake, Anfan finally spoke the words he had been longing to say all these days. Xiao An. Still half asleep and not fully conscious, Shinzinen tilted her head in confusion. Wah, I'm still dreaming. Staring at Anfan in disbelief, she rubbed her eyes groggily. Silly Xiao An, it's me. I'm back. Seeing her dazed expression, Anfan chuckled and gently stroked her head. Xiao An. Feeling the gentle warmth on her head, Shinzinen finally confirmed that the person before her was the one she had been longing for. Xiao An. She excitedly threw herself into his arms. Clutching Anfan's waist tightly, she buried her face deep in his chest, greedily soaking in the familiar, reassuring scent. Xiao An, even though it's only been a few days, I missed you so much. Hiding her face in his chest to conceal the tears welling in her eyes, she whispered softly. I missed you too. Anfan gently patted her back, speaking in a tender voice. In the silent room, they held each other for a long time. After the National Day holiday and the painful compensatory work days ended, the school also ushered in its annual campus sports meet. Xiao An, are you ready? Holding Anfan's jacket in her arms, Shinzinen said to Anfan, who was warming up nearby. No problem at all. Anfan patted his chest confidently. In this sports meet, because he usually played basketball for exercise, Anfan was quite confident in his physique, so he signed up for high jump, men's 100-meter dash, mixed 50-meter relay, and other events. As for the 1500-meter run, that was something only the tough dared to sign up for, and Anfan didn't dare to challenge it easily. As for Shinzinen, since she originally had a weak constitution, and having become a girl, she was certainly not as physically fit as others, so she didn't sign up for any events. But because Anfan was participating, Shinzinen still came to the playground to help him carry things, watch his competition, and also see if there was anything to help with in the class. At the moment, Anfan was nervously waiting for the high jump event. It's only 1 meters, easy peasy. I might not be able to win first place, but clearing the initial height is a piece of cake. Later I'll definitely show off in front of Xiao An and let her admire me. Looking at the slightly low crossbar in front of him, Anfan revealed a confident, enigmatic smile. Xiao An, can I take a photo of you later? Seeing Anfan's confident expression, Shinzinen asked with sparkling eyes. Of course, no problem. As long as Xiao An wants to, I'm totally fine with you taking pictures. Flipping his hair, Anfan said with a smile. But remember to make me look handsome. Okay. Shen Shinan nodded. Anfan. Soon the referee called out Anfan's name. Coming. After handing over his things to Shen Shinan, Anfan jogged from outside the circle to the field. Phew. Under the gaze of the crowd, Anfan couldn't help but feel nervous adrenaline secreting constantly, his muscles tensing up. Xiao An, go for it. In the crowd of onlookers, Shen Shinan, holding his things, crouched to the side, gazing tenderly at Anfan, her eyes full of encouragement. Even though she was a bit shy under the crowd's gaze, the girl with a blushing face called out timidly. Her voice was not loud, but Anfan heard it clearly. Xiao An, just watch me. Receiving Shen Zinen's encouragement, Anfan felt an extra boost of motivation. After signaling to Shen Shinan to rest assured, he turned around and looked at the crossbar with determined eyes. Start. With the referee's command, Anfan moved swiftly, his leg muscles instantly tensing, his legs churning like motors, constantly gathering momentum for the final jump. As his speed increased, the crossbar ahead quickly drew closer. Now, at a distance neither too close nor too far from the crossbar, Anfan stomped hard on the ground, leaping up like a spring soaring into the sky. Lucian, help me. Anfan, in the posture of a hurdler, lifted one leg high, stretching it straight as a compass pointing toward the sky. Soon one of his legs successfully cleared the crossbar. But obviously Anfan forgot that high jump is not hurdling. Just as Anfan was secretly rejoicing, his other leg couldn't coordinate in time before it could lift it hit the crossbar. Thus Anfan, in the bizarre posture of clamping the crossbar between his legs, crashed down onto the mat. Anfan also lost his balance due to the resistance of the crossbar, his center of gravity tilting forward, his head plunging downward, and he fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Anfan's awkward pose quickly drew laughter from the entire audience. Xiao An, are you okay? Seeing Anfan approaching with a dusty face, Shen Shinan suppressed her smile and wiped the grass ash from Anfan's face with a tissue. Ah, that was just a mistake. Taking the things, Anfan still insisted stubbornly. If it weren't for that little bit, I would have cleared it long ago. Xiao An is still the best. With curved eyebrows, Shen Zinen's eyes carried a brilliant smile. Seeing Shen Shinan so cooperative and praising him, Anfan felt a little embarrassed, awkwardly rubbing his nose. By the way, Xiao An, where are the photos you took? Let me see. Here it is. Shen Shinan smiled and took out her phone. In the photos, Anfan's ferocious expression, distorted by the wind from overexertion during the run-up, and his dusty face after the dogpile landing, were all clearly captured frame by Shen Shinan. Xiao An, delete them quickly. Anfan instantly panicked, his face turning red, and he flailed his arms trying to grab the phone. No. Xiao An's adorable look like this, I want to keep it and look at it forever. Shen Shinan quickly hid the phone in her arms, protecting it, and laughed heartily at the boy's anxious expression. On the lawn, the two of them started playing around, as usual, their hearty laughter adding a touch of color to the sports meet. Xiao An, you should still have the mixed male-female relay to participate in later. Looking at the sports meet schedule on her phone, Shen Shinan reminded Anfan beside her. You wait and see, Xiao An. Although I'm no good at high jump, when it comes to running, I'm absolutely professional. Anfan said confidently again. In today's 100-meter dash, because there were no sports students dominating the competition, Anfan, with his explosive power, successfully achieved first place in his group. This successfully washed away Anfan's shame of failing to clear the initial height in high jump, boosting his confidence once again. Xiao An will definitely show his skills. Shen Shinan nodded with a smile. Anfan, Shen Shinan, have you seen Chun Hao? Just as the two were chatting in the class rest area, Fan Huaning, the cultural and sports committee member, hurried over with a schedule and asked. No. Both shook their heads. What's wrong? Seeing Fan Huing's anxious expression, Shen Shinan asked curiously. The inspection for the mixed relay is about to start. Chun Hao signed up, but we can't get in touch with him. I don't know where he is, and I didn't see him during training before. Fan Huaning said helplessly. Don't worry, let me ask my buddy. Chun Hao usually liked to play ball, and Anfan had played with him a few times, so they were somewhat acquainted. Earlier during training, Anfan heard Chao Hang and the others say he was playing on the court, and he probably still was. Sure enough. Soon Anfan received a message from Mo, who had seen Chun Hao playing basketball on the court earlier, but didn't know if he was still there. Then what? I'm busy with the inspection now, I can't call him back. Seeing the inspection time approaching, Fan Huaning grew anxious. He'll go, Anfan suggested. Xiao An, forget it, let me go check. What if the inspection starts and you're not there either? Shen Shinan said hesitantly. She wasn't good at dealing with strangers, but this was the best option at the moment. All right. Seeing Shen Zinen's determined eyes, Anfan had to agree. This should be the place. Clutching her clothes tightly, Shen Shinan nervously scanned the bustling basketball court. Due to the sports meet, classes were temporarily suspended and many students who hadn't signed up for any events were here playing basketball. Of course, there were also those like Chun Hao who had signed up, but were not waiting on the track for roll call. The air was thick with the mingled sense of sweat and hormones, accompanied by excited shouts and fierce competition, making Shen Shinan, who was always uncomfortable in such scenes, feel a bit uneasy. Yet she remained mindful of her task, carefully weaving through the crowd, while searching for the vaguely familiar figure of Chun Hao among the players. Soon she spotted him in a corner of the court. Chun Hao was in the midst of an intense game, with several tall boys his face and clothes drenched in sweat. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Shinan stepped forward. Chun Hao. Afraid he might not hear her, she called out loudly. But Chun Hao seemed oblivious, still fiercely contending with the others and dribbling the ball. Chun Hao. Thinking he hadn't heard, Shen Shinan raised her voice again. Still he paid no heed. Shen Shinan called out once more, even louder. How's he, that guy over there keeps calling you? One of his teammates finally noticed, stopping him to remind. TCH, what a bother. Chun Hao grumbled, slamming the ball hard on the ground in annoyance at having his fun interrupted. What's up? Casting a glance at Shen Shinan, Chun Hao walked over with the ball, his face full of impatience. You signed up for the mixed relay, right? Roll call is about to start. You need to go now. Staring up at Chun Hao, who towered over her, Shen Shinan felt nervous, but managed to speak clearly. I already know, no need to rush me, he snapped, turning away in annoyance at being reminded of the sports event. In fact, others had already come to urge him earlier. He had only signed up to get his name on the list and earn some PE credits. He never intended to actually run, otherwise he wouldn't be here playing basketball, wasting his energy. Relays required training and effort. Too much trouble. Only an idiot would exhaust themselves for some so-called team honor. Anyway, if he didn't show up, someone else would be found to replace him. Whether they found anyone or what the final outcome would be, that was none of his concern. He wouldn't face any punishment and could still easily get his PE credits. Why not? Roll call is about to start. You need to go back now, Shen Shinan insisted earnestly, seeing Chun Hao still unmoved. I said I know. Now get lost. Irritated by her persistence and feeling guilty, Chun Hao snapped at her fiercely. Hey, Howsy, she's just doing her job. No need to get angry, one of the basketball players intervened. You can go back. He'll come after this game. Alright. Seeing Chun Hao wasn't about to listen, Shen Shinan, having been yelled at for no reason, swallowed her grievance and reluctantly nodded before leaving. Is Chun Hao still not back? Hearing the roll call announcement, without seeing him, Fan Huaning frowned. Sorry, it's my fault. I failed to bring him back, Shen Shinan blamed herself, lowering her head. It's okay. It's not your fault, Fan Huaning comforted her. That's Chun Hao. After listening to Shun Zinen's account, Anfan clenched his fists tightly. But the choice of personnel. Fan Huaning sighed helplessly. Roll call is starting now. I don't know if we can make it. University sports meets were different from middle school. The class didn't organize participants and support staff uniformly. So aside from the athletes waiting to compete, those who hadn't signed up or had finished their events were mostly doing their own things, not on the field. They'll do it. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Shinan stepped forward weakly. Xiao An, you. Knowing that Shen Shinan had become a girl, Anfan looked at her with concern. Xiao An, it's okay. I can do this, she said earnestly, gently shaking his hand. Shen Shinan, are you sure? Fan Huaning also worried. Shen Shinan nodded and whispered, it's fine. Let's go to roll call. Seeing her determined gaze, they had no choice but to agree. Few so nervous. The girl's lips were slightly pursed, their usual rosy hue fading as if some vitality had been drained. Staring at the dark red track and the noisy crowd, Shen Zinen's heart pounded like a frightened rabbit in her chest. Her breathing grew rapid, a wave of nausea swirling in her mind, and images of disaster kept flooding her thoughts. What if I can't outrun the opponent? With my physique, I might trip and fall midway. Or maybe you'll fumble the baton. You'll be the one dragging down the whole class performance. And if we don't get first place, Xiao An will be disappointed. Everyone will blame me. Having never participated in such a competition before, her lack of confidence and anxiety quickly transformed into an immense invisible pressure that suffocated her, leaving her dizzy and lightheaded. Ugh, I really am not good at this kind of scene. Shen Shinan let out a long, bitter sigh. Suddenly, Anfan's voice called out from behind. Xiao An. The last runner, Anfan, was craning his neck, shouting loudly at her, the sixth runner, ignoring the stares of others. Go for it. I believe in you. Seeing her turn around, he waved with a brilliant smile. The words were short but powerful. Xiao An, you too. A tender smile flickered in Shun Zinen's eyes as she responded with a warm smile. Yes, I can't let Xiao An worry. After exchanging encouragement, she turned around, slapped her cheeks, forcefully cast aside her inner unease, and mustered her spirits. I have to pull myself together. I can't be a burden like before. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shinan fixed her gaze forward again. The race was about to begin. Ready, set, go. With a piercing whistle slicing through the air, the first runners of the 5 groups burst forth like arrows from a bow. Go, go, go. As this was a team event, it drew considerable attention. The track was lined with spectators who cheered loudly while watching the race with bated breath. The first runner from Shen Shinan and Anfan's department was not the fastest, but she kept pace with the main pack. She was roughly in third place, not far behind the leader. Starting, accelerating, sprinting, passing the baton. Each step was repeated by the next runner as the athletes in every group pushed themselves to the limit. Though a few teams fumbled and dropped the baton, they quickly recovered and caught up. Soon it was almost Shun Zinen's turn. Their team, having made no mistakes so far, had climbed to the first or second position. Go Shinshinan, don't be afraid. As the baton was about to be handed to Fan Huining on the opposite side, Shinshinan assumed the starting position with the baton in hand, waiting nervously while silently cheering herself on. Fan Huining took the baton smoothly and sprinted toward Shinshinan. Fan Huining was always disciplined. She often ran to exercise in her free time, so she was fairly fast. She quickly overtook the girls ahead and even pulled ahead by a small margin. No mistakes. No mistakes. Shun Xinin's heart thundered like a drum in her chest. Each beat seemed to count down the moment she would receive the baton. She bent slightly at the waist, her legs like coiled springs ready to unleash, yet stiff with tension. Her eyes fixed on Fan Huing's approaching figure. Fine beads of sweat began to glisten on Shun Xinin's smooth forehead. They gathered and trickled down her cheek, disappearing into her chest with an itchy sensation, but she dared not lift a hand to wipe them away. The air around seemed to solidify. The clamor of the crowd and the footsteps of other runners faded into the distance. Her world narrowed to just her own rapid breathing and Fan Huing's ever-closer silhouette. Caught. After exchanging a glance with Fan Huining, the baton was firmly passed into Shun Xinin's hand. Without time to think, Shinshinan gripped the baton and took off at a sprint. Her arms pumped vigorously, and each step landed solidly on the ground, kicking up fine dust. Her silky hair flew wildly in the wind. Her face flushed with exertion, and the cold air that rushed into her lungs made her gasp even harder. It was agonizing, but she dared not slow down. Due to her physical limitations as a girl, she wasn't very fast. She could sense the runner behind her closing and gaining speed. So she had to give it her all, constantly pushing her body to the limit, gradually increasing her pace. Each fleeting second felt unbearably long to Shinshinan. Fortunately, though the gap had narrowed, she was still in the lead. Almost there. Once I hand over the baton, my task is done. Gasping for breath, Shun Xinin's vision blurred as she looked at the girl waiting to receive the baton. She raised her right hand, holding the baton high. To ensure a secure handoff, she slowed down slightly and loosened her grip on the baton. Almost there. As the distance shrank, Shinshinan was about to reach the line. The baton would be taken by the girl, who would then start the next leg. But then an accident happened. Perhaps intimidated by Shun Xinin's speed and fierce approach, the girl subconsciously blinked and withdrew her outstretched hand slightly. The baton in Shun Xinin's hand grazed past the girl's fingers without being caught. Disaster. Realizing the baton was still in her hand, Shinshinan reacted instantly, trying to turn and hand it over again. But the inertia from her sprint was too strong. Before she could stop, Shinshinan lost her balance, stumbled, and fell hard onto the dark red track. The impact scraped her delicate skin against the rough surface, leaving ugly marks. Yet she still clutched the baton tightly. Take it. Run. Ignoring the pain surging through her body, Shinshinan struggled to her feet and quickly thrust the baton into the hands of the stunned girl. Oh. Snapping back to reality, the relay girl took the baton and continued running down the track. But by then the delay from the fumbled handoff and her hesitation had left their team far behind the others. Only after the relay race resumed did Shinshinan sit down in agony, clutching her injured knee, her face deathly pale. She tried to stand, but the slightest bend of her knee sent a searing pain through her body, making her gasp. She gritted her teeth as beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down her forehead. Her eyes were filled with pain and helplessness. Blood began to seep from the wound on her knee, staining her fair skin. The shocking red was heartbreaking to behold. The medical staff on duty at the sports meet quickly rushed over and helped Shinshinan to the nearby grass, where they treated her injuries with a first aid kit. Xiao An. From a distance, Anfan could only vaguely see Shinshinan fall hard, as if it were serious. Seeing Shinshinan sitting on the ground in pain, clutching her leg, Anfan's heart clenched. But he still had his own relay leg to run, and couldn't leave immediately to care for her. All he could do was anxiously pray that Shinshinan wasn't too badly hurt. Focus on your race. Don't worry. They'll go check on her right now. Seeing the worry on Anfan's face, Fan Huining, who was also concerned, patted his shoulder and whispered reassuringly, "Okay, take care of Xiao An." With Fan Huing's words, Anfan could only nod. Biting her lip in anxiety, Fan Huining weaved quickly through the crowd, circling the grassy field toward Shinshinan. "Few Xiao An will be fine." Seeing Fan Huining head over, Anfan let out a long breath and comforted himself inwardly. This is the first competition I've ever participated in with Xiao An. No matter what, I have to run well. I can't let Xiao An down. Composing himself, Anfan once again fixed his gaze forward, his eyes resolute. The race continued with intense tension. Anfang's team, due to the earlier mishap, had fallen far behind, trailing the first-place team by nearly a full lap. Despite the desperate efforts of the subsequent runners, they could only close the gap, slightly still lagging behind the leading groups. Soon the leading groups reached the final critical leg of the relay. Perhaps sensing no hope of victory, the athletes of Anfang's team no longer pushed themselves and gradually slowed down. Before the baton could even be handed to Anfang, the top-ranked group had already begun their sprint toward the finish line. Forget it, just run with all your might, at least don't lose too disgracefully. Seeing that victory was surely beyond reach, Anfan gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the approaching teammate, holding the baton, his legs coiled like springs ready to launch. His leg muscles tensed, blood boiling within him, poised for the impending sprint. Soon the teammate charged toward him, steadily handing over the baton. Caught it. Go. At this moment, Anfan could no longer afford to think. Only one thought consumed him: to dash forward recklessly. His arms pumped furiously, his legs whirred like high-speed motors, rapidly accelerating as he built momentum. His breathing was rapid and heavy. Each inhalation felt like a blazing flame scorching his chest. The wind roared past his ears, his hair wildly disheveled, yet he had no time to care. Everything around him seemed to blur except the gradually closing back of the runner ahead, vividly clear before his eyes. The finish line was near. The distance to the competitor ahead had narrowed to a mere sliver. So short, yet still so far. To seize this last glimmer of hope, Anfan gritted his teeth, once more forcing himself to accelerate, charging like an arrow toward the finish line. Almost there, almost there. First place. But from the tail end. Silence. Gasping, heavily drained of his last ounce of strength, Anfan could only accept this cruel result. Without time to lament, or even rest his weary body, Anfan immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead and anxiously scanned the crowd for Shinshinan. Soon he spotted her on the grass, surrounded by classmates from their class. But Shinshinan, already injured, sat on the grass with her head lowered, while Fan Huining was arguing with a group of people. Despite his steps becoming unsteady from excessive physical exertion, Anfan hurried over. It was clearly you who signed up, but didn't show up for roll call. Shinshinan took your place, and even got hurt. What right do you have to criticize her? In the crowd, Fan Huining pointed at Chun Hao, who stood in front of a group, her brows tightly knitted, rare anger flaring in her voice. Oh, did I ask him to run for me? I told him I'd be back soon, but he insisted on being a hero and replacing me. He couldn't even run properly, and dropped the baton, costing our class the first place. Who's to blame but him? Facing Fan Huing's fury, Chun Hao seemed utterly indifferent, continuing to joke with his buddies beside him. Don't you agree? Yes. Seeing that Shinshinan only had Fan Huining as a female supporter, Chun Hao's loyal friends chimed in with loud remarks. He's always been a sissy, effeminate, yet pretends to be responsible and brave. With no real skill, he still insisted on running. Exactly, he can't even pass the baton properly. Why show off if he's not capable? Isn't it just to drag our class down and prevent us from winning? It was Shun Yaowei who didn't catch it firmly. Fan Huining, readied and speechless with anger, pointed at the female baton receiver. Sob. I didn't. It's not my fault. Sob. Feeling suddenly accused, Shun Yaowei seemed greatly shaken, tears streaming uncontrollably as she pitifully wiped her eyes. Fan Huining. You're a girl too. She's a girl, it's normal for her to be a bit distracted. If you ask me, Shinshinan charged too hard and held the baton too tightly. No one could have caught it. Seeing her friend bullied, a nearby girl gently embraced the tearful Shun Yaowei and immediately defended her. Exactly, it's all Shinzinen's fault. He's a big guy, can't run, can't pass, yet blames a girl. And about his injury, he just fell once, but he acts like he's half dead, pretending he made a huge contribution to the class. Shun Yaowei was usually soft and well-liked. Against Fan Huining and Shinshinan, who were unsociable and isolated, some people had long held grudges. Naturally, they stepped up to protect her and criticized them. Fan, don't say anymore. Shinshinan, sitting on the ground with his head bowed, tugged at Fan Huing's sleeve and whispered. His eyes, hidden behind glasses and bangs, were dim, lost in thought. Shinan, it's clearly them. Oh, our cultural and sports committee member isn't secretly crushing on that little follower who always hangs around Anfan, is he? Seeing Fan Huing's eyes glistening with tears as she tried to retort, Chun Hao immediately sneered and puckered his lips mockingly. What, the domineering school beauty falls for the gloomy, downtrodden guy? Huh. The cold queen matches the effeminate man. Perfect. Hearing this, those around him burst into laughter, playing along. Silence. Fan Huining trembled all over with rage, her face flushed crimson, tears swirling in her eyes. But she bit her lip hard, refusing to let the weak tears fall. She didn't understand why Shinshinan, who had given his all, was being inexplicably blamed, while the one who caused all this could stand smugly among the crowd looking down on them. She also didn't understand why these people harbored so much malice toward them. Neither Shinshinan nor she had ever done anything excessive to these people, yet they had earned their hatred enough to spew such venomous words without any reason. Knowing that arguing with this united group was a waste of energy, Fan Huining silently crouched down and began tending to Shun Zinen's other wounds. Shinshinan, who had endured this countless times before, sat silently, head bowed, hiding his expression behind his large glasses and long bangs. He didn't cry, because crying only made them happier. Words were unnecessary. Against the impenetrable wall of the group, any feeble verbal resistance only served as fuel for their smugness. Even in their silence, the collective righteous judgment continued. Nearby, even those who knew this was wrong dared not speak out, fearing they would become the next target under the group's pressure. They became spectators, either watching in silence or laughing along. Shinshinan and Fan Huining, who had done nothing wrong, were absurdly branded as the group's sinners, judged by sharp words. What was the real crime? Only the judges knew. That guy thinks he's all that just because he's decent looking, always putting on a sour face like it's a gift to the world. And that other one, all girly and clingy, always sticking to Anfan's side. Been sick of it for ages. So I'm not the only one who can't stand them. Figures with personalities that awful, who could possibly like them? Guess it's their own fault, no wonder so many people dislike them. Ha! Soon two girls who normally had little to do with Xiao An and the others whispered among themselves, quickly reaching a consensus, and their voices gradually grew louder without restraint. Had enough fun laughing. A deep, forceful male voice suddenly came from behind. From not far away, he had already heard the harsh mockery of this group. At first he didn't know what was happening, assuming the target of criticism must be Chun Hao and his crew. But he never expected that the injured Xiao, instead of receiving care, would be labeled a sinner, deserving of hatred alongside the conscientious Fan Huaning. Instead of encouragement and praise, they were met with baseless accusations and abuse born of vile malice. A surge of rage instantly flooded Anfan's entire being. Again, he had promised Xiao An over and over that he wouldn't let this happen anymore. Images of Xiao being bullied in childhood flashed through his mind, and Anfan's heavy footsteps quickened. Back then Xiao An had cried like that surrounded by people, while he stood stiffest fists clenched right where Fan Huaning was now. He had thought such things would stop after they grew up, but why? Why must kind and earnest people bear such malice? Why can the perpetrators stand there smug and unbothered, looking down and mocking their victims without a shred of conscience? He didn't understand. He never had. So he had to step forward. Anfan's hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning white, with strained veins bulging like earthworms on his arms. His teeth ground audibly, jaw muscles taut, as if he was barely restraining his erupting emotions. The blood that had just calmed now boiled within him again, his chest heaving violently, each breath seeming to exhale scorching fury. The group led by Chun Hao turned to see Anfan charging like an enraged lion, and they were startled like frightened rabbits, gradually falling silent. Had your say? Then let me speak. Anfan's voice was low and suppressed, brimming with barely contained anger. His eyes were icy as he stepped up to Xiao and Fan Huaning, scanning the surrounding crowd like a predator seeking its prey. He would remember everyone who had bullied Xiao An. Anfan was well liked with many classmates he had played basketball with, chatted with, or even joked around as buddies. But now they meant nothing to him. Such a so-called clique wasn't worth keeping. What did you just say? That Xiao and Fan Huaning have terrible personalities, and that's why they get criticized. Seeing the crowd quiet, Anfan first turned his cold gaze to the two girls who had mocked them earlier. The two girls were startled by Anfan's sudden interrogation. They swallowed hard, but quickly forced composure. Anfan, why are you so aggressive? Isn't what we said the truth? One of them puffed out her chest, trying not to lose face in front of him. Truth. Your so-called truth is nothing but baseless, malicious speculation and slander. Anfan clenched his fists, veins twitching on his forehead. Or is your truth rooted in the vile, jealous, and prejudiced thoughts festering in your dirty hearts? Do you think slandering others can give your empty, filthy souls some pathetic sense of existence? Anfan sneered at the two girls who were now at a loss for words. Anfan, don't go too far. We're all classmates here. Seeing the two girls on the verge of tears, the one who had previously defended Xiao stepped forward again. Classmates? You still remember we're classmates? Anfan laughed bitterly instead of getting angry. Did you show any consideration for that bond when you slandered them without facts? We only said that because Fan Huaning made Xiao cry first. Pressured by Anfan's intensity, the girl still insisted stubbornly. So she shouldn't have said it. Pointing out the truth is a crime now. Anfan sneered. And made her cry. Haha, that's rich. I doubt Fan Huang's words were half as harsh and venomous as yours. You? How dare you? Xiao, still curled up in the girl's arms, stopped crying, pointing at Anfan with a trembling, aggrieved look. How dare I? How dare you say what you just did? You know damn well who's really to blame. Xiao's feigned innocence instantly ignited the fury Anfan had been suppressing. I didn't want to say this. Mistakes happen, no one would blame you. But you had to shift the blame. Crying. You think crying can pin the fault on an innocent person while you secretly gloat as they take the fall and face baseless accusations. The only reason you cry is that you know someone will protect you without asking questions. With your clique shielding you, you can play the victim and cry. But what about those you've wronged? Who hears their cries, shedding some hypocritical tears, and actually believing you're the innocent victim? Facing Xiao's pitiful act, Anfan showed no mercy, lashing out with a torrent of furious rebuke. Enough. Anfan, it's just a minor squabble between classmates. Don't blow it out of proportion. Seeing the crowd silenced by Anfan's reprimand, Chun Hao, who had been scowling all along, finally spoke gravely. How, I haven't even gotten to you yet. And you step forward. Anfan let out a cold laugh. Isn't this whole incident you're doing? Playing ball before the match, scowling at the classmate who came to remind you, signing up, but not showing up on time, disregarding team honor, deliberately leading others to bully innocent classmates, and trying to absolve yourself of blame. Chun Hao, you've got it all figured out, haven't you? His eyes fixed on Chun Hao. Su Anfan clenched his fists tightly, the fury in his gaze seeming ready to devour him. So what? Relying on the backing of his buddies, Chun Hao forced himself to meet Su Anfan's blazing eyes with a dismissive sneer. Humph. Seeing Chun Hao still so arrogant, Su Anfan barely suppressed his rage, gripping his fists so hard that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He knew that for someone like Chun Hao, who had completely lost all shame, any verbal rebuke was useless. No, they were no longer worthy of being called human, and dealing with such inhuman creatures was the hardest part. Those who bullied Xiao An must not be let off easily. Su Anfan took a deep breath, struggling to calm his nearly uncontrollable rage. His gaze, like a blazing torch, locked onto Chun Hao as if intending to pierce through him with that very look. Chun, how do you think you can just pretend nothing happened after committing such deeds, eh? Su Anfan's voice was low and forceful, carrying an undeniable authority. Intimidated by Su Anfan's imposing presence, Chun Hao involuntarily stepped back, but quickly forced himself to stand firm, retorting, "Su Anfan, what can you do to me?" A faint contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of Su Anfan's mouth. "What can I do? It'll make you understand that wrongdoing demands a price." With that, Su Anfan abruptly stepped forward, seized Chun Hao by the collar, and yanked him close. Seeing this, Chun Hao's buddies attempted to intervene, but Su Anfan swept a furious glare at them and thundered, "Who dares to move?" The fierce look froze them in their tracks. "Chun Hao, today, I will make you see what it means to bully others." Su Anfan tightened his grip, his savage eyes as if wanting to devour Chun Hao alive. "Su Anfan, let me go." Chun Hao struggled desperately, trying to break free, but Su Anfan's hand was like a steel vice, immovable. Knowing that attacking Su Anfan now would lead to disastrous consequences, Chun Hao had no choice but to avoid the confrontation, not daring to fight back, only glaring at Su Anfan with hatred. Consumed by raging flames of fury, Su Anfan gritted his teeth and roared at Chun Hao, "Aren't you so arrogant? Go on." At that moment, the onlookers were stunned by the sudden scene, but no one stepped in to stop it, for they all knew in their hearts that Chun Hao had gone too far this time. Su Anfan's clenched fist tightened further, veins bulging on his arm, like twisting azure pythons writhing beneath the skin. It seemed that in the next moment the fist would slam into Chun Hao's face. "Xiao An." Just as Su Anfan was about to strike, Shin Zinen's anxious voice came from behind him. "Xiao An, you promised me." Sitting on the ground, Shin Shinan looked up, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Su Anfan with earnest determination, her voice choked with sobs, yet carrying a gentle strength. "Right, I promise, Xiao Nan. No more fighting, no more trouble for Xiao Nan." The image of Shin Shinan pulling him, the punished one in the teacher's office, crying with guilt, flashed in his mind. Su Anfan finally regained some composure, and his clenched hand slowly loosened. Looking at Shin Zinen's face, full of worry, his anger somehow gradually subsided. "Okay," Su Anfan replied softly to Shin Shinan, then released his grip on Chun Hao's collar and gave him a shove. Chun Hao staggered, nearly falling. "Get lost." Su Anfan's low roar echoed in the air. Chun Hao steadied himself, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. "Su Anfan, just wait and see." "Wait. I'm always waiting. But remember, if you dare bully anyone again, I will never go easy on you." Su Anfan replied without flinching. Chun Hao turned and slunk away, trying to escape with his buddies from this place of humiliation. But his so-called buddies no longer gathered around him. Instead, they stood in silence, heads bowed. Their relationship with Chun Hao was never that close. They were just brought along to back him up. Some of them actually hung out with Su Anfan more often. They knew right from wrong, but out of a twisted sense of brotherhood, they thought to lend a hand, assuming no one would care, and thus revealed their ugly faces. Now harshly scolded by Su Anfan, their previous arrogance had dissipated, and the faint conscience of being human began to ache again. Seeing that his buddies refused to follow him any longer, Chun Hao had no choice but to slink away with a scowl tail between his legs. "You all know in your hearts who was wrong today. Go back and think it over." Su Anfan scanned the silent crowd with a frown and said coldly. He didn't forgive them. Even though he was furious, he would still have to interact with them in the future. Making too big a scene would also greatly affect Fan Huining and Shun Zinen's school life later. He knew that some of them wouldn't truly believe they were wrong inside. So he didn't need their so-called apologies. Hypocritical apologies after the fact were worse than air to the already scarred victims. "What are you still staring at? Disperse." Seeing Su Anfan's expression soften slightly, Su Ho, who had just received the news and rushed over to prepare for a fight, quickly smoothed things over. At Su Hao's words, the crowd realized there was nothing to gain here, and they scattered like a tree falling and its monkeys fleeing. "Thank you." As the crowd dispersed, Fan Huining, who had been standing silently behind, looked at Su Anfan with a complex expression and softly uttered thanks. She seemed to understand a little why Shin Shinan was so dependent on Su Anfan. "It's nothing. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Nan, and I'm sorry you got dragged into this." Su Anfan said gratefully to Fan Huining. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, I can handle this much." "But Shin Shinan, her leg seems injured. She can't stand up." Fan Huining frowned, looking at Shun Shinan on the ground with concern. Hearing this, Su Anfan hurried over to Shun Shinan, crouched down, his eyes full of care and distress. The fabric at Shunzinen's knee was torn, stained with specks of blood. The wound was simply wrapped in white gauze, but traces of blood still seeped through. Disinfected with alcohol, earlier her calf trembled slightly, and every tiny shudder made her gasp in pain. Shunzinen's pale little face was tight with remnants of tearful grievance still lingering in her eyes. Her lips were tightly pressed together, drained of color from the dual agony of body and mind. Seeing Su Anfan approach with concern, Shinshinan lifted her face and forced a gentle smile. Xiao An, I'm fine. Sorry Xiao An, I came too late. Seeing Shinshinan like this, Su Anfan's eyes darkened, and he clenched his hands in self-reproach, his nails nearly digging into the flesh. Not at all, Xiao An came just in time. Seeing Su Anfan's guilt, Shinshinan soothed him by touching his face, speaking softly with a gentle smile. Xiao An was so cool, just now like a heroic savior. Oh no, Xiao An has always been my hero. Su Anfan held Shunzinen's warm little hand and nodded gently. Sorry to interrupt your touching friendship exchange. Sensing the atmosphere growing strange, Su Ho, who had been standing by, interjected at the right moment. Fango, maybe you should take Shinshinan to the infirmary first. You can continue your chat after that. Realizing that she had just made such an intimate gesture towards Su Anfan in public, out of habit, Shinshinan quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing like a peach. And then, recalling that she had just blurted out such strange words, her already red face grew even redder. Alright, okay. Su Anfan didn't feel anything strange. He stood up quite naturally. Touching faces. Wasn't that normal between good buddies? Besides, between him and Xiao An, theirs was pure friendship. Yes, purely pure. Xiao An, can you manage to stand up? Su Anfan asked, cautiously looking at Shinshinan, who was sitting on the ground. I think so, but it hurts a bit. With Su Anfan's help, Shinshinan gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and slowly rose to her feet bit by bit. Su Anfan slightly bent down, draping one of Shunzinen's arms over his shoulder. His other hand firmly wrapped around her waist, letting her lean against him to ease the burden on her legs. Yet when she tried to take a step, the sudden intense pain overwhelmed her, causing beads of sweat as large as beans to roll down her forehead. Looks like walking won't work. Su Anfan furrowed his brows, his face etched with worry. Brother Fan, why don't you carry her to the infirmary? Seeing that walking with support was not feasible, Su Ho promptly suggested. Xiao An, you just finished running, won't you be too tired? Shinshinan turned sideways, looking at the large patches of sweat on Su Anfan's clothes, and whispered with concern. It's fine, Xiao An isn't heavy, I can carry her. As was his habit, he gently ruffled Shunzinen's hair and spoke to her softly. Alright. Feeling the warmth on her head, Shinshinan blushed under the peculiar gazes of the other two, and replied in a soft, yielding voice. Seeing that Shinshinan had agreed, Su Anfan slowly crouched down, turning his back toward her. Xiao An, come on, slowly climb onto my back. Shinshinan bit her lip, lightly hesitantly placing one hand on Su Anfan's shoulder. With the other hand, she carefully hooked his neck, leaning her body forward inch by inch, gradually pressing against his back. Her legs were weak from the pain, so her movements were slow and sluggish. Every motion sent a flicker of agony across her face. Just as her body was about to make contact with his back, she seemed to hesitate, fearing she might be too heavy a burden for him. Don't be afraid, Xiao An, take your time. Sensing her nervousness, Su Anfan comforted her gently. Only then did Shinshinan slowly lean her entire body onto his back, wrapping her slender arms tightly around his neck. Feeling the soft warmth added to his back, Su Anfan slid his large hands slowly under her thighs, hoisted her up, and stood with effort. Xiao An is so light. He thought to himself that he would need to fatten her up and make her all plump and healthy. Finding it much easier than expected to carry Shinshinan, Su Anfan silently mused. Xiao An, am I heavy? Seeing him standing there dazed while carrying her, Shinshinan worried that she was weighing him down, so she pressed her flushed face near his ear and whispered timidly. Not heavy at all, Xiao An is so slender, you are very light. The warm air hitting his face snapped Su Anfan back to reality, and he quickly replied. Oh. Only then did Shinshinan feel relieved, responding softly, her gentle voice ringing in his ear, making the tips of his ears redden. Brother Fan, you'd better hurry and take Shinshinan to the infirmary. Feeling the atmosphere turning awkward again, Su Ho scratched his head and urged. He had originally wanted to go along, but seeing their intimate closeness, he inexplicably felt it would be inappropriate to tag along. Yes, let's go quickly. Fan Huaning also echoed softly. She too wished to follow, but as much as she wanted to, she was still the sports committee member and had to stay on the playground to manage the class athletic events. Alright. Okay. Hearing this, Su Anfan wasted no more time. With steady strides, he carefully carried Shinshinan toward the infirmary. Something felt strange. Watching their silhouettes stretch longer and longer in the sunset, Fan Huing's heart stirred with an inexplicable unease, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was, so she just blinked in confusion. Well, at least Shinshinan is okay. Seeing the two gradually disappear into the distance, Fan Huaning stopped dwelling on it and went back to her own business. Su Anfan carried Shinshinan to the infirmary for a quick checkup. Although she insisted she was fine, he still worried that some injury might have been missed, so he carried her to a nearby major hospital for a thorough examination. Fortunately, Shen Shinan had no fractures. Aside from minor abrasions on her hands and legs, only her knees were slightly swollen from the scrapes, and her right ankle was mildly sprained. After about a week of rest, she should be able to walk with difficulty, and after another 10 days or so, she would fully recover. As for the school fan Huaning and Suho had already explained the entire incident to their department counselor teacher Wang, who was nearly furious. The nationwide crackdown on campus bullying was already severe, and the school had repeatedly emphasized the need to prevent such issues. Seeing that the overall atmosphere in the department was quite harmonious, she had thought such a problem wouldn't occur. And of all people, she knew the family situations of Shan Shinan, Su, Anfan, and Fan Huaning. One was an orphan, one came from a single-parent family, and one had divorced parents. They had long been her key concerns. She had often shown them care and concern, even pulling Shan Shinan and Fan Huaning aside for chats, when they seemed withdrawn, fearing they might develop psychological issues. Now to think they had been bullied by classmates in the same department infuriated her. She immediately called all the students involved into her office and gave them a stern talking to. Chun Hao and a few ringleaders were given disciplinary warnings. Those who thought they had only said a few words and hadn't bullied anyone were also severely reprimanded. Even Fan Huaning, who as the sports committee member had interacted more often with the counselor, never expected their usually gentle and amiable counselor to have such a stern side. Later, unafraid of making a scene, the counselor even issued a warning in the group chat, making the entire department aware of the incident. For a time, many classmates who were close to Su Anfan and the others sent messages of concern. As for those who had been involved, many sent apologies, though they were of little use. Chun Hao and the main instigators became notorious throughout the entire department, and even the whole school. As for Su Anfan's use of force, the counselor didn't pursue it at all, and even privately praised him for doing well. She even quickly approved his request for a few days off to accompany Shen Shinan as she recovered at home. She even offered to take them out for a meal to comfort them, though they declined due to Shun Xinin's social anxiety and other reasons. In any case, the storm stirred up during the sports meet had temporarily subsided. Xiao An, did I cause trouble for you today? It seems I've made you enemies with a lot of people. Will you be bullied too? On the way home, Shun Shinan lay softly on Su Anfan's back, resting her head on his shoulder and murmuring with worry. How could I be bullied? Su Anfan. Sensing her concern and unease, Su Anfan smiled reassuringly. Those unimportant relationships, break them off. Even if I'm shunned by everyone, as long as I have Xiao Nan by my side, that's enough. As long as I have you by my side, that's enough. Her body swaying with his steps, Shen Shinan blinked, gazing absently into the distance. If only Xiao An didn't have those people around him. If only Xiao An had only me. Would that mean I could have Xiao An all to myself? No, I can't interfere in Xiao An's life. Realizing she was falling into that thought again, Shen Shinan quickly propped herself up, shook her head, and flung all those wicked thoughts away. As long as occasionally it's like this, that's enough. That's enough. Resting her head back on his broad shoulder, Shen Shinan revealed a satisfied, dazed smile. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing Shen Shinan suddenly stand up, shake her head, and then place it on his shoulder, Su Anfan asked curiously. Nothing. Xiao An, aren't you tired? How about I get down and walk by myself? It should be fine. Seeing Su Anfan's breathing was a bit labored, Shen Shinan frowned with concern, using her small hand to wipe the sweat beading on his face. I'm not tired. Xiao An is very light. To show his strength, Su Anfan supported Shen Xinin's thighs, lifted her with a slight tremor, and hoisted her up a bit. Perhaps not expecting Su Anfan's sudden movement, Shen Xinin's center of gravity wavered, scaring her into clinging to his back, like an octopus tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Xiao An. After steadying herself, she gently pinched his cheek, chiding him with a hint of annoyance. Xiao An, sorry, I didn't mean it. Hearing her playful tones, Su Anfan's face broke into a smile. You're still laughing. She leaned forward, tilting her head to look at his handsome profile, then like a cat, with its fur ruffled, she tousled his hair lightly. Nothing, just happy to see Xiao An so full of spirit. Looking at his dear friend's adorable demeanor, Su Anfan couldn't hide his overflowing smile. Full of spirit, huh? It seems she had changed a bit lately. Hearing this, Shen Shinan was stunned. In the past, Shen Shinan always silently followed behind Su Anfan, keeping her head lowered to hide her expressions. Even when interacting with the most familiar Su Anfan, she was always a bit reserved. Now she habitually relied on Su Anfan, habitually played and laughed with him, and habitually revealed the emotions she used to hide in her heart. If she had to say when it started, it must have been after she became a girl. Since then, Shen Shinan and Su Anfan's interactions had increased. Before, there were also intimate actions like head pats and playful banter. But compared to the past, these past few months had been much more frequent, and the intimacy had deepened. Her emotions, too, had become impossible to hide in front of Su Anfan, expressed more openly. They easily erupted, and Su Anfan could detect them more readily. And her thoughts and actions. She couldn't control wanting to act spoiled in front of Su Anfan, wanting him to accompany her, wanting to keep him all to herself. Before, she only needed to silently follow behind Xiao An, and seeing him happy was enough. What was wrong with her? Thinking of the strange looks others gave her, and Su Anfan Shinzinen's mood became complicated, like she had been caught stealing something that didn't belong to her. She knew that Xiao An was treating her like this now because he had become a girl because of her, so this year he wanted to take good care of her. She also knew that this might be the physical and psychological impact of becoming a girl, which excused her capriciousness. These past few months she had become closer to Xiao An, and she was happy. Yes, very very happy. But she would eventually change back. Would Xiao An still treat her like this, then still care for her so intimately? After experiencing all this, could she bear Su Anfan's renewed distance? She didn't know. She dared not know. Thinking this, Shinzinen's once bright eyes dimmed. Xiao An is still prettiest when she's not crying. Oh no, she's also pretty and cute when she cries and acts spoiled. Oh no, Xiao An is cute anytime. Not noticing the sudden worry in the girl on his back, Su Anfan continued to chuckle foolishly. Xiao An, can you promise me something? Playing absently with the cord on Su Anfan's chest, Shin Shinan murmured softly. Still unaware of the change in her mood, Su Anfan immediately replied, what is it? As long as it's from Xiao An, he'll definitely agree. Xiao An, could you keep some distance from me after this? Although hesitant, Shin Shinan forced the words out. Huh. Su Anfan finally reacted and said urgently, Xiao An, what's wrong? Did I do something to upset you? Tell me, and he'll definitely change. Don't leave me, okay? At the end, Su Anfan's mood also became low. No, it's not that. Xiao An is fine. I just, saw the strange looks people gave us today, and was afraid of causing trouble for Xiao An. Seeing Su Anfan's anxious expression, Shin Shinan quickly explained. Oh, it's okay to be bothered by others' gazes. After all, Xiao An and I are the best of friends, no one can compare. Hearing this, Su Anfan relaxed. If Xiao An cares, he'll be more mindful in front of others. Anyway, things are good as they are now. Xiao An, don't keep your distance from me. If you do, I won't talk to you either. Su Anfan threatened with a stern tone. Okay. Shin Shinan responded softly. Not keep distance, huh? That's fine. He'll just enjoy this brief time. Being bold doesn't matter, it's like a beautiful dream. Even though the dream will eventually end, let it be. She nuzzled her little head against Su Anfan's neck, hugging him tighter, as if trying to hold on to something. Xiao An, it's all my fault for not protecting you in time. I promised I wouldn't let you be bullied again. Still thinking Shin Shinan was upset because of the bullying incident, Su Anfan blamed himself. No, I already told you. Xiao An appeared just in time, like a hero protecting me well. Noticing his guilt and unease, Shin Shinan blinked and smiled gently. That's why I like Xiao An the most. Buzz. Hearing her soft words, Su Anfan's mind went blank. His face flushed like a heated iron pot. Xiao An. What did she just say? Like, no, Su Anfan, what are you thinking? Xiao An meant the kind of like between brothers. That's just normal, okay? So why are you wavering? Pinching his thigh hard, Su Anfan forced himself to calm down. Seeing him silent and stunned, Shin Shinan leaned closer to his neck, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. Her soft hair brushed against his skin, with his steps tickling him. For a moment, the already flustered boy's face reddened even more. Xiao An sent very reassuring. Her white nose fluttered slightly, a happy smile on her face, and she closed her eyes with contentment. If only we could walk on like this forever. Su Anfan, in a dazed state, carried the lightly sleeping Shin Shinan back to her home. Gently laying her on the bed, he finally snapped out of his stupor. Su Anfan, what are you thinking? How could you be swayed by a single word from your best friend? Xiao An said those words to you so many times when you were kids, and you never wavered like this. Watching Shin Shinan sleeping on her side, Su Anfan reproached himself inwardly. But perhaps it's because I haven't heard such words in a long time. He gently stroked Shinzinen's small head, a trace of nostalgia in his expression, his eyes softening. How he and Shin Shinan had met, and gradually grown close, was now lost to the mists of time, too long ago for him to recall. All he knew was that as a child, Shin Shinan had a very soft disposition, and cried easily, much like a little girl. Because of this, she didn't fit in, and was often bullied. Back then, Su Anfan would step forward to protect her, just as he did now. Afterward, she would cling to him tightly like a cute little animal, crying and thanking him. When she was happy playing with him, she would also say, just like just now, I like Xiao An the most, and act coyly. It was precisely because of this childhood companionship from Shin Shinan that Su Anfan could always feel a sense of being needed, a sense of achievement and pride. That was why he had grown up with such a strong sense of justice, so cheerful and confident. Back then, Xiao An, though a boy, was truly adorable. Not that she isn't adorable now, but at some point, perhaps after that argument about making friends, Shin Shinan rarely acted coyly around him anymore. Although they still appeared to be close brothers on the surface, Shin Shinan would always maintain a certain distance. For instance, she would quietly slip away when he was chatting with others, as if being seen being intimate with him was something terribly wrong. He still habitually put his arm around her neck, ruffled her hair, and so on, but Shin Shinan always seemed very reserved, which gave him a strange sense of estrangement. Moments like just now when she actively played and joked with him, and said she liked him, were almost non-existent. For some reason, he always felt that Xiao An had grown up, and that he was no longer needed. He felt a little lonely. That was why when he saw heroines in novels and manga acting coy in their male leads' arms, crying and asking for hugs, he felt an overwhelming envy. It was also why he had made that absurd wish to the fox god earlier. He thought that if he could have a beautiful girl around him who was as unreserved and dependent on him as Xiao An used to be, and have a sweet romance, he could experience that feeling of being needed again. Thinking of the wish he had made so inexplicably under the urge of youthful hormones, the corners of Xiao Anfan's mouth lifted slightly. But now he no longer needed it. He had already rediscovered that deep feeling of being depended on by Xiao An. Perhaps because she had become a girl, Xiao An was once again acting dependent on him, just like when they were children. She no longer resisted his intimate gestures. Instead, she went along with them and acted coy. His relationship with Xiao An seemed to have returned to the way they had once leaned on each other. He was very happy. Yes, especially happy. With such an adorable good brother who needed a beautiful girl. At this thought, Xiao Anfan's eyes carried a hint of a smile as he looked at Shun Xinin's peaceful sleeping face. Indeed, I like Xiao An the most too. Almost unconsciously, the boy blurted out his true feelings. The voice was very faint, so soft that the sleeping girl surely could not hear it. And after saying it unconsciously, the boy quickly came to his senses. Oh, what did I just say? No, I do still like Xiao An. But this kind of liking is the same as Xiao An's. It's definitely just brotherly affection. Yes, that's right, just mutual affection between brothers. Absolutely, Xiao An and I have a pure friendship. His face flushed bright red again, and Anfan hastily tried to justify his previous behavior in his mind. He even gave himself a few hard slaps on the face to force himself to calm down. Xiao An, what's wrong? Hearing the crisp slaps, Xinan, who had not been sleeping deeply, woke up groggily. Xiao An, you didn't hear that, did you? Seeing Xinan awake, Anfan, afraid she had heard something, grabbed her shoulders tightly. Huh? What? Seeing Anfan's frantic state, Xinan blinked her innocent big eyes in confusion. Oh, nothing. I was just mumbling some thoughts to myself. Relieved that Xinan seemed unaware, Anfan finally relaxed. Xiao An, you just need to know that we have a pure friendship. What is pure friendship? Blinking, Xinan asked curiously. It's like the mutual affection between us brothers, but a very pure friendship. To justify his own actions, Anfan deliberately twisted the meaning and said to Xinan seriously. Mutual affection. Yay. Xiao An and I have pure friendship, and I want Xiao An to like me too. Shun Xinin's clever little mind quickly grasped the key point, and she happily accepted this pure friendship setting. Xiao An. You. Never mind. Helplessly, Anfan covered his face. He wanted to say more, but seeing Shun Xinin's innocent and adorable expression, he held back. Still, he gave her a few light taps on the head. Xiao An, don't move for the next few days. Let me do the moving. No, let me take care of you. Helping Xinan sit on the bed, Anfan sat on a stool and leaned down, taking her small feet in his hands and removing her socks. Okay, the girl replied softly, her voice sweet. Placing her fair, delicate feet on his lap, Anfan examined them carefully, as if admiring a work of art. Those feet were small and exquisite, with round, adorable toes neatly arranged like pearls, and the soles soft like cotton candy, as if the slightest touch would leave a mark. The skin on the instep was smooth and delicate, faintly revealing pale blue veins like fine lines in an exquisite painting. Somewhat marring the scene was a distinct bruise on her ankle, standing out starkly against her fair skin. Xiao An, is it smelly? Seeing Anfan looking so intently, Xinan nervously shrank her feet, her cheeks flushing. Not smelly at all. Xiao An's feet are very clean. You could even soak your socks in water and drink it, Anfan said with a smile. Xiao An, you're teasing me again. Hearing this, Xinan instantly became annoyed and gave Anfan's head a few light blows that did no real damage. All right, Xiao An, don't move. Seeing her feet start to fidget like a rabbit, Anfan quickly grabbed them and pressed them against his thigh. It might hurt a little now, Xiao An. You'll have to bear with it. Xiao An, it hurts. Xinan sat on the edge of the bed, her slender ankle cradled in Anfan's hands. The scorching heat of his palm and the calloused fingertips brushing against her skin brought a tingling sting mixed with the acrid scent of medicinal wine. She couldn't help but flinch, drawing in a sharp breath. Oh, sorry, you'll be gentler, try to be gentler. Anfan quickly lightened his touch, clumsy, yet extraordinarily careful, using his palm to slowly rub the warm medicinal wine into her skin. Ugh. Xinan bit her lower lip tightly, trying to suppress the faint cries of pain. But as Anfan's kneading varied in pressure, she couldn't help but let out a few nasal whimpers like a wounded cub. Her face flushed crimson, and her eyes glistened with moisture. Does it still hurt? Am I pressing too hard? Anfan, seeing her scrunched-up face, felt a pang in his heart and softened his movements even more. No, it's fine. Xinan sniffled, her voice trembling pitifully. I'm getting used to it. It doesn't hurt as much as before. It feels warm, a little soothing. Should I continue? I'm okay. In the small room, the atmosphere grew subtly thick. Anfan sat on the bed, resting Shun Xinin's delicate pale foot on his thigh, his head bowed, fully focused on rubbing the medicinal wine into the slightly swollen ankle. His movements, initially awkward, gradually became practiced and intent. Beside him, Shun Shinan clung tightly to the bedsheet, her fingers curling slightly. She clenched her teeth, but whenever Xiao Anfan's thumb pressed on a sore spot, or his palm warmly enveloped and rotated her ankle, fragmented moans still escaped through her teeth. The sound was soft and light, mingled with suppressed pain and an indescribable sensation. Even she felt her ears burning. Xiao An, is it done? She finally couldn't help but ask in a tearful whisper, her body trembling slightly from the strain. Almost there, just a moment. Anfan didn't look up, giving one last firm press with his palm. Feeling the skin finally saturated with the medicinal wine and flushed with a healthy red, he let out a long breath and stopped. Okay, that should be enough. Oh, okay. The sharp sting in her ankle was finally replaced by a gentle warm flow. Shun Shinan, as if exhausted, let out a soft sigh, gradually waking from the dazed state, mixed with pain and strange sensations. But Xiao Anfan's gaze remained fixed on the foot in his palm. It was small, fair, with rounded toes tinged a faint pink, a slender ankle, and skin as delicate as fine mutton fat jade. It felt soft and warm in his hand. A sudden inappropriate thought crossed his mind. How could Xiao Nan's feet be so soft? As if boneless. And why was there no odor at all? Unlike his own, which could fumigate mosquitoes after exercise. Possessed, he unconsciously brought his palm, still imprinted with the feel and warmth of Shun Zinen's skin, to his nose and gently sniffed. A complex aroma flooded his nostrils. First, the sharp herbal scent of the medicinal wine, but beneath it lingered an extremely faint, unique fragrance of a young girl. It was clean, crisp, with a hint of sweetness. Like the scent of rain-soaked grass mixed with unknown wildflowers, accentuated by the medicinal wine, creating an indescribable, tantalizing quality. Xiao Anfan froze, remaining in that pose, momentarily lost. Xiao An, what were you doing? Shun Zinen's startled, mortified cry rang in his ears. Then the very foot he had just appraised gave a light kick to his arm, not hard but full of reproach. Xiao Anfan snapped back to reality, realizing what he had done. His face flushed crimson, spreading to his ears. He dropped his hand as if burned, stammering incoherently, Nothing. I just smelled the wine. To see if it's too strong. Yes, to see if the smell dissipates quickly. Xiao An, you said you wouldn't mind my feet smelling. Half ashamed, half angry, Shun Shinan grabbed the thin blanket nearby, covering her burning face, leaving only a pair of accusing eyes visible. The offending foot quickly curled up, toes nervously gripping the sheet, trying to retreat. No, absolutely not. Xiao Anfan, quick as lightning, caught the escaping foot again, holding it in his palm, his expression unprecedentedly serious, even with an innocent urgency. Xiao An, I really didn't mean that. I was just curious. Yes, pure curiosity. Look at my eyes, how sincere. Have I ever lied to you? He tried to widen his eyes, which were a bit shifty due to guilt, attempting to convey a signal of pure innocence. Through the gap in the blanket, Shun Shinan met his eyes, which were full of sincerity. The shame and anger in her heart inexplicably dissipated, replaced by a helpless mix of amusement and exasperation. She let out a muffled humph, reluctantly accepting his flimsy explanation. Fine, he'll believe you this time. The crisis temporarily averted, Xiao Anfan quickly changed the subject. By the way, there's also a scrape on your knee, it needs medicine. Xiao An, bear with it a little longer, this will be quick. Still needs to be done. Shun Shinan asked softly, recalling the numbing tingling and hot sensation on her ankle, feeling a bit apprehensive. Yet deep down she seemed to miss the feeling of being completely enveloped and carefully cared for by Xiao Anfan's palm. The knee is just a scrape, Gil, just apply this with a cotton swab. No rubbing, just a gentle dab. It shouldn't hurt much. Xiao Anfan shook the bottle of iodine and cotton swabs in his hand. Oh. Shun Zinen's voice sounded oddly disappointed. All right. Xiao Anfan gently placed her foot on the small stool nearby, then turned to the wardrobe, rummaging while speaking in the most natural tone. Xiao An, you should take off your pants first. Shun Shinan froze instantly, as if the pause button had been pressed. Then from her neck to her cheeks a vivid crimson spread at a visible speed, almost steaming. She clutched the hem of her pajamas tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Xiao An. No, I can't. I'm not ready yet. Now isn't the time. Her voice was weak, quivering, as if Xiao Anfan had said something unforgivable. Xiao Anfan turned around, saw her about to die of shame, and couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the spare pajamas he had just found, ones Shun Shinan usually kept at his place, and turned to flick her forehead lightly. Silly Xiao An, what kind of nonsense is always running through that little head of yours? He tossed the pajamas into her arms. For the medicine on your knee, it might stain the pants you're wearing now, and long pants are inconvenient. Quick change into these, they're loose and easier for applying medicine. He spoke seriously with a perfectly reasonable explanation. As he reached the door and grasped the handle, he seemed to remember something, leaned back halfway, and added with a thoughtful tone. Oh, and Xiao An, if you have trouble changing by yourself, you can call me for help. Don't worry. He pointed to his eyes, swearing. I promise to keep my eyes covered, absolutely no peeking. Oh. Shi Nan was completely flushed, her mind buzzing, and she could only nod dizzily, clutching the pajamas in her arms. Click. The door was gently closed. Only after confirming that Anfan had really left did Shi Nan, as if released from a petrification spell, dive headfirst into the soft blanket. She wrapped herself into a tight bundle, leaving only a pair of pale tender feet outside, which unconsciously swung back and forth rapidly. Ugh! A muffled, infinitely shy sob came from under the blanket. Today seemed a bit too bold. After what felt like an eternity, Shi Nan slowly changed into the pajamas and called Anfan back in with a weak voice. Anfan pushed the door open and saw Shi Nan already sitting upright on the bed. She kept her head lowered, her thick eyelashes like little fans casting faint shadows under her eyes. The blush on her cheeks hadn't faded, instead it seemed to intensify, spreading from her cheeks to her ears, her neck like a ripe peach tempting to be picked. Her cotton pajamas were put on in a hurry, the collar slightly askew, revealing a small section of delicate collarbone, and the hem was wrinkled. A few strands of soft black hair rebelliously fell across her cheek, adding a touch of naive, messy beauty. Her eyes darted away, avoiding Anfan's gaze, occasionally glancing quickly before darting away like a startled fawn. In that gaze mingled lingering shyness, a trace of leftover panic, and a secret expectation she herself hadn't noticed. Xiao An, it's okay. Come quickly. She gathered her courage, lifted her eyes, gave Anfan a quick glance, then immediately lowered them. Her voice was weak, with a barely perceptible tremor and an odd note of invitation. Anfan. Wrong. This atmosphere, this dialogue, this reaction. Something was definitely off. The pajamas were the same conservative ones, but worn by Shi Nan in this situation, with her shy expression of submission, they somehow exuded an indescribable, sensual charm, as if he were some villain with ulterior motives about to do something bad. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing Anfan standing at the door with furrowed brows and a changing expression, Shi Nan tilted her head in confusion, her clear eyes full of innocent bewilderment. This reaction, Anfan's internal alarm instantly went to maximum, red exclamation marks flashing wildly. Xiao An's state. Too abnormal. Could it be medicinal wine poisoning? Hallucinating? Had read online that some people are especially sensitive to alcohol, getting drunk just from the smell. But that was topical wine. Or did she hit her head and mess up some nerve? In an instant, countless absurd yet plausible guesses raced through Anfan's overloaded brain. Xiao An. Seeing he still hadn't moved, Shi Nan called out softly again, her trailing tone rising slightly, unconsciously seductive. Forget it. No matter. Adhering to the simple repair philosophy of tap it if it's broken, knock it if it's acting strange, Anfan decisively opted for the most direct method, physical awakening. He strode to the bed, and in front of Shun Zinen's dazed yet expectant gaze, he raised his finger, bent it, aimed at her smooth forehead. What-eed? Another crisp flick on the forehead. Xiao An, what are you doing? Shi Nan said with a coquettish pout, rubbing her slightly reddened forehead in pain. I'm not drunk. Anfan touched her soft cheek, and seeing that she didn't seem intoxicated, scratched his head in confusion. Then why do you seem so strange, Xiao An? Anfan murmured softly, seeing Shun Zinen's confusion. Watching Anfan's furrowed brows, Shi Nan realized it was a misunderstanding caused by her own unconscious reaction while lost in her fantasies. Xiao An, what are you thinking about? Shi Nan flicked Anfan's forehead lightly, then blushed and tidied the hair by her cheek. I just figured some things out, and I want to be more straightforward. After realizing that this blissful time might only last a short year before abruptly ending, a strong sense of crisis pressed tightly against her heart, like surging tides. Because of this, Shi Nan couldn't help but think, since she couldn't avoid the emptiness and pain after the dream shattered by keeping her distance from Anfan, she might as well abandon her pretense, get closer to him, and enjoy this time, making the dream even more beautiful. Even though after the dream breaks her heart would fall into deeper emptiness and pain, at least in this limited time, she could truly possess the sweetness and joy of enjoying the dream. She no longer wanted to suppress her emotions tightly. At least during this time, she didn't want to be just one of Anfan's many brothers, as she wanted to be the most special person by his side. She wanted to be his only one. That's why she acted so unlike the usual Shi Nan just now. This was what she had thought earlier, that being bold was okay. But it seemed she had been too bold and scared Xiao An. It was better to stay as she was for now, and secretly get closer to Xiao An. Shi Nan thought silently in her heart. Xiao An, don't you like it? Shi Nan asked, nervously twisting her hands together, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. No, it's just, it feels strange. Anfan quickly waved his hands and answered honestly. It seems we can't be too intimate. Xiao An, give me the medicine. I can apply it myself. After learning Anfan's general attitude, Shi Nan said softly. Okay. Seeing Shi Nan suddenly refuse his help, Anfan was puzzled, but didn't think much and handed over the medicine and cotton swab. It felt like Xiao An was a little angry. Had he done something wrong to upset her? Staring blankly like an outsider as Shun Shinan quietly applied the medicine, the warm atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Only then did Su Anfan belatedly realize something was off. Could it be that she found out he had secretly touched her feet a little longer? That's why she wouldn't let him touch her anymore. But that didn't seem right. When he was rubbing her feet earlier, she didn't resist much. Or maybe he flicked her head too hard and hurt her. But Xiao An flicked me back too. No, it wasn't as hard as mine. That shouldn't make her angry. A good brother's mind is really hard to guess. Scratching his head in confusion, Su Anfan pulled a long face and sighed deeply with worry. Xiao An, what's wrong? Why do you look so aggrieved? Seeing Su Anfan beside her with a face like Squidward looking old and weary, Shun Shinan stopped what she was doing and asked with a light smile. Nothing. Adhering to the principle of equality. You don't let me know your thoughts, and I won't let you know mine. Su Anfan pouted and put on a I won't tell you expression. Xiao An, like this is so cute. Seeing Su Anfan's tsundere demeanor, the smile in Shun Zinen's eyes deepened. If not for the thought that she couldn't be too intimate, she would have wanted to hug Su Anfan and squeeze him. All right, Xiao An. Well, since you saved me today, would you like a little reward? Shun Shinan, like soothing a bristling kitten, said softly, anything you want. Really? Seeing that Shun Zinen's mood seemed to have inexplicably improved, Su Anfan stopped putting on airs and leaned in expectantly. Of course, Shun Shinan nodded firmly. Hee. Upon hearing this, Su Anfan revealed an evil grin and rubbed his hands together sinisterly. Then I want Xiao An. I want Xiao An to help me hide the fact that I spent money to buy clothes for my anime wife in the game and don't tell my dad. How about it? Xiao An, no problem. With that, Su Anfan leaned closer to Shun Shinan, asking with full expectation. Okay, no problem. Anything else? Upon hearing this, Shun Zinen's smile stiffened a little, but she still continued to ask. Then how about the fact that I plan to spend some money to pull for my wife in the gacha? Don't tell about that either. After thinking it over, Su Anfan continued. Okay. With a soft sigh, Shun Shinan still agreed. Yay. Seeing that Shun Shinan had also agreed, Su Anfan jumped up excitedly. Xiao An, you blockhead. Muttering angrily under her breath, Shun Shinan turned around and continued to apply the medicine quietly. Before he could even emerge from the joy of Shun Zinen's agreement, Su Anfan saw his buddy turn away as if ignoring him again. Xiao An is angry again. A good brother's mind is really hard to guess. Su Anfan drooped his head again like a neglected golden retriever. Xiao An. After applying the medicine, Shun Shinan called softly to Su Anfan, who was staring blankly. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing that Shun Shinan was acknowledging him again, Su Anfan perked up. I'm done applying it. You should go back quickly. Noticing that it was already dark outside, Shun Shinan reminded him. No, Xiao An is hurt. I'm staying here to take care of you. Xiao An, I'm fine. Shun Shinan smiled helplessly. No, before Xiao An always took care of me. Now I have to take good care of you too. Su Anfan shook his head and said firmly. Shun Shinan bit her lip and asked softly. Then do you want to sleep with me, Xiao An? Shun Zinen's house was very small with only 2 rooms, hers and her parents'. Since her parents passed away, things had been moved out of their room, and although Shun Shinan had been tidying up, it was still uninhabitable. Shun Zinen's room was also very small, with the floor mostly occupied by things of various sizes. There was no space to lay a futon, and she couldn't let Su Anfan sleep on the floor. Sleep with Xiao An. It didn't seem like a bad idea. After hesitating for a moment, Su Anfan directly agreed, of course I can. Xiao An, really? I only have 1 blanket in my room. Seeing Su Anfan agree so readily, Shun Shinan felt a bit shy instead. Without much thought, Su Anfan said matter-of-factly, we've slept together several times before, haven't we? Isn't it normal for brothers to share a bed? He had even slept holding Xiao An in his arms. Wait. Thinking back to that scene, he finally sensed something amiss. Xiao An was a girl now. If they still slept together like before, it would feel a bit odd no matter how he looked at it. He had habitually ignored this issue because of their brotherly bond. But now that Shun Zinen's behavior was becoming more and more feminine, Su Anfan had to reconsider. No matter how much Shun Shinan resembled a girl, she was still his good brother Su Anfan. But as Shun Shinan had said before, it seemed necessary to maintain a certain distance. This made Su Anfan reevaluate his past actions. Rubbing heads, holding hands, hugging tightly for comfort, and sleeping in that strange position. He seemed to have done many things with Xiao An that should not have been done, leaving only the even more inappropriate ones. Thinking of this, Su Anfan's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Wait, Xiao An, that? His eyes began to dart away, unable to meet Shun Zinen's expectant, yet slightly shy gaze. Then Xiao An should go back. I can take care of myself. Seeing Su Anfan's nervous expression, Shun Shinan understood and gently urged him. No, I must stay here and take care of Xiao An. Seeing Shun Shinan about to persuade him to leave again, Su Anfan set aside his shyness and hurriedly said, then tonight, I will sleep with Xiao An. Even if you drive me away, I won't leave. Su Anfan shouted recklessly. Sleep together then. If Xiao An didn't mind, he shouldn't be so awkward. Okay. Seeing Su Anfan's anxious look, Shun Zinen's lips curled up slightly, her eyes brimming with amusement. So how will Xiao An take good care of me? Gazing tenderly at Anfan's flushed face, Nan felt a playful urge. How to take care of her. Xiao An's leg was injured now, so many things must be inconvenient for her. If she could barely walk without support. Then what about going to the bathroom? Would she need his help? How would that work? Subconsciously, Anfan recalled scenes from his childhood when his mother held him and coaxed him to use the toilet. And then, oh, Anfan, what are you thinking? Panicking, he quickly slapped himself a few times to shake off those strange thoughts. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing Anfan acting so oddly, Nan asked curiously. Nothing, I was just thinking that since Xiao An is injured and can't squat, how would you use the bathroom? Trying hard to hide his fluster, Anfan pretended to be calm and rubbed his neck. But I have a toilet at home. Nan blinked in confusion. Damn, he forgot. Anfan realized and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Alright Xiao An, it's getting late. Go home and get your toiletries and things, then come back to wash up and sleep. Nan didn't think too much and urged him softly. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Anfan, afraid she might see through him, quickly slipped out. Xiao An will be staying here for a while. After Anfan left, Nan murmured to herself. Since that's the case, I must hide it well and not let Xiao An find out. She fumbled under the bed for a box with a password lock, carefully entered Anfan's birthday, and opened it. Inside, it was filled with Anfan's small belongings and many photos. She took out a small notebook and pen, smiled serenely, and wrote carefully, Year XX, month XX day, Xiao An protected me again. He also carried me on his back for a long time, saying he wanted to take good care of me. Very happy. I want to stay like this with Xiao An forever. After writing, she carefully placed the notebook back into the box and locked it. Still not fully reassured, Nan stuffed the box into the bedside cabinet and locked it with a key. This should be fine now. After settling everything, she lay on her back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. When would Xiao An find out? Maybe it was better if he didn't. Let it be my little secret. Xiao An him back. After a while, Anfan hurried back with some simple toiletries from home. Xiao An, I think I forgot. I actually have your toiletries and clothes ready here at home. Seeing Anfan return, Nan pretended to have just remembered. Since their families live close, they used to visit each other often and always kept some things at each other's places. For example, Anfan's home had Zinen's pajamas. Although Anfan rarely came to Zinen's place now, she had long prepared everything for him to stay overnight. I'll forget it. Let's wash up together. Hearing this, Anfan didn't think much. He put down his things, crouched in front of Nan, and motioned to carry her on his back. Xiao An, just help me walk from close by. Nan smiled helplessly. Oh, okay. Anfan stood up and helped Nan to the bathroom, where she sat on a stool. They washed up together. Xiao An, I'm not a little girl anymore. After brushing their teeth, Anfan took a wet towel, wiped Zinen's soft face, as if she were a child, and even pinched her little nose. Yes, Xiao An is not little as she's grown up. Anfan rinsed the towel and hung it up, then gently tapped her nose with a smile. Xiao An, let's go to sleep. He helped her up again, and they slowly walked to the bedside like an old married couple. Would he really sleep with Xiao An like this? Standing at the head of the bed, Anfan hesitated. The previous 2 times, once because Nan had been the one to initiate, and he was too preoccupied with the scent to notice. The other time because he was too downhearted to even think about it, just falling asleep on his own. Now they were going to sleep together again, and at Xiao An's home. While Xiao An sleeps on this side, I sleep on this side. Let's sleep head to foot. Seeing that Anfan was still uneasy and hesitant to come in, Nan cuddled her little bear, slipped under the quilt, and obediently moved to the foot of the bed. Xiao An, this way you won't be shy, right? She used her fair little feet to adjust the blanket at the head of the bed and smiled. Xiao An, but won't you sleep uncomfortably like this? It's fine. If Xiao An can't sleep, well, he should go back and sleep properly. Holding the toy bear, Nan said gently, come on in. Since Nan had said so, Anfan had no choice but to obediently lie down under the covers. The blanket still retained the warmth of Zinen's body, a comforting heat. It smelled so much of Xiao An. As soon as Anfan lay down, a faint violet-like fragrance wafted from the blanket. It was similar to the scent he had smelled on Nan before, subtle yet pleasant and reassuring. It felt as if Xiao An were embracing him. Feeling the lingering warmth and scent of Nan in the blanket, Anfan inexplicably thought of this. Xiao An, could you turn off the light? Seeing that Anfan seemed to be sniffing her blanket, Nan couldn't help but feel shy and softly reminded him. Oh, okay. Placing his phone with the alarm set on the nightstand and lowering the volume a bit, Anfan quickly turned off the room light. Soon the room was plunged into darkness. The bed was not large, and both could feel a warm body lying beside them. Good night, Xiao An. After a moment of silence, Nan was the first to break the quiet, whispering softly. Good night, Xiao An. Anfan replied gently. Then came the rustling sounds of them adjusting their positions. After that, silence fell once more, leaving only the intermittent sound of their breathing. The morning sun, which had no need to rush for an early class, rose as usual, casting warm sunlight gently onto their sleeping faces. I am like a fish. The familiar ringtone hadn't sounded for more than a few seconds before a large hand urgently interrupted its melody. Is it morning already? Withdrawing his instinctively reaching hand back into the warm blanket, Xiao An rubbed his eyes in confusion. It's still early, let's sleep a bit more. Seeing that the sky outside was still dark, Xiao An subconsciously closed his eyes again. No, I still need to make breakfast for Xiao An. Finally waking from his dream, Xiao An remembered his task of taking care of Shen Xinan today. The reason he insisted on staying to accompany Shen Xinan yesterday was twofold. First, he was worried that the injured Shen Xinan might have an accident staying home alone at night. Second, he wanted to take care of her early and show off his skills to the person who had always taken care of him. Need to get moving quickly. Turning off all the remaining alarms set at 5-minute intervals, Xiao An fully woke up. What's this? Just as he was about to turn over and get out of bed, he felt something warm pressing on his stomach. Is this Xiao Nan's little foot? Xiao An looked under the blanket and saw that one of Shun Xinin's tender white feet had slipped into his embrace, even reaching inside his clothes and pressing on his belly. The other foot was restlessly resting beside his waist, gently pushing as if pedaling something. Shun Xinin's entire body was curled up under the blanket, her small head resting against Xiao Anfan's feet. One hand was holding a stuffed bear, while the other gently clasped Xiao Anfan's thigh. Xiao An really sleeps restlessly. What will happen after we get married? Seeing Shun Xinin's odd sleeping posture, Xiao An smiled helplessly. Gently holding her mischievous little foot, he carefully placed it back on the bed. Then he softly freed himself from her small hand and slowly slid off the bed, afraid of disturbing her sweet dreams. Quietly putting on his shoes, Xiao An walked over to Shen Xinan and gently pulled the blanket down, revealing her small head. Sleeping with your head covered is not good. Looking at her adorable sleeping face, he couldn't help but softly scold her with tenderness. Good morning, Xiao An. After softly leaving that greeting, Xiao An tiptoed straight to the kitchen. This fried egg looks weird. Looking at the scattered fried eggs in the pan, some already burnt to a crisp, Xiao An fell into deep thought. Although he wanted to make breakfast to take care of Xiao An with Su Ma and Shen Xinan, both skilled cooks around, he had never stepped into the kitchen before. He had thought to simply try making some egg noodles, but he ran into trouble at the very first step. Strange, I followed the instructions step by step. Boil the water dry, add oil, heat the oil until hot, lower the center of gravity, and crack the egg. But the egg Xiao An made didn't look like this either. Watching the video tutorial on his phone and the gradually charring egg pieces in the pan, Xiao An was a bit confused. Forget it, let's flip it first. He stabbed the egg with the spatula. Then the egg stuck perfectly to the spatula. Xiao An tried to shake it off, but a large piece of egg directly separated, clinging stubbornly to the spatula, while the small fragments in the pan sizzled and turned as black as mummies. Forget it, I can't feed this to Xiao An. He immediately dumped the waste in the pan, poured in water, and prepared to start another attempt. Then the next few attempts all ended in disastrous messes. Does Xiao An have to fight such terrifying things every time? Staring at the bizarre egg corpses lying in the trash and the red marks on his hand from the hot oil, Xiao Anfan's eyes went blank. Xiao An. Just as Xiao An was plunged into deep self-doubt, Shen Xinin's anxious call suddenly came from the room. Xiao An, I'm coming. Hearing this, Xiao An abandoned the mess and hurriedly ran to the room. He saw Shen Xinan, wearing a disheveled nightgown, moving her injured legs with tears in her eyes, anxiously trying to get out of bed to look for something. Seeing Xiao An, she directly threw herself into his arms. Xiao An, what's wrong? Patting her head soothingly and helping her back to bed, Xiao An asked softly. I just had a nightmare thinking Xiao An didn't want me anymore. Seeing Xiao An beside her, Shen Xinan calmed down a bit, but her voice still carried a hint of tears. There, I'm here. I won't leave, Xiao An. Xiao An quickly comforted her softly. Xiao An, what were you doing just now? After a while, realizing she had been a bit embarrassed, Shen Xinan sat up straight again. I was making you breakfast. Xiao An scratched his head sheepishly, but it seems I messed it up. Xiao An isn't wasting food, is he? Hearing this, Shen Xinan realized something and teased with a light smile. I did not. That was just a necessary attempt. He'll get it right soon. Then take me to see and let Teacher Shun give you a proper lesson. Shen Xinan puffed out her chest, putting on the air of a master. Okay. Xiao An obediently nodded. See, Xiao An, you said you weren't wasting food. Looking at the mess in the kitchen, Shen Xinan pretended to scold him seriously. Carefully helping Shen Xinan to the stool beside him, Xiao An rubbed his nose sheepishly. All right, Xiao An, I'm not blaming you. I'm really happy you made breakfast for me. Seeing Xiao An looking like a wrong child, Shen Xinan chuckled. If you want to try again, I'll teach you. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Xiao An obediently tried again. Xiao An, the fire is too high. Oh, okay. Xiao An, don't move that side until it's cooked, or it will fall apart. Oh, okay. Xiao An, just flip it gently, take your time, don't rush. Oh, okay. Finally, under Shen Xinin's careful guidance, Xiao An managed to produce a properly shaped fried egg. Haha, I finally did it. Seeing his success, Xiao An shouted excitedly. Xiao An is the best. Shen Xinan cooperatively praised him. But there's still more to do. Oh. Under Shinzinen's guidance, Su Anfan busied himself in a fluster for quite a while, finally managing to make a steaming hot bowl of egg noodles. Xiao An, how is it? No strange taste, right? Sitting at the dining table, Su Anfan looked at Shun Shinan with full expectation. It's delicious. As expected of Xiao An, you learned it after just one lesson. After taking a bite, Shun Shinan praised with a relieved smile. Let me taste. Upon hearing this, Su Anfan eagerly tried his own cooking. The taste was not bad, the noodles weren't too mushy, and although the egg was slightly burnt, it was still palatable. However, it still lacked that irresistible flavor that made you want another bowl, the kind that Shin Shinan and Su's mother made. I really can't compare. Xiao An is still the better cook. Su Anfan couldn't help but sigh. It has a taste of home-cooked meals. Xiao An is a beginner. This is already very good. With more practice, you'll become as skilled as I am, Shin Shinan encouraged softly. And cooking, as long as you have the heart, that's what matters. Someone as virtuous as Xiao An, and whoever marries you will surely be very happy. Marriage. If Xiao An gets married, I should probably leave Xiao An's side too. Upon hearing this, Shinzinen's eyes dimmed. Sigh, but what will I do without Xiao An in the future? You've spoiled me like a useless person. Not noticing the change in Shinzinen's expression, Su Anfan continued muttering. If only I could marry Xiao An in the future, then you could continue taking care of me. Shinzinen's eyes brightened slightly again, regaining their luster. Xiao An, what's wrong? Is my noodle still not good? Seeing Shin Shinan staring blankly at him, without picking up her chopsticks, Su Anfan asked puzzledly. Oh no, it's just too hot, I want to let it cool a bit. Regaining her spirits, Shin Shinan smiled, and immediately lowered her head to eat in small bites. After breakfast, it was time for Shinzinen's medication application. This time Shin Shinan wasn't as shy and resistant as last night. She obediently placed her small foot on Su Anfan's lap, and quietly watched him massage and wipe it. However, when applying the medicinal wine, she still let out a few moans of pain. Xiao An still in pain. It's okay, I'm a bit used to it now. Meeting Su Anfan's worried gaze, Shin Shinan endured the pain and comforted softly. Xiao An, after you finish applying the medicine, you can go back. You have many things to do. I can manage alone. Gently biting her lips, there was a hint of reluctance in Shinzinen's eyes, but she still advised softly. What other things do I have to do? The most important thing for me now is to take care of Xiao An. Without stopping his movements, Su Anfan said firmly, besides, I'm going to play with Xiao An later. Shin Shinan tilted her head. To keep you company and relieve boredom, I've dug out the playing cards and Monopoly we played as kids. Of course, I'll also read with you, play games, and so on. In short, I'll be with you all these days. Massaging Shinzinen's foot skillfully, Su Anfan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shin Shinan was stunned, bit her lips tightly, then revealed a radiant smile and nodded firmly. I've waited so long, this is the last pity I've painstakingly saved. It must come out, it must come out. Holy crap, it really is a golden light. Oh pity, it's off. No, it's a double gold. Wow, Xiao An, you're amazing. Holy crap, there's more. And it's not off. Xiao An, did you cheat? How can you be so lucky? Xiao An truly is my lucky goddess, I love you to death. At the desk, Su Anfan grabbed Shinzinen's shoulders, excitedly staring at the 3 golden lights on the screen, shaking her vigorously, his ecstasy evident. Shin Shinan didn't understand why Su Anfan was so happy, but she was also infected by the joy on the young man's face, smiling softly, her eyes filled with mirth. After a while, Su Anfan finally came down from his ecstasy, calmed down, and met Shinzinen's clear gaze, scratching his head sheepishly. Sorry, Xiao An, I promised to play with you, but in the end you ended up playing with me. It's okay, Xiao An. Shin Shinan gently swayed her fair tender feet, and said with a light laugh, if Xiao An is happy, you'll be happy too. Seeing that Su Anfan was still embarrassed, Shin Shinan blinked and leaned closer to him. Xiao An, what's so good about this character? Why do you like her so much? This is quite a story, Xiao An. Look first of all her backstory. Seeing that Shin Shinan was interested in his favorite character, Su Anfan's eyes immediately lit up, and he began to talk enthusiastically. Shin Shinan rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching the young man's delighted profile, nodding softly from time to time, as he explained, listening very attentively. Seeing Shin Shinan listening so intently, Su Anfan grew more excited, and spilled out all his personal preferences. So Xiao An, do you get her charm? At the end, Su Anfan looked at her with full expectation. So Xiao An likes cute beast-eared girls. Tilting her head blankly, Shin Shinan stated the key point she had extracted with clear eyes. Seeing that Shinzinen's focus was on this, Su Anfan helplessly covered his face. It's not wrong, but Xiao An, your focus is too strange. Forget it, Xiao An, just keep watching me play. He'll explain properly, maybe you'll come to like it too. Shin Shinan nodded obediently. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were harmoniously playing and chatting, a knock suddenly came from outside. Oh, it must be the takeout snacks I ordered. Xiao An, stay here, I'll go check. Oh, okay. After telling Shin Shinan not to move, Su Anfan got up from his seat and hurried to the door. Strange, I just ordered it shouldn't be that fast. And there's no notification. While checking the delivery app on his phone, Su Anfan opened the door in confusion. Outside stood 2 beautiful girls carrying bags. After exchanging glances, the three soon let out exclamations. Su Anfan, Fan Huaning, Xiao Kellen. Su Anfan, how come you're at Shinzinen's house? Xiao Kellen asked in surprise and confusion. Oh, my home and Xiao Nan's are close by. Since Xiao Nan is injured, and it's inconvenient, I came over to take care of him. Su Anfan inexplicably felt a bit guilty. He rubbed his nose and said, by the way, do you have something to see Xiao Nan? Oh, the counselor said that if you guys don't want to eat together, then send a few people to check on him. Fan Huaning lifted the carton of milk in her left hand and explained, only the two of us signed up, and then Xiao Kellen dragged me here in a hurry. I sent a message to Shinshinan this morning, but he didn't reply, and he didn't answer the phone, so I had to come check based on the address the counselor gave. Where is Shinan? Where is he? He hasn't been bullied badly, has he? Xiao Kellen anxiously craned her neck into the room and asked with a worried expression. Xiao Kellen knew that her own brash personality would only make things worse if she went to the playground, so she didn't sign up and stayed in the dormitory. It was only after seeing the messages in the group chat that she learned Shinshinan had been bullied on the playground, had fallen, and gotten injured. According to the roommate who came back, he seemed to be seriously hurt and had been severely bullied. During the time she had spent with Shinshinan, Xiao Kellen had long regarded him as a close confidant. This worried her terribly, so she sent him over 99 messages. Although Shinshinan said he was fine, Xiao Kellen still couldn't rest easy. Sure enough, as soon as the counselor sent out a message, she signed up and immediately dragged Fan Huaning here after class. Oh no, Xiao Nan in the room is still in her girl form. They can't see her. Su Anfan quickly realized the crisis and hurriedly blocked the two at the door. Oh, Shinshinan. By the way, she's still resting in the room and hasn't changed clothes yet. You two wait outside for a moment, I'll ask her to tidy up first. Su Anfan quickly found an excuse and waved his hand, pretending to be calm. Oh. Although they found Su Anfan's expression a bit strange, they understood that if someone was entering their own room, they would definitely tidy up first, so they didn't think much of it. Wait a moment, please. Seeing that they agreed, Su Anfan quickly closed the door and hurriedly ran towards Shinzinen's room. Xiao Nan, Fan Huaning, and Xiao Kellen are here, hurry up and get ready. Su Anfan quickly ran to Shinshinan and whispered urgently. Fan Huaning, Xiao Kellen, why are they here? Shinshinan blinked in confusion. Never mind that, there's no time. Hurry up and get ready, we absolutely cannot let them discover you've turned into a girl. Worriedly, Su Anfan scooped Shinshinan up by the waist and ran toward the bed, speaking urgently to the Shinshinan in his arms. A girl. After coming to his senses, Shinshinan quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. Xiao An, help me get the chest binder from the wardrobe, and also put the bras and panties on top away into the drawer. Okay. Su Anfan gently placed the Shinshinan in his arms on the bed, then tossed the chest binder from the wardrobe onto the bed. Ignoring his shyness, he grabbed the bras and panties from the wardrobe and stuffed them all into the drawer. Xiao An, what else do you need me to? After finishing all that, Su Anfan closed the wardrobe tightly and turned around about to ask what else to do when he saw Shinshinan changing clothes. Shinshinan was sitting on the bed with his back turned, gently biting the hem of his shirt with his rosy lips, his hands unbuttoning the bra. Su Anfan's face instantly flushed bright red. He quickly turned around and stammered, Xiao Nan, you hurry up. Oh, okay. Shinshinan replied softly and quickened his movements. Well, this should be fine now. Seeing that Shinshinan had already changed back to a boy's appearance, and everything that could reveal his identity was put away, Su Anfan nodded with satisfaction. Xiao An called him in. Because it was the first time classmates other than Su Anfan had entered the room, Shinshinan felt inexplicably nervous. She sat on the edge of the bed, her feet primly together, her small hands nervously twisting together. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Su Anfan quickly called the two in. Shinzinen's room is so tidy. It was also the first time entering a boy's room, so Fan Huaning felt inexplicably nervous. She put her hands in front of her and carefully surveyed the room's furnishings. It's also very cozy. Looking at the neatly arranged cute plush toys in the room, Fan Huaning had a very good impression. Wu Shinan, are you okay? Xiao Kellen, on the other hand, showed no restraint at all. Seeing Shinan, she excitedly rushed over, took his hand, and asked worriedly. Kellen, I told you I'm fine. Seeing how much others cared about him, Shinan revealed a warm smile and gently comforted. I don't believe it. Look, your knee is so swollen, and you say you're fine. Xiao Kellen puffed out her cheeks like a little squirrel and pointed at the conspicuous bruises and swelling on Shunzinen's fair thigh with a pained expression. It just looks serious, but it's not that bad. I'll be fine in a few days. Shinan blinked and said seriously, I heard everything, you were bullied. Those bullying bastards who rely on their power, they dare to bully someone as kind and earnest as Shinan. Next time I see them, I'll give them a good scolding. Xiao Kellen said indignantly, and as she spoke, she angrily waved her little pink fist. All right, don't bother with those people. It's fine, I'm strong. Shinan smiled helplessly and patted Xiao Kellen's hand reassuringly. Shinan. Feeling that Xiao Nan and Xiao Kellen were so close, Su Anfan, standing nearby, watched the heartwarming scene and pursed his lips with mixed feelings. Previously, he had only learned from Shunzinen's words that she had made a friend named Xiao Kellen, and at that time, he was very happy. He knew Xiao Kellen, but he had never seen the two of them interact much. Now he never expected them to be so close. On one hand, he was genuinely happy that Shen Shinan had finally made his first friend. But on the other hand, he felt that the tenderness that Shen Shinan had originally only given to him now seemed to be partly shared, and he felt a little uncomfortable for no reason. Fan Huining, standing nearby, also watched the two talking with a complicated expression. If only I could be this close to Shen Shinan too. Fan Huining pursed her lips in disappointment, a hint of regret in her eyes. Over the past period, no matter how Fan Huining tried to get close to Shen Shinan, the relationship remained lukewarm, and she only maintained a relatively good classmate relationship with him. She didn't want to become extremely close with Shen Shinan, she just wanted the relationship to be a little closer enough to chat casually like friends. Unfortunately for someone who was not good at socializing, this was still too difficult. As for Xiao Kellen, Fan Huining knew that the way Shen Shinan took care of her was more like a surge of maternal love, a bit like raising a daughter. The two were more like close girlfriends. The kind of maternal childcare. Even so, she was still envious. She also wanted to become like that, and be closer to Shen Shinan. In the room, Shen Shinan looked at Xiao Kellen, who was chattering away with her little mouth with a kind and loving expression, while Anfan and Fan Huining stood aside like decorations. Sigh. Anfan and Fan Huining sighed in unison. Well, classmate Fan, please come over and sit. We don't usually have many visitors, so I haven't prepared anything to offer. Sorry. After chatting with Xiao Kellen for a while, Shen Shinan also realized she had left Fan Huining aside. She smiled apologetically, climbed onto the bed, and beckoned to Fan Huining. Xiao An, come over too. Let's chat together. Hearing this, Fan Huining and Anfan also moved closer and sat down by the bed. Classmate Fan, I really need to thank you for yesterday. You took care of me and protected me and even got dragged into trouble. I'm sorry. Shen Shinan bit her lip lightly and lowered her head slightly, as if feeling a bit guilty. Then she raised her head again, her gaze filled with gratitude as she looked at Fan Huining before her. Fan Huining was the first person aside from Anfan to step forward and defend her. She was truly deeply grateful. Yesterday, Shen Shinan had wanted to thank her, but because she was in a bad mood at the time, she forgot to tell Fan Huining. After returning home, she didn't dare to take the initiative to send a message and disturb her. She had planned to personally express her thanks when they got to school, but she hadn't expected Fan Huining to come and visit her today. Shen Shinan felt even more grateful. It's nothing. It's because I asked you to call Chuan how that everything that followed happened. The one who should really apologize is me. Fan Huining quickly waved her hand and said with embarrassment. Not at all. Yesterday, thanks to classmate Fan and Xiao and I wasn't bullied much. Shen Zinen's gaze grew softer, her eyes sparkling, and a bright smile shone on her face. Seeing Shen Shinan like this, Fan Huining had no choice but to accept the gratitude. By the way, Shinan, can you call me Huining? Calling me classmate Fan all the time feels a bit distant. After hesitating for a while, Fan Huining finally voiced her inner thoughts softly. Yeah, Shinan. Calling people classmate always feels a bit weird. Xiao Kellen, unable to stay silent, tugged at Fan Huining's arm and chimed in. Oh sure. Shen Shinan immediately agreed, smiling gently and saying softly, please take care of me from now on, Huining. Shinan, please take care of me too. Hearing Shen Shinan call her name, Fan Huining's face flushed slightly. Then I'll call you Huining too, and you call me Kellen. Xiao Kellen immediately became familiar, taking Fan Huining's hand and saying, huh, sure. Fan Huining was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed. Yage. Xiao Kellen instantly bounced like a lively rabbit, squealing with excitement. Huining, were you bullied yesterday too? Did you get hurt? I think they're just jealous of you. Huining, you're so diligent, why do they have to say those things? Seeing that she had made another friend, Xiao Kellen couldn't help but open her floodgates and chatter on. Looks like Xiao Nin has made another friend. Xiao Nin has finally grown up. Watching the warm scene before him, Anfan felt a strange sense of relief. He knew how withdrawn Shen Shinan had been before, and he had always tried to help her make friends, but without success. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered university, Shen Shinan had made 2 good friends on her own. Now watching the 3 of them, Anfan had a feeling akin to an old father seeing his precious daughter finally get married. But there was also a strange sourness in his heart. Xiao Nan's affection will be divided up a bit more now. Anfan sat quietly to the side, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile held relief and contentment, yet it also concealed a trace of imperceptible loss. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Kellen and Fan Huining chatting, Shen Shinan habitually glanced at Anfan and immediately noticed his distant look of loss. She leaned in and asked softly, it's nothing, Xiao Nan. Anfan quickly hid the disappointment on his face and waved his hand. I was just thinking that now that Xiao Nan has made friends, I won't be the only one so close to her anymore. But Xiao An will always be unique in my heart. Shen Shinan blinked her clear eyes, looked at Anfan, and said seriously, just like many people can call me Shinan, but the only one I allow to call me Xiao Nan is you, a fool named Anfan. This is a privilege I give only to Xiao An, and there are many, many more. Many parts of me will only leave a place for Xiao An. After all, I want to be Xiao An's exclusive possession. Shen Shinan smiled softly, her eyes fixed on Anfan, as if the entire world held only him. Her voice was as gentle as a pure maiden's confession to her beloved. Xiao An, I understand. Under Shin Zinen's tender gaze, Anfan's ears turned crimson as if dyed by the sunset. His eyes darted away, not daring to meet her clear, earnest gaze, yet he couldn't help stealing a few glances. His lips pressed together lightly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, as he tried to suppress the smile that was about to spill over. The warmth on his face kept rising, and the blush spread from his ears to his cheeks. Shinan, what secrets are you two whispering about? Xiao Kellen noticed Anfan's strange expression and asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Since there are 4 of us, let's play Monopoly. Anfan quickly hid the flush on his face and picked up the Monopoly set on the bed to change the subject. Monopoly? Yay. I haven't played it in ages. Shinan Huaning, will you play with me? Xiao Kellen immediately forgot what had just happened and squealed with excitement. Seeing Xiao Kellen's childish demeanor, Shinan and Fan Huaning smiled and agreed. Shinan Huaning, and I will be going now. Anfan, take good care of Shinan here. They played games and snacked on treats, having a wonderful time. Time quickly passed until evening when Fan Huaning and Xiao Kellen had to leave. Don't worry. Helping Shinan see them off, Anfan nodded in agreement. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After saying goodbye to Shinan and the others, Xiao Kellen and Fan Huaning reluctantly left. Xiao and I had so much fun today. Shinan leaned against Anfan's shoulder, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. As long as Xiao An is happy. Helping Shinan back onto the bed, Anfan smiled and nodded. Xiao and I've been so happy today. Not only did I make friends, but you were also by my side the whole time, never leaving me, patiently taking care of me. I have friends, and I have Xiao An always with me. Shinan lay on her back on the bed, still immersed in the previous excitement, mumbling to herself. I'm so happy like a dream. As she spoke, she raised her little hand, stared at it blankly, and her voice became ethereal. Will it be like this in the future? Silly Xiao An, what are you thinking? Anfan sat down beside her, pinched her cheek gently, and chuckled. If Xiao An likes, we can invite them over again. And he'll always be with you. Really? Shinan blinked, asking in a daze. Definitely. Anfan nodded firmly. Then later I want Xiao An to accompany me for a bath. Hearing this, Shin Zinen's mood perked up again, and she said with a light laugh. Okay. Wait. A bath? Xiao An, you're teasing me again. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Anfan immediately reacted and pounced on Shinan with playful ferocity. Hee Xiao An, you can't escape now. Huh. Xiao An, that tickles. I'm sorry. No way. Xiao An is getting more and more audacious. I have to teach you a proper lesson today. Ha ha ha. Soon the room was filled with the cheerful sounds of the youngsters' playful antics. Xiao An, the big scoundrel too. Xiao An, do we really have to do this? Of course. But this feels so strange. Inside the mall, Anfan was wrapped up tightly, her small head concealed by the coat's hood, making it impossible to discern her features from the outside. Holding Anfan's small hand, Shinan glanced around vigilantly, speaking with a serious expression. Xiao An, now that you're so adorable, there will definitely be many perverts who take a fancy to you, then kidnap you and bully you mercilessly. So you must stay alert when outside and never get involved with any man. Oh, and no wicked women either. Shinan warned earnestly, pulling Anfan closer to herself as she spoke. But I have Xiao An to protect me now. Anfan tilted her head, looking up at Shinan with clear eyes. Of course he'll protect Xiao An well. Hearing this, a blush crept onto Shin Zinen's face. Still, it's always better to be cautious. Besides, I don't want others to see Xiao An in such an adorable state. Finally, Shinan blurted out her true feelings, her face flushed crimson. Then why did Xiao An make me buy women's clothes? Wouldn't it be fine if it's just me and Xiao An? Unless... Anfan tilted her head, her clear eyes curving into a mischievous smirk. Xiao An, you're perverted. No, I'm not. Shin Zinen's face reddened even more, like a ripe apple. I just want to see more of Xiao An's cute side. It's also for Xiao An's good. Murmuring with a blushing face, her voice grew weaker. Since Anfan turned into a white-haired loli, she had loved teasing him like this, leaving Shinan increasingly at a loss on how to deal with this transformed best buddy. Alright, if Xiao An likes to watch, I have no problem with it. Xiao An's shy look was really cute. Seeing her best friend's adorable bashfulness, a victorious smile appeared on Anfan's face. Habitually, she stood on tiptoes and ruffled Shin Zinen's head. This touch made Shin Zinen's face flush even deeper. Let's go. Seeing Shinan still in a daze, Anfan gently shook their clasped hands and said with a smile. Shinan murmured, timidly following behind Anfan like an obedient puppy. Thus the roles of attacker and defender shifted. Initially, Shinan had led the way, shielding Anfan. Now Anfan led, guiding Shinan. Yet regardless, there was a peculiar harmony between them. Xiao, and why did you bring me here? Shouldn't we be buying women's clothes? Shin Zinen's face burned as she stared at the forbidden zone, lined with female lingerie, quickly averting her gaze. Exactly, buying women's clothes means we need underwear too. Anfan blinked, her clear eyes feigning innocence. Previously, she had always had to look away from this area. But now that she was a girl, she felt indifferent, gazing straight ahead with curiosity. Ugh, then Xiao An can go alone. I'll wait outside. As a pure young man with little exposure to such things, the impact was overwhelming for Nan, making her want to retreat. Xiao An, are you going to abandon me? Anfan gently tugged at Nan's arm, looking up with an innocent, pitiful face pressing close to her body. Boo-hoo-hoo. I didn't want to come in the first place. It was Xiao An who forced me to wear women's clothes. I compromised and agreed, yet Xiao An still wants to leave me alone to buy clothes by myself. And I'm shy too. Wah. Xiao An, you big scoundrel. As she spoke, the girl seemed to grow increasingly upset, her small face trembling as if she was about to cry. Xiao An, no, I didn't. Seeing Anfan about to cry, Nan immediately panicked, forgetting her shyness. Xiao An, I'll accompany you, please don't cry. Wiping away the non-existent tears from Anfan's face, Nan gently coaxed, quickly agreeing. Really? The girl stopped her sobbing and tilted her head. Really? Meeting Anfan's expectant eyes, Nan bit her lip and reluctantly agreed. Yay? Xiao An is the best. Hearing this, Anfan cheered joyfully and pulled Nan excitedly into the store, showing no sign of her earlier sorrow. It seemed she had been outwitted by Xiao An. Seeing Anfan like this, Nan blinked helplessly. Well, if Xiao An liked it, she would go along with her. Watching the radiant smile on Anfan's face, a faint smile appeared on Nan's own. Indeed, it's an A-cup. Holding the flat bra in her hand, Anfan sighed helplessly. Yesterday, after a thorough examination and exploration of her body, she had discovered this serious issue. Before her chest lay an endless plain. Oh well, a plain it is. After all, she was just an adorable little white-haired loli. Anfan resignedly headed toward the fitting room with the bra. Xiao An, want to come in and take a look? Seeing Nan facing the mirror as if in meditation, Anfan flashed a mischievous smile. No way. Startled, Nan's face flushed, and she immediately recoiled, waving her hands. She decided not to tease Xiao An any further. Seeing Nan's shy demeanor like a monk entering the kingdom of women, Anfan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she stepped into the changing room. Xiao An was finally gone. As Anfan entered, Nan let out a long sigh of relief. Once inside the lingerie store, Anfan did all the talking with the staff, while Nan could only stand nervously beside her, head bowed, too afraid to look up. What made him more uneasy was that when Anfan revealed her rare white hair and cute face, the staff gave him odd looks, as if he were a kidnapper. If it weren't for Anfan's natural teasing and his own shyness and tension, which didn't resemble a kidnapping, he felt the staff might have apprehended him. Hey young man, has your little girlfriend come of age? Suddenly a nearby saleswoman couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Nan. Yeah, she's an adult. And she's just my good buddy, a girl, not my girlfriend yet. Nan stammered, his face burning with embarrassment. Oh, then you should work hard, young man. Such a pretty girl is rare, you two are so close, you have a good chance. Seize the opportunity. Okay. His earlobes nearly bleeding from redness, Nan replied softly. Sigh, how long? Xiao An, Xiao Kellen, and Fan Huaning invited me to the library these evenings to study together for the midterm exams. Do you want to come too? Inside Anfan's room, Nan lay on her back, holding her phone, gently swinging her white feet up and down, a hint of anticipation in her voice. These past few days under Anfan's attentive care, Nan had almost fully recovered and returned to school, preparing for the upcoming midterm examinations. After that visit, Nan, Xiao Kellen, and Fan Huaning had also created a group chat. With Xiao Kellen livening up the atmosphere, their interactions gradually grew closer. A study session. He'll pass. You go ahead, Xiao An. Focused on his phone screen, Anfan replied without turning his head. He'll just slack off at home. It's not like he'll do well on the midterms anyway. All right. Hearing this, Nan bit her lip with a hint of disappointment. Xiao An still disliked studying so much. She had wanted to study with him. Shifting slightly, she gently set down her phone and stared blankly at Anfan, who was deeply engrossed in his game. Although she felt a little let down that Anfan wasn't joining, she still planned to go. First, this was their first invitation, and she found it hard to refuse. Second, she needed to set aside time to prepare for the midterms. Only by achieving good results in the midterms could she increase her chances of applying for a scholarship. That way she would have more money to prepare a better birthday gift for Anfan. But what about Xiao An? Gazing at Anfan's profile, Nan blinked with concern. Anfan's grades were not terrible. He was about average in the class. But he was too lazy. Apart from the bits and pieces he picked up during distracted lectures, he only studied when bored, and Nan happened to be studying beside him. Other than that, Anfan basically just skimped through his homework and spent all his free time playing. If he kept this up, his grades would surely decline. Even more so, because he had missed several days of class to take care of her. Without review, it would be disastrous. Thinking this, Nan's clear eyes grew troubled with unease and guilt, and she bit her rosy lips tighter. She wanted Anfan to study as hard as she did, so their grades would be close. That way he would have a better future. That way she could seamlessly continue to stay in the same place as him, naturally accompanying him by his side. But how could she make Xiao An willing to study? Her brows furrowed tightly into a small crease, and she felt somewhat at a loss. Xiao An, what are you thinking about? After playing for a while, Anfan put down his phone and looked down to see Shinan frowning blankly beside him. He couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek. Xiao An, it's nothing. I was just thinking, if I go to the study session, what will you eat at home tonight? Afraid that mentioning studying would make Anfan resistant, Shinan quickly pretended nothing was wrong. Then it out. After a moment of thought, Anfan ruffled Xinn's hair. Though we'll miss Xiao Nan's cooking for the sake of her studies, he'll let it slide for now. Xiao Nan can take it easy too. Xiao An's studies are just as important. Shinan straightened her back and puffed her cheeks indignantly. Alright, I'll study at home on my own. Seeing her adorable expression, Anfan chuckled softly. Really? The girl tilted her head slightly, blinking her big, lively eyes in disbelief. Really, have I ever lied to you? Anfan said helplessly. That's good then. Hearing this, Shinzinen's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Deal? When I come back tonight, I want to see that you've studied. Still a bit uneasy, Shinan reminded him earnestly. Got it. Anfan nodded helplessly. The next day? I don't want to study. Under the bright light, Anfan slumped over the desk, burying his head deep into the densely packed advanced math problem set, as if it could absorb a bit of knowledge. Shinan had gone to the library to study with Fan Huining and Xiao Kellen, so Anfan went home alone for the first time. After ordering takeout and eating simply, he had just opened the advanced math book and problem set to review when he immediately lost all motivation. The first glance made his head spin. The second glance turned the words into little demons grinning and piercing his eyes. The third glance felt like a Tang monk was reciting the incantation of the golden hoop beside him, his head aching so much his soul felt like it was ascending to heaven. Sight was too painful. Struggling to prop himself up weakly, Anfan felt like the middle-aged man in the kidney deficiency commercial, utterly drained. Strange, when Xiao An studied beside him, it wasn't like this. Back when he studied beside Shinan, he felt fine. He could at least absorb some content and focus a bit. But now that she wasn't around, reviewing felt like severe energy depletion, leaving him too listless to muster any spirit. Sigh, if only Xiao An were here, she could teach me. Collapsing groggily onto the bed, Anfan began to miss Shinzinen's patient guidance. Forget it'll play some games. Seeing he couldn't study, he pulled out his phone and started gaming again. Time ticked by as Anfan fought fiercely in the game. Yet in the brief intervals between rounds, an inexplicable emptiness welled up in his heart. At times like this, Shinan would usually remind him softly to rest, or occasionally lean over curiously to watch his battles. But now the room held only his breathing and the game sounds from his phone, making it feel exceptionally desolate. Sigh, boring. After a few rounds, Anfan suddenly found the game less enjoyable and put down his phone. Anfan picked up a book by the bed and flipped through a few pages to find where he had left off, only to stumble upon a page where he had scribbled random thoughts. I really want to meet a delicate beauty, bully her until she cries, then comfort her and get a hug. The blank page was densely covered with the boy's fantasies from back then. Beneath the crooked handwriting, there was a cute drawing of a girl with an angry face. The girl in the picture puffed her cheeks and frowned, glaring at the words above, as if questioning why the boy wanted to bully her. Clearly the handiwork of a certain good buddy. After staring for a moment, Anfan smiled bitterly, closed the book, and tossed it aside. I miss Xiao An so much. When will she come back? Lying limp on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, he murmured listlessly. It seemed that the good buddy who was once inseparable from him was now someone he found increasingly hard to stay away from. Shinan, what's wrong? You seem distracted. At night, after the three of them finished reviewing and were walking back together, Xiao Kellen asked curiously, noticing Shinan had been daydreaming while trailing behind. Fan Huining, walking beside her, also turned her head, casting a concerned gaze. Oh, nothing. Upon hearing this, Shinan snapped out of her trance and quickly waved her hand. I was just thinking about what birthday gift to prepare for Xiao An. Anfan's birthday was on November 15th, which would arrive soon after the mid-October exams. In previous years, Shinan had given him pretty much everything within her means. This year, however, considering the possibility of earning a scholarship as a budget, she might be able to prepare an even better birthday gift for Anfan. This was the day of the year when she could do the most for Xiao An. It was also one of the days she looked forward to the most. Moreover, she didn't know if she would still be able to stay by Anfan's side in the future. Perhaps Xiao An's birthday would need the company of others more in the days to come. But at least this year, Anfan's birthday still needed her, so Shinan placed special importance on this one. This year she wanted to prepare a more special birthday surprise for him. A birthday gift for Anfan. Fan Huining furrowed her brow in thought for a moment before softly asking, is there anything he particularly likes? Something Xiao An particularly liked. Shinan blinked her clear big eyes, and a myriad of things Anfan was interested in quickly surfaced in her mind. Yes, like basketball. Actually, there were many other strange things, but Shinan didn't mention them. She had to maintain Xiao An's glorious image in the eyes of others. Then give him a basketball, Xiao Kellen promptly responded. Already given it. Jersey, already given it. Shoes, Also already given. Looking at Xiao Kellen's speechless expression, Shin Shinan blinked helplessly, her eyes filled with distress. She was too greedy. Every time she thought about how happy Xiao An would be when he received the gifts, and she couldn't help but spend all her savings for the year preparing many presents. Although Su Anfan would always scold her for wasting money, she could tell he was happy. Maybe even a little happier than when he received gifts from others. So she still prepared a lot every year. But this led to a problem. To avoid repeating previous gifts, she had to think for a long time to find suitable ones. She was quite troubled by this. Shinan, I think you don't have to limit yourself to the form of giving gifts, said Fan Huaning after a moment of thought. For example, this year you could accompany him to an amusement park or somewhere to have fun, or host a birthday party at home. That would be great too. Besides, I believe no matter what you give, Su Anfan will be extremely happy. After thinking for a while, Fan Huaning gently reminded her, not limit herself to the form of giving gifts. Hearing this, Shin Shinan furrowed her brows and fell into deep thought. Suddenly a glimmer of light flashed in Shun Xinin's eyes, and her tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. Kellen Huaning, I understand. Thank you. Shin Shinan expressed her gratitude to the two with a joyful face. It's nothing. Seeing that Shin Shinan had figured it out, Xiao Kellen and Fan Huaning also revealed relieved smiles. Xiao An back. Holding the late-night snack she had bought for Su Anfan steadily in her hand, Shin Shinan gently opened the door. Xiao An. When Su Anfan didn't respond, Shin Shinan tilted her head slightly, looking at the bed with some confusion. In the dim room, Su Anfan lay on his back, one hand covering his face, fast asleep, as if lost in a deep dream. Beside him, the phone screen was still lit, softly playing a song titled Suddenly Missing You So Much. Xiao An was indeed slacking off again. Placing the late-night snack on the table, Shin Shinan quietly moved closer, turned off the music on the phone, and gently laid down beside Su Anfan. Xiao An, wake up, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. Shin Shinan turned sideways, playfully leaned close to Su Anfan's ear, deliberately lowering her voice and slowing her speech. Still not awake. An idea struck her. Seeing that Su Anfan was still sleeping soundly, Shin Shinan blinked and quickly thought of a good idea. This time it's my turn to teach Xiao An a lesson. Slowly approaching Su Anfan, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips, she reached her hand into his armpit and gently tickled him. Her fingers moved like nimble little snakes, left and right, very gentle, afraid of hurting him. Su Anfan felt a ticklish sensation in his armpit and instinctively twisted his body in his sleep, trying to evade the annoying attack. Wangcai, stop it. Still groggy and half asleep, Su Anfan mumbled the name of his dog back home. Damn, Xiao An, comparing me to a dog. Shin Shinan pouted angrily, and her movements became quicker. Ha, I said stop it. Annoyed by the disturbance, Su Anfan turned over and pulled the restless troublemaker, Shin Shinan, into his arms, pressing her tightly against his chest. Xiao An. Suddenly held tightly by Su Anfan, Shin Xinin's face instantly turned crimson. Her heart pounded rapidly, as if it would leap out of her chest. The fierce expression on her face vanished, replaced by shyness and panic. She parted her lips, slightly wanting to say something, but not a word came out. Shin Xinin's hands hung in the air, unsure where to place them. Be good, don't move. Sensing the little thing in his arms had quieted down the drowsy, Su Anfan rested his chin on her head and held her even tighter. Shin Shinan wanted to break free from his embrace, yet she craved this warmth and intimacy. Hesitating, her hands finally came to rest gently on Su Anfan's back. She dared not move, nor even breathe loudly. She just quietly leaned in his arms, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, her own pulse gradually rising and falling in sync with his. Time seemed to stand still. Everything around them faded into insignificance, leaving only her and Su Anfan along with each other's warmth and breath. Xiao An is really... How can I not be greedy like this? I clearly said I shouldn't be too intimate. The young girl in his arms lay obediently, like a doll afraid of waking the sleeping boy. She murmured softly, her voice so faint that only she could hear it. Meanwhile, the sleeping boy still had a slight smile on his lips, dreaming some sweet dream. After a while, the sleeping Su Anfan groggily opened his eyes and looked down to see Shin Shinan curled up in his arms. Xiao An, you must have slept well, right? Shin Shinan lifted her little face, revealing a forced smile. Yeah, it was pretty sweet. Still not realizing what had happened, Su Anfan scratched his head foolishly. Ouch! And just like that, the freshly awakened Su Anfan received a sharp rap on the head from the girl. Xiao An, I was wrong. They'll listen to you and study hard. Su Anfan sat on the edge of the bed, looking guiltily at Shin Shinan, who was holding a blank exercise book, and shamefully lowered his head. If I knew Xiao An would turn out this way without my supervision. From now on, I'll tutor Xiao An for a few hours every day after I come back, and Xiao An is not allowed to refuse. Shin Shinan stood sternly in front of Su Anfan, speaking fiercely. Really? Su Anfan's eyes lit up. Really? Great. Xiao An is accompanying me to study. Hearing this, Su Anfan instead raised his head and cheered excitedly. Seeing Su Anfan so willing, Shin Shinan blinked in confusion. Xiao An won't be allowed to eat tonight's late-night snack either. Huh? No? Xiao An, how do you solve this problem? Let me see. Well, first split it like this. Then simplify it. And finally integrate it. Xiao An, you're not solving this problem correctly. But my result is clearly correct. You can't jump directly from this step to that step, their properties are different. You can't apply theorems recklessly, you silly Xiao An. Oh, I see. And so after Shen Xinan finished reviewing, with Xiao Keiling and Fan Huaning for the night, she was picked up from school by Su Anfan to study together again. Needless to say, under the high-intensity study, her academic performance consistently ranked at the top of the class. These days of review also made her more familiar with the knowledge. Under Shen Zinen's meticulous guidance, Su Anfan managed to go through a rough review of everything, at least no longer like Columbus discovering a new world completely ignorant. Soon the intensive midterm exam week arrived. Xinan, how is it? Your first big exam in college, are you adapting well? In the activity room of the Love Cuisine Club, Suyaki said, while tidying up the ingredients, speaking to Shen Xinan, who had rushed over after the exam to help. In the days since enrollment, Shen Xinan quickly won Suyaki's trust with her gentle personality and exquisite culinary skills, becoming her trusted confidant. Not only did she invite this shy junior to all club activities, but she also imparted her learning experience and cooking methods generously. She also promised her that if she worked hard after Suyaki retired, she would be appointed as the next club president. Although Shen Xinan didn't really want it much. Well, it's okay. The exam points weren't as scattered as I thought. Should be fine. Shen Xinan quickly put down her backpack and helped Suyaki tidy up. That's good. Wiping the sweat from her face, Suyaki smiled with relief, as if looking at a sapling she had nurtured. She was growing fonder of this sensible junior. Senior, for next week's club activity, could you teach us how to make small gift cakes? After putting away the ingredients, Shen Xinan hesitated for a moment before asking Suyaki tentatively. Of course, why? Does little Xinan have a crush she wants to give cakes to? Who is it? Want me to help you assess? Hearing this, Suyaki suddenly became interested, blinking curiously. No, it's for my good buddy Su Anfan. Shen Zinen's face instantly flushed, and she explained softly. His birthday is coming soon, and I want to prepare some small cakes for him. Since his father would surely order a birthday cake, Shen Xinan wanted to learn to make those small cakes as birthday desserts for Su Anfan. Oh, him. So have you thought about what birthday gift to prepare for him? Suyaki asked curiously. Having interacted with Shen Xinan often, she already knew that Shen Xinan was very dependent on her good buddy Su Anfan. For Su Anfan's birthday, Shen Xinan would definitely prepare a lot in advance. I've thought about it, but what? Seeing Shen Zinen's hesitant manner, Suyaki quickly pressed on. Lowering her blushing face, Shen Xinan tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her teeth gently biting her lower lip, leaving a faint white mark on the tender lip. Since it's senior, it should be okay. It's just that. After hesitating for a long time, Shen Xinan softly revealed her plan to Suyaki and carefully asked her not to tell anyone. I can definitely help. After hearing Shen Zinen's plan, Suyaki's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she quickly patted Shen Xinan on the shoulder. If I help, your buddy Su Anfan will surely be even happier. Suyaki rubbed her hands excitedly, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. But Xinan, you might have to make a little sacrifice. Huh? Hearing this, Shen Zinen's face was full of unease and hesitation, but thinking of Su Anfan's happy expression, she still nodded gently in agreement. Xinan, come here, first do this. Then do that. Seeing Shen Xinan agree, Suyaki excitedly pulled her close and whispered in her ear. Meanwhile, Shen Zinen's face was already flushed, her mind dizzy, as if she were trying to absorb some mysterious and forbidden knowledge. Ever since she agreed to Suyaki's plan, Shen Xinan rushed to the activity room after every class to receive Suyaki's training guidance. Time flew by. Day after day, the midterm exams quickly ended and the results were hurriedly released. Unsurprisingly, Shen Xinan achieved top rankings in several courses. With her advisor's strong recommendation, she also managed to obtain a scholarship. Meanwhile, among those who slacked off during the midterms, Su Anfan's results were surprisingly decent, landing in the upper middle range for many exams. October ended, ushering in a brand new November. There were only a few days left until Su Anfan's birthday. Xiao An has been acting strange lately. The moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away again. Su Anfan watched Shen Xinan, who was staring blankly into space, and fell into thought. Lately, Shen Xinan would mysteriously rush off to her cooking club right after every class. And every time he waited outside for her, Shen Zinen's face would be abnormally flushed, and she would mutter something under her breath. At home, too, she would often stare at the mirror in a daze, and her cheeks would blush inexplicably. She was also acting strange toward him. Every time she looked at him, she would inexplicably avert her gaze. Then she would lower her head as if he were some kind of monster. Could Xiao An be in love? The thought quickly surfaced in Su Anfan's mind. No, if Xiao An were in love, she would definitely tell me. Feeling an inexplicable discomfort and unease in his heart, Su Anfan quickly dismissed this prickling thought. Forget it, I'll ask Xiao An. After much deliberation and still no conclusion, Su Anfan decided to ask Shen Xinan. Xiao An, what do you do every day when you go to that cooking club? Su Anfan asked, trying to sound casual. Eat it. That had him learning techniques from the club president. Suddenly asked about the cooking club. Shinzinen's eyes widened like a startled kitten, her face blushing as she stammered. Really? Su Anfan pressed on with suspicion. Shin Shinan blushed, turned her back to Su Anfan, and said shyly, really? Anyway, Xiao An will find out in a few days. Alright. In a few days? So Xiao An is preparing a birthday gift for me. Hearing this, Su Anfan felt relieved. Indeed, around this time before his birthday, Xiao An would always be busy preparing a lot of things. He had told this silly girl many times that it was just his birthday, and she shouldn't waste so much time and energy. He would be happy just having her by his side. Silly Xiao An. Seeing that Shin Shinan still had her back, turned to him, refusing to look. Su Anfan's face softened into a gentle smile. But Xiao An, being so mysterious, and really looking forward to it. Humming a cheerful tune, Su Anfan walked briskly with a smile written all over his face, eagerly hurrying home. Today was his birthday. Although it wasn't as momentous as turning 18, it was still a special day that belonged to him. Regrettably, his father Su Jun couldn't return due to work, which left Su Anfan slightly disappointed. However, Su Jun had ordered a large cake and sent birthday gifts, so Su Anfan was already quite happy. Early in the morning at school, he received birthday wishes from many people, and his usually flat school bag was now bulging with gifts. At noon, he had a wonderful gathering with his close friends, thanking everyone who gave him gifts. After afternoon classes, his friends wanted to take him to KTV to celebrate, and even play all night, but he politely declined, saying they could meet tomorrow. All he wanted now was to go home. After all, Xiao An was waiting for him there. He wanted to spend the remaining hours of this important day with her. The mere thought of Shin Shinan filled Su Anfan's clear eyes with joy. When class ended, Shin Shinan had specifically urged him to hang out at school a bit longer, saying she needed more time to prepare at home. Then she hurried off mysteriously. But he couldn't wait any longer. After a short while, he rushed back home eagerly. What surprise would Xiao An prepare for me today? Recalling the birthday gifts Shin Shinan had given him before, Su Anfan felt like a little bear, sensing the sweetness of honey, his heart brimming with anticipation. Xiao An, wait for me. Murmuring silently with anticipation, Su Anfan quickened his pace and hurried home. Xiao An back. As soon as he opened the door, he shouted excitedly. Strange, is Xiao An not home? He looked around, but saw no sign of Shin Shinan, blinking in confusion. The living room had already been decorated for a birthday celebration. Colorful balloons hung from the ceiling, and ribbons with blessings were pasted on the walls. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes: braised prawns, sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed fish. All Su Anfan's favorites, steaming and fragrant. On the side table sat a large cake adorned with various fruits, candles already inserted waiting to be lit. I told Xiao An not to make it so formal, but silly Xiao An still took it so seriously, as if it were some huge event. Walking slowly, he murmured softly, but his eyes were full of undisguised delight. What's this? When he was about to look for Shin Shinan in the room, he unexpectedly spotted a bulging gift box by the door. Happy birthday, Xiao An. Xiao An. The tag hanging on it bore clear, elegant handwriting, unmistakably hers. Is this a birthday gift from Xiao An? Let me see. Su Anfan's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. He crouched down slowly, full of anticipation, and carefully opened the gift box. Inside the large box were many smaller gift boxes. Indeed, Xiao An had prepared so many again this year. Silly Xiao An. He murmured softly, but a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he opened the boxes one by one. A Fufu plushie. And an authentic Hatsune Miku figurine. Isn't this very expensive? I had it in my shopping cart many times, but couldn't bear to buy it. When did Xiao An become so rich? As he opened the first box, Su Anfan was stunned by Shinzinen's gift. Though overjoyed, thinking about the price made his feelings complicated. Never mind, he'll have a word with Xiao An later about not wasting money. Carefully placing the gifts on a nearby chair, he continued unwrapping. The annual photo album prepared by Xiao An and a winter scarf knitted by her hands. As expected, these two are here. Holding the album and scarf, Su Anfan smiled warmly, memories of the past flooding his mind involuntarily. The album was the first birthday gift Shin Shinan had given him. Back then she didn't have much money, but wanted to give something meaningful. Since Shin Shinan had a phone, Su Anfan's mother suggested she give memorable photos. Unexpectedly, silly Xiao An had collected so many photos of him that they could fill an album, so she made one and gave it to him. He had never received such a special gift before. He was so happy he kept grinning, and even said he wanted such gifts every year. To his surprise, Shin Shinan took it seriously and has given him one every year since. Now he has many at home, recording every bit of his growth. As for the knitted scarf, it was originally something his mother prepared for him, saying knitted ones are warmer and more durable. But after his mother fell ill, she could no longer knit for him. Somehow Shin Shinan learned this skill, and since his mother passed away, she has knitted him a scarf every year as a birthday gift. It seems I still prefer these. Gazing tenderly at these two gifts for a long time, Su Anfan placed them aside with care. Besides those, there were also knee pads, books, chips, and other small items. After unwrapping everything, they almost filled a school bag. Xiao An is really something. Su Anfan shook his head with a helpless smile, but his eyes shone with value and emotion. He carefully put each gift back into the box, every movement gentle. She just foolishly treats me well, not knowing she only needs to take care of herself. Looking at the abundant gifts, he whispered softly, his eyes brimming with emotion. Silly girl. The moment he finished speaking, a faint rustling came from behind the door. He quickly reached out and opened it. Xiao An. The instant he opened the door, Anfan froze. Nan was wearing a cute cattail-made outfit, her fair face blushing like a ripe cherry, crouching shyly behind the door. Startled by the sudden opening, Nan nervously tugged at her skirt hem, looking like a frightened little rabbit. Woo! Xiao An meow. Woo! Xiao An meow. Zinen's voice was soft and delicate. She timidly lifted her eyes to glance at Anfan, then quickly lowered her head, her gaze becoming evasive. The black ketier headband and the cattail accessory on her back swayed gently with her movements, as if expressing the tension and unease within her heart. The cattail-made outfit was made of soft plush fabric, its form-fitting design perfectly showcasing her petite and delicate figure. The white lace trim at the collar accentuated her slender neck, while the pink ribbon tied into a beautiful bow at her waist added a touch of playfulness. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her small nose slightly wrinkled, and her cherry-like lips were gently bitten, as if she was desperately suppressing her inner shyness. Under Anfan's gaze, Zinen's slender fingers tightly clutched her skirt hem, and her earlobes were as red as if they were about to bleed. Come on, Nan, think about what the senior taught you. Seeing Anfan frozen, Nan nervously lowered her head, pursed her pink lips, and mumbled indistinctly. After encouraging herself for a while, she rose to her feet with a flushed face. She gently lifted her foot elegantly, taking a small step forward like a cat, her toes touching the ground, as if testing something. Xiao An, a master. Her voice was as soft as a cat's meow with a barely perceptible tremor. She lifted her head slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of expectation and fear. Do you like me like this, meow? Then, like a startled kitten, she quickly lowered her eyelids and fidgeted with the bow at her waist, the pink ribbon being twisted and turned in her hands. Seeing that Anfan was still in a daze like a scarecrow, merely staring at her, without a word, Nan bit her lip as if she had made up her mind again. She took a deep breath and gently twisted her body. The cattail behind her swayed from side to side as she leaned towards Anfan, gently rubbing her little head against his chest. Then she pursed her pink lips, extended her tongue to lightly lick the corner of her mouth, and brought her hands into small fists beside her cheeks, tilting her head and saying meow. Nan lifted her head, blinking her big watery eyes, her long lashes fluttering, her gaze carrying a mix of expectation and nervousness. Woo! Xiao An, don't ignore me. Seeing that Anfan still remained silent, Nan trembled with a burning heat and said in a coquettish tone, her voice full of grievance. After speaking, she lifted her head and once again timidly looked at Anfan, her hands unconsciously forming small fists in front of her chest. Her appearance was like a pitiful little kitten begging for its master's attention. Anfan only stared at Nan before him, with rapid breaths radiating a heat, without any action or words. As expected, it's still too strange. Seeing that Anfan still had no reaction, Nan stepped back, lowered her head with great disappointment, and said, I thought Xiao An would like it. I was too presumptuous. Her lips trembled slightly, and the pink color seemed to fade a bit due to grievance. Her big watery eyes were full of disappointment and sadness, gradually misting over. She had originally thought that Anfan seemed to really like cat-eared girls, and after Fan Huing's reminder, she planned to take him to see one on his birthday to give him a surprise. Originally, her plan was to take Anfan to a cat-ear-made cafe or something. But it seemed there was no such shop nearby, and whenever she thought of taking Anfan to see other women, Nan always felt very uncomfortable with a heavy heart. So she told her plan to her senior and expressed her troubles. Unexpectedly, Yaki suggested that Nan dress up as a cat-ear made to satisfy Anfan. She even said she could provide the costume left from a previous event, as well as makeup, movement, and language guidance. Although very shy, Zinen's heart was moved at the thought that Anfan would be very, very happy, and she wouldn't have to watch others, so she agreed. These past few days she had been enduring her shyness to watch the strange videos Yaki played, learning those embarrassing movements just to be more like one. Today, as soon as class ended, Nan rushed to the activity room. She hurriedly changed clothes, had Yaki apply makeup, and then rushed back home. She herself was also very shy and embarrassed. Zinen's heart was now a tangled mess with grievance and disappointment intertwined. Her long lashes trembled continuously, and her small hands were tightly clenched together. Along the way, Nan walked through the bustling streets wearing such eye-catching clothes. She wrapped her body in a coat, enduring her shyness, and walking cautiously, every step feeling like treading on knife blades, so nervous that her heart seemed to leap into her throat. The curious, surprised, and even slightly frivolous gazes of passers-by made her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yet even so, whenever she thought of the surprised expression on Anfan's face when he saw her, all her embarrassment and fear were suppressed. As long as Xiao An liked it, everything was worth it. This was what she had been thinking, shy and full of anticipation. But now Anfan's silence made her feel that everything she had done seemed like a joke. She questioned herself in her heart. Was she too impulsive? Was it wishful thinking? She even began to fear that Su Anfan might think she was strange, abnormal, and might even start to hate her. Shun Xinin's body trembled slightly, her eyes misting over, as if she would cry at any moment. Xiao An. Oh my god, Xiao An, how can you be so cute? Hey, Ozzel. Suddenly Su Anfan finally snapped out of his daze, pulled Shin Xinan into a tight embrace, and vigorously ruffled her cat-eared head. Xiao An, you know if you weren't my bro, I would kiss you to death. He gently cupped Shun Xinin's adorable face in his hands, staring at her with intense excitement and fervor, as if examining the most beautiful artwork in the world. Feeling the warmth and touch, Shin Xinan finally snapped out of her daze, emerging from her state of disappointment, and her face flushed red again. Pressing Shin Xinin's little head back into his embrace, Su Anfan rested his chin on her smooth forehead, his voice full of tenderness and joy. This is definitely the best birthday gift I've ever received. No, every birthday gift you've given me is the best in my eyes. Gently stroking Shin Xinin's head, Su Anfan said softly. Indeed, as long as it comes from Xiao Nan's heart, it's the best. Obediently nestling in Su Anfan's embrace, Shin Xinin's face was completely red, and she murmured softly, as if she had also caught Su Anfan's joy. Xiao An likes it, and I'm also very happy. Very, very happy. After a simple dinner, Shin Xinan, dressed in a cat-ear-made outfit, sat side by side with Su Anfan on the bed. They were both silent, with inexplicable awkwardness on their faces. Su Anfan in particular was far from his usual ease, his eyes lowered and face flushed, quickly averting his gaze whenever it met Shin Xinin's. Xiao An, didn't you just say you liked it? Why won't you look at me? Seeing Su Anfan looking like a monk caught by a female demon, Shin Xinan bit her lip in confusion and tentatively leaned closer to him. But as soon as Su Anfan touched Shin Xinin's soft, fragrant body, he instinctively pulled away and looked aside. Hey Xiao An, so you really don't like me like this? Finally, unable to hold back, Shin Xinan broke the silence, blinking her innocent big eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of pitiful grievance. No, not at all. It's just that Xiao An looks so cute like this, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Shin Xinan tilted her little face, leaning her petite body closer, asking with confusion. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Silly Xiao An. His face flushed crimson. Su Anfan clenched his hands tightly, roaring wildly in his heart. Heaven knows how he managed to hold back just now. Such an adorable Xiao An, not only dressed in his favorite catgirl costume, but also acting like a pitiful little kitten, being so cute and playful in front of him. Wasn't this purely a test of his self-control? The moment he saw such a cute Shin Xinan, a burning heat surged in Su Anfan's lower abdomen, and he couldn't help but want to pull her into his arms and hold her tightly. But he held back, forcing down his desire and controlling himself to stand there dumbly. Yet that silly Xiao An was still acting so adorably, completely unaware of how seductive she was. When Shin Xinan let out a meow, he almost lost control and wanted to seal her pink little lips with his own. Especially when Shin Xinan rubbed her little head against his chest like a cat, Su Anfan really wanted to pick her up by the waist, throw her onto the bed, and tease her fiercely. If not for the thought that Shin Xinan was his good buddy, he would never do anything excessive to Xiao An. Su Anfan almost lost control and turned into a mindless beast. And now this annoying, silly Xiao An still foolishly wanted to cuddle up without any guard against him, this beast. Mishimishi Wallabuji, if you don't logi, then I can't logi Mishimishi Wallabuji. After silently reciting the calming mantra several times, Su Anfan finally suppressed the fire in his heart. He forced a natural smile and pinched Shin Xinin's innocent little face. Nothing. I'm just afraid Xiao An will be shy. I'm not afraid. As long as Xiao An is happy, he'll do anything. Hearing this, Shin Xinin's face flushed crimson. But thinking of her purpose today, she mustered courage again and like a kitten rubbed her little head against Su Anfan's palm. Oh, Xiao An, what are you doing? She is indeed cute, but after all, she is his own buddy. He can't have his fill and leave nothing, not even a nibble. This tormented Su Anfan terribly. He couldn't say it outright, because saying it would make him seem like a good brother with evil thoughts, damaging his glorious image in Xionan's heart. Su Anfan, hold on. No matter how hungry you are, you can't lay a hand on your own buddy. Even if I become white-haired, turn into a cat girl, and get taken advantage of by my buddy, I will never make a move on my buddy. After adding a layer of firm vigilance in his heart, Su Anfan regained his calm and gently rubbed Shin Xinin's head. Xiao An, let's go eat cake. Okay. Hearing they were going to eat cake, Shin Xinin's eyes lit up, and she wiggled happily, her cat tail swishing lightly behind her. Xiao An, make a wish quickly. After turning off the lights and lighting the candles, looking at the flickering flames, Shin Xinan said softly to Su Anfan. Su Anfan stepped forward, slowly closed his eyes, put his hands together, and earnestly made a wish. I hope all the people I love are healthy and happy, and I hope I can be with the ones I love forever. After silently making the wish, Su Anfan and Shin Xinan blew out the candles together. The room fell into brief darkness. Su Anfan's heart had not yet fully calmed in the darkness. He seemed to feel Shin Xinin's presence more clearly. Xiao An, happy birthday. Shin Xinin's cheerful voice broke the momentary silence. The lights came back on, revealing her beautiful smiling face before Su Anfan. Xiao An cut the cake quickly. Seeing Su Anfan still dazed, Shen Shinan reminded him with a smile. Su Anfan nodded with a light laugh. All right. Looking at the cream-covered cake, Su Anfan suddenly thought of something, gently scraped a bit of cream on his finger, and said, Xiao An, come here. Huh. Seeing the cream on Su Anfan's finger, Shen Shinan tilted her head in confusion. Oh, Xiao An, you know what I mean. Su Anfan extended his cream-covered hand, his eyes full of amusement. Oh. Shen Shinan suddenly realized something, her face instantly turning crimson as she responded in a muffled voice. Xiao An. She carefully held Su Anfan's large hand in front of her face, her cheeks flushed, staring fixedly at the white cream on his finger. The next second, she gently bit his cream-covered finger with her pink little mouth. Before Su Anfan could react, Shen Shinan began licking it seriously like a kitten suckling food. Her small tongue carefully licked, making his finger sticky. The girl's face was as red as a ripe apple, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes trembling slightly, yet her little mouth was still gently sucking Su Anfan's finger. Feeling the warmth and softness of her lips on his finger, Su Anfan finally snapped back to reality. He quickly stammered, his face red. Xiao An, what are you doing? I was going to smear cream on your face, not have you lick it. Huh? All because of that senior who has turned the innocent Xiao An into this. Looking at Shen Shinan, who was curling up beside him, burying her blushing head deep into the blanket, Su Anfan sighed helplessly. All right, Xiao An, it's okay. Xiao An is not at all lewd, she just played the role very well. Seeing Shen Shinan only showing her drooping tail, Su Anfan comforted her gently. And I like every version of Xiao An no matter what. It's fine. Hearing the word, like, Shen Shinan immediately reacted, wiggling slightly, wagging her little tail, and said muffledly under the blanket, really? Really, I even like the lewd Xiao An. Su Anfan nodded helplessly with a light laugh. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Shen Shinan became even more embarrassed, moving further into the blanket. Helplessly, Su Anfan had to start coaxing her again. Xiao An, did you really like today's birthday? After being comforted, Shen Shinan sat obediently next to Su Anfan, looking up with a nervous little face, and asking seriously. Of course, whenever Xiao An prepares a birthday for me, I always like it very, very much. Su Anfan looked back at her with a gentle smile. That's good. Seeing that Su Anfan didn't seem to be faking, Shen Shinan finally looked away, her eyes unable to hide her joy. This year on Xiao An's birthday, I am still the most special one. I am still the most special one. Gently pinching Su Anfan's clothes, Shen Shinan hid her eyes behind her bangs and giggled dazedly. But it seems Xiao An's time left for me is getting less and less. In the future, I wonder if he'll still be the most special. Thinking that Su Anfan was smiling like this in front of others today, Shen Shinan frowned again, and her grip on his clothes tightened. If only Xiao An had only me by his side. If only he would smile like that only for me. Indeed, how I want to have Xiao An all to myself. Under Su Anfan's tenderness, a seed hidden deep in Shun Xinin's darkness began to sprout even more. Xiao An, I'm going to play basketball. But in the school corridor, Su Anfan held a basketball and smiled as he ruffled Shun Xinin's hair. Xiao An, bye. Feeling several pairs of eyes on them, Shun Xinin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly nodded goodbye. After Su Anfan's birthday, although he had scolded Shen Shinan severely for wasting money, his happiness lingered for many days. Especially since the day Shen Shinan dressed as a cat-eared maid, Su Anfan seemed to treat her more and more like a kitten. He couldn't help but rub her head, scratch her chin, and so on at every opportunity. Though Shen Shinan protested many times, Su Anfan always smiled and nodded in agreement, only to repeat the habit the next time. As for his earlier promise to maintain some distance in public, he had cast it to the winds, becoming increasingly close to her in front of others. This of course led to more and more strange looks from others. After parting with Su Anfan, Shen Shinan quickly put on her hat, lowered her head, and hurried away, hiding her face and expression under the brim and glasses. She was happy to be so close to Xiao An, and she didn't care about others' opinions, as long as Xiao An was happy. But Xiao An was so popular, she would surely be a burden and an influence on him. Recalling some unpleasant incidents from before, Shen Xinin's eyes dimmed. Perhaps she should keep some distance from Xiao An. Hiding her gloomy gaze beneath her long bangs, Shen Shinan clutched her books tighter. Shen Shinan. Just as she was about to enter the study room, a female voice called out from behind her. I've been looking for you. Ma Xiaotong. Shen Shinan turned around to see a pretty lively girl in stylish clothes, slightly out of breath, hurrying toward her. That girl who often chatted with Xiao An. What does she want with me? Searching her memory for any relevant impression, Shen Shinan frowned in confusion, a faint unease stirring within her. I have something to discuss with you, Ma Xiaotong said softly, giving Shen Shinan, a follower of Su Anfan, a brief once-over. Let's talk over there. Holding her books tightly, Shen Shinan nodded quietly. You mean you want me to deliver a love letter to Su Anfan? Staring at Ma Xiaotong's slightly flushed face, Shen Shinan struggled to suppress her inner turmoil and tried to appear normal. Unaware of any anomaly in the gloomy boy before her, Ma Xiaotong's cheeks colored rosily, and her gaze drifted to the window, looking like a pure-hearted maiden. She had liked Anfan for a long time in college. She had never met such a perfect guy. He was handsome, humorous, and lively with a smile that was always pleasant to see. He could get along with anyone, and though he was a bit blunt, she felt comfortable around him. The first time she saw Anfan sweating on the basketball court, she had taken a liking to him. In her eyes, every move he made seemed to radiate a dazzling light, deeply attracting her. Such an outstanding guy, she didn't want to miss him. So she began to slowly approach him, sending messages asking him out, and so on. Although his dense, straightforward personality often got in the way, she only found him more adorable. After all, it showed he wasn't a playboy, and with such a blunt guy having no close female friends, it meant she still had a good chance. Her girlfriends had told her that dense, straightforward guys were often deeply devoted and faithful. Though they seemed hard to crack, they were actually quite easy to win over. And she was good-looking with a cheerful personality that matched Xiao An's perfectly. He would surely be pleasantly surprised and accept. So encouraged by her friends, she decided to confess tomorrow. As for the method, she chose what she thought was the most romantic, a love letter to invite Anfan to a renowned confession spot where she would pour out her heart. With that thought, Xiao An could already picture the romantic scene of Anfan accepting her confession, and she smiled while flicking her hair. As for whom to ask to deliver the love letter, Xiao An had originally not wanted An to do it. After all, rumors said Anfan didn't really like An, and that An kept pestering him like a clingy follower. Looking at An dressed in outmoded clothes and exuding a gloomy, solitary air, Xiao An frowned slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. If she hadn't been turned down by Anfan's close friends for some inexplicable reason, she would never have come to An. But for Anfan's sake, she would grudgingly accept his gloomy little follower. So what do you think? Can you do it? Seeing An still standing there in a daze, Xiao An concealed her contempt and said with a smile, "Deliver a love letter to Xiao An." An gripped her clothes tightly, the knuckles of her slender fingers turning white from the pressure. Of course, Xiao An was so outstanding. He was bound to catch the eye of other exceptional people. Yes, that's right. How could I have forgotten? Xiao An would eventually be with someone else. How could I possibly hold the closest position by Xiao An's side forever? Yes, that's right. My place now would eventually be taken by someone else. Before her eyes, she seemed to see Anfan and Xiao An walking hand in hand, his warm hand resting on someone else's head instead of hers. Those precious words he had spoken to her, which she had treasured, would be whispered to another in intimate embraces through the lips of her dearest Xiao An. That sweet scene was like a sharp blade stabbing her heart again and again. No, I can't. I can't stand by and watch Xiao An leave me for someone else. I would break. With her head lowered, An forced herself to suppress the wails and sobs inside her, her eyes hollow, as if all spirit had been drained away. No, I can't just let Xiao An go. If I refuse, she'll find someone else to deliver it. On the brink of collapse, An surprisingly calmed down, her expression settling and her chaotic mind sharpened. Xiao An might not leave me yet, at least not now. Only by holding this love letter and testing Xiao An can I have a better chance. Yes, that's it. Retracting the gloom in her eyes back into her heart, An clenched her fists, then slowly raised her head and said calmly, "I agree." "Great. Please give it to him as soon as possible." "Thanks." Delighted that An had agreed, Xiao An eagerly pulled a pink envelope from her pocket and handed it to her. "I will." An clutched the envelope tightly, her eyes slightly lowered to conceal her gaze, a faint, ambiguous smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. An clutched the pink envelope, quickly left the place where she met Xiao An and hurried to a secluded, empty corner of the campus. Leaning against a large tree, she slowly crouched down, burying her head deeply between her knees, the envelope in her hand crumpled and creased. All around was a deathly silence, only her rapid and heavy breathing was exceptionally clear. She lifted her head, her clear, yet somewhat gloomy eyes fixed intensely on the envelope in her hand, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart. Should she open it or not? If she opened it, it would undoubtedly be an immoral act. After all, Xiao An was just a girl who admired Anfan. No one would be willing to reveal the contents of their own letter. But if she didn't open it, how could she know what was written inside, and how could she determine the time and place of the confession? How could she prepare in advance? What if she lost Xiao An because of her hesitation? An's hand shakily reached toward the seal of the envelope, but just as her fingertips were about to touch it, she jerked her hand back, as if struck by lightning. She bit her lip tightly, her face pale as paper, large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. "No, I can't do this," she murmured to herself, her voice trembling, trying to suppress the evil impulse within her. But another voice screamed wildly in her mind, "Open it, and you'll know everything." Is there anything more painful than losing Xiao An? An's eyes shifted between determination and confusion, filled with struggle. She clutched her head in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably. Time seemed to freeze, every second was torment for her. "No, I can't lose Xiao An. At least not yet." Finally, under the extreme torment of her heart and the fear of losing Xiao An, her reason completely collapsed. An extended her trembling hand and carefully opened the envelope. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., I'll wait for you in the small grove behind the first teaching building. P.S. I'll wear your favorite catgirl costume. Ma Xiaotong. When she saw the contents of the letter, Shinzinen's gaze instantly turned gloomy, and hollow her originally clear eyes swallowed by endless darkness. She indeed knows Xiao An very well too. I'm not the only one who can do all this for Xiao An. I am not the only one. Shun Shinan stared blankly at the content of the letter, her expression frozen, as if petrified. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, a half-smile revealing endless bitterness and self-mockery. Her eyes were brimming with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall, her tearful, yet unwept appearance evoking a pang of sympathy. Her eyes were sometimes vacant, sometimes flickering with a hint of madness, as if two souls within her were fiercely battling. A series of indistinct sobs escaped her throat, mixed with suppressed low laughter, making it impossible to tell whether she was crying or laughing. If she were with Xiao An might be happier. Then why don't I just leave obediently? Shun Shinan violently tugged at her own hair, the roots aching painfully, as if such pain could alleviate the torment in her heart. As long as Xiao An is happy as his good buddy, I should just happily bless him and watch him be happy. That's what I used to think, wasn't it? Her fingers tightly intertwined in her hair, gripping tighter and tighter, her hair becoming disheveled, a few strands falling from her hands, but she was oblivious. Oh, I've become greedy. The old me would have felt upset for a while after receiving the love letter, then obediently handed it to Xiao An and pitifully watched from the sidelines. After all, I am just an insignificant good buddy following behind him. Shinzinen's teeth bit down hard on her lower lip, leaving deep marks. A little crimson blood seeped out, the enchanting red staining her pale lips. But now things are different. I don't want to give Xiao An's tenderness to anyone else anymore. Being held in Xiao An's arms, his hand gently stroking my head. How could I not be greedy? Shinzinen's breathing grew more rapid, her erratic breaths like a candle in a fierce wind, as if it would be extinguished in the next second. Yes, it's all Xiao An's fault, his fault for being too gentle. Xiao An is so gentle that even I, so pitiful and humble, can't help but fall deeply into it. Xiao An is mine, even if it's just my unrealistic hope. I won't give him to anyone else. Her frozen smile instantly turned morbid, and Shinzinen's hollow eyes gained a fierce madness. So now if Xiao An wants to leave me, I absolutely won't allow it. Xiao An, don't blame me for becoming bad. After a long while, Shun Shinan slowly stood up, laughing foolishly, and extended her tongue gently, yet crazily licking the blood oozing from her lips. The red on her tongue mirrored the sickly flush on her face like a fever. After all, Xiao An promised me, you will always be with me. Today's Xiao An feels strange. Looking at Shun Shinan, who was tightly clutching his arm with a faint elusive smile on her face, Anfan felt inexplicably uneasy. Xiao An had been acting strange during class this afternoon. Not only had she been staring at him dazedly from the back desk, but whenever he turned to look at her, she would give him a shallow smile. Moreover, after class, Shun Shinan uncharacteristically took his hand directly and pulled Anfan domineeringly out of the classroom to go home. She wrapped her arms around his arm without any explanation, clinging tightly to his body with considerable force, as if she was afraid he would leave the next moment if she didn't. Although he didn't dislike Xiao An being so proactive, he still felt that Xiao An was somewhat strange. Could Xiao An have a fever? Seeing that Shinzinen's lowered face seemed a bit flushed, Anfan thought worriedly. Xiao An, what do you think of Ma Xiaotong? Without any preamble, Shin Shinan suddenly lifted her head and stared fixedly at Anfan's face, asking softly, Ma Xiaotong, why is Xiao An suddenly asking about her? Interrupted from his thoughts, Anfan was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully before speaking out his simple thoughts. She is a very beautiful and good girl. What's the matter? Indeed, Xiao An does have some fondness for her. Shin Shinan lowered her head slightly, enduring the sharp pain in her heart, hiding the coldness and gloom in her eyes beneath her long bangs and glasses. Then how about her as a girlfriend? After a moment of pause, Shin Shinan raised her head again, pursed her lips, and asked tentatively, why is she asking about Ma Xiaotong again? Could Xiao An have a crush on Ma Xiaotong? Anfan blinked in confusion, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. It shouldn't be right. Usually he hadn't seen them being that close. She might be quite good after all. She is pretty and lively, and should bring a lot of energy and fun. After hesitating for a moment, not knowing if Shin Shinan had some intention, Anfan still suppressed the unease in his heart and spoke his true thoughts again. I see. Another tearing pain shot through her heart, and Shin Shinan bit her pale lips tightly. The previously injured lower lip was faintly showing signs of bleeding again. Xiao An is still very likely to agree. It seems I can't tell Xiao An even more now. Her eyes filled with gloom. Shin Shinan covered her face again, her breathing gradually becoming erratic. Xiao An, what's wrong? Feeling the force of Shinzinen's grip on his arm suddenly tighten, Anfan asked worriedly. It's nothing, Xiao An. Quickly hiding the gloom and madness deep in her eyes, Shin Shinan lifted her face, her clear eyes blinking innocently, naturally revealing a smile. Xiao An, let's go home, just the two of us. Xiao An is so clingy today. In the dead of night, Anfan changed into his pajamas and lay on his side, hugging the fufu plush toy that Shinshinan had given him before murmuring to himself. After returning home from school, Shinshinan had maintained that state of being close to Anfan, staying by his side all the while. Not only did she cling to him to play games and read, but even when he tried to leave for the bathroom, she anxiously followed. It was only after he patiently soothed her that Shinshinan reluctantly left. She was like a spoiled, possessive little kitten demanding attention. Such a Xiao An was also adorable. Feeling the lingering warmth and fragrance of Shinshinan beside the bed, a blush crept onto Anfan's face, and this thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Xiao An lying obediently on his lap, softly meowing at him, her little tail swaying. Hee, I really want to nuzzle her. No, Anfan, what are you thinking? Xiao An is your buddy. Realizing the fantasy he had just indulged in, Anfan quickly covered his face, his earlobes instantly turning crimson. It seems the impact of that day was too great. The scene of Shinshinan dressed as a cat girl nuzzling against him in a coquettish way emerged in his mind, adding more redness to his cheeks. Ever since her birthday, when Shinshinan had worn a catgirl-made outfit and acted spoiled, that image had been haunting his thoughts. Before, he had never been so smitten by anyone, not even his favorite catgirl game character. That adorable appearance had directly and dominantly taken over all the random thoughts he had previously entertained about other fantasy girls. He had even almost committed an unforgivable mistake in his dreams with Shinshinan. Xiao An is just too cute. Burying his flushed face under the big head of the fufu plush toy, Anfan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. Forget it, stop thinking, sleep. Barely suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Anfan quickly turned off the light and closed his eyes to avoid overthinking. In the darkness, he soon fell into a deep slumber. In the quiet room, only the sound of Anfan's heavy breathing remained. Click. After an unknown time, the tightly shut door was pushed open with extreme gentleness, and a slender figure tiptoed in like a ghost. Xiao An, sorry. After confirming that the boy was completely asleep, Shinshinan whispered extremely softly. The gentle moonlight seeped through the narrow gap in the curtains, illuminating a corner of the room. It reflected the boy's unusually serene sleeping face and the girl's body tense with nervousness. After hesitating for a moment, Shinshinan cautiously approached. To avoid making any sound, she deliberately took off her shoes. Her fair, tender feet stepped softly on the cold floor, a faint, pitiful red tinge appearing at her ankles from the chill. Her thin nightgown seemed a bit loose on her petite frame, and the hem swayed gently with each careful movement. Shinshinan inched closer to the bed, each step extremely cautious. It seemed as if the slightest misstep would shatter the tranquil atmosphere and wake the sleeping Anfan. Her breathing unconsciously became lighter, and her eyes were fixed on Anfan's peaceful sleeping face, filled with complex emotions. Finally, she stealthily reached the bedside. Xiao An. Gazing at the sleeping Anfan with tenderness, Shinshinan slowly crouched down, her previously calm breathing becoming slightly hurried. She stared at Anfan in silence, unable to tear her gaze away, even for a moment, as if wanting to imprint every subtle expression of his into the depths of her soul. Shinshinan leaned forward slightly, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes, as if struggling to restrain the urge to reach out and touch him. Under the soft moonlight, an unconscious gentle smile played on her lips. That smile was filled with an indescribable, overwhelming satisfaction, as if merely silently watching him was the most beautiful and happiest thing in the world. No, there's still a task. After staring blankly for a long time, Shinshinan seemed to wake from her infatuated state, reluctantly shifting her gaze. Carefully picking up Anfan's phone from the bedside table, she shielded the light with her body and entered the password with extreme caution. The password was her birthday, unchanged for a long time. With her eyes fixed seriously on the phone screen, her fingers tapped lightly, opening WeChat, then opening the chat window labeled Ma Xiaotong. As her slender fingers continuously swiped across the screen, the dark clouds hidden in Shunzinen's eyes grew heavier, spreading and deepening. Indeed, this Ma Xiaotong is very dangerous. Unlike the sparse chat records between Anfan and Shinshinan, Ma Xiaotong initiated conversations with Anfan almost every day. Among them, there were also quite proactive shows of affection. Fortunately, Xiao An is a blockhead. After seeing Anfan's blunt straight man replies, Shinshinan gently bit her lips, and the heavy unease on her face finally subsided a little. Xiao An. Thinking about what she was about to do, Shunzinen's eyes were filled with conflict and struggle, as if a fierce war was raging within her heart. She bit her lips tightly, her brows furrowed, her eyes brimming with inner turmoil. No, I still can't let Xiao An know. Even if there's only the slightest possibility, I cannot let Xiao An leave me. Finally, after glancing at the sleeping Anfan, Shinshinan made up her mind, her hands trembling slightly, as she quickly added Ma Xiaotong to the blacklist. Xiao An, I'm sorry. After doing all this, Shinshinan, like a child terrified of having done something wrong, tremblingly placed the phone back in its original position. Then she covered her small face tightly with both hands and slowly crouched down. When Xiao An finds out, he will definitely hate me. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her entire being immersed in emotions of unease and self-blame. Don't blame me, I just I just love Xiao An too much. Shen Shinan crouched by the bedside for a long time, the unease and self-blame mingling with intense love battling within her heart. But soon the intense love prevailed. Yes, as long as Xiao An doesn't leave. That deep love like a surging torrent broke through the dam of unease and self-blame, carrying a morbid flush that reappeared on Shun Xinin's face. Finally, she slowly stood up, her gaze still fixed adoringly on Su Anfan's face. Her feet seemed nailed to the floor, unable to move. After a moment, as if she could no longer resist, she leaned close to Su Anfan. She wanted to bend down and gently kiss his sleeping cheek, but a remnant of rationality still stopped her. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Shinan brought her small face close to Su Anfan's large hand that was exposed. Her cheek gently rubbed against his palm, the movement soft, yet carrying a nearly morbid attachment, as if she wanted to imprint his warmth and scent deep into her heart. Xiao An, don't leave me. She murmured, her voice filled with endless dependence and attachment, but it was so faint that the sleeping boy could not hear it clearly. After a while, Shen Shinan took a deep breath, as if using all her strength to force herself to straighten up. She looked back with every step, her gaze full of reluctance, slowly moving toward the door. When she reached the door, she paused for a few seconds, then gently closed it. It seemed as if she had locked her secrets and feelings inside. Silence once again filled the room, with only Su Anfan still immersed in sweet dreams, completely unaware of what had happened. Xiao An, let's go back right now. As soon as the class ended at 4 something, Shen Shinan rushed to Su Anfan's side, tugged at his sleeve, and said nervously. The deadline Ma Xiaotong had set was almost upon them. She couldn't let Xiao An go. She couldn't let Xiao An leave her. Shen Xinin's thought was simple. As long as Su Anfan never knew about this and didn't show up, Ma Xiaotong would likely think he had rejected her deliberately, leaving her waiting. Even if the truth came out easily later, Ma Xiaotong would have lost her best chance to confess. The possibility of Su Anfan agreeing to her would diminish slightly. This way her own position wouldn't be taken over by someone else for the time being. Although after the exposure, she would surely face blame and disgust from others. Even Su Anfan might start to hate her. But no matter what, as long as Xiao An remained by her side, that was enough. Even if it was the kind of being hated. Alright Xiao An, let's go. Although feeling somewhat odd as yesterday, Su Anfan obediently let Shen Shinan lead him and slowly walked out of the classroom with her. Perhaps because of the afternoon's confession, Ma Xiaotong didn't proactively talk to Su Anfan today. She left before class ended, likely to prepare. Though a few who knew the situation cast teasing glances, fortunately, Su Anfan was straightforward and didn't think much, still unaware of the impending confession. Xiao An, what are you thinking about? Seeing Shen Shinan beside him with a tense little face, her features hidden under her bangs and glasses, looking troubled, Su Anfan smiled and gently rubbed her head. Nothing. Perhaps craving this possible last shred of tenderness, Shen Shinan clung to Su Anfan's large hand with deep affection, gently rubbing her soft cheek against his palm. Ahem, ex Xiao An. Seeing Shen Shinan like a clingy kitten, Su Anfan's face flushed instantly. He quickly coughed to remind her. What's wrong? Don't you like it, Xiao An? I saw plenty of such things in the videos you saved. Realizing this might be the last intimate moment with Su Anfan, Shen Shinan, instead of restraining herself, grew bolder. She hugged Su Anfan's arm tightly against her chest, as if it were her own possession. Su Anfan's face reddened even more while Shen Shinan, like a mischievous, clingy kitten, still clung to his arm, greedily savoring his scent. She looked up, her bright eyes fixed on Su Anfan. Her hands held his arm firmly, her body unconsciously leaning against him, her lips slightly pouted as she softly murmured, Xiao An, just this once, the last time. Her hair brushed against Su Anfan's arm, carrying a hint of playfulness. She looked as if Su Anfan was her most reliant harbor, unwilling to let go even a little. Su Anfan smiled helplessly, wanting to withdraw his arm, but afraid of hurting her. Sensing his movement, Shen Shinan hugged even tighter, mumbling pitifully, No Xiao An, don't leave me. Her voice carried a plea that was hard to refuse. Alright, Xiao An is being too clingy today. With no other choice, Su Anfan obediently let Shen Shinan hold him, a helpless and doting smile on his face. Xiao An, don't leave me. Shen Shinan, without her usual shyness, still tightly clung to Su Anfan's arm, muttering unconsciously. I won't, I promised you. He'll be with Xiao An forever. Sensing Shen Xinin's inner unease and tension, Su Anfan frowned and gently soothed her. Shen Shinan still buried her face, responding in a muffled tone. What's wrong with Xiao An today? Could it be that she really got her period this time? Seeing Shen Shinan in such low spirits, Su Anfan scratched his head in confusion. Never mind, had asked when they got home. With Shen Shinan tightly holding his arm, Su Anfan, blushing under others' curious gazes, quickened his pace. Soon they would arrive. As the surroundings grew more familiar, and home was near, Shen Xinin's taut nerves relaxed a little. As long as they returned to their home, Xiao An would still be hers. Pressing her lips tightly, Shen Shinan masked the darkness in her eyes and tightened her grip on Su Anfan's arm even more. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, only to wait with you for that bright moonlight, swimming through the seasons, the lotus still fragrant, waiting for you in the middle of the water. Just then Su Anfan's phone suddenly rang, breaking the temporary peace. Shun Xinin's body trembled violently, her nerves which had just relaxed instantly tensed again. Her eyes filled with tension and unease. Xiao An, who is it? Shen Xinan asked, her voice trembling. Her hands unconsciously tightened around Su Anfan's arm, as if letting go would let the caller take him away. Su Anfan patted her hand reassuringly, soothing her softly, while taking out his phone. Shen Xinin's eyes were fixed on Su Anfan's expression, trying to guess the source of the call from his slight changes. Xiao An, don't worry, it's my buddy Chao Hang. Hearing this, Shen Xinin's expression eased slightly, but the tension still lingered on her face, her eyes still locked on Su Anfan, as if the slightest blink would make him vanish like a dreamlike bubble never to be seen again. Hey Lao Hang. Su Anfan pressed the answer button. Hey Fangirl, what's going on with you? The voice on the other end was a bit noisy with many overlapping voices. Why aren't you here yet? Even if you don't like Ma Xiaodong, you should at least come and reject her in person. Fangirl, I gotta say this. She's a young girl standing in front of everyone in a thin cat-eared cosplay costume for you this long. No matter how much you dislike her, you can't just leave her hanging like that. It's too unkind. What? Ma Xiaodong? Dislike? Su Anfan frowned, his face full of confusion, asking in bewilderment. It's over. Shen Xinan, hearing this, felt the hands that had been tightly holding Su Anfan's arm go limp and fall weakly. A confession. Seems like she asked Shen Xinan to deliver a letter to you. You didn't know. Confession. Su Anfan turned to Shen Xinan beside him, and seeing her devastated expression, quickly realized what was happening. Oh, I got the time wrong. Hold the scene for me, it'll be right there. Frowning, Su Anfan gave the order and hung up. Shout and tell me what's going on. Su Anfan's face darkened, his gaze was stern as he stared at Shen Xinan, who had her head lowered. His voice was no longer gentle, now carrying a cold, questioning tone. Many years ago. Shout and tell me what happened. In the twilight classroom, a young boy furrowed his brow, staring intently at the timid boy before him. His usually gentle eyes now held a flicker of suppressed anger. I just didn't want them to take you away, Xiao An. Sensing the chill in his tone, the boy being questioned lifted his head, looking at him with grievance. Tears swirled in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Take me away? Like you, Xiao An, and they are just my friends. Seeing his pitiful expression, a flash of sympathy crossed the boy's face. But recalling his excessive behavior earlier, he gritted his teeth and continued sternly. The same. No, that's not it. I am unique in Xiao An's heart. Xiao An is mine. Xiao An, it's not like that. The delicate boy suddenly raised his head, and large tears streamed down his aggrieved cheeks. His body trembled uncontrollably, his hands clenched into fists, and his voice broke with sobs. I have always regarded Xiao An as my only one, and Xiao An can only be mine, okay? Xiao An, please soothe me, okay? Seeing the other's silence, just looking at him wordlessly, his body shook violently. His slender hand tremblingly grabbed the corner of the boy's clothes, as if it were the only warmth he could grasp in this cold world, his voice filled with pleading and despair. No, Xiao An, I am not yours. The boy let out a long sigh, his previous anger dissipated, leaving only sympathy and helplessness in his eyes. But his tone remained resolute as a blade, leaving no room for compromise. To the weeping boy, those words were so cold and heartless. Xiao An, think it over yourself. Perhaps unwilling to bear his crying, yet unable to abandon his principles, the boy gently freed himself from the other's grasp and slowly turned to leave. The bespectacled boy's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself with vacant eyes, Why is this happening? Xiao An, don't go. But the only response was the heart-wrenching silence. The classroom was eerily quiet, only the sound of suppressed sobs echoing, until the last glow of twilight faded and darkness gradually enveloped everything. How could I forget? It was the same a few years ago. Shen Xinan stared blankly at the familiar expression on Su Anfan's face, slowly distancing herself from him. The corners of her mouth twitched, forming a bitter, self-mocking smile. Shen Xinan, you really never learn. That was countless years ago. Back then she was a pitiful creature who was bullied every day, hiding behind Su Anfan and crying. And Su Anfan, because he fought to protect her, was isolated by the others in class, with only Shen Xinan by his side. They could only rely on each other, seeking warmth in one another. In those days, in Shen Xinin's eyes, it seemed that only the two of them existed in the small world. So she took it for granted that she only needed her beloved Xiao An, and of course Xiao An felt the same. As long as she could make him laugh, make him happy, and do everything he wanted, Xiao An would be like her, and wouldn't need anyone else. He was hers. However, this naive fantasy was soon shattered. After changing classes, Su Anfan quickly made many new friends. That Xiao An who had once belonged exclusively to her now laughed, and played with others, and no longer accompanied her all the time because of them. She was in great pain. Thus, feeling that her most precious thing had been snatched away, Shen Xinan approached his friends. She couldn't remember exactly what she had said that day. All she knew was that she, usually so timid, had reddened eyes, stubbornly opened her mouth, and shouted many harsh words. The gist was that Su Anfan was hers, and no one was allowed to take him away. Later they indeed stopped approaching Su Anfan, and naturally no one else actively sought to be friends with him, because they knew that the timid little follower beside Su Anfan was a possessive maniac. Then Su Anfan found out, and so what happened above occurred. After the quarrel with Su Anfan, she had naively thought that he would come back, gently hold her as she cried, and patiently soothe her. Then they would make up. Xiao An would still be hers, and they would remain as close as before, inseparable. But that didn't happen. Her beloved Su Anfan never came back. She didn't know how long she cried that day. She only knew that she was alone in the darkness she feared most, huddled and hugging her cold body, crying for a very long time. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she choked so much that she could no longer say, "Xiao An, don't go." In the devouring darkness of the classroom, Shun Shinan eventually cried herself to sleep, only to wake up being carefully carried home by Su Anfan's mother. That was the worst she had ever cried. Not even when she was bullied or abandoned by relatives had she cried so bitterly. It was also the first time he didn't soothe her. "No, I don't want this anymore." Shun Shinan covered her face, tightly stepping back step by step, her eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of crying, a pitiful sight. "No, I don't want to be abandoned by Xiao An again. I don't want that." Recalling the suffocating darkness deeply etched in her memory, a look of emptiness and panic flashed in Shun Xinin's eyes. Compared to Su Anfan's leaving, she feared his abandonment more. The morbid and obsessive desire to monopolize Su Anfan now seemed so insignificant and negligible under the fear of being completely abandoned by him. At that moment, Shun Shinan felt as if she were in an ice cellar, every inch of her skin invaded by cold, her pale lips trembling, as if she had returned to that terrible moment. She hugged herself tightly, trying to gain a shred of warmth and security from this simple gesture. Xiao and I was wrong. I just wanted to have you all to myself. I shouldn't have done that. Please don't abandon me again." Her voice was choked with tears, broken and desperate, like a lost cub in a dark forest, helplessly whimpering without finding a way out. "Xiao An, what's wrong?" Seeing Shun Shinan like this, the little anger Su Anfan had left vanished instantly. He held her shoulders and asked with concern, "I won't stop you, Xiao An, go ahead." Shun Xinin's body trembled even more violently. She slowly pulled a crumpled love letter from her pocket, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, causing her hands to shake uncontrollably. "Xiao An, this is for you." Shun Xinin's voice trembled terribly, filled with heart-wrenching fear and unease. She hung her head weakly, her eyes intertwined with fear and darkness, never daring to meet Su Anfan's gaze. Her small hand instinctively clutched the letter at first, as if letting it go would cause her world to collapse instantly. But recalling the previous fear, she quickly released it and handed it over tremblingly. Su Anfan was slightly stunned, taking the letter with some confusion. And the moment the letter left her hand, it was as if her last bit of vitality had been drained, her eyes falling into complete emptiness. "Xiao An, are you alright?" After reading the contents of the envelope, Su Anfan frowned deeply, looking at the hollow-eyed Shun Shinan before him, asking with concern. But Shun Shinan seemed as if her soul had been drained away, her gaze vacant, devoid of any focus. Her hands hung limply at her sides, her fingers trembling slightly, as if grasping for a last shred of hope, but finding none. Her face had also lost all color, pale as winter frost. "What's wrong with Xiao An?" I hadn't even started blaming her, had I? Seeing Shun Shinan in such a state of distress and pain, Su Anfan's heart felt as if it were being tightly twisted, aching terribly. He crouched down, gently holding Shun Xinin's trembling hands, his voice growing softer. "Xiao An, don't be like this. It was my tone that was harsh. I scared you." Yet Shun Shinan still showed no reaction, her eyes vacant and lifeless, as if the world around her didn't exist. Su Anfan sighed, helplessly helping Shun Shinan to sit on a nearby step. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, gently patting her back, trying to offer her some warmth and comfort. But Shun Shinan unconsciously raised her hands to cover her face, her body trembling continuously, as if enduring immense pain. "I am like a fish in your lotus pond, only to wait with you for that bright moonlight, swimming through the seasons, the lotus still fragrant, waiting for you in the water's center." Soon Su Anfan's phone rang again. "Hey Lao Hang. Hey brother Fan, I've stabilized things here for now, but you need to hurry over. The young lady here is about to cry, waiting for you pitifully." Looking at Shun Shinan, who trembled even more violently upon hearing Chao Hang's voice, Su Anfan's expression grew complicated. He frowned and answered in a low voice, "All right. What to do?" He definitely had to go to Ma Xiaodong's place. He had just promised her, and even if it was to reject her, he had to do it face to face. That was his principle. Only then could he successfully cover up Shun Xinin's deliberate concealment of the love letter. After all, if it were exposed, given Ma Xiaodong's social circle, Shun Shinan couldn't bear the pressure of public opinion. His harsh tone earlier was also to force Shun Shinan to reveal where she had confessed her feelings, so that his hurried arrival wouldn't be suspected. But he hadn't expected Shun Shinan to react so strongly. So pitiful, so humble. As if she had already decided in her heart that Su Anfan would definitely abandon her for someone else, even though he had promised her he would always be with her. Looking at the trembling Shun Shinan in his arms like a helpless, abandoned little beast, Su Anfan's face twitched, his eyes filled with pain and inner conflict. He didn't want to leave Shun Shinan, but he had to go. Someone else was waiting for him there, even though she wasn't the one he loved. "Xiao An, I have to go." Holding Shun Xinin's cold, trembling hand tightly, Su Anfan said softly. His voice was so light, as if afraid that a little more force would shatter the person before him. Shen Shinan seemed to hear his words, trembling even more violently. A faint sobbing sound came from her throat like the mournful cry of a wounded beast filled with helplessness and despair. No, I really can't leave Xiao An here like this. Seeing Shen Shinan in such a helpless state, Xiao Anfan's heart ached unbearably. He gazed at her trembling form, his hands unconsciously tightening, as if trying to convey some strength to her through this gesture. Tears began to stream down Shen Zinen's face, tracing pale cheeks, and falling onto Xiao Anfan's hands. Xiao Anfan felt the tears burning hot, as if they would scorch his soul. He had to leave. If he didn't go now, it would be too late. But what about Xiao An? Abandon her again, like last time. Reason repeatedly told him, urged him to leave immediately, but his heart cried out not to go. Xiao Anfan's brows were tightly furrowed, veins on his forehead pulsing faintly. What to do? His hands clenched into fists, then loosened to stroke Shen Zinen's hair, his eyes filled with struggle and pain. Got it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he quickly pulled a fox pendant from his neck and held it tightly in his hand. Lord Deity. Lord Deity. Clutching the fox pendant in his palm, Xiao Anfan silently chanted in his mind. Human, why do you summon me again? A dissatisfied, coquettish girl's voice rang out in Xiao Anfan's mind. Lord Deity, can you take my form and go to the school to reject the confession for me? Hearing that the fox deity had indeed been summoned, a look of ecstasy crossed Xiao Anfan's face. I need to stay here with Xiao An, please. Reject the confession. The fox deity's voice held a hint of confusion. Regrettably, no. Our forms cannot easily appear before others, even if transformed. Seeing the fox deity refuse his request, disappointment quickly flickered across Xiao Anfan's face. If you don't want to go, just don't go. Why force this? Reading from Xiao Anfan's memory roughly what had happened, the young deity asked with confusion. Some worldly obligations are unavoidable. Glancing at Shen Shinan, who was still trembling in his arms, Xiao Anfan sighed. I simply don't understand these convoluted ways of you humans. Love is love, dislike is dislike. Why use actions and expressions to hide it? Isn't it tiring? I just don't get it. If you like someone, just say it out loud. Who cares about others' opinions, whether you're worthy or not? Testing each other, suppressing emotions, only to end up exhausting and hurting both. Seeing the pain on the faces of the two clinging to each other, the pendant flashed with white light. You humans are truly strange creatures. Perhaps having seen such things too many times, the young deity murmured a bit discontentedly. Emotions are not that simple. Xiao Anfan gave a helpless, bitter smile, then asked again with hope. Lord Deity, can you stay here and take care of Xiao An for me? He'll be right back. Fine. Since you two are both my devout followers, I'll agree. The young deity agreed with a light snort. Thank you. Be good, Xiao An. I have to go now. Stay here quietly, okay? Carefully hanging the fox pendant around Shen Zinen's neck, Xiao Anfan gently wiped the tears from her face, speaking softly. Xiao An, don't go. Seeing that Xiao Anfan was really leaving, Shen Shinan sobbed, lifting her head, her eyes blurred with tears. Her small fingers lightly tugged at the corner of Xiao Anfan's clothes, her eyes pleading with him not to go, yet carrying a hint of despairing resignation. Be good, Xiao An. He'll be right back. Gently ruffling Shen Zinen's hair, Xiao Anfan took one last reluctant look at her. He finally gritted his teeth, gently freed his hand from Shen Zinen's grasp, turned, and ran swiftly toward the school. Xiao An had left after all. He didn't want me anymore. Seeing her hand let go again, Shen Zinen's body stiffened suddenly, as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing limply. Her eyes stared fixedly at the hand that had been released, her gaze blank, as if she had lost her soul. Mechanically, she raised her hand, trying to grasp the fading shadow of Xiao Anfan, but only caught empty air. Tears rolled down, uncontrollably falling to the ground, splashing into broken teardrops. Shen Shinan hugged her knees, burying her head deep, curling her body into a ball, like a wounded little beast licking its wounds alone. The sky gradually darkened. Everything just like long, long ago. Wow, it's Mr. Bear. So cute. I will hug him forever. I'll build him a huge, huge home. Ha ha. Ha, did you see that? A boy who likes a teddy bear. My mom said people like that are sissies. Don't play with him. Exactly. Hiding in a corner every day with that ragged toy bear, and still thinking you can play with us. Nobody wants to play with our little Nan. Still holding that lousy bear of yours. Give it to me, let me have a play. Ha! He's crying, blubbering like a little girl. What a hopeless sissy. Mr. Bear is broken. I failed to protect him. The little boy sat there motionless, staring blankly at the broken toy bear in his arms. Tears like a burst dam blurred his once clear eyes. His tiny hands trembled violently as he gently stroked the bear's severed arm, his touch so tender as if afraid of causing it any more pain. Mr. Bear, I'm sorry. It's all because I'm useless, too weak to protect you well. I promised to keep you safe, but I broke my word. It's all my fault, all my fault. Dad, Mom, come quickly. Hurry up faster. Xian and slow down. Mom and Dad will play with you all day today. This child, why is he so happy today? How could they die so young? What a cruel twist of fate, leaving behind such a little burden. You pity him. Then go adopt him if you pity him. With his family's meager assets, what benefit can you get? Hey, I'm just saying it for show. Who said I'd adopt him? Your family is so rich, why don't you adopt him? Keep your voice down. The child is here. What's there to fear? He's young and doesn't understand. Besides, I think this kid is a jinx. Killed his father and then his mother. Right, that makes me even less willing to adopt this unlucky child. Dad, Mom, are you abandoning Xian Nan? Wake up, don't leave Xian Nan alone. The little boy's tiny body was wrapped in oversized morning clothes, making him look so helpless and alone. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, staring blankly ahead. He couldn't understand why the once familiar gentle faces were now trapped in two small black and white photo frames. How could he have lost his parents? Was it because he shouldn't have been so happy, shouldn't have run so fast? If he hadn't, would he still be able to see the familiar figures when he turned around? But the cold wind did not bring the little boy the answer he hoped for. People hurried by, not one stopping for him, even a moment, not one reaching out warm arms. He was like a lone leaf mercilessly blown off by the autumn wind, cruelly abandoned by the entire world in a cold corner. Xian Nan, you and Anfan are both Annie's good children. From now on, this is your home. If you don't mind, you can think of Annie as your mom. Xian Nan likes Auntie the most. Xian Nan, promise Annie one thing, okay? In the future, can you take care of Anfan for me? Be good, Xian Nan is a sensible child. Take care of yourself too, and never let anyone bully you again. I'm sorry, Annie can't be with Xian Nan anymore. Xiao Nan, from now on I'm a child without a mother's love. Whoa. Cannot cry, I promised Annie. Xiao An is still in my arms, must not cry. If I cry, Xiao An will be even more sad. The little boy with glasses held the short-haired boy tightly with all his strength, desperately, holding back the tears that threatened to burst. The short-haired boy sobbed in his arms, tears still on his eyelashes, until under the gentle patting of his small hand, he finally fell into a deep sleep. He stared at the little face etched with sorrow and exhaustion, his heart aching as if it were being viciously twisted. The moonlight was like water softly streaming through the window onto them, casting their frail, huddled figures. Annie, what? Did you leave like this? What? Making Xiao An a child without a mother again. He bit his lip fiercely until deep, bloody marks appeared, trying desperately not to let out a sound. But tears still streamed uncontrollably down his eyes. Xiao An, I promise you we will be together forever and ever. I will always be with Xiao Nan, and no one can separate us. I will always be with Xiao An too. Pinky promise, 100 years, no change. Xiao An, tell me what's going on. Take away. They are just my friends like you, Xiao Nan. No, Xiao An, I am not yours. Xiao An, think about it yourself. I'm leaving. Xiao An, don't go. I was wrong, I won't interfere with you anymore. You can make many friends, even hate me, it's okay as long as you don't abandon me. Don't leave me alone. Xin Nan. Sorry, it was all my fault before, I was crazy, I shouldn't have done that. But Xiao An is not wrong, please continue to be friends with Xiao An. The little boy with glasses, trembling hands, pulling snacks from his backpack, his eyes full of pleading, his voice choked, as he humbly begged the person in front of him. He curled his thin body tightly, his head deeply buried, not daring to lift it even a little. Okay, thank you so much. Hearing the person's agreement, the little boy's face instantly broke into a silly smile with tears. He hurriedly and desperately shoved the snacks from his backpack into the other's hands, as if that was the only way he could express his gratitude. It's all my fault. Once Xiao An makes new friends, he will definitely start talking to me again. He kept muttering to himself, tears surging in his eyes, but he bit his lip hard to keep them from falling. Sure enough, in the end, I am still alone. Everything I love, everything I want to have, everything I want to hold tightly. Why do they all leave me? Xin Nan, just curled up alone on the steps, the surrounding darkness seeming to swallow him. The wind blew, stirring his messy hair, but it could no longer attract his attention. Mr. Bear, Dad, Mom, Annie, Xiao An. Why do they all have to leave Xiao Nan? His eyes were hollow and lost, his tear-streaked face even paler in the night. Shun Zinen's lips trembled slightly as he murmured blankly, Why are you leaving me alone again? No, I don't want to be alone. I'm scared, I'm really scared, don't leave Xiao An alone again. Moonlight fell on him, casting a lonely shadow. He occasionally lifted his head, gazing in the direction where Anfan had left, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Is it because I'm not good enough, because I'm not worthy of love? Xiao An knows he was wrong. Time passed minute by minute, and Shun Zinen's body became numb from maintaining the same position for so long. But he seemed oblivious, still tightly holding himself as if this was his only warmth in this cold world. Xiao An, I thought this time would be different. I thought I wouldn't be alone anymore. The faint voice was almost drowned by the wind, but the sadness in it was thick and unbreakable. The streets were filled with bustling noise and clamor. Only his faint sobbing seemed forgotten in a corner, unheard by anyone. He was like a child abandoned by the world in the midst of this bustling noise, alone, bearing all the pain and sorrow. This little one has profound psychological issues. I can hardly imagine how she managed to endure until now. After examining all of Shun Zinen's memories, the white light within the pendant flickered, then overflowed from the pendant, slowly coalescing into a humanoid form. Soon the white light dispersed, and a petite white-haired girl materialized in midair. A snow-white fox-tail swayed gently as she gazed with compassion at the trembling girl curled up before her. Strangely, the passers-by seemed not to notice any of this. Even the girl on the steps appeared to have lost her presence, no longer drawing any attention. Since these two little ones are my devout followers, I suppose I shall lend a hand. The silver-haired girl's white fox ears quivered, and she slowly approached the anguished girl. But if her spiritual world is so hollow, what can be done? I've got it. Since memories are so painful, don't dwell on them. After a moment of reflection, the fluffy tail behind the young goddess swayed briskly, as if a sudden idea had struck her. She stepped forward with her bare feet, gently placed her small hand on the sobbing girl's head, and stroked it tenderly, imitating the way Su-ma comforted a child. There, good child. Sleep now, and everything will be fine. As her ethereal voice echoed, her form dissolved into specks of sacred white light, gently and warmly enveloping Shinzinen's entire body, seeping into her cold frame. What's happening? So drowsy. My consciousness is so blurred. Those things. Too exhausting. I don't want to think about them anymore. As the white light seeped in Shunzinen's vacant pupils gradually filled with a wave of fatigue, and soon she fell into a deep, heavy sleep. On the crumbling steps, the girl slept serenely, holding her weary body. The clamor of the bustling street in this small corner of the world seemed to quiet down, unable to drown out her gentle breathing. And the white light on the fox pendant hanging from her pale neck continued to glow softly. Shinon, wake up, you little sleepyhead. It's already this late, and you're still not stirring. Is it morning? Hearing the gentle voice, the girl on the bed turned over drowsily, hugged the teddy bear tightly in her arms, and mumbled softly. Xiao An, I was too tired from playing yesterday. Let me sleep a little longer, just a tiny bit. Oh my, our Shinon has grown up thinking about Anfan so early in the morning. Hearing this, the gentle voice by the bed added a note of affectionate laughter, patting Zinen's little bottom playfully. Wait, a girl's voice. Consciousness slowly emerged from the dream, and Shinon grew alert. Soon realizing something was amiss, she abruptly threw off the blanket, sat up quickly, and looked to the side. Mother. Her hair disheveled, Shinon stared blankly at the gentle figure beside her. It was the face she had studied again and again in photographs over countless days and nights, desperately trying to memorize. Time seemed to have spared her, leaving no trace of age, still the same familiar, yet unfamiliar visage in her memories. What's wrong? Did our little Shinon get confused again? Seeing Shunzinen's astonished expression, the woman smiled softly and reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Mother. Feeling the warm and tender touch on her head, Shinon snapped out of her daze and threw herself into the embrace of her mother, whom she had not seen for so long. Mother, don't go, don't leave, Shinon. She nuzzled her head into her mother's warm embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. Her arms held tightly, as if her mother might vanish like a bubble the next moment. Oh, our little Shinon is still such a clingy child. As if she had expected such a reaction, the woman gently patted the sobbing girl's back. Mother is here. Mother has always been here. Shinon, what's wrong? Why are you staring at your parents? At the dining table, Shinzinen's father gently tapped her nose, which was still fixed on them, and asked softly with a smile. Dad, it's nothing. I just feel like this is all too much like a dream, too unreal. Tilting her head back, savoring the gentle caress of her father's rough hand, Shinon struggled to hold back the tears, threatening to spill again, laughing foolishly as she gazed at the two of them. Their faces were exactly as in her hazy memories, so young, so gentle, so full of love for her. She could recall little about her parents. She was still young when they passed away. Too young to believe that the death in fairy tales could be so real, too young to accept that her beloved parents had left her forever. She only vaguely remembered her mother's gentle voice waking her up and the fleeting moments when her father lovingly tousled her hair. From these fractured fragments of memory, she had woven tirelessly, striving to reclaim the tenderness that had slipped away. And now everything was exactly as she had imagined countless times. So beautiful, so warm. All right, Shinon, hurry up and eat. After you finish, tidy yourself up. You'll be seeing your favorite Xiao An later. From the kitchen, Mother Shun brought out Zinen's favorite custard buns, teasing her gently. Shinon nodded vigorously, took the bun, and nibbled on it slowly. As she ate, she carefully studied her family. The dream was too short. She wanted to look at them a little longer. Mom, Dad, will you stay with me for a little while longer? Dressed, and with her hair combed, Shinon stood at the door, gently tugging at their clothes with her small hands. She looked up, her face full of hope, and pleaded softly. Of course. Father Shun and Mother Shun exchanged a glance, their faces blooming with gentle smiles. Without hesitation, they agreed gladly, then each took one of Shunzinen's hands. And so the three of them walked unhurriedly, each step slow and deliberate, as if trying to freeze this fleeting moment in time. The golden sunlight poured gently over them, casting three long silhouettes. A heartwarming scene like a beautiful painting. Yet soon they inevitably arrived at Anfan's doorstep. Shinon, we'll see you off here. Just as they reached the door, Father Shun and Mother Shun's eyes brimmed with tenderness and reluctance. They placed their hands gently on Shunzinen's head, stroking slowly. Mom, Dad, are you leaving? Shen Shinan looked up, her eyes filled with reluctance and attachment, her voice trembling as she asked. Shinan has grown up. It's time for us to let go. Father Shun and Mother Shin struggled to suppress the surging reluctance in their hearts, forcing their voices to sound calm and gentle. Good. Shinan, take good care of yourself, even when we're not around. They forced a smile, slowly waving their hands, their eyes full of concern and worry. Shinan will. Shen Shinan managed a faint smile, nodded firmly, took one last lingering look at them, and then slowly turned away. The moment she turned, their figures vanished like a dream, as if they had never existed. Mom, Dad, Shinan will be fine. Gazing back at the empty distance, Shun Xinin's eyes were filled with deep attachment. After staring dazedly for a moment longer, she slowly turned back, raised her trembling hand, and knocked on the door. Oh, it's our adorable little Shinan. After a long while, a familiar voice as gentle as the spring sun sounded, and the door swung open, just as it always did. Looking at the familiar face before her, as warm as ever, Shun Shinan smiled softly. Auntie, long time no see. Shinan, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly being clingy with Auntie? Holding Shinan tightly as she threw herself into her arms, Mother Su smiled warmly. Nothing, Shinan, just missed Auntie too much. Gently wiping away the tears that kept overflowing, Shinan forced back the sob in her voice and managed to squeeze out a faint smile. Good child, good child. Seeing Shun Shinan like this, Mother Su Zhulin was full of compassion. She placed her hand on Shun Xinin's head and gently stroked it, as if that could soothe the pain in her heart. The two held each other tightly, just like in the old days when Mother Su would comfort a young Shin Shinan who had been bullied and cried in her arms. All right, Anfan is still waiting for you in the room. You two should be setting off now. After holding for a long time, Mother Su gently combed through Shun Xinin's slightly messy hair with her hand, then softly placed a tender kiss on her forehead. If Anfan ever bullies you in the future, Shinan, don't bottle it up and suffer in silence. Listen to Auntie, don't spoil him. Give that rascal a good scolding. Mother Su looked at Shun Shinan with a serious expression, her eyes full of concern. Shun Shinan nodded heavily, her voice still trembling slightly. Auntie, I understand. Mother Su gently patted Shun Xinin's shoulder and said, Go on, Shinan. The road ahead is long. Even without Auntie by your side, you must be happy and not let yourself be bullied anymore. Shun Shinan slowly released herself from Mother Su's embrace, casting one last nostalgic glance at her, as if to engrave her face firmly in memory. Auntie Shinan will remember. Don't worry, Auntie. Shinan will take good care of Xiao An from now on. With a smile toward Mother Su, Shinan took a deep breath, then turned and walked forward with heavy yet determined steps. This time she did not look back. And the moment Shinan turned around, Mother Su's smiling figure vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Did we reach Xiao An? What will Xiao An in the dream be like? Will he forgive me? Shinan stood before that familiar door, her expression complex. After a long hesitation, she slowly raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Xiao An, I'm here. The door suddenly creaked open, and in an instant an intensely powerful white light surged out from within. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Shinan instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding radiance. However, the miraculous white light seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly enveloping Shinan entirely with lightning speed. She felt her vision instantly filled with a vast expanse of white, unable to see anything clearly. Her body seemed to lose gravity, becoming light and airy like a feather drifting gently in the air. In the blink of an eye, Xinin's consciousness became blurred again, wave after wave of drowsiness surging toward her like a turbulent tide. Haha, if you have something to say it to me directly. With an ethereal chuckle from within the white light, Shinan could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. The white light gradually dissipated, and a silver-haired, fox-eared girl slowly appeared. Barefoot, she glided over to Shinan and effortlessly lifted her up. The gentle white light enveloped them again, and their bodies shattered in this space, slowly dissipating. These two little ones are getting more and more interesting. Shinan slowly opened her eyes, finding herself drowsily lying on a broad back, wearing a warm coat. She blinked hard, trying to clear her vision. The surrounding scenery was somewhat blurry, as if shrouded in a thin layer of mist. Shinan felt her head groggy, as if she were still in a dream. Xiao An. After recognizing that the person carrying her was Su Anfan, she murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of sleepy laziness and confusion. Xiao An, you're awake. Are you okay? Are you cold? Seeing the sleeping girl on his back finally awake, Su Anfan asked with concern. After leaving Shinan, he had casually scanned a shared bike on the road and rushed to the spot where Ma Xiaotong had confessed at school. There were many onlookers, and Ma Xiaotong was dressed very nicely in the kind of clothes he liked. Amid the crowd's jeers, she confessed very romantically. But he quickly refused. She was not the one he loved, and there was someone he loved who was crying and waiting for him. After hearing his refusal, Ma Xiaotong also cried. Normally, he might have patiently comforted her, but there was no choice. Xiao An was still waiting for him, and she needed her Xiao An more. She only had him. So Su Anfan ignored the persuasion and accusations of Ma Xiaotong's friends, and after breaking free from their entanglement, hurried back immediately. It was all his fault for not thinking thoroughly, causing Xiao An to be dressed so thinly, and to stay alone in the cold wind for so long. Thinking of the sight of Shun Xinan huddled alone in a corner in the cold wind, when he returned, Su Anfan's heart felt as if pricked by needles. Xiao An is so gentle, it must still be a dream. It feels just like last time. What I love most is still moments like this. Gazing dazedly at Su Anfan's profile, Shun Xinan pressed her little head tightly against his shoulder and thought blankly. Xiao An, what's wrong? Are you okay? Seeing that Shun Xinan didn't respond, and was still staring at him blankly, Su Anfan asked worriedly. Xiao An's scent is still so reassuring. Thinking she was still immersed in the dream, Shun Xinan, like a little hamster, moved her head closer to Su Anfan's neck. Her fair nostrils trembled slightly, greedily sniffing Su Anfan's scent. Xiao An. Feeling the warm breath on his neck and the girl's body heat getting closer, Su Anfan instantly wavered, and soon a blush crept over his face. I really like Xiao An. Like a kitten, she nuzzled affectionately against Su Anfan's neck and giggled dazedly. Her rosy lips slightly parted, she confessed softly word by word. What is Xiao An saying? Oh, like, no. Xiao An has said that before, it shouldn't mean that. Yes, it's not that. Hearing the word, like, the already blushing boy wavered even more, his earlobes red enough to bleed. To also really like Xiao An. Thinking to comfort Shun Xinan, Su Anfan also endured his inner shyness and revealed his heartfelt words in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The sound was so faint that only the girl clung tightly to his back could hear it. Hearing this, Shun Zinan's eyes sparkled with brilliant light, and the corners of her mouth curved up uncontrollably, her face full of irrepressible joy. But soon Shun Xinan gently bit her lip and extended her arms to hug Su Anfan's neck even tighter. Xiao An, say it again, okay? Su Anfan's face grew even redder, as if it could bleed at any moment. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner tension. His voice was still like a mosquito's buzz, but a little louder than before. Xiao An, I also really like Xiao An. After speaking, Su Anfan lowered his head even more and quickened his pace, not daring to look at Shun Zinan's reaction on his back. Shun Xinan immediately laughed happily, poking Su Anfan's blushing cheek with her little finger, looking like she had gotten the most precious candy in the world. I also really like Xiao An, the most favorite kind. Perhaps thinking she was still in a dream, Shun Xinan happily straightened up on Su Anfan's back. Then, like a lively little bird, she spread her arms wide and loudly declared to the world. All right, got it. Xiao An, hold on tight, be careful not to fall. Su Anfan's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and under the cold wind it even felt hot. He had wanted to tell Shun Xinan to be quieter, but seeing her so happy and lively, he couldn't help smiling indulgently and gently reminded her. Hearing this, Shun Xinan obediently nodded, once again hugging Su Anfan's neck tightly and resting her little head on his broad shoulder. Xiao An, I'm so happy. I can tell. Is Xiao An also very happy? If Xiao An is happy, then I am happy too. Then I will be happy every day, so that Xiao An can be happy every day too. Xiao An must be happy every day. In the chilly evening breeze, the boy carried the girl on his back, walking slowly through the bustling street, talking to each other. The whole world seemed to be only the two of them. Xiao An, where is your coat? Aren't you cold wearing so little? Clinging tightly to Su Anfan's body, Shun Xinan played with his hat string and asked worriedly. The coat. I gave it to our silly little Xiao An. He adjusted Shun Xinan upward and replied with a smile. It's fine. Xiao An's body is warm, and carrying her is comfortable. I won't get cold. Then I'll help warm you up properly. Hearing this, Shun Xinan pressed her warm body even closer to Su Anfan and gently rubbed against him, as if this could make him warmer. Silly Xiao An. Feeling the gentle touch on his back, Su Anfan's face reddened again. I'm sorry, Xiao An. Xiao An seems to have done something very bad over there. Leaning her head gently on Su Anfan's shoulder, Shun Xinan stared into the distance, muttering guiltily. It's okay, I won't blame Xiao An. Seeing Shun Zinan's mood suddenly drop, Su Anfan quickly comforted her gently. After all, I promised Xiao An that I would always be with her. Always be with me. I hope so. Xiao An, will you really come back? Slowly closing her eyes, Shun Xinan recalled the scene earlier when Su Anfan broke free from her hand and abandoned her alone. This dream was too beautiful to be true. But how long can this dream last? Shun Xinan slowly opened her eyes again, nuzzling her little head against Su Anfan's neck with longing, as if trying to grasp something, holding him even tighter. Xiao An, I'm here. What's wrong? Hearing Shun Zinan's confused murmurs, Su Anfan turned his head worriedly and asked anxiously. If this is the end of the dream, then let me be a little more willful. As if not hearing Su Anfan's call, Shun Xinan brought her pink lips close to his ear and said coquettishly, I want to kiss Xiao An. A kiss. And I and Xiao An. Su Anfan's body suddenly stiffened and his steps halted. Shun Zinan's words exploded in his mind, leaving him dizzy and completely at a loss. His face instantly turned bright red, his mouth wide open, and his eyes full of shock and shyness. Xiao An, what did you say? Anfan stammered, his voice trembling violently. What key? And in the next second his cheek felt the warm and soft wonderful sensation of two lips touching. A kiss. Anfan's brain instantly stopped functioning, entering a state of shutdown. Shun Xinin's eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes gently closed, a shy blush spreading across her face, yet with immense determination and courage. Her lips gently touched Anfan's cheek, as if confessing the deepest emotions in her heart. Her hands tightly encircled his neck, her body leaning slightly forward like a blissful little bird clinging to a tree. After a long moment their lips parted. After the kiss, she slowly opened her eyes, her bright eyes shimmering with both shyness and satisfaction. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted, revealing a sweet, yet slightly mischievous smile. This dream is now complete. Ignoring Anfan's shut-down state, Xiao placed her head back on his broad shoulder, her warm breath hitting his cheek. Xiao Nan. The soft strands of hair brushed against the young man's skin with the cold evening breeze, tickling him and jolting him out of his stupor. This is not a dream. Snap out of it. Unable to hide the blush threatening to overflow from his face, Anfan pinched the thigh of the dazed girl on his back and shouted loudly. Why? Xiao cried out in pain from the pinch, and the pain seemed to instantly clear her confused mind. She jerked upright, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. This isn't a dream. She looked around frantically at the alto familiar street, feeling the real warmth emanating from Anfan. Whoa. Seeing Xiao burying her head deeply behind his neck, looking utterly hopeless, Anfan comforted her with a mix of laughter and tears. Whoa. Xiao hid her face in her hood, curling up tightly, wishing she could throw the previous version of herself into some spatial rift. Alright, the Xiao An just now was just a little clingy. She was very cute. It's okay, I really liked it. Anfan tried hard to hide the blush still lingering on his face, and said, pretending to be calm. Really? Xiao lying on Anfan's back asked weakly. Really? Anfan replied with a soft laugh. Hearing this, Xiao calmed down a little, poked her head out slightly, and said in a soft, sticky voice, Xiao An, are you tired? Let me down. I'm not tired. I want to carry this cute little Nan a bit longer. Gently lifting Xiao up, Anfan said with a smile. Soon the two fell into silence again. Oh, by the way, Xiao An, there's something I need to tell you. Suddenly, as if a thought crossed his mind, Anfan said to Xiao with a serious expression. What is it? From now on the only one who can call me Xiao An is you, Xiao An. Anfan looked straight ahead with unwavering determination and said with utmost seriousness. Xiao was momentarily stunned, then, after a few seconds, she finally understood. Instantly her little face was completely covered with indescribable joy and her arms involuntarily hugged Anfan even tighter. Alright Xiao An, let's go home. Our shared home. Anfan's voice was gentle as the wind lightly brushing past Xinin's ear. Xiao, like a docile kitten, softly responded. In the gentle evening breeze the boy steadily carried the girl step by step, slowly walking forward. The original wind had also become soft, like a gentle hand lightly caressing their cheeks and stirring their hair. The boy's steps were firm and steady, each step filled with deep attachment and care. The girl quietly lay on his back, her hands gently circling his neck, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. Their shadows stretched longer and longer under the dim yellow light. It seemed that they would walk together like this forever until the end of time. Xiao An has been off lately. Really off. Extremely off. More off than ever. She actually started giving the cold shoulder to her best buddy me, Anfan. She stopped coming over to play with me at night, leaving me to guard the empty room alone. How could Xiao An become like this? Anfan sat blankly on the bed, staring at the room that had been empty for days, his expression unusually serious. It had been many days since the incident of Ma Xiaotong's confession. Although Anfan's rejection stirred up quite a stir in the department, it didn't actually cause much impact. He still acted as before, playing with his buddies when he wanted and chatting with others when he felt like it. Though quite a few people came to ask, and he received a few reproaches from Ma Xiaotong's girlfriends, it gradually faded away. As for Ma Xiaotong, since Anfan rejected her on the grounds that he didn't like her, she felt she still had a chance. So she still took the initiative to chat with him, as before, trying to maintain their friendship, though it was certainly not as natural as before. As for Xinan, what's wrong with Xiao An these days? Why doesn't she talk to me much? Recalling Xinin's attitude toward him over the past few days, Anfan's heart felt like a tangled mess, very uncomfortable. Regarding the confession incident a few days ago, Xinan had told him everything. How she hid the letter and secretly blocked her. He also understood that Xiao An felt very insecure and was fragile and sensitive, afraid that if he fell in love, he would leave her and ignore her. So he understood why she did it, as long as no one got hurt. But what the hell was with Xiao An suddenly ignoring him? After that day, Xinan became like a different person, no longer clinging to him as before. Actions like holding hands and hugging, which had become natural, were no longer done. When with him, she maintained a subtle distance. Even when Su Anfan habitually wanted to ruffle Shinzinen's hair, she would be very reserved, even refusing in public. It was like before she transformed. No, even worse. Su Anfan could see that Shinshinan this time really wanted to keep away from him, deliberately keeping her distance. Otherwise, why would she refuse to come to his room at night, something that used to be routine? Why? Why was Xiao An distancing herself from him? Su Anfan couldn't understand. Although he did briefly leave her for a moment, didn't he reject the confession and come back right away? And when he carried her on his back later, wasn't she very happy? She even said she really liked him. Thinking of that scene, Su Anfan's face involuntarily reddened, but soon it was replaced by confusion over Shinzinen's recent behavior. Afterwards, he took the initiative to find Shinshinan, wanting to apologize for leaving her alone that day. But Xiao An said it was all her fault and not to blame him. But why had she suddenly stopped talking to him these days? It was as if she didn't want him anymore. The image of him trying to get close to Shinshinan these days, only to be pushed away, surfaced in his mind. Su Anfan's face darkened with disappointment. No, I have to take the initiative to talk to Xiao An again. Even if she continues to distance herself, he'll stick to her like a stubborn plaster and make her change her mind. Glancing at the gift plushie that Shinshinan had carefully prepared for him, Su Anfan regained his spirits. Since Xiao An won't come to my room at night, he'll go to her room every day. Su Anfan quickly made up his mind. Xiao An. Standing in front of Shinzinen's door, Su Anfan felt inexplicably nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Xiao An, he'll be right there, wait a moment, don't come in. Soon Shinzinen's soft voice came from inside, but it sounded a bit flustered. Oh. Hearing this, Su Anfan was curious, but obediently waited outside. After a while, with hurried footsteps, the door slowly opened. Xiao An, what's wrong? Shinshinan was still wearing the same loose long-sleeve pajamas, her hair and clothes inexplicably messy, and a thin layer of sweat on her fair face. After seeing Su Anfan's face, Shinshinan half hid behind the door and asked timidly. Nothing, Xiao An, I just missed you and wanted to come over. Su Anfan reached out and ruffled her hair, saying with a smile. All right, Xiao An, come in. Seeing Su Anfan habitually reach out to ruffle her hair, Shinshinan initially wanted to dodge. But seeing his smiling face, she bit her lip and obediently let him ruffle it, then opened the door to let him in. Shinzinen's room was still as tidy as before, with even the corners of the desk spotlessly clean, making it look very comfortable. Perhaps because Shinshinan had been here for a long time, the room had a faint fragrance of a young girl. Was Xiao An just sleeping? Looking at the messy quilt and the flattened plush bear on the bed, Su Anfan wondered with some confusion. Xiao An, sit here. Seeing Su Anfan's gaze on the slightly messy bed, Shinzinen's face blushed a little, and she quickly pulled out the chair from the desk and invited him. Oh. Seeing Shinshinan like this, Su Anfan didn't think much and obediently sat down beside her. Phew, at least Xiao An didn't find anything. After nervously glancing at Su Anfan's expression and seeing that he didn't notice anything unusual, Shinshinan patted her chest and relaxed a little. If Xiao An found out that I secretly took his things to replenish my supply, he would definitely think I'm a pervert. Stealing glances at Su Anfan, who was looking around, Shinshinan nervously lowered her head, and her face flushed with a few beautiful blushes. These days, because Shinshinan had deliberately avoided contact with Su Anfan, her intake of Su Anfan components was severely lacking. So just now she secretly replenished. She didn't expect Xiao An to suddenly come. Hopefully Xiao An didn't find out. Shinshinan glanced guiltily at the bedside cabinet. Xiao An. Huh. Xiao An, what's wrong? Lost in thought, Shinshinan was startled by the sudden voice, trembling slightly, like a frightened rabbit, her pink lips slightly parted. Xiao An, are you hiding something from me? Staring intently into Shinzinen's clear eyes, Su Anfan asked seriously, word by word. Xiao An, no. Hearing Su Anfan's words, Shinzinen's eyes instantly became panicked, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Why asked so suddenly? Xiao An really wasn't good at lying. Seeing her nervous look, Su Anfan roughly guessed and let out a helpless sigh. Taking hold of her hand that was clutching the hem, he leaned in closer, his gaze firm, yet with a hint of urgency. Xiao An, I found out, don't lie to me, tell me. Xiao An, he found out. How did Xiao An find out? Hearing this, Shinzinen's originally lively eyes instantly widened, full of panic and helplessness. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. Woo. Xiao An is going to think him a pervert. Her small hand held by Su Anfan's, Shinzinen's body trembled slightly, her teeth biting her lower lip, her eyes full of conflict and panic. I'd better tell Xiao An on my own initiative. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The room was so quiet that only the slightly rapid breathing of the two could be heard. Finally, Shinshinan seemed to make up her mind, took a deep breath, and her pink lips parted slightly. Xiao An. Just as Shinshinan was about to speak, Su Anfan's slightly angry words came anxiously. Why are you giving me the cold shoulder? Huh. Edge. Cold violence. Shinshinan looked utterly bewildered, as if a string of little question marks had popped up above her head. Yes, otherwise why would Xiao An barely talk to me these past few days? Holding Shinzinen's hand tightly, Su Anfan looked at her with a hint of grievance. He resembled a big golden retriever abandoned in a corner by its owner, pitiful and forlorn. You won't get close to me anymore, won't stay with me at night, as if I've committed some grave sin, as if Xiao An has come to loathe me. Is Xiao An going to abandon me? Towards the end, Su Anfan's voice grew low and heavy, drenched in deep grievance, his eyes filled with loss. Xiao An. Watching Su Anfan's aggrieved and dejected expression, Shinzinen's heart ached, and she bit her lip softly. The hand tightly held by Su Anfan stirred gently, as if trying to convey warmth and comfort to him. Then with her other hand she softly stroked Su Anfan's hair and spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Xiao An, not at all. I would never leave Xiao An. But maybe we should keep a little distance. Why Xiao An? Before Shinxinan could finish, Su Anfan looked up anxiously, his voice laced with disbelief. Aren't we sworn brothers? Didn't we promise to be together forever? Xiao An is so dependent on me. Seeing Su Anfan's strong reaction, Shinxinan let out a soft sigh, a hint of helplessness and tenderness in her eyes. That night, after returning home, Shinxinan lay on her bed hugging the little teddy bear Su Anfan had given her, staring at the ceiling and reflecting for a long, long time. Not only on the mistakes she had made in a moment of infatuation, but also on her relationship with Su Anfan. What exactly was the relationship between her and Xiao An? Calling them sworn brothers seemed a bit too intimate. Calling them lovers was impossible, after all they were both male. And Xiao An could never fall for her. Yet they were far too close, so close that Shinxinan had mistakenly believed she was Su Anfan's one and only, that she could monopolize his tenderness. But she was wrong. No matter how beautiful the dream, in the end it was still just a dream. Before she could pretend not to care, not to feel the heart-wrenching pain when the dream shattered. So she could continue to indulge in the beautiful dream, stealing a brief sweetness of closeness with Xiao An before it broke. But now she couldn't. She had crossed the line. She had hurt her beloved Xiao An. Though Su Anfan hadn't blamed her, acting as if nothing had happened, and still being so close, Shinxinan kept blaming herself. When Su Anfan gently rubbed her head, she sometimes felt guilty, thinking of what she had done, feeling unworthy of his tenderness. And moreover, under Su Anfan's gentleness, she could barely control herself. The more tender Su Anfan was, the closer they grew, the more Shinzinen's possessiveness swelled. The sickness of her emotions grew more terrifying. Earlier, when she sneaked into Su Anfan's room at night, many twisted thoughts had crossed her mind. For instance, fettering Su Anfan's hands and feet tightly with unbreakable chains, confining him in this room with only her and Xiao An, never allowing him to step out. For instance, using a sharp blade to cut herself, weakening herself until she could only lie in bed, unable to move. Forcing Su Anfan to never leave her side, to stay home and take care of her wholeheartedly. For instance, while she was still a girl, secretly drugging the sleeping Xiao and then sacrificing her own body, being with Xiao An. That way, responsible Xiao An would have to take responsibility for her and could never find another woman. These thoughts were too terrifying, and they would all hurt Xiao An. It was fine to hurt herself, but hurting Xiao An was absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, she had to keep her distance from Su Anfan. Shinzinen's reasoning was simple. Since all this had happened after her transformation, if she could return their relationship to what it was before the transformation, and then wait until she changed back after a year, everything would be fine. Of course, this process would be painful for her, but as long as Xiao An could be happy in the future, that was enough. As for not going to Su Anfan's room at night, one reason was that she needed to gradually fade out of Su Anfan's world. But the key reason was simple. She was afraid she couldn't resist. Long deprived of Xiao An's presence under the influence of estrogen, she was uncertain what she might do to Su Anfan out of desperate craving. After all, it had only been a few days, and she had already sneaked something of Su Anfan's to replenish her supply. So she had to nip it in the bud to keep Xiao An away from this pervert. Unfortunately, this fool, Xiao An, hadn't sensed the danger. Even after she had once ambushed him at night, he still foolishly came into her room. Wasn't that like a sheep walking into the tiger's den? Thinking this, Shinxinan blinked her clear big eyes and looked at Su Anfan seriously. Xiao An, don't you think we as sworn brothers are a bit too close? No, not at all. Su Anfan answered without hesitation. Seeing that Su Anfan still didn't realize, Shinxinan bit her lip. Xiao An, think carefully. Would you do the same things you do to me to your other brothers? The things he did to Xiao An. Do them to Su Ho and the others. Su Anfan frowned, holding Gu Donglin's hand, gently coaxing Su Mo, softly rubbing Chao Hang's head, pinning Su Ho down beneath him. EW. That's too disgusting. Just imagining it made Su Anfan shiver violently, goosebumps rising all over like spring bamboo shoots. Seeing Su Anfan's exaggerated expression of disgust, Shinxinan gave a faint smile, but quickly suppressed it, and spoke seriously. So Xiao An, this is the problem with our relationship. Su Anfan wouldn't give up, still defending himself. But Xiao An is special. But when the truly special person for Xiao An appears, I won't be so special anymore. Before Su Anfan could finish, Shinxinan interrupted, her voice clear and firm, carrying a weight of conviction. From the last incident, the most important lesson she had learned was this: she could never be the special one in Xiao An's heart forever. Before, she always wanted to be Su Anfan's one and only the most special one in his heart. But the truth was that was impossible. Xiao An, don't you always say that childhood sweethearts can't beat new encounters, and you want to find a soft, sweet girl? Seeing Su Anfan fall silent, Shinshinan was first slightly startled, then gently lifted the corners of her mouth, sketching a faint smile. A trace of loss and reluctance hidden in her eyes, she paused for a moment, then still spoke softly word by word. Since that's the case, shouldn't I, this sworn brother, who isn't even a childhood friend, slowly step off the stage? Since that's the case, shouldn't I, this good brother, who isn't even a childhood friend, slowly make my exit? Shun Xinin's upward curving lips seemed somewhat stiff, and her bright eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was reluctance, helplessness, but most of all feigned indifference. She stared fixedly at the silent Su Anfan, her gaze seemingly narrating a final farewell with utmost calm. Yet behind that calmness it seemed to have drained all her strength. The silent Su Anfan seemed moved by Shun Xinin's earnest expression, slowly releasing her small hand. Wui. Shun Shinan, still immersed in sorrow, was suddenly hit hard on the head by Su Anfan's hand. Silly Xiao An, why say such sad things? After the knock, Su Anfan smiled again and gently rubbed Shun Xinin's head. Let's worry about the future when it comes. Why bother about so much? If I don't cherish the person standing right in front of me, but foolishly wait for some vague future person who may never appear, wouldn't that be stupid? Su Anfan pouted a little with dissatisfaction, then looked at Shun Xinin's dazed upturned face and gently tapped her delicate little nose with a hint of affection. Moreover, the one standing before me now, that cute silly little Nan who likes me so much, is the one who is truly special to me right now. No matter what happens in the future, Xiao, Nan will always be the special one to me. Our roles aren't over yet. There are still so many wonderful scenes. How could you exit, Xiao An? Su Anfan's voice was gentle and soothing, echoing softly in Shun Xinin's ears, leaving her carefully prepared words blank. Too much. Xiao An is too much like this. If Xiao An is so gentle, how can I keep my distance? Feeling her heart leaping more and more joyfully in her chest, Shun Xinin's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue like evening clouds. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet Su Anfan's earnest gaze, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Her eyes darted away, occasionally stealing a glance at Su Anfan, before quickly looking away, her long lashes trembling gently, as if confessing her inner turmoil. Shun Shinan bit her lip, trying to calm herself, but the uncontrollable upward curve of her lips betrayed her. Her breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling. Xiao An, why are you smiling so happily? Do you still want to keep your distance from me? Seeing that Shun Xinin's defenses had been breached, Su Anfan put on a devilish smirk like the domineering CEOs he had read about in novels. He gently leaned closer to her flushed cheek, so close it seemed he would kiss her in the next moment. I. Shun Xinin's face flushed red as she stammered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence in rebuttal, only slowly backing away toward the wall. Seeing her move against the wall, Su Anfan pressed his advantage, stepping closer and cornering her against the wall. He placed one hand on the wall, completely blocking her escape. Xiao An, you can't run away, even if you want to. He leaned forward, slightly laughing softly, as he gently lifted her chin with his other hand, his face close to hers, warm breath brushing across her cheek. This is the legendary wall slam. Xiao An, what is he going to do? Shun Xinin's back pressed tightly against the wall, her heart pounding so violently it seemed about to burst from her chest. Her eyes widened, and she was so nervous that even her breathing became cautious. No way. Could it be that Xiao An is going to? As Su Anfan's face and hot breath drew closer, Shinshinan involuntarily closed her eyes slowly. Her thick lashes trembled slightly, betraying her inner tension and anticipation. If Xiao An likes it, then I'll indulge a little. Shun Xinin's cheeks burned red, even the tips of her ears flushed an enticing crimson, and she gradually stopped resisting. Her pink lips were lightly pressed together as she tilted her head up slightly, as if waiting for the impending moment. Wui. Unfortunately, the scene Shinshinan imagined did not come. Instead, she received another hard knock from Su Anfan. Xiao An, what are you thinking about in that little head? Shinshinan opened her eyes in embarrassment and annoyance, only to find Su Anfan's bright eyes filled with amusement. Still want to keep your distance from me? Seeing Shun Xinin's adorable puffed-up cheeks like a pufferfish, the amusement in Su Anfan's eyes deepened, and he couldn't help pinching her smooth little nose. If I don't care, I'm going to keep my distance from Xiao An. Like a provoked kitten with its fur standing on end, she pouted and gently slapped Su Anfan's hand away, then turned and ran to the bed. She threw herself into the blanket, and her small body wriggled around like a mischievous little hamster. She buried her entire head in the soft blanket, trying to hide her face, which was as red as a ripe apple. But her slightly trembling shoulders and constantly wiggling little feet betrayed her inner shame and annoyance. Haha, I've always wanted to tease Xiao An like this. It's so fun. Xiao An is just too cute. Watching Shun Xinin's adorable and charming appearance, Su Anfan couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. This is the real Xiao An. Thinking back to Shen Xinin's gloomy and restrained appearance when she was deliberately keeping her distance, Su Anfan's gaze toward her on the bed grew even more tender. Silly Xiao An. Why force yourself to pretend in front of me? Just be happy and be yourself. Xiao An will be going now. Standing up, he gently patted the blanket on the bed and said with a light laugh. No. Hearing that Su Anfan was about to leave, Shen Xinan, still under the blanket, almost instinctively threw off the covers and shot up like a spring, nearly losing her balance and tumbling off the bed. Without even having time to tidy her slightly disheveled hair and clothes, Shen Xinan turned her face towards Su Anfan in a fluster. Her face was full of urgency like a frightened little rabbit. But upon seeing Su Anfan's teasing gaze and expression, she quickly realized something. Xiao An, you tricked me again. Shen Xinan pouted angrily, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster stuffed with food, staring at Su Anfan with a face full of embarrassment and annoyance. No, I didn't trick you. It's because you asked me to stay that I didn't leave. Suppressing the smile on his face, Su Anfan slowly walked over to Shen Xinan and, like soothing a ruffled kitten, gently rubbed her head. Xiao An, don't be angry. He rubbed softly while speaking in a warm, gentle voice. Okay. Feeling the warmth on her head, Shen Xinin's anger inexplicably dissipated by half, and she responded softly. She's been caught by Xiao An again. She had clearly promised to keep her distance. Under the gentle rub of Su Anfan's hand, Shen Xinan blinked with a twinge of conscience. Well, forget it. Today's Xiao An is too gentle. He'll just indulge a little for this one day. Absolutely just this one day. After setting her flag anew in her heart, Shen Xinan, with an expression of cold indifference, closed her eyes again and enjoyed the moment with a clear conscience. Still no good. In Shen Xinin's room, Su Anfan lay on the bed staring blankly at Shen Xinan, who was absorbed in writing at her desk, without even glancing at him. Once again he sank into deep thought. 2 days ago, after he had taken the initiative to enter Xiao Nan's room, she had briefly returned to her former closeness. But after that day, she quickly resumed her distant demeanor. Not only did she refuse to go to his room at night, but she also became wary and guarded against his teasing. Whenever he approached and tried to do something, Xiao Nan would put on a stern little face and ask, "What are you doing?" Making him feel like some kind of heinous villain. And yet they had slept together so many times before. In the blink of an eye, she had left him, her good brother, alone in bed. Clutching Shen Xinin's bear plushie on the bed, Su Anfan sat there with a face full of resentment, staring at Shen Xinan, who paid him no heed. He was like a neglected concubine in a deep palace, longing for favor. Xiao An, it's so late. Aren't you going back? Seeing that the night outside had grown dark, Shen Xinan, who had been immersed in studying, turned around and asked Su Anfan, who was still lingering in her room. While now she was even driving him away, her good brother. Such is the fickleness of the world, the new always outshines the old. Su Anfan slowly shook his head, a bitter smile, tinged with helplessness, curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Xiao An, what's wrong? Why are you so world-weary? Seeing Su Anfan's weathered expression, Shen Xinan couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Su Anfan said nothing, merely staring fixedly at the culprit before him, his face brimming with resentment. This side of Xiao An was so adorable. Watching Su Anfan resemble a neglected big dog, the smile on Shen Xinin's face deepened. She suppressed the urge to go over and ruffle him and said lightly, all right, Xiao An, go back now. Xiao An seemed to mean business. Seeing that Shen Xinan was still insistent on his leaving, a deep helplessness flickered in Su Anfan's eyes. Very well. He slowly straightened up and stood, his movements as if burdened with immense weight. Then, dragging his feet as if they were filled with lead, he shuffled step by step, agonizingly slowly toward the door. As he crept along, he kept glancing back at Shen Xinan with a gaze full of grievance. His pitiful appearance resembled that of a pet unjustly cast out by its owner, full of sorrow. Xiao An. Seeing Su Anfan's aggrieved look, Shen Xinin's heart softened, and she felt a pang of guilt. She tugged at the corner of her clothes and moved slightly towards Su Anfan, but remembering the resolve she had made, she bit her lip and stopped. Xiao An, will you see me off? Noticing the conflict on Shen Xinin's face, Su Anfan's voice trembled, carrying an air of boundless grievance. He lowered his head, his eyes seeming to veil with a thin layer of mist, and his voice grew even deeper. Xiao An, just this one last time, okay? His shoulders quivered slightly, his hands fumbling at the hem of his clothes, looking like a lost child seeking final warmth, yet forcing himself to appear strong. Okay. Unable to resist Su Anfan's pitiful, heartbreaking demeanor, Shen Xinin's heart softened at last. She walked toward him to comfort him. But the moment she approached, a glint of cunning flashed in Su Anfan's eyes. In the next instant, he flung open his arms, and with lightning speed pulled Shen Xinan tightly into his embrace. The aggrieved expression on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a smug look of triumph, as if he were a grinning monkey. Then his warm palm quickly landed on Shen Xinin's little head, gently, yet deftly ruffling it, the gesture brimming with the small pride of success. He finally got it. Xiao An, good night. After ruffling Shen Xinin's head, he reached out and pinched her cheek, then joyfully shouted, his voice filled with excitement. Before Shen Xinan could recover from the sudden turn of events, Su Anfan had already let go. Yahoo! He was like a mischievous monkey that had just snatched delicious food from a passerby, his mouth curling up into a wide grin. Cackling with primitive glee, he danced and bounced, then turned and bolted out the door. His speed was astonishing, as if a whirlwind had sprung up beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Shun Xinin's sight, leaving her standing there dumbfounded, frozen, as if under a spell. Then her face flushed like the sunset glow, a delicate blush spreading across her cheeks. Really, Xiao An is still so childish. We agreed to keep our distance. Feeling the lingering warmth of Anfan on her body, Nan covered her blushing face and murmured softly in complaint, yet the corners of her mouth were unconsciously rising. It seemed that today she had once again been forced to break her own rules. Back in his own room, Anfan held his phone, staring intently at the calendar on the screen, muttering to himself. That was just a temporary victory. To breach Xiao Nan's defenses, I need a more systematic strategy. To completely shatter the dam of her rejection, these small skirmishes won't cut it. I need a decisive victory. Xiao Nan's birthday is a perfect opportunity. As he pondered seriously, Anfan marked December 15th on the calendar as an important date, adding a red alert. Shun Xinin's birthday was only a month after Anfan's, so after his own birthday passed, he would start planning for hers and preparing a gift. This was also the most bittersweet time of the year for Anfan. The sweetness came from the thought of Shun Xinin's adorable, joyful expression when she received his gift. It made him feel happy and fulfilled. The bitterness was that he never knew what to prepare. He couldn't help it. Shun Xinin's birthday gifts for him were always too wonderful. In comparison, the things the carefree Anfan prepared, like a plush bear, seemed overly simple. Although Nan would always be overjoyed with any gift and treasure it like a precious gem, Anfan still felt a little embarrassed. This year, however, he had just entered university, so his allowance had increased. Plus, the rewards from his family for getting into college, saved up bit by bit, had accumulated to a decent amount. So Anfan decided to let Nan prepare a special birthday surprise for her this year. And incidentally get Xiao An to be close to him again. By then he'll make Xiao An so charmed, she won't know which way is up. Anfan silently resolved in his heart. But the problem still came. What birthday surprise should he prepare? Anfan stared blankly at the empty ceiling of the room, once again sinking into deep contemplation. Perhaps like Xiao An, he could directly turn into a cat-eared maid. She went for black hair, so I should go for white hair. It seems not impossible. Thinking of the black little devil costume that he had once loved so much still hanging quietly in the deepest part of the wardrobe, Anfan stroked his chin and couldn't help feeling a restless urge. And I could let Xiao An transform into that cute cat girl again and give her a good rub. I could also naturally get close and intimate with Xiao An again. Black silk stockings paired with white silk stockings, just the perfect black and white match. Thinking of this, the corners of Anfan's mouth couldn't stop twitching upward, revealing a lecherous, perverted smile. No, Xiao An doesn't seem to be into this. Suddenly, Anfan realized the crucial issue. That wouldn't work. After all, it's Xiao An's birthday. Besides his own selfish desires, the most important thing was to make Xiao An happy. Anfan had to give up this idea and fell into contemplation again. What a difficult situation. How does Xiao An always prepare so well? After pondering for a long time, Anfan almost scratched his head raw, yet still had no ideas. Forget it, let's find some outside help. Out of all options, Anfan had to open his phone and tap on a WeChat group chat named United Front of Loving Nan. Since the last time Xiao Kailing and Fan Huaning visited Shun Xinin's home, the three of them had added each other as friends. Thinking that Nan rarely made friends, Anfan took the initiative to chat a few times, and gradually the communication between them increased. Xiao Kailing, as rumored, was a scatterbrained little chatterbox, and spoke very bluntly. She would complain to him about the rumors about Nan and himself in the class, but Anfan knew there was no malice, so he didn't dislike her much. After chatting with Anfan a few times, and seeing that he was kind, she quickly became familiar with him. Later, whenever Shun Xinin's emotions were off, she would tip him off, and occasionally share a few photos of Nan with him. As for Fan Huaning, she was about the same as Nan described, relatively aloof with few words, but very interested in things related to Nan, and would ask endlessly once they started chatting. Especially when it came to what happened between him and Nan, she would become like a little girl eager to hear a story, earnestly urging him to go on. In short, the relationship among the three gradually became close. As for this group chat, it was created by Xiao Kailing, serving as a support group centered around Nan, intentionally leaving Nan out. Opening the chat box, Anfan quickly typed in, "And Ranxiang Fan, any suggestions for Xiao Nan's birthday gift this time? And Ranxiang Fan serious." JPG. Anfan had already told the two of them about Shun Xinin's birthday. Since Xiao Nan rarely made friends, the birthday surely needed their participation. Kaylin thinking. JPG. Kaylin, good question, pondering face. Kaylin, same question. Kaylin patted Fan Huaning. Soon there were several replies from Xiao Kailing in the group, but they seemed as if they had not replied at all. After a period of silence in the group, Fan Huaning also replied. Fan Huaning, how about a plush bear? I think there are many in Shun Xinin's room, so she should like it. Fan Huaning, a scarf is also okay since winter will be cold. Fan Huaning, or a photo album about him. It feels quite heartfelt. Kaylin, good idea. Kaylin, as expected of Huaning, thumb up. And Ranxiang Fan, I've already given that. Facepalm. Kaylin. Fan Huaning. Then Xiao Kailang and Fan Huaning successively proposed a few more ideas, but each was replied by Anfan that he had already given it, so the group fell into silence again. A few minutes later, Fan Huaning, how about you ask her out tomorrow? Test the waters. A date. It felt possible. It would also be a good chance to get close to Xiao An. Seeing this message from Fan Huaning, Anfan's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly sent an, okay, you'll try, in the group, then started a message to Xiao An want to hang out tomorrow. Doghead with flower. JPG. Soon Xiao replied. Silly Xiao An, no. Silly Xiao An, I feel that if we're alone the current Xiao An will take me to do bad things. Silly Xiao An has become smart. Seeing that he was decisively rejected by Xiao Anfan blinked in confusion, then quickly opened the group chat to report to the two. Kaylin, then the two of us will go along too. Kaylin, that way Xian An won't have a reason to refuse. And Ranxiang Fan, then he'll tell Xiao An that you two are coming too. Anfan hurriedly sent a message to Xiao An, Xiao Kailang, and Fan Huaning are also coming. Let's go out together and have fun, okay? Pitiful. JPG. After a little while Xiao replied. Silly Xiao An, alright then. Seeing this brief reply, Anfan almost jumped up in excitement and immediately announced the good news in the group. And Ranxiang Fan Xiao An agreed. Kaylin, great. Kaylin, yay. JPG. Fan Huaning, MCU tomorrow. Anfan put down his phone, his face beaming with an expectant smile, as if he could already see the moment when he would successfully prepare the birthday surprise for Xiao An. However, where should they go tomorrow? Remembering the itinerary with Xiao An, Xiao Kailang, and the others tomorrow, Anfan fell into difficulty again. Anfan tossed and turned in bed, one idea after another flashing through his mind, only to be ruthlessly self-denied time and again. Go to the amusement park. No, it's so crowded like dumplings in a pot. You have to queue for a long time for any ride, and most of the time would be wasted in long waits. Go for a walk in the park. That's too boring. Besides, with this damn weather, a sudden storm could come at any time, and that would be miserable. Go to the movies. Hey, there's no good movie recently. Go hiking. That requires a lot of physical strength. If someone gets exhausted and panting like a dog, then the day would become a painful ordeal. Anfan became more and more tangled as he thought, feeling that every option had unsatisfactory aspects. His brows knitted into a tight knot, and he kept muttering, where the hell to go? This is really killing me. Outside the window, a bright moon hung high, casting its cold light onto Anfan's restless face. Alas, damn indecisiveness. He sighed helplessly, pulled the blanket over his head, trying to calm himself down. Yet his heart remained as messy as a ball of yarn clawed by a cat with no clue. Xiao An, do I look cute like this? In the clothing store, Anfan blinked, her eyes clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, with both hands spinning around in front of Xiao like a spoiled child. Xiao An is adorable. Xiao stood quietly by the side, his gaze brimming with doting affection. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his right hand unconsciously rose, wanting to touch Anfan's lovely face. Realizing it was a bit inappropriate, he stopped midair, blushed faintly, and withdrew his hand. Then he'll go try more. Happy to have Shinzinen's approval, Anfan nodded her little head with satisfaction, and her little legs pattered as she bounced back into the fitting room. Add that one to the previous ones. When Anfan ran into the fitting room, Xiao turned to the female shop manager, who was also wearing a doting smile, and spoke politely. Anfan had already tried on many pieces, but each one was too cute. Xiao didn't want to miss any version of Anfan's adorable appearance, so he asked the staff to pack them all. Although it would cost a lot, Xiao had saved money all along, just for Anfan. It could make Xiao An happy, and also let him see her lovely looks satisfying his own selfish desires. It was totally worth it. Xiao An. Soon Anfan, wearing a pure white dress, trotted over like a little rabbit, her small steps pattering. Xiao An, do I look cute like this too? Anfan cupped her little face with both hands, tilted her head, and looked at Xiao with sparkling eyes. Gently poking her pink cheek with her finger, she pursed her lips, looking utterly charming. Zinen's gaze grew even softer, and the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. Cute, especially cute. My Xiao An is cute no matter what. Then which one does Xiao An like best? Let's buy that one. Praised by Xiao Anfan's eyes sparkled, and she stood on tiptoe to rub his head with satisfaction. Being rubbed like that in public, Zinen's face instantly flushed, and he murmured vaguely, I like them all. So let's buy them all. All of them. Hearing this, Anfan's eyes widened in surprise, her bright pupils filled with astonishment. How about we just buy out the whole store? If we have the money, it's not impossible. Seeing Xiao seriously considering it in a daze, Anfan didn't hesitate, and gave Zinen's head a hard knock like a bossy CEO. Ow! Xiao An, what are you doing? Xiao covered his head and looked pitifully at Anfan, who wore an expression of disappointment. Silly Xiao An, do you really think you're some domineering CEO? Always wanting to buy. Su Anfan gave him another knock without mercy. Ow! In the end, under Su Anfan's insistence, Shinshinan gave up the idea of buying everything, but still insisted on buying a few pieces. Under the doting smiles of the shop staff who had become shipping enthusiasts, the clothes were finally bought at a discounted price. Xiao An, don't be mad, okay? I just thought you looked so cute that I wanted to buy more for you to wear. Carrying the bags and strolling along the street, Shinshinan glanced at Su Anfan, whose lips were pouted high, and cautiously apologized in a weak voice. Silly Xiao An, always wasting money. They'll change back in a few days. Why buy so many? To keep at home for you to wear. Su Anfan stood on tiptoe and gave Shinshinan a gentle knock. Her pink cheeks flushed with anger, making her look irresistible. If Xiao An likes it, that's not a problem either. Seeing Su Anfan's adorable expression, Shinshinan grinned foolishly. And spending money on Xiao An is never wasting money. It seemed his best friend was truly bewitched by her beauty. Xiao An was indeed a secretly lecherous pervert. Seeing Shun Xinin's infatuated look, Su Anfan felt a strange mix of emotions. Her delicate nose fluttered slightly with each breath, and she let out a soft snort like an angry kitten. Xiao An, carry me. I can't walk anymore. Suddenly Su Anfan stopped in place, opened her little arms toward Shinshinan, and pouted coquettishly. Hearing her request, Shinshinan was startled at first, then a brilliant smile bloomed on his face, and he quickly crouched down. Sure, come on up, Xiao An. Su Anfan gave a light hum, tilted her head slightly, and walked behind Shinshinan with a seemingly casual air, but her hands eagerly rested on his shoulders. Shinshinan stood up, carrying Su Anfan steadily on his back. Su Anfan's little legs dangled in the air a couple of times, and she muttered discontentedly, "Hurry up, don't take your time." Yet her hands quietly tightened around Shun Xinin's neck, and she rested her head gently on his shoulder, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifting. Shinshinan smiled and replied, "Okay, whatever Xiao An says." Seeing how sweet and cute Xiao An was, I'll just sacrifice myself a little and give in. Sigh, there aren't many good friends as understanding as me. Enjoying the brief warmth and comfort, Su Anfan once again took over Shun Xinin's head, kneading it freely. "Xiao An, if I change back, would you still carry me like this?" Playing with Shun Xinin's hat, Su Anfan suddenly asked casually. "If you change back, Xiao An would be heavier than me, so I might not be able to carry you." "Silly Xiao An, I asked if you would not if you could." Su Anfan bared her little fangs in annoyance and tapped Shun Xinin's head. "Of course I would, because what I care about is Xiao An herself, not her appearance or anything else." Shun Xinin's tone was firm and serious. He tilted his head slightly, his clear eyes full of smiles. "And the one I love most is always my Xiao An, not some white-haired girl or lowly. I love Xiao An no matter what she looks like, whether male or female. Oh, even if you turned into a cat or a dog, I would still love you." At the end, Shinshinan turned his head, looked at Su Anfan's slightly flushed face beside him, and added earnestly, "Xiao An, you're teasing me." Hearing this, Su Anfan instantly became like a startled kitten, wildly scratching her hands. That silly Xiao An, and actually saying something like. Resting her head on Shun Xinin's shoulder, Su Anfan recalled his words, and her face flushed again. "I feel the same way too. As long as it's Xiao An, and no matter what he looks like, male or female, I would love him. It's all Xiao An's fault. Sending a message in the dead of night saying he wanted to go to a party house, and even stay overnight. I didn't see it until morning, so I barely got my things packed." Inside Su Anfan's room, Shinshinan muttered with a pout as she carefully arranged the items in his suitcase. "It wasn't until late at night that the idea came to me. Besides, we're not leaving until this afternoon. There's still time." Su Anfan chuckled while helping her pack. Last night, after much deliberation, a brilliant idea had suddenly struck him to go to a party house together. There were already 4 of them, quite a few people, and going anywhere else would make it hard to satisfy everyone's preferences. But a party house was different, with all sorts of entertainment facilities, perfect for a group like theirs who just wanted to have fun. Besides, they could try out the King's Edition Truth or Dare that Su Ho and the others had invented, and subtly probe Shinshinan for what she wanted. Maybe he could even get Xiao An to do what she liked. I'm such a little genius. Just thinking about his perfect plan made the corners of Su Anfan's mouth lift uncontrollably. He had already messaged Xiao Kellen and Fan Huaning, and since it was the weekend with nothing much to do, they both agreed. The party house was also booked, the same one run by Chao Hang's sister that Su Anfan had visited before. Thanks to his good buddy Chao Hang's sacrificial efforts, they even got a discount, so it wasn't too expensive. In short, everything was arranged, and they were just waiting to set off in the afternoon. "Xiao An, what made you suddenly think of inviting Xiao Kellen and the others to the party house?" After closing the suitcase, Shinshinan blinked and looked at Su Anfan curiously. "It's to fulfill Xiao Nan's wish." Sitting on the bed, patting the rumpled quilt, Su Anfan chuckled. "Last time I went to the party house and left Xiao Nan alone at home, didn't you cry your eyes out on my bed? So this time I'm taking Xiao Nan along to make up for not having you there last time." Remembering how Shinshinan had thrown herself into his arms and acted spoiled when he returned last time, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Su Anfan's eyes. "Xiao An, don't talk about me like that anymore." The image of her embarrassing self hiding under the covers and crying while on the phone surfaced in her mind, and Shun Xinin's face flushed with embarrassment. Back then Xiao An was crying and begging me to come back, but now you're so cold and heartless pushing me away. Alas, times have changed. Suddenly, as if touching a hidden wound in his heart, Anfan was instantly plunged into sadness. Why is it like this? As he spoke, he abruptly covered his face with both hands, his shoulders heaving violently, as if struggling to suppress the surging tide of grief. I, Anfan, have poured out my heart and soul with true sincerity, only to end up so neglected. Boo-hoo-hoo. His trembling voice could be faintly heard through his fingers, sounding especially pitiful. Seeing him like this, Shinshinan found it both exasperating and amusing. She quickly reached out to pull his hands away, helplessly chiding, "Xiao An, stop pretending." But Anfan covered his face even tighter, flopping onto the bed and muttering absently to himself. How can this scarred heart of mine ever find solace and comfort? Being so cold-shouldered by Xiao and yet still thinking of her with all my heart. Am truly an incurable fool. Boo-hoo-hoo. His sobbing grew more mournful, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Seeing him on the verge of weeping, apparently genuinely upset, Shinshinan panicked. She quickly moved closer and lay down beside him, looking earnestly at his face. "Xiao An, don't be like this. I really didn't mean to neglect you. I just wanted to keep a little distance, just a tiny bit." Her voice was a mix of anxiety and tenderness, her small hand gently resting on his shoulder. You mustn't be sad. It's all my fault. I promise I'll be more careful in the future and won't be distant from you. Little brother, it's so easy to handle. Anfan secretly peeked at Shinshinan from between his fingers, his heart already bursting with joy, laughing to himself. Yet on his face he still wore that pitiful, heartbroken expression. "Xiao An, will you really never be distant from me again?" His voice trembled as if bearing immense pain. "No, I won't, I promise." Shinshinan quickly nodded, her hand gently patting his back as if soothing an injured child. "Then you must promise me that you'll still come to my room to keep me company at night." All right, as long as Xiao An isn't that sad." Recalling her earlier resolve, Shinshinan hesitated, but seeing how upset he was, she softly agreed. Hearing her answer, Anfan finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Then he agilely flipped over, instantly pinning Shinshinan beneath him. "Silly Xiao An, you've been tricked so many times and still let your guard down. Won't you end up counting money for me while I fleece you?" Lifting her chin slightly with his hand, Anfan grinned wickedly and leaned and closed his face, almost touching hers as if he were about to kiss her. Only then did Shinshinan realize she had been fooled again, her face flushing crimson. Her lips pouted, slightly trembling with anger. Feeling his warm breath, she shyly turned her head away, not daring to look at him. "Xiao An, let me go, or he'll get really angry." Shinshinan gently pressed her small hand against his solid chest, her cheeks burning as she stammered shyly. She bit her lip hard, trying to control her rapid breathing, but the slight rise and fall of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. "No, this is your punishment, Xiao An. What I said just now wasn't a lie. These past few days your resistance has truly hurt me deeply." Seeing her like this, Anfan's playful expression faded. He gently turned her head to face him, looking seriously into her clear eyes. "Xiao An, were you telling the truth just now?" He slowly leaned in, bringing his mouth close to her ear, and spoke each word with utmost seriousness. His warm breath brushed against her, sending a tingling sensation through her ear as if tiny electric currents were flowing. Why is Xiao An so assertive today? So domineering? As he drew closer, Shinzinen's heart pounded so violently it felt like it might leap out of her throat. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, even the delicate lobes of her ears flushed a tempting pink. Her usually clear eyes were now veiled with a misty film, shy and alluring. "Really? Let me go." In utter helplessness, Shinshinan could only murmur in agreement. Her long eyelashes trembled, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his burning stare. "All right, I'll let Xiao An off this time." Seeing her shyness, ripples stirred in Anfan's heart. But afraid of truly angering her, he smiled, released his grip, and got up. "Xiao An, you promised me." Once free, Shinshinan scrambled to her feet, straightened her clothes, and instinctively put a little distance between them. "Well, I promise, Xiao An." "Not really." Taking advantage of Anfan's momentary distraction, Shinshinan mischievously reached out and tapped him lightly on the forehead. "You tricked me once, and I'll trick you once. Now we're even, no debts. Bye-bye, Xiao An. See you this afternoon." Before Anfan could react, Shinshinan had already dashed to the door. She turned back, winked at him, made a funny face, then gently pulled the door open and ran out laughing. In the blink of an eye, Shinzinen's figure vanished without a trace, leaving Anfan standing dumbfounded in the room. "Silly Xiao An has gotten smarter, huh?" Feeling the slight sting on his forehead, Anfan couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. But soon a barely perceptible glint of cunning appeared in his eyes. "Just wait, Xiao An. When we get to the party house, see how you run. Then ill. Ha ha ha. Shinan, why are you standing so far from me?" Standing by the platform near the party venue waiting for Xiao Kellen and the others, Anfan felt both amused and exasperated as he looked at Shinshinan, who was keeping a distance of several body lengths from him. "No way, I don't want Xiao An to do weird things to me again." Recalling the incident this morning, Shinshinan shot Anfan a displeased glare. She pouted discontentedly, her cheeks puffed into round balls. Silly Shinon, he can't do weird things now, but he can do them later. He'll have plenty of time and energy later. Hee Shinon, you can't escape. Seeing Shun Xinin's cautious expression like a rabbit just emerging from its burrow, Su Anfan secretly revealed a mischievous grin reminiscent of Gargamel. After a short wait, Xiao Kellen and Fan Huining approached slowly from a distance, each dragging a small suitcase. Su Anfan, Shinon. Spotting Shin Shinon and the others, Xiao Kellen waved excitedly and tugged Fan Huining into a trot toward them. Kellen Huining. Seeing them arrive, Shin Shinon hurried over to greet them politely. Shinon, you know what? This is my first time staying overnight with friends and Huings too. I'm so excited. Xiao Kellen chattered on excitedly, her flushed face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Yes, me too. Let's go inside first. Infected by Xiao Kellen's enthusiasm, Shun Shinon smiled, gently, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. All right, Huining, let's hurry up. With that, Xiao Kellen pulled the slightly reserved Fan Huining along and eagerly followed Su Anfan and the others inside. Su Anfan had already reserved the services of the party venue, having played there extensively last time the staff had grown familiar with him. As soon as Su Anfan and his group entered, the staff proactively guided them to their rooms to drop off their belongings. The rooms were the same as before, spacious enough for multiple people as they were typically used for class group activities. Since Fan Huining and Xiao Kellen were both girls this time, Su Anfan had booked 2 rooms. The 2 of them stayed in one room on the 2nd floor, while he and Shin Shinon, both male, occupied another room on the 3rd floor. Xiao An, I'm warning you, no weird stuff tonight, or else I won't let you sleep on the bed. While unpacking their luggage, Shin Shinon suddenly thought of something and pursed her lips slightly, issuing a soft warning to Su Anfan. All right, I won't. Shinon, don't be so nervous. You make me sound like some kind of super pervert. Seeing Shun Shinon still so wary, Su Anfan said, helplessly, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Good. Hearing Su Anfan's agreement, Shin Shinon breathed a small sigh of relief, though deep down it felt as if some tiny expectation had been quietly disappointed. What I'm going to do isn't weird at all. Besides, I never planned to sleep in the same bed as Shinon. Nearby, Su Anfan curled his lips into a faint smile and quietly slipped a pre-prepared object under the blanket. All right, Shinon, let's go downstairs and find Fan Huining and the others. Seeing that Shin Shinon had almost finished organizing her things, Su Anfan hurriedly spoke to her, afraid she might discover something. Oh, okay. Stowing her own feminine undergarments deep in the closet, Shin Shinon quickly followed Su Anfan downstairs. Shinon, there's so much to do here. Gazing at the various entertainment facilities downstairs, such as the board game room and karaoke room, Xiao Kellen exclaimed excitedly. Huining, is there anything you'd like to play? Shin Shinon turned to Fan Huining, who was nervously following behind, and asked softly. No, nothing. We'll just play whatever you play. Fan Huing's voice carried a hint of tension as she nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. Her usually cool and aloof face was now entirely dominated by shyness. This was not only her first time staying overnight with friends, but also her first time going out to play with them. Previously, under her mother's strict tutelage and influence, Fan Huining was only allowed to play with classmates whose grades were better than hers. Due to her introverted nature, lack of skill in expressing her thoughts and feelings, and her outwardly cool appearance, she had never had many friends. So being able to play freely with a group of friends like this was a first for her. Moreover, Shin Shinon was here. Sneaking a glance at Shun Xinin's clear eyes, Fan Huining nervously clenched the hem of her clothes, her throat moving with difficulty. Thinking about the secret she held in her heart, Fan Huing's already fair face flushed with a faint blush. Although she and Shin Shinon had become friends, their interactions were still at the level of friendly classmates, always polite and formal. Through her conversation with Su Anfan, she had learned about Shun Xinin's being bullied and the loss of his parents. She had also gained a certain understanding of Shun Xinin's past. She felt that she herself, like the younger Shin Shinon, might have been the same type of person. Withdrawn, timid, feeling as if cruelly abandoned by this heartless world. The difference was that Shin Shinon had met Su Anfan, who had always been with him and protected him at a very young age. As for her, it was only a few years ago that she had encountered Shin Shinon, who had passed through her life. So she wanted to tell him about the gratitude and emotion she felt when she met him, to let him know that he too could be an angel who saved others. However, although Fan Huining had hinted many times in her conversations with Shin Shinon that they had met before, Shin Shinon remained foolishly oblivious. So she wanted to take this rare opportunity to tell Shin Shinon about the encounter they had shared. This was the reason for her nervousness. Every time she thought about confessing this to Shin Shinon, Fan Huining became incredibly anxious. It felt as if countless words were stuck in her throat, choking her and making it hard to breathe. Gazing at the back of Shin Shinon, who had turned to chat and laugh with Xiao Kellen, Fan Huining gently bit her lip. How would Shin Shinon react when she told him? Surprise, gratitude, or the same calm as always? Fan Huining didn't know, but she knew clearly that the moment of confession would inevitably come. Under Su Anfan's guidance, the group happily played various recreational facilities such as board games, billiards, and KTV, and time soon arrived at dusk. How about it? Is there anything else you want to play? After dinner, sitting in the game room with snacks, Anfan asked them with a smile. I guess not. Seeing that Xiao An and Fan Huining seemed a bit tired from playing, Shinan blinked her clear eyes. I think everyone is tired. How about we go back to our rooms to bathe and sleep? Hey Xiao An, it's still early, and we haven't played the main event, yet why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you think so? Seeing that Shinan already wanted to go back, Anfan quickly gave Xiao An and Fan Huining a knowing look. Oh, that's right. We haven't had our fill of fun yet, Shinan. Let's play a little longer. Receiving Anfan's hint, Xiao An also remembered the mission of this trip and quickly perked up. Yeah. Fan Huining also chimed in. Alright, then Xiao An, what will we play later? Seeing that both Xiao An and Fan Huining had said so, Shinan abandoned the idea of leaving. Of course, it's something I developed together with others. Thrilling and fun this. He pulled out the pre-prepared truth or dare cards and a deck of playing cards from under the table and said mysteriously, Truth or dare? Do we decide winners and losers by playing cards? Looking at the playing cards in Anfan's hand, Shinan asked curiously. No, Xiao An, this is just a prop. Anfan waved his hand, imitating Hou's earlier manner, and mysteriously drew 4 cards from the middle of the deck. Kukuku, actually this truth or dare integrates another great party game, the King's Game. Alright Xiao An, go ahead and explain. Seeing that Anfan's Chinibu spirit seemed to be awakening, Shinan gently patted his arm and said with a light laugh. Okay, simply put, at the beginning of each round, we first randomly draw 1 truth and 1 dare. The one who draws the joker is the king and can designate 2 people with corresponding card numbers to perform the truth or dare. As for the remaining one who is not designated, they must undergo questioning by everyone else and be assigned a task under the group's judgment. Anfan reiterated the rules of the king's truth or dare that he had memorized earlier. Everyone except the king has to face punishment. Such high stakes. Hearing the rules, Shinan immediately became nervous and bit her lip in worry. Xiao An, it's okay. We rarely get to go out and play together, so it's only fun when it's a bit thrilling. Besides, do we look like the kind of people who would make excessive demands? Seeing Zinen's worry, Anfan immediately blinked his clear eyes and persuaded her with a sincere expression. Exactly, Shinan. Let's play together quickly. It feels like it'll be a lot of fun. Xiao An, who had prearranged with Anfan, immediately chimed in. Alright. Seeing that everyone wanted to play, Shinan, though faintly uneasy inside, still agreed softly. Hooray! Upon hearing this, Anfan and Xiao An immediately cheered in excitement. They quickly exchanged glances and secretly revealed triumphant smiles like prey caught in a net. After each drawing a truth and a dare card from the deck, it was time to distribute the number cards. I'm sorry, Xiao An, but this is a necessary step to find out what we want. Holding an ace of clubs in his hand, Anfan exchanged glances with Fan Huining, and Xiao An secretly used his right hand to signal a 3 and silently apologized in his heart. That's right, this king's truth or dare game was from the very beginning a chess game targeting Shinan. To fully probe what Shinan wanted, a random truth question and dare would certainly not be enough. Only by making Shinan the lucky one questioned by the other 3 could they achieve their goal to the greatest extent. Therefore, Anfan, Fan Huining, and Xiao An had already communicated in advance to make Shinan that final lucky one. Then the problem becomes simple. To achieve the goal, only 2 conditions are needed. The joker is not with Shinan, and the king knows Zinen's identity. The joker issue is easy to solve. With a 3/10 probability, the advantage is on my side. And the rules do not prohibit revealing identities as long as the 3 secretly exchange their identities with each other. Then all identities on the field become open cards. Thus, this conspiracy against Shinan was successfully plotted. Of course, this scheme was devised by those 2 cunning schemers, Chao Hang and Su Ho, and they even tampered with the joker. Last time, only after being pressed did they tell Anfan and Gu Donglin. The only drawback was that the strategist must personally enter the game. The last time, Su Ho, who put his pants over his head and danced to GNI Time, was a good example. Fortunately, Anfan had already removed the unclean cards they had selected, so the remaining ones should be relatively normal. Hooray! In the king. The moment she saw the joker in her hand, Xiao An jumped up in excitement. Things were going smoothly. The king was indeed theirs. Seeing that Xiao An had the joker, Anfan silently calculated based on the information. Xiao An has the joker. Fan Huining just signaled a 2, which is the ace of hearts, so Xiao An must be the ace of spades. How is this exactly the same as last time? Sorry, Xiao An, it seems this is fate. Anfan looked at Shinan, who was still unaware of the trap, and gently shook his head. Alright, Your Majesty the Queen, please give your orders. Seeing Xiao An's excitement at getting the joker, Shinan smiled and urged softly. Good. Then this queen decrees that the ace of hearts knight under my command must confess a truth to me. Xiao An planted her small hands firmly on her hips, her chin raised high, her face full of pride. Ace of hearts knight, come clean now. This king is waiting to hear the secrets deep in your heart. The ace of hearts is for truth. Who is it? I. Fan Huaning, covering her slightly flushed cheeks in resignation, slowly raised her hand. Huaning. All right, let me announce what the truth is. Xiao Kellen curiously opened the truth card. Please tell the thing that made you most miserable in the past. Oh, this is just reopening old wounds. No, we need to change it. Knowing some of Fan Huing's past, Xiao Kellen hastily and flusteredly threw away the card. Kellen, don't be like that. It's fine, we have to follow the rules of the game. Besides, I'm really not that fragile. Fan Huaning gently pressed Xiao Kellen's hand, a slight smile curving at the corners of her mouth, and said softly, all right then. Seeing this, Xiao Kellen pouted helplessly and had to give up the idea. Huaning, are you okay? Seeing Xiao Kellen's strong reaction, Shen Xinan instantly realized that something seemed off and asked with a worried expression. It's fine. Fan Huaning gave her a reassuring smile, her gaze becoming somewhat distant. After carefully recalling in her mind for a moment, she slowly organized her words and then spoke softly. It was a few years ago. As Fan Huing's thoughts continued to spread, a story slowly unfolded with her memories and ethereal. I know. I have always known. My mother in truth does not love me all that much. What she loves is merely the image of a perfect daughter, one who is exceptionally brilliant in her eyes and always obedient to her every word. She always takes immense pride in showing off her well-trained daughter to others, just as she flaunts her flourishing career. It seems that only in this way can she prove how shallow and ignorant the incompetent man was who abandoned her due to her overwhelming need for control. In front of others, she would gently stroke my head and murmur softly, look, this is my daughter. She excels in her studies, plays the piano, and is so well-behaved and obedient. Yet when no one was around, the moment she caught even a slight dip in my grades, she would erupt like a furious lion, shrieking hysterically. Look at yourself. Your grades have dropped again. Have you been hanging out with those who are inferior to you? I've told you time and again, don't mix with those beneath you, they'll corrupt you. Your father is the most typical example. I could understand her hysteria, because after a late night of drinking and socializing, she would hold me tightly and sob helplessly, Ning Ning, I only have you left. So I would behave like an obedient doll, strictly following the rules she set for me. I studied, desperately completed every plan she arranged for me, and built a cocoon around myself, isolating me from those she deemed inferior. I thought that only by doing so could I truly earn her praise and love. But I didn't. She still only showed me off proudly in front of others like a precious ornament in her collection. In private, all that remained for me was endless dissatisfaction and harsh criticism. So I grew weary. I am not the flawless doll she envisions. I am a human being, one who also longs to be loved. But how could a weaver of dolls ever allow her creation to grow a human heart? Tell me, who is it? Who have you been playing with? Have you started slacking off like those people? I warned you never to get near them. They'll drag you down. In the room, a stern, middle-aged woman glared furiously at the tearful girl on the bed. She pointed at the report card on her phone, shrieking hysterically as she berated the girl without mercy. The girl bit her lip hard, tears swirling in her eyes, but her stubbornness kept her from letting them fall. Mom, I didn't. Why do you never believe me? Her voice trembled with grievance. No. Then how do you explain your grades? The woman's face flushed with rage as she thrust the phone with the report card in front of her. You used to be top of the whole school, and now you've fallen out of the top 10. Take a good look. Is this what you call hard work? I've been working so hard. I follow your orders every single day without a moment of rest. I'm just tired. I'm so tired, Mom. The girl could no longer hold back her emotions and screamed at the woman with all her might. Tired. Everything I do is for your own good. The woman's voice rose several octaves, piercing like a knife. For my own good. But this isn't the life I want. What I want is your care, your understanding, not your endless control and relentless blame. The girl couldn't bear it anymore. Tears burst forth like a breached dam. Ningning, what did you say? How dare you speak to your mother like that? The woman was momentarily stunned, as if a silent doll had suddenly spoken. Her face was filled with disbelief and utter shock. Seeing that her mother was still only accusing her, having not listened at all, the girl stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to let her mother see her crying face. While the woman was still in shock, her gaze suddenly fell upon the doll in the girl's arms. Like a jackal catching the scent of blood, she snatched the doll away swiftly. A doll? I never bought such a thing for my Ningning. Ningning, who gave this to you? Was it those malicious people who are after you? The woman gripped the doll tightly, as if it were something utterly evil, her eyes darting fiercely between the doll and the girl. Mom, that was a birthday gift from my classmate. Seeing her beloved doll taken away, the girl panicked, lunging to retrieve it. Oh, I see. Was it that boy sitting next to you? I told that lousy homeroom teacher not to put any bad boy next to my Ningning. Your grades have dropped so much. You must be in a puppy love. I've said it before, don't touch those cheap, worthless things. The woman's voice grew sharper, her emotions more agitated. No, I haven't. The girl's emotions erupted like a volcano. Gathering all her strength, she shoved the woman away with all her might. The woman stumbled, nearly falling. Her face was a mask of shock, her eyes wide, as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable thing. Are you going to rebel against me too? After a few seconds, she regained her composure, the flames of humiliation burning in her eyes. She grabbed the doll violently, her fingers digging in like a mad beast, and began tearing at it recklessly. With a few harsh sounds of fabric ripping, the doll was torn apart, mangled beyond recognition under her frenzied attack. The woman threw the shattered doll into the trash bin, as if it were a repulsive piece of garbage, not a gift carrying emotion. The girl stared blankly at the once beloved doll in the trash, her eyes turning hollow, as if her soul had been drained away, leaving her lifeless. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed feebly onto the floor. Tears streamed endlessly like a river breaking its banks, but she seemed to have lost the ability to make a sound, staring vacantly at the trash bin. That was the first birthday gift anyone had ever given her, something she had treasured beyond measure. My doll. Her voice was faint, barely audible. In that moment her world seemed to crumble completely. All the grievances, repression, and anger she had endured turned into deep despair and helplessness. There, Ning Ning. If you want a doll, I'll buy you a better one later. Just listen to Mom, okay? Seeing the girl so lost, the woman realized she might have gone too far. She reached out to support her, softening her tone. But the girl remained in a daze, muttering to herself, deaf to the outside world. In her eyes, the entire world had lost all its remaining light, leaving only endless darkness and cold. I don't remember much after that. I only vaguely recall my mother dragging me utterly dejected to the classroom. Under the curious gazes of my classmates, she stormed up to my teacher, pointing and shouting at her. Then, as usual, she used her connections to transfer me to another class, erasing everything as if none of it had ever happened. And that kind girl, not even a friend, just someone who gave me a gift after I accidentally mentioned my birthday, was also wiped away. But it doesn't matter anymore. Dignity and selfhood are utterly unnecessary for a doll woven by others. The only thing I as a doll can truly feel is the piercing pain from the needle that runs through my body again and again. I no longer harbor the vain hope that someone might love me. Perhaps pain is all there is in this cold, indifferent. Accompanied by the girl's dreamlike memories and ethereal voice, a heavy story was slowly revealed. Wowu Huaning, how could you be so miserable? Just listening to it is unbearable for me. After listening to Fan Huing's story, Xiao Kellen threw herself into Fan Huing's arms. She blinked her big watery eyes, her face full of distress, and whispered soothingly, Huaning. At this moment, Shun Shinan also slowly stepped forward, her eyes filled with pity as she looked at Fan Huaning. She seemed to want to say something warm to comfort Fan Huaning, but the prepared words lingered at her lips, unsure where to begin. Helplessly, she let out a soft sigh and shook her head slightly. Anfan also stood aside, looking at Fan Huaning with sympathy. He had always lived in a warm and loving family, where his family cherished him, so he could never imagine another family being so oppressive. All right, don't make the atmosphere so sad. All that is in the past. Look at me, I'm fine now, aren't I? Fan Huaning gently rubbed Xiao Kellen's head, a soft smile blooming on her face. Her expression seemed grateful that she could now have so many friends. And speaking of which, I have to thank someone special. Fan Huaning slowly turned her gaze to Shun Shinan, her face full of gratitude. Me? Seeing Fan Huaning looking at her, Shun Shinan blinked in confusion. Yes, Shinan, it seems you've really forgotten. The little girl trapped in the rain back then. Fan Huaning blinked, her eyes filled with deep nostalgia, as if that scene was reappearing clearly before her eyes. The story is actually simple. It was a summer morning a few years ago. The rain was exceptionally heavy. At that time, I had no umbrella and no one would bring me one, so I huddled pathetically in a small corner of an old shop, filled with helplessness and fear. And then you passed by, probably recognizing from the school uniform that we were from the same school. You actually offered me an umbrella and personally escorted me to school. Fan Huing's voice spoke again slowly, but compared to the previous heaviness and loneliness, it had now turned into gratitude and emotion. Oh, by the way, you also lent me your clothes. To this day, it's still lying quietly in my dormitory. I wanted to keep it as a souvenir, so I never returned it. I'm really sorry about that. At the end, Fan Huing's eyes sparkled, and her usually cool tone added a hint of playfulness and ease. Shun Shinan listened quietly, as if the door of memory was being slowly opened by a mysterious key. A look of realization gradually appeared on her face. Huaning, so that girl was you. At that time, because of that. Your clothes were a bit disheveled, so I didn't look at you closely and didn't see your face clearly. I'm really sorry for not recognizing you for so long. Recalling Fan Huing's earlier hints, Shin Zinen's long-dormant memories gradually revived. She scratched her head sheepishly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Huaning Shinan, so you've met before. That's too coincidental. Fate is really amazing. Seeing that the two had such a past, Xiao Kellen, who was held in Fan Huing's arms, straightened up and said with sparkling eyes, yes. Fan Huaning blinked gratefully, her gaze fixed firmly on Shin Shinan. Shinan, you know what? In my heart you are like an angel descending from heaven to save me. While to use a slightly Chinibyu phrase, my world was originally pitch black, without a trace of light. But your appearance like the dawn let a few warm and bright rays quietly seep into my shattered sky. So I too can be loved, even if it's just a trivial kindness from a stranger. After realizing this, I learned to love myself properly, to cherish this body that still has someone caring for it. I no longer bury myself in studies just for my mother's wishes, no longer overly care about others' opinions, no longer coldly isolate myself from others. For the first time in my life, I had thoughts and desires that truly belonged to me. And thus the new me came into being. The words that had been stuck in her throat now flowed gently and naturally from the girl's mouth like water. Later, I can't really say whether it was lucky or unlucky. Since I stopped obeying my mother's strict discipline, my grades naturally weren't as good as before. Yet at that moment, I felt as if I had broken free from heavy shackles, and my heart inexplicably felt much lighter. When I was no longer that excellent, my mother probably became completely disappointed in me. She stopped controlling me all the time, as before stopped taking me around and focused entirely on her career. Now between us, apart from some necessary communication, the rest is pitifully little, like two parallel lines growing farther apart. But thinking carefully, perhaps this relationship is the best state for us now. Then I got into this school and miraculously met you again. I have always felt that it is incredibly lucky to meet you again among the vast sea of people. Meeting you, I am really fortunate. At the end, Fan Huing's gaze grew even more fervent. The way she looked at Shen Xinan was like a devout believer gazing at a descending deity. Being stared at so intently by Fan Huining, Shen Xinan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. The help she had given Fan Huining back then was actually purely unintentional. At that time, she had merely seen in Fan Huining a reflection of her own past self once trapped in that same dark corner, and thus offered a simple casual helping hand. However, she really never expected that her seemingly insignificant little gesture would be regarded as a salvation in Fan Huing's eyes. Shen Xinan herself had been saved many times, and each rescue was deeply etched into her heart. For this very reason, she could naturally deeply understand the feeling Fan Huining had when she was mired in helplessness, and also the feeling of being rescued, just like a beam of light piercing through the dim, gloomy sky, making the entire world whole and radiant. And the one who extended a helping hand to her was like a newly born blazing sun in that world. For Shen Xinan, Anfan was just like that, but she never expected that she herself would become such a person. She felt that she was not quite worthy of Fan Huing's feelings. Shen Xinan pressed her lips together, wanting to say something, but then felt it was inappropriate. In the end, under Fan Huing's burning gaze, she lowered her head and awkwardly twisted the corner of her clothes. Look, our Xiao An is quite a big hero. Sensing that Shen Xinan was at a loss about how to handle the situation, Anfan stepped forward smiling as he rubbed his head. Xiao An, stop teasing me. You know I'm no big hero. Seeing Anfan standing beside her, Shen Xinan felt a bit more at ease, so she didn't resist his action and murmured softly, "Anyway, Xinan, thank you." Hearing this, Fan Huining also realized that her emotions earlier had been too intense, so she quickly withdrew her burning gaze and smiled at Shen Xinan with gratitude. "It's nothing. I really just did it without thinking. It wasn't anything particularly great." Shen Xinan smiled shyly and waved her hand at Fan Huining. "So it turns out I'm the only one who got to know you all later. You were all already acquainted. Now I'm the one being left out." Seeing the harmonious atmosphere among them, Xiao Kellen couldn't help but try to lighten the mood, muttering softly. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't it also a rare fate that Kellen can now play with us?" Shen Xinan couldn't resist gently poking Xiao Kellen's chubby cheeks. "All right, our little Kellen is now the supreme little queen. Quickly give your orders." Fan Huining also took over the conversation, smiling softly, her eyes full of tenderness. Well, then I designate." Xiao Kellen slowly stood up, tilted her head, thought seriously for a moment, and then said slowly, "I designate my ace of clubs knight to receive the punishment of the dare." "It's me." Anfan, who had long expected it would be him, slowly stood up, a brilliant, victorious smile on his face. "Xiao An, and then you are the lucky one who will receive the final punishment." "Fine, go ahead and accept the punishment." Seeing Anfan still teasing her, Shen Xinan irritably patted his arm. "Well, let me see what the dare is." Xiao Kellen on the other side also eagerly opened the dare card. Face-to-face push-ups with a person of the same gender. Face-to-face push-ups. Same gender. Hearing this, Anfan and Shen Xinan exclaimed in unison. "Well, if it's same gender, it seems only Xinan qualifies." Xiao Kellen touched her chin and said thoughtfully, "Yes." Fan Huining also nodded in agreement. "Me and Xiao An doing face-to-face push-ups. I don't want that." Shen Xinin's face instantly flushed crimson, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her face full of panic as she pressed her lips together and strongly resisted. "Xiao An, this is the game rule." Fan Huining already followed the rule. "It wouldn't be good if you break it." Seeing Shen Xinin's resistant and shy demeanor, Anfan, who was originally a bit shy himself, instantly gained some teasing intent, smirking at her as he spoke. "This is Xiao An's punishment. What does it have to do with me?" Shen Xinin's face became even redder, her earlobes so red they seemed ready to bleed, as she muttered softly in rebuttal. "But here only Xiao An is the same gender as me." "Xiao An, you don't want me to do face-to-face push-ups with someone else, do you? Please." Seeing that being firm didn't work, Anfan softened his tone, gently shaking Shen Xinin's hand, looking pitiful, like a golden retriever craving attention from its owner. "Xiao An and someone else." "No." Hearing this, Shen Xinan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement, her face red. "Great." Anfan cheered excitedly. "How many times have I pressed Xiao An beneath me? It seems like many times. Looking down at Shun Shinan, whose cheeks were flushed with shyness, and who had slightly turned her head away, Su Anfan supported himself with his hands on the ground and scrutinized her carefully. Shun Xinin's eyes were now sparkling with a light of shyness and nervousness. Her long eyelashes quivered slightly, as if softly whispering her inner unease and anxiety. She bit her lip lightly, making her tender pink lips even more alluring. Beneath her slender neck, it evoked a desire to take a bite and taste. As small and it can only be a few times. Sensing that Su Anfan was staring at her intently, Shun Shinan shyly lowered her eyelids, not daring to meet his gaze. Xiao An, get ready. Shun Shinan gently bit her lip and nodded slightly in response. As the starting command sounded, Su Anfan's arms bent, and then straightened, and with each approach their breaths mingled and intertwined. Shun Shinan could clearly feel Su Anfan's warm breath gently brushing against her face, making her already flustered heart beat even faster like a deer. And their body temperatures soared sharply in this intimate contact filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. It was as if the surrounding air had been ignited, becoming scorching hot. Xiao An, that's enough. After Su Anfan had done a few, Shun Shinan, her face flushed, murmured softly like a mosquito. Oh. Hearing Shun Xinin's words, Su Anfan responded, stopped his movements, and reluctantly stood up slowly. Faceta-face push-ups don't seem tiring at all. I want to do a few more. Seeing Shun Xinin's dazed look was so cute, Su Anfan couldn't help but tease her with lingering interest. Xiao An, you're still saying that. Hearing this, Shun Shinan irritably raised her hand and patted Su Anfan's arm. Su Anfan just grinned foolishly. It seems like something is off. But strangely, it's kind of addicting to watch. Watching the two being so intimate, Xiao An tilted her cute little head, touched her chin thoughtfully, and murmured absent-mindedly. Indeed, they seem so close. Fan Huaning on the side also stared at the two, blankly blinking her eyes with a bit of envy. The tables have turned, Xiao An. Now it's your turn. Su Anfan's face curled into a mischievous grin as he, together with Xiao Keling and Fan Huaning, encircled Shun Shinan. He just accept our judgment obediently. Su Anfan's sly laughter rang out once more. Shun Shinan nervously swallowed a look of resolute defiance on her face as she bit her lip and said, go ahead and ask. They'll go first. Hearing this, Xiao Keling immediately raised her little hand in excitement. Keling, go ahead and ask. Seeing Xiao Keling so thrilled, Shun Shinan gave a helpless smile and said softly, all right, here I go. Shinan, what's your favorite thing? Recalling today's main purpose, Xiao Keling asked, directly brimming with curiosity. My favorite thing. Shun Shinan pursed her lips, sinking into deep contemplation. If it's favorite, it must be Xiao An. Thinking this, a faint blush crept onto Shun Xinin's face as she secretly stole a sidelong glance at Su Anfan. But Xiao An isn't a thing either. Shun Xinin's mind suddenly stumbled upon this thought, leaving her perplexed. No, Xiao An is a thing. No, that still feels off. Xiao An shouldn't be a thing. But Xiao An is wonderful, so he can't be called not a thing. Is Xiao An a thing or not? Shun Xinin's little head was thus bizarrely led astray by this tangled question, her small face, top brows slightly furrowed in deep bewilderment. Shinan, what's wrong? Have you figured it out? Seeing Shun Xinin's face etched with hesitation, Fan Huaning inquired softly, full of anticipation. I've thought of something, but... Shun Shinan bit her lip, her voice hesitant. But what? Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Keling eagerly leaned in. Xiao An, just say the first thing that comes to mind. Don't fret so much. Unable to suppress his own intense curiosity, Su Anfan also couldn't help but gently urge her. It's you, Xiao An. Seeing Su Anfan start to press her, as well, Shun Xinin's face flushed instantly, and she forced herself to whisper past her shyness. So Xiao An's favorite is me. Su Anfan, momentarily taken aback, unconsciously followed Shun Xinin's words. Me. Somehow it felt like being fed a strange, filling spoonful. Looking at Shun Xinin's flushed face and Su Anfan's astonished expression, Xiao Keling blinked, as if discovering a new world. But Xiao An, am not a thing either. Suddenly being mentioned as Shun Xinin's favorite in front of others, Su Anfan's face instantly reddened, and he spoke incoherently. No, I am a thing. Su Anfan quickly realized something was off. No, I am not a thing. He immediately shook his head vigorously in denial. A thing. Not a thing. Soon Su Anfan himself got tangled up in this confusing mess. Oh, whatever. The question was about objects. Xiao An likes, not people. Finding no way out of the spiral, he gave up on the dilemma, grabbed Shun Xinin's shoulders, and asked urgently. Objects I like. Shun Shinan suddenly thought of something, and her face instantly flushed. Xiao An, what is it? Tell me. Seeing Shun Shinan seemed to have an answer, Su Anfan pressed on impatiently. Shun Shinan nervously twisted her hands, her crimson face lowering even more as she murmured softly, something related to Xiao An. Xiao An, you're joking, right? As the situation grew increasingly hard to explain, Su Anfan turned bright red and stammered. But I just love everything about Xiao An. Seeing Su Anfan didn't believe her, Shun Shinan grew a bit irritated, gently pushed his hand away and emphasized her words. But Xiao An, that's not what we were asking. Su Anfan persisted stubbornly. Then there's nothing. Unlike you who talks about this wife and that wife every day. Agitated Shun Shinan momentarily forgot that Xiao Keilang and the others were present, puffed out her cheeks and grumbled as she usually did. No, Xiao An, I didn't mean it like that. Their relationship is too good. They become completely different people around each other, all lovey-dovey. Watching the two start flirting again, Xiao Keilang inexplicably felt full, put down her snacks and muttered to Fan Huaning. Exactly, they're like brothers who grew up together. Fan Huaning stared at them with a dazed look, her clear eyes filled with envy. Not just for Su Anfan's closeness to Shin Shinan, but for how early they had found someone so significant to each other. We've only known each other for such a short time. Compared to their decade-long friendship, it's far too short. Fan Huang's gaze was somewhat blank. So what? If we can't match them, we can't. From now on, they'll have us in their lives. Xiao Keilang shook her little head, looking unconcerned. From now on. Fan Huang's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she blinked. Then she pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth lifting gently, and a beautiful smile blossomed on her face. That's true. Sorry I've given Xiao An a good scolding if she won't spout nonsense anymore. Su Anfan said as he gently pinched Shin Zinen's puffed bun-like cheek, then pulled her over. Xiao An, just say what you want directly. Keilang Huaning, I'm sorry for not answering properly earlier. Hearing Su Anfan say she was talking nonsense, Shin Shinan shot him an annoyed glare, then apologized to Xiao Keilang and Fan Huaning with guilt. It's fine, Shinan. I didn't ask well. Favorite is indeed too broad. Xiao Keilang's eyes curved into crescents as she said with a slight smile, so Shinan, what do you want exactly? What I want. Shin Shinan lowered her head, fingers twisting her clothes as she hesitated for a long time. Cute plushies and soft pillows, I guess. After a moment of hesitation, she still blushed and added weakly, and things related to Xiao An. Do you have any ideas for Xiao An's birthday gift yet? After Shin Shinan finished answering, Su Anfan, Xiao Kellen, and Fan Huaning huddled together, lowering their voices to discuss. Based on the dolls and pillows, it's hard to pinpoint a specific item. But recalling carefully what Shinan just said, I feel he probably prefers cute soft things. Fan Huaning furrowed her brow, slightly reminiscing Shin Zinen's words, and analyzed earnestly. Then, what about something related to Su Anfan? Xiao Kellen blinked, her eyes full of curiosity, and added, I think it means no matter what Su Anfan gives or does, Shinan would probably be overjoyed. Fan Huaning stroked her chin, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. This silly Xiao An, isn't he just tossing the question back to me? Su Anfan looked helpless, at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How about asking again? Xiao Kellen cautiously probed. Okay. Su Anfan and Fan Huaning quickly agreed. But what exactly should we ask? There doesn't seem to be anything left to ask. Xiao Kellen frowned slightly, posing her doubt again. How about asking Shinan where his favorite place is and what he wants to do? Fan Huaning tilted her head and suggested. Great. Su Anfan and Xiao Kellen immediately approved. Xiao An, have you all decided? Seeing the three huddled together as if plotting some major secret, Shin Shinan felt a little uneasy, blinking nervously. Oh, we've decided. After confirming, the three turned around and returned to Shun Zinen's side. Shinan, can you tell me your favorite place? Fan Huaning looked at Shun Shinan with gentle eyes and asked softly, why another favorite? Was everyone so keen on asking these questions during Truth or Dare? Shin Shinan blinked in confusion, but still thought seriously. Favorite place? It should be Xiao An's room. After all, for someone with a lien and brain like himself, that is the most reassuring place. And Xiao An is there too. But saying it out loud doesn't seem appropriate. Looking at Su Anfan, Fan Huaning, and the others, all eagerly expectant, Shin Zinen's eyes blinked in a dilemma. If he said it, it would reveal that he often goes to Xiao An's room, and Xiao An might feel embarrassed. Remembering Su Anfan's earlier reaction, Shin Shinan couldn't help but purse his lips. And if Xiao An found out, he would definitely pester him again to come to his room at night. So had better say that place instead. After thinking for a while, Shin Shinan said softly, probably the old rundown park near our house. Although the facilities are outdated and almost no one goes there, it's practically abandoned. I still feel quite nostalgic about it. After all, it's a place we played as children, carrying so many precious memories. Moreover, that was where he first met Xiao An, though Xiao An might have long forgotten. Murmuring softly, a trace of deep nostalgia quietly passed through Shin Zinen's eyes. The park near my house. Indeed, when we were kids, we used to go there a lot. Infected by Shin Zinen's emotions, Su Anfan's mind also surfaced with various precious images from the past, and he too felt a deep sense of nostalgia. He'll take Xiao An to the park on his birthday. Su Anfan silently made a plan in his mind. All right, your turn, Xiao An. Seeing that the previous two questions were so simple, Shin Shinan completely relaxed and gently urged. Then let Xiao An tell us what he most wants to do with each of us. Considering that the previous two questions hadn't yielded much crucial information, Su Anfan decided to use a little trick to get Shin Shinan to say more. What I most want to do together. Although the question was simple, Shin Shinan thought for a while before slowly revealing his thoughts. With Huaning, I think it would be doing crafts together. I feel Huaning is very meticulous and could teach me a lot, and we could make many cute little things. It should be quite fun. With Kellen, I think it would be going to a cat cafe to pet cats. For some reason, I always feel that Kellen resembles a little hamster. If she were surrounded by a bunch of cats, the scene would be especially adorable. I'd like to see it. Shun Zinen's slender fingers gently rested on his chin, his clear eyes sometimes staring intently at the ground, sometimes blinking softly, as he spoke earnestly word by word. Xiao Kellen and Fan Huaning also watched Shin Shinan attentively memorizing the key information. As for Xiao An, when mentioning Su Anfan, Shin Shinan lifted his eyes and quickly glanced at Su Anfan, his face instantly flushing crimson. The things he wanted to do were too indescribable. He simply couldn't say them out loud. Recalling those strange perverse thoughts earlier, Shin Shinan unconsciously twisted the hem of his clothes, lowering his head even more. The blush spread from his cheeks all the way to the tips of his ears. For Xiao An, I'd just like to do whatever Xiao An likes. Under Su Anfan's curious probing gaze, Shin Shinan gently bit his lip and murmured weakly, how should I put it? It's so typical of Shinan. Hearing this, Xiao Kellen straightened her petite frame, looking as if she had expected nothing less. Alright, I think everyone has asked enough. Let's end it here. As soon as Shin Shinan finished speaking, he hurriedly lowered his head. Not so fast, Xiao An. You still have a dare to complete. Seeing Shin Shinan trying to escape, Su Anfan quickly stopped him. Fine, just tell me what you want me to do quickly. Helpless Shin Shinan obediently complied. Wait a moment, let me discuss with them. Su Anfan said, pulling Xiao Kellen and Fan Huaning aside to start a secret meeting. So, is there anything else you want to do? Su Anfan broke the silence first. Probably not. Regarding the gift, Kellen and I already have some ideas. Fan Huaning replied softly. Then what should we make Shinan do for the dare? Xiao Kellen blinked in confusion. The three fell into a brief silence. Got it. Suddenly Su Anfan seemed to have a flash of inspiration and excitedly whispered to the other two. How about we make Xiao An do this? That's not quite appropriate. Hearing Su Anfan's idea, Fan Huang's face instantly flushed slightly. What's the matter? Is good, buddy. I have plenty of experience in this area. Su Anfan patted his chest confidently. Then let's go with that. Xiao Kellen was also tempted and agreed. Alright then. Fan Huaning finally consented. Xiao and Kellen Huaning, what are you going to do? Seeing the three suddenly turn around and stare at him with mischievous eyes, Shin Shinan instantly became uneasy. Xiao An, just obediently let us have our way with you. Su Anfan grinned menacingly and stepped closer. Deep it. In the end, under the three's demands, Shin Shinan had no choice but to transform into a dress-up doll thoroughly played with. The sight of Shinan in women's clothing. How adorable. Seated on the sofa in the third-floor lobby, Fan Huang's gaze was fixed intently on her phone screen, studying each delicate photograph with utmost care. As she scrolled through the images, a smile crept unbidden across her lips, the usual coolness of her face now brimming with delight. In the photo, Shin Shinan wore a meticulously prepared cosplay outfit from the party venue, shrinking timidly into the corner of the bed like a pitiful kitten, stealing a furtive glance at the camera. It was a Lolita dress predominantly in soft pink, which looked exceptionally adorable and fitting on Shin Shinan. Her expression was a mix of nervousness and extreme shyness as she stood in the corner of the room, her hands clasped uncomfortably in front of her. Her fair cheeks were flushed like a ripe tomato, and her watery eyes were filled with shyness and unease, casting a timid sidelong glance at the camera. Her slightly pursed lips carried a hint of awkwardness and bashfulness, as if she was still not quite accustomed to her current attire. Without suitable shoes, her small toes curled up on the bed, further accentuating her shyness and discomfort. This is simply too adorable. I can't take it. Even I, a girl, feel a flutter in my heart. A trace of fascination crept across her cool face, and Fan Huaning gently bit her rosy lips, a faint blush imperceptibly coloring her cheeks. I kinda want to cuddle with Shinan like this. Hugging her tightly like a doll, it would feel so comforting. Her fingers lightly swiped across the screen, as if she wished to reach through that cold glass and touch Shin Zinen's shy face. But Shinan is a man. No matter how cute, I shouldn't think this way. Soon Fan Huaning realized something was off, and quickly shook her head, driving away those strange thoughts. Still, I never knew Shinan had this side. It's so different from the image I had imagined. After carefully saving these photos into a private album, Fan Huaning gently closed her phone, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked into the distance, lost in thought. Before reuniting with Shin Shinan, she had always thought that although he seemed somewhat delicate, he was probably a warm-hearted big boy who was just awkward at expressing himself. After all, in her understanding, only those whose hearts were filled with light would unreservedly bestow that light upon strangers trapped in darkness. And those like her imprisoned in darkness would only endlessly weave one cage after another, tightly binding themselves within the gloom. Either hurt themselves or hurt others. An angel like Shin Shinan, who descended so suddenly to save her shattered world, should be as radiant as the protagonist depicted in anime and manga. He should have bright eyes, a warm smile, and effortlessly dispel all the shadows in the world. His voice should be gentle yet firm. Every word he spoke would infuse people with strength and courage. His demeanor would surely be elegant and composed, maintaining that poise no matter what difficulties he faced. Only then could he stay true to his heart in this noisy, chaotic world and reach out to strangers without hesitation. However, after getting to know Shinshinan better, Fan Huining realized that the real Shinshinan was quite different from the one she had imagined. He was still as gentle and kind as she had imagined, even more so than she had ever expected. But he was different. He would murmur, weakly blush adorably, and become flustered and uneasy when faced with the embarrassing thoughts in his own mind. He also had moments of helplessness and times of confusion, like a wounded little beast shrinking helplessly, hiding behind her and others for protection. And his world was not all light. It was filled with pain and darkness that she had never personally experienced or understood. In his heart, there were people he deeply depended on. He showed more of this cute, fragile side, like a doll that once held gently would provide warmth, not the distant, unreachable sun hanging high in the sky. Xinin's personality is rather like a girl's, just like me. But still, I kind of like this Shinshinan too. Time passed slowly, bit by bit, and Fan Huing's thoughts gradually drifted away from her memories, returning to reality. Forget it'll stop thinking. I still need to discuss with Kellen what birthday gift to prepare for Shinan later. Fan Huining murmured softly, slowly stood up, and walked toward the bathroom, intending to wash her face, as usual, to clear her head. Swish, swish, swish. Is Shinan taking a shower in there? Looking at the closed cubicle door and hearing the sound of water splashing from inside, Fan Huining suddenly remembered that Shinan in women's clothing had rushed into the room with a red face. The makeup on her face must have felt uncomfortable, so she wanted to wash it off. As the sound of water gradually faded, Fan Huining blinked and thought. Although Shenzinin's cross-dressing was already very beautiful, without makeup under the teasing of Anfan and Xiao Kellen, she had still put on some lipstick and such. Makeup is pretty, but Fan Huining still felt that Shinshinan looked better in her natural state. By the way, she remembered seeing online that men look their best right after a bath. Hearing the water stop and the rustling of clothes from the cubicle, a sudden idea popped into Fan Huing's mind, and she couldn't help but feel a bit tempted, licking her lips. Huining. Just as she stood at the door in a tangle, the bathroom door slowly opened and Shinshinan, having just finished bathing, walked out gracefully. Shenzinin's hair was wet with crystal droplets continuously falling from the tips, splashing tiny flowers on the floor. She wore a loose nightgown, which seemed a size too large, making her appear even more delicate and innocent. Her fair face, flushed from the steam, was utterly captivating. Shenzinin's eyes were a little hazy, as if still immersed in the comfort of the bath, not yet fully awake, and even her voice carried a hint of girlish softness. Fan Huining was taken aback at the sight, her gaze involuntarily falling on Shinshinan. Huh, why is Xinin's chest so bulging? Huining, how are you? Seeing Fan Huining suddenly staring at her, as if she had witnessed something extremely bizarre, Shinshinan felt a trace of confusion and couldn't help but blink gently. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, she noticed that Fan Huing's gaze was fixed directly on her chest. Oh no. After taking a shower, she had instinctively replaced her chest binder with a bra, just like at home. Looking at the slight rise and fall of her own chest, Shinshinan instantly understood the situation and was flustered at a loss for what to do. Huining, Xiao An called me for something, you'll go first. Seizing the moment while Fan Huining was still in shock, Shinshinan quickly hugged the freshly changed clothes tightly to her chest, trying to conceal the delicate situation. Then she hurriedly bid farewell to Fan Huining and like a startled fawn rushed toward her room. Watching Shenzinin's figure gradually fade away, Fan Huining finally snapped out of her extreme shock and deep confusion. However, her mind uncontrollably replayed the unbelievable scene she had just witnessed. Her chest was bulging, and it seemed even bigger than her own. Could Shinan be a girl? No, that's impossible. As soon as this thought surfaced in her mind, Fan Huining resolutely dismissed it at the fastest speed possible. There was no way Shinan could be a girl. Otherwise, how could he have lived among them as a male for so long without being discovered? But then how could she explain the rise and fall of Xinin's chest? Moreover, upon careful reflection, Shinan indeed seemed to lack an Adam's apple. Her perceptive mind had noticed this feature of Shinan before. However, at the time she had read online that some men's Adam's apples were not prominent and might not show, so Fan Huining hadn't given it much thought. But now when she connected Shenzinin's slightly feminine mannerisms and appearance, everything seemed to fall into place. Yet how could it be possible? The Shinan who played heartily with them. The Shinan who always gently and patiently accompanied others. The Shinan who descended like an angel to save her when she needed it most. Could he really be a girl? And if he were, why would he keep it a secret from everyone? Was there some unspeakable hardship behind it? Fan Huing's heart instantly became a tangled mess with all kinds of guesses and thoughts surging in her mind, leaving her feeling unprecedented confusion and unease. Her hands unconsciously clutched at the hem of her clothes, rubbing them vigorously, as if only by doing so could she slightly alleviate the inner turmoil and anxiety. Fan Huining stood there like a statue for a long, long time, her feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Everything around her seemed to have disappeared. Her entire world was completely occupied by this bold thought, unable to calm down for a long time. Xiao An, something terrible has happened. Shun Shinan rushed into the room in a panic, then slammed the door shut, hurriedly running to Su Anfan, who was arranging the floor bedding. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing Shun Shinan in such a frantic and anxious state, Su Anfan blinked in confusion. Hui Ming must have found out that I'm a girl. Shun Shinan panted softly, her brows tightly furrowed, her eyes full of urgency and panic. She grabbed Su Anfan's arm as if clinging to a lifeline. Oh. So Fan Huaning saw the bulge on your chest. After listening to Shun Zinen's detailed account of what happened, Su Anfan frowned slightly and asked softly, Yes. Shun Shinan bit her lip hard in self-reproach, her lowered face filled with deep guilt, her voice tinged with tears. I'm sorry, Xiao An. You told me not to reveal myself, but I was still so careless. I've caused you trouble again. It's okay, Xiao Nan. Disguising as a male is not easy if it's hard to be foolproof. You've tried very hard, it's alright. Su Anfan comforted her gently, softly rubbing Shun Zinen's head. Don't worry too much, Xiao Nan. There's still a way. Xiao An, do you have any other ideas? Shun Zinen's eyes unconsciously showed her dependence on Su Anfan as she looked up, her face full of worry, murmuring. Xiao Nan, are you sure Fan Huaning only saw that your chest was bulging? Did she notice anything else? Su Anfan quickly calmed down, her mind racing. She thought of something and patiently asked Shin Shinan, I think so. Shin Shinan blinked uneasily and answered truthfully. Then it's fine. Upon hearing this, a confident smile immediately appeared on Su Anfan's face. She leaned in and whispered into Shun Zinen's ear. Xiao An, you just need to do this. And then that. Shin Shinan nodded continuously while listening. Shin Shinan is a girl. Shin Shinan is not a girl. Still haunted by the earlier thought, Fan Huaning was somewhat dazed. She paced aimlessly like a zombie, her heart filled with conflict and struggle. Should she go and ask Shinan directly? If he was determined to hide it, he probably wouldn't tell her the truth anyway. Fan Huaning blinked in confusion, bit her lip absently, and frowned deeply, her heart full of turmoil. Wow, amazing. Shinan really looks even more like a girl like this. Just as Fan Huaning was tangled in her thoughts, Xiao Kellen's cheerful and clear voice suddenly rang out. Fan Huaning looked up and saw Shin Shinan dressed in a beautiful long gown, standing timidly before Xiao Kellen and Su Anfan. But unlike before, this time Shin Zinen's chest was plump, just like a girl's. Xiao An, I knew something was off with your earlier look. It was missing this. No wonder you didn't look like a girl. Seeing Fan Huaning approach, Su Anfan held a few silicone breast pads in her hand and deliberately patted Shin Zinen's shoulder loudly, pretending not to notice her. Xiao An, this is so embarrassing. Shin Shinan blushed, her small hands covering her chest in embarrassment, lowering her head as if she wanted to crawl into a hole. Xiao Nan, since you're already wearing it, how about making it a bit bigger? Seeing Shun Zinen's shy and mortified expression, Su Anfan seemed even more excited, grinning as she approached Shin Shinan with a few more pats. No way. Shin Shinan gently slapped Su Anfan's hand away, giving her a reproachful look and muttering discontentedly. It was you who said you wanted to see what a real girl looks like, so I put on this weird stuff. Now that you've seen it, that's enough. I don't want to wear it anymore. Saying this, Shin Shinan, with a hint of shame and anger, unclasped something behind her back with her small hands. The bulging thing on her chest instantly drooped like a deflated balloon. Shun Zinen's chest visibly flattened. Here, I'm going to change and go to sleep. She pulled out a silicone fake breast pad from inside her clothes and placed it in Su Anfan's hand, her face flushed crimson before fleeing in panic toward her room. This Xiao An is still too shy. As Shin Shinan left, Su Anfan's eyes subtly gleamed with the light of a successful plan. She casually picked up the prop and said nonchalantly, now I finally know how those cross-dressing guys manage to look so realistic. It's really convincing. Xiao Kellen also curiously held a silicone breast pad, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she examined it closely. Silicone breast pad. So that's how it is. Fan Huaning blinked and murmured to herself. The doubt that had lingered in her heart gradually dissipated like smoke. Yeah, how could Shin Shinan possibly be a girl? Fan Huaning couldn't help but give a self-deprecating smile, lightly patting her chest, as if to dispel the inexplicable tension. She was just scaring herself. She let out a long sigh, her tense nerves slowly relaxing, and the hanging heart finally settled down. My brother has been acting a bit peculiar lately. Ever since she transformed into a silver-haired loli, she seems to have awakened some rather extraordinary attributes. Not only has she become incredibly clingy, but she also delights in teasing me. She even occasionally orders me around, making all sorts of bizarre requests. Xiao An, carry me to the bathroom. My legs are weak and I'm too lazy to walk. Just as Shin Shinan was staring blankly at Su Anfan, who was still lying in bed playing on her phone, Su Anfan suddenly sat up. Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness and languor as she spoke to Shin Shinan. Xiao An, didn't you just get out of bed? You should be able to handle going to the bathroom on your own. Shin Shinan blinked helplessly and said softly, no way. With Xiao An here, I refuse to walk. Su Anfan grabbed her slightly messy silver hair, squinting her eyes with some dissatisfaction. Then she opened her arms toward Shen Shinan, waving them randomly and erratically as she said, "Xiao An, hurry up." Seeing that Shen Shinan still hadn't moved, Su Anfan gently shook her pristine white feet, puffing out her cheeks in slight anger. Shen Shinan thought, oh well, Xiao An must be under the influence of female hormones. They'll just spoil her a bit more during this time. Seeing Su Anfan's appearance like an adorable white cat with its fur ruffled, Shun Zinen's heart softened instantly. He let out a helpless sigh, then slowly moved closer to Su Anfan. Shen Shinan walked slowly to the bedside, bent down slightly, and carefully lifted Su Anfan into his arms. Su Anfan with practiced ease wrapped her arms around Shen Zinen's, pressing her small face tightly against him, a smug smile curling at the corners of her lips. Shen Shinan felt the weight in his arms, his heart filled with cherishment and care. His hands unconsciously moved, adjusting the position, cautiously afraid of accidentally hurting Su Anfan. Su Anfan's warm breath gently brushed against Shen Zinen's arm, and that warmth caused a faint blush to instantly spread across Shen Zinen's cheeks. Xiao An, you don't cherish the opportunity you're given. Once I change back, you won't be able to hold me anymore. Su Anfan squirmed restlessly in Shen Zinen's arms like a lively hamster, her small body brimming with energy. Finally, after finding a comfortable position, she used one small hand to pinch Shen Zinen's cheeks, scolding him with a tone of frustration, as if disappointed in his lack of progress. If it were Xiao An's original weight, I wouldn't be able to carry you. Hearing this, Shen Shinan blinked, instead his expression turning serious as he pondered, but Xiao An should be able to carry me. Yua. Shen Shinan was promptly given a sharp knock on the head by Su Anfan. Silly Xiao An. Seeing that Shen Shinan remained obstinate, Su Anfan pouted in dissatisfaction, shaking her fair little feet, while urging hurry up. Having been inexplicably knocked on the head, Shen Shinan looked bewildered, blinking in confusion. Nevertheless, he obediently followed Su Anfan's words and slowly walked toward the bathroom. Xiao An, why aren't you leaving yet? Could it be? After being gently placed on the toilet by Shen Shinan, Su Anfan tilted her tiny head, looking at Shen Shinan, who still stood there dazed. Then a mischievous smile curled at the corner of her lips. Xiao An, you pervert. I am not. Shen Zinen's face instantly flushed crimson, his expression tense as he hastily averted his gaze and stammered. Tu was just wondering whether I should carry Xiao An back later. Really? Seeing Shen Zinen's shy and adorable appearance, Su Anfan's eyes gleamed with further playful intent. She lightly lifted a corner of her clothing, smiling mischievously as she spoke in a seductive voice. If Xiao An wants, it's not on POSSI, believe Xiao An. What are you saying? I am going out. Call me when you're done. Catching a glimpse of the small patch of snow-white skin at Su Anfan's waist, Shen Zinen's face turned so red it seemed about to explode. He frantically slammed the door shut, then fled as if startled like a frightened rabbit. His good brother still couldn't handle being teased. Seeing Shen Shinan rush away in panic, Su Anfan wore a demonic smile of triumph on her face. Xiao An was so adorable. She wanted to bully him even more. Su Anfan licked the corner of her mouth, a new wicked idea quickly budding in her eyes. Xiao An was really too much, always playing with me. After carrying Su Anfan back to the bed, Shen Shinan still hadn't recovered from the previous shock. The blush on his face lingered, and he could only steal cautious glances at Su Anfan. Xiao An, come here. Suddenly Su Anfan called out in a coquettish voice again. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing Su Anfan calling him again, Shen Shinan felt somewhat resigned and slowly approached. Xiao An, lie down. Seeing Shen Shinan obediently come closer, Su Anfan patted her own thigh, a faint smile flickering on her face. Xiao An, what are you going to do? Seeing Su Anfan motioning for him to lie on her lap, Shen Zinen's face flushed completely, and he stammered. Ear cleaning. Haven't we done this often before? Su Anfan blinked, innocently pursing her pink lips. Xiao An has been working so hard taking care of me lately. I want to repay you properly. No. Shen Shinan quickly refused, his face red. Xiao An, I really just want to repay you properly. Can't you even grant this small request? Seeing Shen Shinan refuse, a layer of mist quickly gathered in the girl's eyes. She glanced pitifully at Shen Shinan, her clear eyes filled with grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. All right, I'll agree to Xiao An. Unable to bear Su Anfan's pitiful appearance, Shen Shinan finally stammered his consent. Shen Shinan slowly lay down on Su Anfan's lap, his heart pounding wildly, as if it would burst from his chest at any moment. He felt the warmth from Su Anfan's legs with extreme clarity, the soft touch seemingly magical, causing his body to tense up instantly, as rigid as a statue. Xiao An's legs. So soft. His face flushed bright red, his eyes not daring to look at Su Anfan, fixed straight on the ceiling. Su Anfan gently picked up the ear-cleaning tool and slowly brought it close to Shen Zinen's ear. Every slight movement was like a soft feather brushing against Shen Zinen's heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly a wicked thought flashed through Su Anfan's mind. She quietly leaned close to Shen Zinen's ear and gently exhaled a warm breath. The The warm breath brushed against Shinzinen's ear, making his body shudder violently, the blush on his face deepening, as if it could drip blood. Xiao An, you're so tense. Are you thinking about something naughty? Su Anfan smiled wickedly, her voice soft, yet carrying an intoxicating allure. Shin Shinan stammered back, no Xiao An, don't talk nonsense. But Su Anfan showed no sign of stopping. She brought her small face close to Shun Zinen's cheek and whispered, then why is your face so red? Shin Shinan felt a buzzing in his head, as if he were engulfed in a blazing fire about to burn up. He spoke incoherently, Xiao An, you don't be like this. Aye. Before he could finish, he hastily turned his head away, not daring to look at Su Anfan again. The smile in Su Anfan's eyes, however, grew even brighter. Was she going to sleep with Xiao An again? In the room, Shin Shinan, who had changed into her pajamas, stared blankly at the neatly made bed, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, without her noticing. Sleeping together would hardly count as keeping their distance. And with Xiao An, she felt he would definitely do something strange and unexpected. Recalling how Su Anfan had pinned her against the wall and pressed her onto the bed with such domineering force, Shin Shinan couldn't help but bite her lip. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, heat radiating outward. Forget it. If Xiao An tried anything weird again, she would ruthlessly kick him off the bed. No matter how much he pretended to be pitiful, she would never let him back on the bed. This time she had to be tough. No matter what, she wouldn't let Xiao An have his way again. She would become cold and ruthless, firmly rejecting Xiao An, no longer soft-hearted. Imagining her own cold, decisive refusal and Su Anfan's groveling pleas for mercy, Shin Zinen's lips curled up involuntarily. But why hasn't Xiao An come back yet? Having just put on a cold and ruthless little expression, Shin Shinan now sat on the bed, swinging her feet, looking expectantly toward the door. Although organizing those things would take some time, this was taking far too long. Seeing that it was already time to wash up and sleep, yet Su Anfan still hadn't appeared, Shin Shinan began to feel a bit worried. Forget it, she might as well go check. After several more minutes passed with no sign of Su Anfan, Shin Shinan couldn't hold back any longer. She got up and quickly walked toward the door to see what was going on. Just as Shin Shinan poked her head out, she saw Su Anfan sitting lazily on the floor by the door. He was holding a bottle in his hand, looking dazed and disoriented. Xiao An, what happened to you? Have you been drinking? Seeing Su Anfan in this state, Shin Shinan hurried over. As she approached, a faint smell of alcohol wafted into her nose. No, Xiao An, I just drank a few bottles of some weird drink. While the taste was a bit strange, but after a few sips it was actually quite good. Xiao An, want to try? Seeing Shun Zinen's worried expression as she rushed over, Su Anfan immediately broke into a silly grin, shaking the bottle in his hand as he tried to stand up unsteadily. Seeing Su Anfan swaying and unsteady, Shin Shinan quickly stretched out her arms, tightly embracing him, using her body to support his weight. Silly Xiao An, this is alcohol. After recognizing the cocktail label on the bottle, Shin Shinan frowned. She raised her hand and knocked on Su Anfan's head, angrily, speaking with a tone of exasperation. Huh, so it's alcohol. All those foreign words, I thought it was some high-end drink. No wonder I feel dizzy. Even after being hit hard by Shin Shinan, Su Anfan wasn't angry. Instead, he grinned foolishly and rubbed his head. He leaned more of his weight onto Shin Shinan, pulling her into his arms. Silly Xiao An, you didn't even realize you were drunk. You'd probably end up hugging the toilet all night. Seeing Su Anfan's drunken confusion, Shin Shinan tapped his head again in annoyance, pouting and muttering discontentedly. But Xiao An is here. Su Anfan slowly rested his head on Shin Zinen's shoulder, his breath reeking of alcohol. With a carefree look, he rubbed her head and smiled foolishly. I knew my Xiao An would worry about me. Always counting on me. Feeling Su Anfan's scorching body temperature and warm breath, Shin Zinen's face flushed slightly, and she murmured in a petulant tone. If you drink again in the future, see if your wife lets you into the room. I'll sneak into Xiao An's room. After all, Xiao An will always let me in and take good care of me. Su Anfan frowned thought for a long moment, then quickly resumed his silly grin, put his arm around Shin Zinen's shoulder, and whispered in a slurred voice. Silly Xiao An. Shin Zinen's face turned red from his words, and she could only mumble as she used all her strength to help Su Anfan into the room. Xiao An's shy look is still so cute. Su Anfan gently poked Shin Zinen's flushed cheek, mumbling incoherently. Alright Xiao An, you're drunk, stop talking nonsense. Seeing Su Anfan starting to tease her again, Shin Shinan bit her lip, carefully laid him on the bed, and whispered softly. No. Feeling Shin Zinen's soft body slipping out of his embrace, Su Anfan quickly sat up and grabbed her hand. With a sudden tug, Shin Shinan lost her balance and fell into his arms. Xiao An, don't go. Su Anfan pressed his cheek against Shin Zinen's fair face, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist, pulling her close with all his strength. Oh. Shin Zinen's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively placed her hands on his firm chest, trying to push away. But her strength was negligible against his powerful grip. Xiao An, what are you doing? Her voice trembled with obvious panic, and her body tensed instantly. Her cheeks were burning, the flush spreading all the way to her ears, and even her neck showed a captivating pink. Xiao An, don't scare me. As Su Anfan drew closer, Shin Zinen's breathing became rapid and irregular, her chest heaving violently, each breath laced with nervous tremors. Her rosy lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she was too tense to form words. Her neatly arranged pajamas were now wrinkled, and a few buttons near the collar had come undone, revealing a hint of her collarbone and a small patch of creamy skin. Anfan rested his chin lightly on top of her head, breathing hot and fast, his scorching breath spreading through her hair. One hand held her waist tightly while the other slowly moved up her back. Finally, it stopped at the nape of her neck, gently pressing her head against his chest. Xiao An. Slowly he brought his mouth close to her small, delicate ear, tilting his head slightly and whispering word by word. I want you to. Xiao An, what is he going to do? Anfan's warm breath, tinged with the scent of alcohol, brushed gently against Shen Zinen's sensitive ear like a soft feather. The tingling sensation made Shen Xinan both shy and gradually dazed. Her breathing grew faster and shorter, her chest rising and falling slightly. The complex emotions of nervousness and anticipation intertwined, causing her body to gradually heat up. She gently twisted her delicate frame, as if trying to escape this blush-inducing, ambiguous atmosphere, yet also as if savoring this rare moment of intimacy. After getting drunk, does Xiao An want me? Shen Zinen's mind was in a mess, burning from Anfan's sudden move. Her fingers involuntarily gripped Anfan's clothes. The slight trembling of her fingertips inadvertently revealed the tension and anticipation deep within her. Doing this kind of thing with a best buddy. It's not right, is it? But if Xiao An really likes it, it's okay to do whatever he wants. Once this thought appeared, it spread like a spark, setting the prairie ablaze. After all, he is my dearest Xiao An. And I said I am Xiao An's exclusive possession. As Anfan's face drew closer, Shen Xinan slightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes gently fluttering. Her rosy lips trembled slightly, and she subconsciously bit her lower lip, trying to conceal her inner nervousness. Meanwhile, Anfan's low magnetic voice, accompanied by his scorching breath, continued to intermittently strike Shen Zinen's sensitive ear. Xiao An, I want you and me. You and me. To have a pillow fight together. Huh? Shen Zinen's eyes instantly snapped open, and her previously hazy gaze became clear in an instant. Xiao An, it's been so long since we last played, just play with me for a while. Anfan laughed foolishly again, his warm palm vigorously rubbing Shen Zinen's little head, muttering incoherently to himself. That's right, no matter what, Xiao An only sees me as his best buddy. He can't possibly have that kind of lust or that kind of heart. What was I even thinking? Really? The blush on Shen Zinen's face slowly faded a bit, and a hint of faint disappointment first flashed in her now clear eyes. But soon the gentle expression regained dominance. Okay, Xiao An, you're drunk. Let's change your clothes and get a good sleep first. They'll play with you when there's a chance later, alright? Shen Zinen's voice was very gentle. She softly stroked Anfan's slightly hot cheek and carefully pulled her clinging body a little away from him. No, I want to play with Xiao An right now. Seeing Shen Xinan push him away slightly, Anfan suddenly pulled her back into his arms with force, pouting childishly and muttering discontentedly. Being pulled back into Anfan's arms, his familiar and scorching breath instantly overwhelmed her again. Shen Zinen's whole body quickly became hot and limp as if ignited, and she hurriedly struggled gently. Xiao An, listen to me, you're drunk. You're not clear-headed right now, whether in what you do or say. Be good and listen to me, okay? Shen Xinan gently pressed her small hands against Anfan's broad, solid chest, speaking word by word with utmost seriousness. Seeing Shen Zinen's so serious and earnest little face, Anfan seemed to sober up a bit. He just stared blankly at Shen Xinan, and only then did the strength in his grip loosen slightly. Seizing this rare moment, when Anfan relaxed his hold, Shen Xinan slowly freed herself from his powerful embrace and stood steadily on the ground again, barefoot. Xiao An is such a good boy. Seeing Anfan staring at her blankly like a newborn, innocent little beast, Shen Xinan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Be good, Xiao An, just stay here, okay? They'll go wash your face to sober you up. Shen Xinan soothed Anfan gently and turned to get some water. But as soon as she took a small step, her slender wrist was suddenly grasped tightly by an unexpected force. She turned around and saw Anfan, who had somehow regained some strength. In his drunken, blurry eyes there was a hint of childlike stubbornness and deep dependence. Xiao An, don't go. Anfan's voice carried a trace of drunkenness mixed with a plea, and his grip did not loosen at all. Thus he forcibly pulled Shen Xinan back into his warm embrace. Caught off guard, Shen Xinan fell back into that familiar and scorching embrace. Instantly her heartbeat became like a chaotic drum, rapid and intense. Her breathing also became rapid, as if the air around had grown thin. Xiao An, don't be like this. I'm just going to get you some water and wash your face. Shen Xinan gently pushed against Anfan, trying to break free from his hold, her gentle tone tinged with helplessness. However, Anfan seemed not to hear her at all. His strong arms tightly encircled her. He buried his head deep in the crook of her neck, still muttering indistinctly, "Don't go, stay with me." Shen Xinan felt Anfan's scorching body temperature, and hearing him, her heart intertwined with helplessness and tenderness. She stopped struggling, let out a soft sigh, as if both compromising and willing. Shen Shinan gently placed her hands on Su Anfan's broad back and said softly, "Okay, I won't go. He'll stay with you." Su Anfan quieted down a bit, but his hands still tightly held Shen Shinan, as if afraid she would suddenly disappear in an instant. What's wrong with Xiao An? Seeing that Su Anfan's mood had suddenly dropped again when he saw her about to leave, Shen Shinan blinked a bit distressed and helpless and hugged him tightly. "Good Xiao An, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just sleep obediently, and everything will be fine after a good sleep." She gently patted Su Anfan's back as if coaxing a child. Xiao An, I'm not sleepy at all. Hurry up and chat with me." Under Shen Zinen's extremely gentle soothing, Su Anfan's mood finally recovered a bit. He tightly clutched the corner of Shen Zinen's clothes, burrowing his head against her chest like a spoiled child. "Alright, what does Xiao An want to talk about?" Seeing Su Anfan so dependent on her, a touch of tenderness unconsciously crept into the corners of Shen Zinen's eyes. She bent slightly and hugged him tighter. "Xiao An, why? Why did you want to leave me?" Su Anfan's aggrieved voice sounded again, lingering softly. "Xiao An, why did you leave me?" Su Anfan clung to Shen Zinen's chest like a child desperate for shelter, his face flushed from drinking, bearing an expression of both grievance and confusion. Shen Shinan looked at Su Anfan's aggrieved face, and her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible powerful hand, aching unbearably. "Xiao An, I just stepped away to get some water to help you sober up." She gently cupped his face, her gaze tender and earnest. "I'm not leaving you. I never will. But I saw you about to go just now." Su Anfan pouted, staring intently at her face, yet his eyes were still filled with confusion and bewilderment. He furrowed his brow like a child struggling to understand, murmuring to himself, "You said you wanted to keep your distance, to slowly fade out of my world. But why, Xiao An? Why keep your distance? Don't you want me anymore? And all that talk about brothers, childhood friends, sudden arrivals. I don't understand. Isn't it enough if you just stay with me?" Su Anfan blinked rapidly, his thick lashes fluttering, his face full of innocent confusion. "I'm so scared that you'll abandon me." He tilted his head slightly, as if utterly perplexed by Shen Zinen's earlier actions and explanations, yet desperately eager to comprehend. Xiao An still hadn't figured it out. He was still tangled in this confusion. Earlier, Su Anfan had seemed so calm and detached that Shen Shinan thought he had already understood everything, which was why he kept teasing her. But seeing him now so bewildered, she realized how deeply her words had affected him. It was better to explain everything more clearly. "Though after a night's sleep, Xiao An would likely forget everything I said. Yet only at this moment in his confusion would he obediently listen to me. Even if it hurts him, even if it means we can't even be brothers anymore. But I can't hold back any longer. Delaying will only cause more pain for both of us." Shen Shinan gently cupped Su Anfan's face again, her movements tender, as if holding the most precious treasure. Her fingers softly traced his cheek, her eyes revealing deep attachment and a hint of resolve, as if she had made a decision. "Xiao An, what do you think we are to each other?" Shen Zinen's voice was gentle. "Good brothers." "Xiao An, what's wrong?" Seeing her suddenly so serious, the bewildered Su Anfan felt an inexplicable unease. "Xiao An, do you like me?" Shen Zinen's gaze was soft as water, her voice gentle, as if speaking louder would startle him. Seeing him still confused, she reached out and patiently smoothed his messy hair, her movements full of tenderness. Like. Su Anfan blushed, stammering like a shy child. Then, Shen Zinen's slender fingers gently traced his face, sliding down his neck and stopping at his chest. She stared at that spot as if trying to see through his clothes into his true thoughts. Finally, she bit her lips, the pink petals trembling slightly, carrying both anxiety and anticipation. "Xiao An, do you love me?" Love. Su Anfan's eyes flew open wide, his voice trembling as he repeated the word, as if it were a strange, unfamiliar term he had never heard. His gaze, once hazy from alcohol, suddenly cleared. But he was like a lamb caught in a sudden blizzard, utterly panicked and lost. "Yes, love." Seeing his shock, Shen Zinen's heart already guessed the answer, but she still held a sliver of hope. She gently cupped his face, speaking each word softly and earnestly. "Not the pure friendship between brothers like you mentioned before, but love, the kind where you willingly entrust your entire future and everything to the other person without reservation." I don't know. Xiao An, I've never thought about this." Su Anfan instinctively clutched the hem of his clothes, breathing rapidly. He stared blankly at Shen Shinan, his eyes searching for answers in hers, as if desperately trying to sort out his chaotic thoughts. "Aren't we brothers? How did we suddenly get to love?" His lips parted slightly, murmuring, and the flush from drinking drained from his face instantly. He swallowed repeatedly, his atoms apple bobbing, betraying his inner turmoil. So that's it." Watching his flustered state, Shen Shinan realized the answer she had long known. The answer she most feared hearing, yet knew all too well. She struggled to speak, but her throat felt gripped by invisible hands, the suffocating pain choking her words. Tears swirled in her eyes, threatening to burst like a dam breaking. She clenched her teeth so hard her gums hurt, fighting to keep the hot liquid from falling. Hadn't she already warned herself not to hold any hope? Why does it still hurt so much? Shun Xinin's gaze lingered on Su Anfan's familiar face desperately, trying to catch even a trace of affection in his expressions. Even a tiny bit would do. But all she saw was his bewildered confusion and helplessness. Her hands unconsciously gripped his clothes, her long nails almost embedding into the fabric. Yet seeing Su Anfan as flustered as a startled rabbit, her heart clenched, pain and tenderness surging together. No, I can't cry. Xiao An still needs me to take care of him. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength to suppress the pain that threatened to consume her. Forcing back the agony, she struggled to lift the corners of her mouth, producing a smile more bitter than tears. That smile carried endless bitterness and desolation, as if it might be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. Shin Shinan slowly extended her hands, gently resting them on his shoulders, trying to calm him. But her fingers trembled uncontrollably, betraying her emotions. It's okay, Xiao An. Don't be afraid. Shun Xinin's voice was soft, yet it carried a barely concealed tremor. Her slender fingers trembled slightly as she gently but firmly pulled him into her embrace. Just pretend I was joking. It's fine, Xiao An. Everything's okay. She held him tightly, like a mother soothing a frightened child, or like a helpless child desperately clinging to the last warmth she could grasp, hopeless and reluctant to let go. Xiao An, what's wrong with you? Su Anfan was still somewhat dazed, held tightly in Shun Xinin's embrace, his body rigid, as if frozen. Yet when he felt the uncontrollable trembling of Shun Xinin's body, he instinctively reached out his hands and held her even more tightly. His bewildered eyes now held not only confusion, but also deep aching tenderness. Xiao An, it's okay, it's all my fault, it's fine, it's fine. Shun Xinin's nostrils fluttered rapidly and gently, her once rosy lips now pale and trembling incessantly, utterly devoid of their former vitality. Though she struggled to hold back her tears and not let them fall, every quiver of the muscles on her small face silently spoke of her inner anguish. Xiao An, be good, don't be afraid. She stubbornly lifted her head, gently resting it on top of Su Anfan's, murmuring softly, just to keep him from seeing her pain-twisted expression. Xiao An, do you love me? In Shun Xinin's warm embrace, like a sheltered harbor, Su Anfan seemed to slowly recover from the initial shock. Like a child in swaddling, clingingly attached to its mother, he nestled tenderly against Shun Xinin's chest, blinking his clear eyes, and whispered softly. Hearing this, Shun Xinin's trembling body gave a slight start. Then she held him even more tightly, as if to embed him deeply into her very being, never to part. Love, I love you so much, so much. Shun Xinin's voice quivered faintly, like a fragile leaf trembling in the wind, vulnerable and helpless. Her slender hands gently cupped Su Anfan's face, caressing his cheeks with a tenderness overflowing with infinite affection. Then her fingers slowly traced over Su Anfan's brows, so carefully, as if meticulously painting a priceless scroll, unwilling to overlook the slightest detail. Shin Shinan pressed her forehead gently against Su Anfan's. Their noses touched, and her warm breath softly brushed across Su Anfan's face, carrying endless attachment and infatuation. Xiao An, I can't control myself. I love you. She murmured, her voice as faint as an ethereal dream, as if from another hazy world. Then she gently pressed Su Anfan's head against her chest, stroking his hair tenderly over and over again. Xiao An, I'm a pervert, aren't I? I have fallen in love with my brother, someone I shouldn't love. Shun Xinin's voice finally choked with emotion. Crystal tears overflowed, slowly streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto Su Anfan's head. It's okay, Xiao An, I will leave. Shun Xinin's body trembled more violently, each sob like a wounded, helpless beast's desperate wail. Why does Xiao An have to leave? Suddenly, as if hearing something forbidden, Su Anfan's originally dazed and confused eyes instantly gained a hint of urgency and an indescribable complex emotion. Xiao An, you must not go, you promised me. Su Anfan gently lifted Shun Xinin's sobbing face back to his own, his movements as delicate as handling the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. He gently wiped away the tears that kept rolling from the corners of her eyes, the careful manner, as if afraid that using a little more force would hurt her. But Xiao An, you don't love me. Shun Xinin's voice trembled with endless despair and sorrow. Her eyes were dim and lifeless, as if the brightest star in her life had vanished, leaving only darkness and desolation. Who said that? Su Anfan gazed tenderly at Shun Xinin's slightly reddened eyes, and just like her, gently pressed his forehead against hers, whispering each word with earnest gentleness. I just felt too sudden, didn't know what to say. Looking into Shun Xinin's eyes, his own eyes, slightly hazy from alcohol, vaguely held a fervent passion. If Xiao An likes it, I will learn to love. And maybe I have already fallen in love with Xiao An. Shun Xinin's eyes widened abruptly, her dark pupils filled with incredulous shock. Her pale lips trembled slightly, and her shattered breath suddenly became rapid. Love. Her nostrils fluttered quickly, and her originally pale lips now faintly tinged with a trace of color from extreme excitement. The bottomless despair in her eyes was slowly being overtaken by a light of joy. Crystal tears still hung at the corners of her eyes, but no longer flowed, clearly reflecting the excitement and elation within her. Xiao An, really? Her trembling little hands involuntarily clutched Xiao Anfan's clothes tightly. Only by doing so could she truly confirm that this was not a mere illusion. Xiao Anfan slightly narrowed his misty eyes, a silly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he raised his slender fingers, carefully wiping away the remaining tears on Shun Xinin's face. After all, I love Xiao An the most. Xiao An. Shun Xinan felt her heart suddenly pound wildly, the violent beats, as if trying to break free from the confines of her chest. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, a faint joy, yet somewhat stiff and unnatural due to the long-suppressed emotions. Xiao An isn't crying anymore, that's great. Seeing Shun Xinan break free from the pain and despair, Xiao Anfan buried his head back into her chest, nuzzling affectionately back and forth. No more tears thanks to Xiao An. Being held tightly again by Xiao Anfan, Shun Xinan slowly came back from the joyful daze. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and she gently rubbed Xiao Anfan's head, her movements full of adoration. Enjoying Shun Xinin's gentle caress, Xiao Anfan squinted his eyes like a contented kitten, smiling foolishly again. So now can Xiao An play pillow fight with me? Xiao now? Xiao Anfan, like a little rabbit eager for food, stared blankly at Shun Xinan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Shun Xinan was momentarily stunned, her puzzled eyes blinking rapidly several times. Then she quickly caught on and let out a chuckle. It was as if she had been struck by some mysterious force, unable to suppress the soft laughter that followed her body, trembling slightly from the effort of holding it in. Ha ha ha. Her clear bell-like laughter echoed in the air for a long while. The eyes that had held traces of sorrow and melancholy were now like a lamp lit with boundless tenderness and joy. Xiao An you. Shun Xinin's arched brows lifted, slightly fine laugh lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. Her rosy lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of white teeth, and a soft blush spread across her cheeks. Shun Xinan pressed her lips tightly together, trying not to let her laughter become too unrestrained, but a string of silver bell-like giggles still escaped through her teeth. One hand covered her mouth while the other gently tapped Xiao Anfan's shoulder. Her shoulders trembled from the effort of suppressing laughter, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, and crystal tears of joy welled up at the corners. After a long while, Shun Xinan finally managed to stop laughing, her lips curling upward as she covered her mouth and ceased her laughter. Xiao An, what's wrong? Seeing Shun Xinan suddenly laugh so happily, Xiao Anfan looked puzzled, blinking and tilting his head up to stare at her blankly. Xiao An is really still like a wooden block, so slow and dull. Seeing Xiao Anfan return to his childish demeanor, Shun Xinin's gentle eyes were filled with laughter. She leaned down slightly, her delicate fingers gently rubbing his bewildered face, her movements soft and full of affection. What a silly Xiao An. So foolish. She had thought that when he suddenly became serious, he might do something. Watching Xiao Anfan obediently accept her touch with that dazed expression, the overwhelming fondness in Shun Xinin's clear eyes could not be hidden. That's right, the drunk Xiao An now was just a naive child. What could he understand about matters of love and affection? Recalling the unease and pain she felt when she mistakenly thought Xiao Anfan disliked her, and the fluttering moment when he said he would love her, a blush quietly crept across Shun Xinin's face. It was all because she was too eager for Xiao An, thinking of taking advantage of the moment to reveal her feelings. Xiao An was so drunk he would probably forget how pathetic she was tonight. And those bold words and intimate gestures. Wait. Looking at her disheveled pajamas and exposed fair skin, Shun Xinan suddenly realized she was still sitting tightly in Xiao Anfan's embrace. What have I just done? Speaking face to face with Xiao An, it seemed I even pressed Xiao An into my chest to nuzzle. How shameless. Recalling everything that had happened, Shun Xinin's face instantly turned bright red, her whole body burning as if about to steam. Xiao An, will you play pillow fight with me? Seeing Shun Xinin's rubbing motions suddenly freeze, Xiao Anfan blinked, then buried his head into her chest like a child nuzzling affectionately. Xiao An, I don't want to sleep, come play pillow fight with me. In the room, Xiao Anfan lay on the bed, his hands tightly wrapped around Shun Xinin's arm, while the other hand clutched her clothing. He was like a spoiled child, his eyes full of longing and stubbornness. Be good, Xiao An, it's already late. Xiao An's head must be dizzy, you should want to sleep too. Let's play later. After tidying her pajamas, Shun Xinan quietly moved, slowly slipping into the covers, then carefully lying on her side beside Xiao Anfan. Her movements were gentle and cautious, as if afraid of making any sound that might disturb him. Xiao An, be good, go to sleep. Shun Xinan slowly reached out her hand, gently stroking Xiao Anfan's forehead, coaxing him patiently. Xiao An is lying. You promised to play pillow fight with me after I put you down. With some dissatisfaction, Xiao Anfan forcefully threw off the blanket she had just covered him with, his brows furrowed, puffing angrily. If Xiao An isn't good, then ill. Suddenly catching Shun Xinan off guard, Xiao Anfan swiftly turned over, pinning her firmly beneath him. Xiao An got you again. Leaning close to Shun Xinan, a triumphant, mischievous grin spread across Xiao Anfan's face. Xiao An, stop it. Having been this close to Xiao Anfan several times tonight, Shin Shinan, now somewhat accustomed, was momentarily startled before gently turning her head aside and saying helplessly. Su Anfan still frowned, his breathing rapid and disordered, his demeanor stubborn, and his dazed eyes growing deeper. If Xiao An isn't good, you must accept punishment. Shin Shinan let out a long, helpless sigh, but there was no trace of impatience on her face. She slowly raised her hand, gently rubbing Su Anfan's head, as if soothing a ruffled little beast. Then she softly asked, Xiao An, why do you want to play pillow fight so much? Why, oi? Upon hearing this, Su Anfan tilted his head, his slightly dazed eyes fixed on hers, and soon answered, as if it were only natural. Because after playing pillow fight with Xiao An, you'll be happy. And after playing together, Xiao An will definitely become close to me again. His voice was soft with drunkenness, yet utterly sincere. Happy. So that's what Xiao An was thinking. Meeting Su Anfan's naive and earnest gaze, Shin Shinan was taken aback, a complex expression crossing her face. A flicker of surprise first appeared in her eyes, then deepened into profound emotion. Xiao An, besides pillow fight, there are many other things that can bring us close, and make me happy too. Shin Shinan gently touched Su Anfan's face with her fingertips, then quietly looked at him, a warm smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Other things. Is it that thing? Before Shin Shinan could say something like going to sleep obediently, Su Anfan blinked his bleary eyes, and suddenly seemed to think of something, a silly grin appearing on his face. Soon the grin turned a little mischievous. Since Xiao An won't play pillow fight with me, then he'll do that thing. That thing. Tickling. Watching Su Anfan's body approaching, Shin Shinan blinked her eyes in confusion, quickly forming a thought in her mind. That's right, with Xiao An like this apart from pillow fight, he could only think of this. Combining Su Anfan's previous actions, Shin Shinan quickly solidified her idea. Absolutely must not let Xiao An succeed. Thinking this, Shin Shinan hastily extended her fair hands, firmly grabbing Su Anfan's hands, and a triumphant smile bloomed on her face. Xiao An tickling is also not. But the next second her cherry-like lips were blocked by something soft. Xiao An. The wet, sticky sensation came from between her lips, accompanied by Su Anfan's enlarged face and his warm, wine-scented breath. Shun Xinin's mind exploded in an instant, as blank as after fireworks burst. Completely unprepared for this sudden kiss, she froze, allowing Su Anfan to kiss her freely, dazed and stunned. Her rosy lips pressed tightly against Su Anfan's, their warmth and softness intertwining like an electric current surging through her body, leaving her numb. Su Anfan's lips were gentle yet firm against hers, the pressure just right, neither too light nor too heavy. Shin Shinan could truly feel his lips trembling slightly, the subtle tremor conveying the naive emotions he could no longer contain. Her lips were pressed firmly with a slight pressure, yet an indescribable intimacy. Shin Xinin's breathing grew rapid and disordered, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, as if it might break free. Su Anfan's unique scent enveloped her. She could smell the faint alcohol on him mingled with his distinctive aroma, plunging her mind into chaos. When Su Anfan gently bit her lower lip, a slight pain instantly invaded her, followed by a surge of warmth flooding her heart. The pain even seemed to carry a hint of sweet stimulation, causing an involuntary moan to escape her lips. Her hands instinctively clutched Su Anfan's clothes, and her body trembled lightly. Everything felt like a dream. Xiao An is indeed fragrant and soft. Looking at the blushing Shin Shinan beneath him, Su Anfan slowly propped himself up, satisfied. He licked his lips, as if still savoring the intoxicating sensation. But it seems I forgot to use my tongue. Staring blankly at Shin Shinan, who hadn't yet recovered, Su Anfan blinked dazedly. Xiao An, how about we do it again? Xiao An. Soon the room was filled with a miserable wail.